Audiobook title, The Princess No One Could Seduce Gender Bender, Chapters 01 to 269 completed. Original title, As a Princess, There is Absolutely No Way I Could Be Seduced Gender Bender, Chapters 01 to 269 completed. Part 04. Screeched Tilda, but this sound of the door opening, completely unexpected to Hedgel, made his heart leap straight to his throat. His face turned pale, and he forced out a smile uglier than crying, his body trembling and jerking as he slowly turned back. Was this within expectations or outside expectations after all? Indeed, the person appearing before Hedgel's eyes was indeed Karenina. But this situation seemed a bit wrong. Although she was wrapped only in a bath towel covering her snow-white skin, her golden hair reflecting the morning sun also carried a few crystalline water droplets, and her bare feet stepped on the wooden floor, adding a touch of cuteness and a trace of charm out of nowhere. But under such a slightly revealing condition, she surprisingly still had no reaction. There was no screaming, no questioning, and no reproach. She just stared straight at Hedgel. This inexplicable pressure forcefully suppressed the excitement of Hedgel's little brother. The next few seconds were all silence. Only the crisp sound of water droplets from Karenina's body falling onto the floor could be heard. Oh my Tilda, I really didn't expect that His Majesty the Emperor actually has such a hobby. This concubine has truly had her eyes open, Tilda. At this moment, Karenina let out a soft chuckle. Hidden within it, no, even if it could be said to be naked mockery, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. And at this moment, Hedgel realized that this wasn't the usual her, but her. This, actually, is an accident. You should also know that I come to wake her up every day. Today I just didn't expect. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Hedgel immediately began to defend himself. After all, he was quite clear. This fellow was not as easy to talk to as her, but rather the kind of nasty fellow who, as long as she found a flaw, might play with someone to death. He also didn't understand why there were two completely different personalities inside Karenina. Ha ha, Tilda, wake her up, and then you need to run over to the side of the laundry basket where her warm clothes are stored to take a look. Then, sensing someone in the bathroom, you wanted to escape immediately. That really suits you, His Majesty the Emperor, Tilda. A sly smile hung on her face, her crimson-slit pupils narrowed slightly, carrying teasing and charm sufficient to arouse the lust of any normal man. But the words she spoke carried a full flavour of threat. This was purely to confirm something. And it's completely not an PH. Just as Hedgel was about to make his defense, she had moved in front of Hedgel at some unknown time, covering Hedgel's mouth with two fair, tender fingers. Confirm something? Do you mean size? She obviously didn't want to listen to Hedgel's explanation, and incidentally added some guesses with clear directional implications, determining this guess as fact. No, not that. Hedgel barely opened his mouth, denying it with all his might. At the same time, his face was full of misery. No, should he wear an expression of I'm good, staring at the cleavage that had approached right before his eyes, while feeling the touch of the slippery, tender fingers fresh from the bath? Or should he act as a righteous gentleman and strive to clear himself of suspicion? Such a serious question was suddenly placed before Hedgel's eyes. Regardless of whether what you said is true or not, whatever I say, that's what it is. The corners of Karenina's mouth curled up slightly, her eyes carrying either contempt or mockery. Such pretty eyes, but could this gaze be a little friendlier? So what do you want? Or what good does doing this do for you? Realizing that Karenina had relaxed the strength in her fingers, Hedgel slowly spoke up to ask, There is indeed something I want to do. If you don't help me, I can't guarantee what will happen, you know. For example, if I add embellishments and tell her about what just happened again, what would your personal image become? And you probably wouldn't want to become like that, right? Whether intentionally or unintentionally, she tightened the bath towel wrapped around her body slightly, squeezing those two soft mounds to be even more alluring, making one even more aware of the elasticity it possessed. This really is blatant blackmail. At this moment, Hedgel no longer knew where his eyes should glance. Should it be down, or down? That's right, it's a threat. But as an exchange, after it's done, I will also reveal some information to you. As for whether you can understand it or comprehend it, it's none of my business. How about it? A strange smile of conspiracy succeeded hung on Karenina's face as she explained to Hedgel, No matter how you look at it, I have no reason to refuse here. Tell me first, what exactly do you want to do? As long as it's not too troublesome or dirty job with excessively high risk, it shouldn't be much of a problem. This time, Hedgel finally showed a serious expression. After all, he also didn't understand what on earth this fellow intended to do. If the conditions she proposed would cause harm to his raw or strategic layout, that would be totally unacceptable. Hey, don't treat me like some psycho who has nothing to do all day and likes to stir up disasters just for fun. I'm very normal, you know. Karenina, as if seeing right through Hedgel's thoughts, issued a dissatisfied condemnation towards him. Then hurry up and make it clear. What exactly do you plan to have me help you do? Hedgel definitely wouldn't just believe what she said like that. Very simple. Today I'm going out for a walk. Accompany me for a bit. How about it? Yet she completely refused to play by common sense 406. The second time. Although what you said sounds nice, I think these things completely don't match up, right? Walking outside, no one would think that a completely inconspicuous man walking beside you is the head of state. Hedgel, however, was unimpressed by Karenina's statement. I just want to knock some sense into a part of your behavioral style. There isn't necessarily a connection between the two to begin with. Karenina seemed to have long anticipated that Hedgel would answer this way. Before the tail end of his words had even fallen, she took over. As a side note, in my opinion, calling yourself a man is still a bit inappropriate. At best, you're just a boy, Tilda. Finally, she did not forget to stab Hedgel with another knife the way you put it. You really aren't planning to give me a way out. Naturally, Hedgel wouldn't ignore those two words she deliberately emphasized heavily. Even if I plan to give you one, whether you can catch it is still a question. By then you might find it even more embarrassing, so it's better not to give one. She still didn't look back, seeming completely not to take Hedgel to heart. Where on earth did this monster come from? She completely blocked off everything that could be said. A true Chagger's talent was probably right before his eyes. Right. Hedgel looked at Karenina's walking posture, which looked quite dignified and elegant yet carried a hint of youthful girlishness, but increasingly felt that this Karenina brimming with pressure was not easy to deal with. Which side is she actually standing on anyway? If she was standing on his side, why would she repeatedly make things difficult for him and mock him? If she was standing on the side of the blue version of Karenina, why would she deliberately reveal a bunch of information to him? A bit hard to understand. Of course, it wasn't ruled out that she originally just held a mindset of let's play around and see. That was the scariest part. Section 211. Since she wanted to play, she would definitely use all the information she knew to make things increasingly interesting and unhinged. Only then could she achieve the ultimate entertainment value. However, this attitude of hers was definitely not a happy thing for the two main characters at the center of this entertainment activity. I just hope this won't come true. The two of them maintained their silence like this, walking at a brisk pace as they quickly strode out of the majestic palace, crossed the moat and the layers of ramparts, and finally squeezed through an inconspicuous side door to arrive in the bustling, crowded outside world. Along the way, Hedgel was not only pondering this fellow's motives for acting, but also wondering why on earth this fellow had suddenly run out to go shopping. What? Considering why I suddenly wanted to seize control of the body and then run out to go shopping, and she seemed to have long anticipated what Hedgel was thinking. This insight seemed to be a bit excessive indeed. That's right, no matter how you look at it, this is too strange. Since that was the case, hiding it was useless, so they might as well lay it out on the table. Maybe she would even give a reasonable explanation herself. After all, she had brought up the question so proactively. That was what Hedgel had originally thought. I told her, so you think it's strange? Then please keep this curiosity and desire for knowledge and go explore my purpose, Tilda. What on earth could it be? What could it be? Who knows, Tilda? Hey, Tilda. This Karenina could be said to have completely no intention of telling Hedgel the whole truth of the matter from beginning to end. Instead, she tried to further arouse Hedgel's suspicions. I really don't know who she inherited this wretched personality from. If she had a biological mother with even half of her scheming nature, I'm afraid the Thironi kingdom would still exist today. It might even rely on some miraculous balancing act to offend all the major powers and still manage to retreat unscathed. Then Tilda, let's enjoy breakfast first, Tilda. When Karenina said this, her mood seemed exceptionally high. That's right, you must have run out without eating anything at all. Hedgel only barely managed to snap out of her words just then, twitched the corner of his mouth, calmed his emotions, and responded softly. Then right at the corner of the street there is wait, what are you planning to do? Hedgel was just preparing to lead the way while acting as a mobile wallet to solve Karenina's stomach problem. However, he was forcefully pulled by her into a flower bed against the outer wall of the imperial city. And this was the first time Hedgel felt that her strength was actually so immense. Was this really that previously frail-looking girl? Hedgel couldn't help but fall into such doubts. Then, time to eat, Tilda. Your taste is really not bad, Tilda. Karenina wore a smile, but those two sharp fangs were already bared. Completely ignoring Hedgel's astonished and bewildered expression, she directly hugged him, clinging to his body like a koala, and then bit down hard on the back of his neck. Exactly the same sharp pain as last time. In Hedgel's mind, the memories of the day before yesterday suddenly flashed past. The heat of his entire body seemed to converge toward the two bitten-through points on his neck, and this converged heat was quickly sucked away, leaving only a chilly sensation in his body. His consciousness also became a bit blurry, carrying a sense of trance. This scent smells so good. In this completely immobile state, he twitched his nose and lightly sniffed the faint fragrance on Karenina's body. It seemed a bit different from the smell he smelled in the bedroom before. This one carried a more intense rose fragrance, as if he were truly situated in a rose garden. He wanted to tightly embrace her who was entangling his body, but his body was completely out of control, as if it didn't belong to him at all. Yet he could feel his limbs growing cold. Instinctive fear also slowly crept into his heart and repeated, "Thank you for the meal, Tilda." Just at this moment, she pulled those two sharp fangs out of Hedgel's skin, then nimbly jumped down from his body and even let out a gentle burp. At that very instant, Hedgel also regained his control over his limbs, and his body temperature was slowly rising back up. He touched the spot pierced by the fangs, but didn't find any holes. Yet he still felt a tiny bit of bloodstain, just like what happened the day before yesterday. He sighed silently in his heart. "Is that considered full to you? Do you only drink blood? This is enough. Although I can also eat ordinary food in your eyes, I still tend to prefer blood." Tilda she probably wouldn't be able to accept this, right? She's first two sentences were still normal, but the last sentence somehow carried a hint of contempt. 407. Small talk. An ordinary person not being able to accept it isn't that completely normal. Hedgel was speechless about this. Although dishes like duck blood curd or congealed blood with offal were indeed eaten by people, but grabbing a live animal directly and biting it open to drink, probably no one else would do that except for certain African uncles with special customs. Tusk, is the acceptance capacity actually this poor? It seems I still overestimated you guys a bit, Tilda. She clicked her tongue instead, responding with a hint of displeasure. As for whether it will leave any negative impact on your body, there probably won't be much. 4 or 5 meals down is just equivalent to that kind of blood donation you guys used to do. I consider my appetite to be very small. Seeming to dispel the doubts in Hedgel's heart, she specially told him how much blood she would suck each time. "So it's only the few dozen milliliters? Then the problem shouldn't be big." Although Hedgel answered this way verbally, in his heart he was thinking about other things. Why was it that just by losing a few dozen milliliters of blood, his limbs felt ice cold and all the heat in his body was sucked away? However, it looked like she had no intention of explaining, so he would include her in his observation range first. And after solving Karenina's breakfast, Hedgel really went to a certain bakery he had loved very much before he sat in this position. The feeling of relaxing like this occasionally is really not bad. Do you have any plans? Or rather, have you decided where you want to go strolling? After stuffing all 4 purchased bread into his stomach, Hedgel softly asked Karenina, who was walking beside him, "Is there anything like stage plays here? Or performances by bards and the like?" She seems quite interested in these things, but she was afraid you would call her childish, so she never dared to bring it up. As soon as she spoke, Hedgel felt that she had sent him an important piece of information. If that's the case, let's go to the North District. Although some taverns in this area that operate during the day also have some bards telling travel experiences and stories at noon, the environment isn't very good. After pondering for a few seconds, he still decided to take her to a more proper theatre. After all the clothes she was wearing now and the noble aura radiating from the inside out, if she ran into a tavern, no matter how one looked at it, it wouldn't be right fine then. Anyway, she's not picky about the type. When all is said and done, she still wants to understand the local customs and practices here more, and understand this world more. And she didn't refute either, simply following Hedgel's pace with graceful steps, walking unhurried toward the place Hedgel mentioned. The sound of the heels of those long boots colliding with the newly paved, solid concrete ground was so crisp. Coupled with this completely undeniable temperament and its utterly irresistible appearance, it caused the surrounding passers-by to cast sideways glances one after another. It seemed as if the air around her was sparkling. Yet she completely ignored these gazes that looked a bit pissing to Hedgel, still acting in her own way. Hedgel was truly growing increasingly curious about her identity now. What on earth is this fellow's background? That fellow looks like she should be a young miss from some major noble family, right? And the passing pedestrians naturally couldn't just look with their eyes without discussing it with their mouths. After all, a fondness for gossip is human nature to begin with. No way in that big wave of purging a while ago, those noble lords either got hung up on the city walls or went to the gallows. How could anyone still dare to run out and stroll around so blatantly? But the companion raised objections to this claim. But this doesn't look like the daughters of those major chambers of commerce either. I've seen them a few times before, and they completely lack this kind of aura. Hearing this, the person who originally started the conversation immediately became unhappy. After all, no one likes having their words contradicted right after speaking. That's true too. So, what kind of person is this anyway? Unclear. At least, if it were just someone from the harbour's Chamber of Commerce, there's guys who have no foundation whatsoever, and are just bandits, they would never nurture such a noble, such an elegant young miss. Although he didn't know whose daughter this actually was, but at least one of them was barely ruled out. That's true too. I just wonder when His Majesty will be able to discipline those fellows. It should be soon. Recently, it's said that some officials have been thrown into prison, reportedly because of corruption and bribery, and there's also an organization dedicated to fighting corruption. Who knows if it's true? The conversation between the two gradually veered off in a strange direction as for Karenina herself. Although the idle gossip of these hawkers completely drilled into her ears, she couldn't be bothered to pay attention. As for Hedgel, he was completely treated as a minor transparent background character. It seemed the people around entirely regarded him as a servant, and combined with his rather ordinary appearance, he was completely overshadowed by Karenina's presence. However, he didn't care much about this point. If coming out casually would attract everyone's attention, then he probably wouldn't have run out in the first place. After walking for over half an hour, the two finally arrived at their destination. Various districts of the city were planned to a certain extent. For example, the North District had 2 large theatres, a concert hall, and quite a few small stages set up with wood and cloth. Every day, basically, some fellows calling themselves bards would come here to make a living by telling stories of distant lands. Although the people living here had no way of knowing whether what they said was right or wrong, or whether the fantastical things in their mouths truly existed. However, their original intention was just to have some fun. As long as the story was interesting and engaging, they would naturally be willing to spend a tiny bit of money to reward the bard who brought them joy. But looking at it, today's time was still too early. There were still very few people here, but the theatre was already preparing to stage its first play. As for why it had to be staged even with no one there, it was simply because this was a theatre established by a former emperor, subsidized by the imperial court, and built to raise the knowledge and cultivation of the common masses. A fixed number of performances had to be fully played out every day. Therefore, in order to get that generous pay, even with barely any audience, the actors would naturally try their best to perform, lest their poor performance be seized upon by the family members of officials who had the leisure to come here, causing them to lose this job for nothing. 408. Interlude. Speaking of which, you guys really were idle back then, to actually build such a large theatre. And the admission fee looks pretty cheap too. Karenina stroked her chin, glancing around at various decorations and furnishings inside the spacious theatre, while striking up a conversation with Hedgel. Do you have some misunderstanding of the word cheap? I specifically bought the best seats, and just these 2 tickets cost 4 silver coins. Of course, if they were commoners, they would generally choose seats further back, and that would only cost 2 iron coins. The corner of Hedgel's mouth twitched, thinking that this fellow was completely different from the Karenina he had been familiar with before. At least in terms of this concept of money, the difference was huge. After all, a single silver coin was enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live on for a month. When she came out previously, she would still pick and choose, bargaining away for fear of spending an extra penny. Oh, is that so? Oh right, almost forgot. Your gold and silver still have to rely on mining and then smelting. Section 212. Hearing Hedgel's words, she first tilted her head in a daze, then assumed a look of sudden realization and nodded. Does this guy have some kind of misunderstanding about gold and silver? Could it be that the gold and silver in her understanding are all conjured out of thin air? Although Hedgel wanted to complain like that, it wasn't easy to say it out loud. Who knows? This guy might actually pull off something that would completely shatter his worldview. Handle it carefully, handle it carefully. So what kind of show is going to be performed later? It's said to be an opera adapted from real ancient events. I haven't watched it before either. It's probably the new release. Hedgel shrugged, sharing the information he knew. Karenina was also too lazy to continue paying attention to Hedgel, and just sat quietly in a nearby seat, waiting for the show to begin. During this time, several more guys whose clothing and attire exuded the aura of money sat near the 2 of them. At this moment, Karenina suddenly felt her shoulder being gently patted. "Hey Cham, is there something you need?" She turned her head, a soft smile on her face, and a gentle aura radiating from her entire body, and said to that shady fellow, "Beautiful lady, may I ask could you and your servant yield this spot to us? After all, the viewing experience here is the best. If you are willing, I'm happy to pay double the ticket price." And appearing before Karenina was a guy with a sincere smile on his face, who, appearance-wise, should still be considered a handsome guy. That being said, Karenina had absolutely no intention of being moved by his proposal. After all, she didn't care about the amount of money at all. And that frivolous and hypocritical feeling radiating from him from the inside out made Karenina feel exceptionally uncomfortable. In summary, she had no need to give up this sport at all. Sorry, sir, I have no intention of accepting this deal. Furthermore, my personal advice is that if you really plan to sit here with your female companion, you better wait for the next performance. However, Karenina didn't intend to burn bridges with him right away. After all, she couldn't be bothered dealing with pests. Besides, he had only proposed the deal without taking any substantive action. And if nothing went wrong, this guy probably just wanted to show off in front of the female friend behind him and flaunt his influence, right? To this, her evaluation was just 2 words: naive. If you are not satisfied with this price, I can directly exchange 4 gold coins for the current seats of you and your servant. Seeing that this failed, the young man, who looked to be no more than 10 years old, gritted his teeth and said those words. Sorry, unnecessary. Karenina felt deeply annoyed by this, so she flatly and cleanly rejected him. After all, in her impression, the gold coins in the hands of these people were of low purity and looked unsightly. They didn't even have any value as decorations. Furthermore, in her eyes, as long as there is mana and magic, any substance could be materialized by a spellcaster. Gold coins and such things couldn't catch her eye at all. Then, what price do you have in mind? I only need you to wait for the next show. Chiang, Karenina was just about to hit this guy with a barrage of the sarcasm she was used to using on Hegel, but an angry shout suddenly resounded through the circular theatre. Stop being ungrateful. I even let you name your price at will, and you're still playing hard to get here. Do you really think you're somebody? Do you really think that just because of this pretty face, people wouldn't dare touch you? As expected, the female friend behind the young man jumped right out, pointed at Karenina's nose, and began to curse. As for what she was shouting, Karenina didn't care to comment much. She just tilted her head, blinked her eyes, and remained silent. Meanwhile, Hegel stood quietly to the side, watching how things unfolded. Along the way, he also wanted to see what kind of people were backing this man and woman. Who knows, maybe he could use this incident to confiscate even more people's assets. Aren't you just a bit good-looking? What's so great about that? Relying on this face to act all greedy now, you'll definitely end up crawling into some man's bed with a fawning smile for money later. Still keen, shameless bitch. She continued to spew vulgarities outward, even trying to reach out and grab Karenina's collar, but the young man blocked her completely. Karenina felt no emotional fluctuation at all, simply looking into her eyes without saying a word. All right, that's enough. Things have come to this, let's just let it go for now. Sorry, miss, for subjecting you to such an unpleasant sight. We will leave now. I am truly very sorry. Although he was apologizing on the surface, he muttered in a voice he thought only he and his female companion could hear. Don't be angry. I'll handle it properly. Wow, is this a genuine two-faced hypocrite? How thrilling. The corners of Karenina's mouth almost failed to keep from curling upward, but she still had to put up a front. And no problem. I was somewhat at fault too. She offered a hollow, smiling apology under her breath. In reality, heaven knows what kind of scheme she was plotting inside. No, not at all. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Unado Harbus. I am deeply sorry for today's events. If you have any related trade needs in the future, our Harbus Chamber of Commerce will certainly do our utmost to help as compensation for this unpleasant encounter. With that, he took his female companion and left the theatre. As for Karenina, she just felt that this guy was extremely boring. 406. Opera. Should we investigate all of them and the people behind them afterward? Anyway, saying things like that to us is enough to get them hanged from the gallows for public exhibition. After confirming that the 2 guys have already left the theatre, Hegel said softly to Karenina, No matter. They will definitely come looking for trouble with us later. By the time they want to regret it, it'll be too late. Karenina couldn't muster much interest either. After all, scum like that really couldn't catch her eye. I always feel like you're plotting something again, and it's going to be fatal for those 2. Hearing her statement, Hegel sighed silently. Well, it looks like there will be 2 shoes this morning to the second one lacks any artistic value whatsoever. She stretched again, completely dismissing the little episode from just now. As for Hegel, he just felt that those 2 were fools who had screwed over both themselves and their entire family. And it also gave off that web novel trope of acting like a pig to eat a tiger. Well, though this probably doesn't count either. Anyway, calling them a tiger is truly an insult to felines. Hegel's mind was constantly filled with all sorts of bizarre thoughts. As for those noble ladies who knew what they were thinking, they probably just treated this as dinner table gossip. After all, being able to rush out to watch a play at this hour, the chances of them being idle busybodies were exceptionally high. Not long after, several magic chandeliers in the theatre were suddenly turned off, and the stage was enveloped in a glowing light blue radiance. A melodious violin melody echoed through the somewhat empty theatre, seeming to signal to the audience that the performance is about to begin. Then, the actors took the stage one by one. The lyrics blended with tunes that were at times soothing and at other times stirring, harmonizing with the dance steps of all the performers on stage to stir the emotions of everyone present. The story roughly recounted how, at the end of the previous civilization, humanity was in a life-or-death crisis. Hordes of unknown monsters crawled out from dilapidated facilities that had long lost their containment capabilities, wantonly attacking surviving humans and using them as food. And just as the vast majority of humanity had plunged into despair, the monsters were slain by 3 gods of unknown origins who looked human in appearance, yet completely transcended humanity in power. Like an unstoppable tempest, they pulverized the monsters scattered across the continent, bringing compassion and redemption to those injured by them. They strode across the charred wilderness scorched by wildfire, walked across the battlefields where humanity and monsters fought to the death, purified the blood-stained skies, and restored the rust-tasting air to freshness and tranquility. When all is said and done, this was essentially a hymn praising the goddesses who saved humanity from the abyss back then. Although the plot was a bit cliché, the soundtrack and the genuine emotion infused within it truly made people feel at ease and stirred with excitement, while also feeling immensely grateful for the helping hand these great entities extended to humanity. However, given her cynical personality, she would probably just sneer at this, right? Thinking of this, Hedgel tilted his head slightly, wanting to observe Karenina's reaction to it. But the result was somewhat unexpected to Hedgel. She was actually watching the performance with undivided attention, and those ruby-like eyes were filled with profound yearning and excitement. Hey, isn't this a bit too naive and adorable? She didn't look anything like that sarcastic, two-faced person from earlier at all. Hedgel felt that her body seemed to be trembling slightly with excitement, her breathing had grown a bit rapid, and her ordinarily fair, tender face was flushed with a rare, deep blush. He truly hadn't expected that at a moment like this, she would look so much like a little girl. When would she ever look at him the way she was looking at the stage right now? When on earth would that be? Or rather, would there ever be such a chance in the future? Thinking of this, an inexplicable surge of jealousy toward the actors on stage welled up deep inside him. MHM, deep breath. Don't be the fool. But in the end, he managed to suppress that slightly subtle emotion. He forced himself to refocus his attention back on the stage. Although there were 3 people, he seemed to only recognize one of them, namely the golden-haired one, who should be the deity worshipped by the goddess church. As for the other 2, one with silver hair and one with black hair, he had only ever heard stray rumors about them before. He didn't know why they had specifically rolled out an opera about these myths and legends this time. And judging by the content, was it even geared toward children? Furthermore, the plot progression was way too cliché, right? A heaven-sent savior probably looked something like this, right? Hedgel thought to himself, but didn't dare say it out loud. After all, if she heard the things he wanted to say, he feared he'd be skinned alive. As for those noble ladies sitting around them, they also didn't seem very satisfied with this performance. After all, this kind of content was indeed a bit hard to reconcile with their values. Who knows how much time had passed before the opera finally reached its conclusion? How was it? You looked quite engrossed. Seeing the expression on Karenina's face relax, Hedgel immediately struck up a conversation. After all, maybe leaving a good impression on her could help him win over the somewhat stubborn Karenina. Indeed, and in terms of content, it's quite faithful to the facts. If I'm not mistaken, you think the opera's plot is no good, right? Karenina narrowed her eyes, her crimson gaze filled with suspicion. Indeed it is. Hedgel saw that she had already figured out what he was thinking. Then he had no choice but to keep making excuses. It's normal not to understand. After all, this is fate to you lot. I'll just say this, we shall make our ancestors proud. Whether Karenina understood Hedgel's thoughts or was simply mocking him, she simply tossed out those words and swayed as she stood up from her seat, heading toward the exit. Meanwhile, Hedgel carefully pondered her parting remark as he slowly followed behind her. At the same time, he wondered what kind of despicable tricks that guy named Leonardo, who was most likely connected to the harbor's Chamber of Commerce, would pull to deal with them. Why did thinking about this make him feel a tiny bit excited? 410. Stalking. Section 213. Later, after they come out, follow them quietly. Don't be discovered. As young Master said, first go and test the waters. If they are someone we can't afford to offend, then forget it. If they are weaker than the harbour's Chamber of Commerce, then directly make a move. Understood. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner outside the theatre, a group of ordinary-looking but fierce-looking individuals were rubbing their fists, ready to complete the task their young master had given them. Although they weren't clear about the whole story, it didn't stop them from earning reward money from Leonardo as lackeys and thugs. Hey, aren't they just two kids? Is it necessary to go to such great lengths? Just knock them down, tie them up, put them in a sack, and drag them back. Wouldn't that be enough? Who dares to disobey the name of the harbour's Chamber of Commerce? However, a sharp-faced, monkey-jawed fellow next to the gang leader didn't take this matter seriously, because he used to constantly take jobs from that young master. Anyone who had a conflict with Leonardo, whether it was the young master of a small Chamber of Commerce or the daughter of a minor noble, was no match. They were all taught a lesson until they were submissive and honestly admitted defeat before being released, although they were arrested by the security officer for this reason before. Fortunately, the young master didn't abandon them. Instead, he used some means to depose the security officer and release them. After this incident, they were exceptionally loyal to Leonardo. As long as he proposed a task and the reward money was sufficient, they would naturally accept without hesitation. This is the action plan given by a young master. Don't be so careless. Judging by a young master's tone and state at the time, maybe those two really do have some background. Upon hearing this, the leader immediately became furious. After all, he also understood that if they really provoked a direct descendant of a high-ranking court official, the harbour's Chamber of Commerce would definitely not protect them. All right, I'll listen to you. Anyway, as long as there's money to be made, it's definitely not a loss. Sensing that the leader was already slightly annoyed, the sharp-faced, monkey-jawed man wisely reined himself in a bit. And from his own perspective, he was idle all day anyway, so suddenly getting a big order that seemed promising today was perhaps a way to occasionally enrich his life. He didn't say anything more, just stared at the theatre entrance with the silently lurking thugs behind him, waiting for the prey to arrive. Although even now, they hadn't figured out who was the prey and who was the hunter. First, two noblewomen, they should be the wife of the Colored Chamber of Commerce president and the wife of the Garland District Security Officer. They watched the few pedestrians walking out of the theatre entrance, identifying their identities, just waiting for those two unknown individuals to emerge. Boss, are those the two? From young master's description, it seems correct. Just as the leader was in a daze, one of his subordinates patted his shoulder, leaned his mouth close to his ear, and whispered, "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, the burly leader immediately looked in the direction they pointed. And with just that one glance, he realized the problem. A light blue fluffy short skirt and long golden hair that shimmered exceptionally under the sun. Even if he were to exhaust all his vocabulary, he couldn't accurately describe her beautiful face, coupled with her awe-inspiring demeanor and elegant gait that ordinary noble women couldn't possibly match. This person really seems to have some backing. The gang leader swallowed, then said to the sharp-faced, monkey-jawed man who had spoken disrespectfully earlier, "Do you know why young master is so cautious? Just looking at her demeanor and appearance, you know this person is definitely not ordinary. If she really has powerful backing, and we mess around like before, we might end up being thrown into the moat to feed the fish. Got that, boss? This chick, she's really beautiful. She completely matches my taste. If it's really possible, after we tie her up and bring her back, let young master finish with her first, then see if us brothers can get a taste." The sharp-faced, monkey-jawed man was clearly overcome with lust. He also swallowed like his boss, but the meaning behind their actions was worlds apart. Enough! Don't think about any of that for now. Also, you guys, don't get all excited because of Monkey's idea. In my opinion, the chances of that happening are too low. The leader was still somewhat clear-headed. After failing to admonish the sharp-faced, monkey-jawed man, he began to reprimand the subordinates behind him who had become restless after hearing that fellow's words. You know, if an ordinary family had a daughter of this caliber, she would have long ago been abducted by the security officer of that district to be a concubine countless times. If she could still maintain her freedom and wander around outside now, she must definitely have a significant background. However, unfortunately, the leader's subordinates didn't seem to listen to him. They continued to scan the blue-skirted girl's figure with lewd and lustful gazes. Follow them. Don't be impulsive until I say it's okay to make a move. If any of you cause trouble because of your dishonesty, not only me, but even young master won't let you off. Since things had come to this, what else could he do? He could only brace himself and go for it. Wow, they're following. I thought they would just watch from there, but I didn't expect them to find their own path to hell. Does this count as commendable courage? Karenina had long since noticed the unpleasant gaze, but she didn't show it. Only when they slowly started following did she feign surprise and say to Hedgel beside her, At most, they just haven't realized the seriousness of the problem. But even so, the crime of attacking royalty is firmly established. Anyway, they're going to die, so whether they die on the gallows or under the long blades of the royal guards, it probably doesn't matter. Hedgehog merely sighed silently upon hearing this. He didn't care about these small fries. Rather, he cared about Leonardo, who represented the harbor's Chamber of Commerce, behind these small fries. Confiscating all the assets of that entire Chamber of Commerce would mean another large sum of money entering the national treasury. And it could also regulate the behavior of certain young masters. In a way, isn't this killing two birds with one stone? But then again, are these two ways of dying a bit too uninteresting? But this familiar, yet ghostly voice stimulated Hedgehog's eardrums. 411. Crowding an airplane. Quickly stop your audacious thoughts. I'm not some perverted sadist. The most traditional method of execution will suffice. After all, I'm not a devil. Hedgehog saw Karenina's entire being start to fill with a joyous atmosphere. This feeling was no different from a mischievous child discovering action figures and models in their older cousin's room. And if these toys weren't missing an arm or a leg, would it still be appropriate to say a mischievous child was here? Realizing that this person was definitely planning something to make her feel good again, Hedgehog immediately wanted to stop her. But not properly enjoying toys that are delivered right to your doorstep. That's the greatest sin, you know. We must respect their wish to head to hell. Don't you agree? But this person had no intention of listening to Hedgehog's persuasion at all. Instead, she continued to do as she pleased. Hedgehog once again felt how powerless he was against her. Karenina continued at her original pace, stepping elegantly, ignoring the gazes full of indescribable desire shot from the dark corners. Suddenly, she turned and walked into a small alley. Hedgehog had no choice but to follow her steps and enter. Here, probably because it was too remote, the cement road hadn't been laid yet. The ground was still covered with mud and unrecognizable stains. Not only that, Karenina even pretended to search for keys in front of a door that was already covered in cobwebs. The meaning was quite obvious to lure those guys into the trap. After all, since they hadn't shown their true colors when there were no pedestrians around, then they must have some reservations. And being afraid that Hedgehog could take on 10 of them and crush them was naturally impossible. Then they must be afraid that there might be some important figures behind them, afraid of losing their lives because of this matter. In that case, the approach was naturally quite simple. Boss, look, they've reached this kind of neighborhood now. It doesn't look like a rich family at all. They say money doesn't necessarily mean power, but power definitely means money. Look, this little girl is definitely just putting on airs. Her own house is so dilapidated, yet she dresses like some rich young lady all day. We brothers, let's go and properly educate her right now. What do you say? That sharp-faced, monkey-jawed fellow, seeing this situation, naturally sidled up again. After all, how could he not be excited when he saw such a rare opportunity to enjoy such a wonderful beauty? Hearing this guy's words, the thugs behind him were also incited, and they even wanted to be the first to pounce, the first to feel the unique softness and fragrance of the girl. It does seem fine, but I always feel like something's not quite right, although the leader also felt that his subordinate was right. But this sense of incongruity was too strong, making him feel uncomfortable. Fine, you guys pay attention later. Don't actually just tie up the little girl and start enjoying yourselves. The first time must be given to young Master Leonardo. Do you guys understand? Finally, the leader, giving up on thinking, decisively issued orders to his subordinates behind him. Anyway, it seemed these two couldn't cause any trouble. Even if someone discovered this and reported it to the security officer, probably nothing would happen. After all, as long as the harbor's Chamber of Commerce stepped forward, there was nothing that couldn't be done in the dark underbelly of the imperial capital. Before, the Prime Minister in the imperial court could still suppress the harbor's Chamber of Commerce. But now that he had been hanged on the city wall, if a few commoners who hadn't paid protection fees to the harbor's Chamber of Commerce died, no one would care. What's more, this wasn't even death, just using some methods to educate this girl on her manner of speaking and etiquette. And now, since he had been hanged on the city wall, if a few commoners who hadn't paid protection fees to the harbor's Chamber of Commerce died, no one would care. What's more, this wasn't even death, just using some methods to educate this girl on her manner of speaking and etiquette. Thinking of this, his lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. Upon receiving the command, the true nature of these thugs immediately revealed itself. Their lips, which were already somewhat uncontrollable, now curled into an almost frantic smile. In broad daylight, they pulled out ropes and cloth sacks they had prepared from their pockets, their entire bodies trembling with excitement. After all, a girl of this caliber was truly too hard to resist. Now they were already hoping that Leonardo, that quick finisher, would finish quickly and leave the rest to them. Oh, may I ask what you gentlemen want? I don't recall seeing you around here before. Karenina had long since noticed their approach, yet she feigned surprise, tilting her head and uttering a questioning sound. And this innocent, adorable demeanor further fueled their sadistic urges. "No problem, we don't know each other now. After some in-depth communication later, I think we'll be old acquaintances." The sharp-faced, monkey-jawed man naturally walked at the very front. Although he wore a smile, anyone who took even a brief look would only feel nauseous, because that smile was filled with nothing but foul desire. Step by step, with his hands behind his back, concealing the rope he held, he approached Karenina. As for Hedgel, he stood aside, following Karenina's instruction to not disturb me. However, these thugs didn't know any of this. They would only think this guy was a coward who didn't even dare to protect a woman he knew. "But I don't want to have any dealings with you, and your smile is really disgusting. It makes people not want to come close at all." Karenina still tilted her head, full of confusion, as she also took a few steps back, her words beginning to show a hint of fear. But this phrase, "your smile is disgusting," directly made the sharp-faced, monkey-jawed fellow freeze. "What? You actually said I'm disgusting?" He rechewed the sentence, slightly annoyed. Karenina's pitiful and slightly naive appearance, coupled with that sentence, actually seemed to carry strong persuasive power. Not only that, but a suppressed yet uncontrollable burst of laughter came from behind him. It was the laughter of his companions. This made the sharp-faced, monkey-jawed man lose face. "You said I'm disgusting." He couldn't hold it in any more. "Later, I'll use my big treasure to wash your little bitch mouth and clear your throat." He simply stopped pretending there was no need to, as victory was already in his grasp. Without another word, he executed a Crow-Dunian airplane and pounced towards Karenina. Section 214, 412. Resolution. "Get your ass over here." At this moment, it was impossible to tell whether his face wore the anger of being insulted, or the joy and excitement of about to defile a pure maiden, or a mixture of both. After all, this truly looked disgusting to the extreme. However, in order not to miss the wonderful scene coming up, Karenina reluctantly stayed in place, fixing her gaze straight at the ape-like creature pouncing towards her. Yet that ruffian still hadn't realized the severity of the problem, even thinking that she had been stunned by the sudden action, making him all the more unscrupulous. He wanted to pin the cute little person in front of him beneath him, and ravage her. This was the only thought remaining in his mind at this moment. But reality is often exceptionally cruel. Just as his body rose to the parabolas Goffkoff, rose to the highest point he could reach, and began to descend, he seemed to have noticed something unusual. Somehow, he always felt like something was missing. But he didn't have time to think too much. Tackling the little bitch in front of him was still much more important. He extended his arms once more, wanting to use his filthy paws to touch the softest parts of the motionless blonde girl. Until now, he realized that things didn't seem as simple as he had imagined. "Where are my hands?" He perplexedly glanced at the neatly cut cross-sections of his arms, which were still gushing bright red blood outwards, and the sense of doubt in his heart was rapidly expanding. Because this was simply too surreal, anyone would fail to realize what had just happened. This also made him completely forget that he hadn't fully landed yet. And when he realized that his wandering hands had truly been severed by unknown people or things, at an unknown time, and in an unknown manner, he wanted to scream, he wanted to roar. But what greeted his panic and anger was not the girl's soft body exuding a special fragrance, but rather the mud-filled road, and then a pair of cold leather boots ruthlessly stepping onto his bird's nest hair, pressing his head fiercely into the ground. Even Hedgel didn't see clearly exactly when Karenina chopped off that fellow's claws, stepped back a few steps, and then stomped on this guy's head. Things were truly becoming increasingly interesting, and those hooligans and thugs who had witnessed first and the miserable state of their accomplice immediately stopped their lunging footsteps and stepped back quite a bit. "Boss, what's going on again? Monkey, why did he suddenly fall? And those hands!" The punk, standing a bit closer to the ruffian boss, tightly gripping a small knife just drawn from his waist, asked his boss with a nervous expression and a trembling voice. After all he had seen with his own eyes, that his accomplice's hands had all flown away in an instant, and those hands were still lying there on the ground filled with black sludge. The red blood and black sludge appeared exceptionally glaring in the eyes of these punks at this moment. "Might be the mage. Handle with care," he merely replied briefly, not wanting to say too much, attempting to stabilize his subordinate's emotions through this forced calmness. Was the original sense of discord because of this? No wonder this girl was so wealthy, able to wear such precious clothes and dress up so prettily. Turns out she relied on selling those high-priced magic items. At the thought of this, he couldn't help placing his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Perhaps, as long as we tie her up, we can get all her wealth. A gambler's mentality was dictating his actions at this moment. "Why aren't you coming over? It's so boring. You were so passionate and proactive just now. Why are you suddenly so cold?" Tilda, I am truly deeply saddened, Tilda. Saying this, she stroked her chest again, putting on an impossibly fake expression of heartbroken grief. Along the way, she also forcefully stomped on the punk under her feet, making his miserable screams pierce into each of their ears. Her naturally bright red eyes stared fixedly at the punks before her, and the trace of a frantic, indelible smile on the corners of her mouth brought even greater psychological pressure to the punks who already had psychological shadows. The smell of blood permeated the air. I've said so much and you still don't dare to come over. It's really meaningless. In that case, I'll go over then, Tilda. A trace of boredom first flashed across her face, which was then covered by extreme excitement. She raised her foot, heavily stomping the dying punk's head into the black mud. Afterwards, she took steps, slowly walking towards the punk's defense line. This was definitely not a good thing. Sensing danger closing in, the punk leader hurriedly drew the short sword disguised with rags at his waist, swinging it with an unstoppable momentum towards Karenina, who exuded a bizarre oppressive aura all over her body. Yet Karenina acted as if she completely didn't notice the short sword swinging towards her with a whistling wind. She remained her own self, stepping with light footsteps as she walked forward. Maybe I can succeed. His heart roared like this. Up until now, this boss still thought this was merely a mage with powerful magic, but weak close-quarters combat. Clang! Seeing his blade was merely a few centimeters away from Karenina, but the sword seemed to collide with some hard object, and after emitting a crisp yet tearing clang sound, it could not advance even a fraction further. What a pity! It was just a tiny bit away, Tilda, truly, just a tiny bit away, Tilda. Karenina glanced sideways slightly, extended her small hand, gently pinched the blade of the short sword, and then twisted it slightly. Without any warning, the blade and hilt of the short sword separated in a broken state. The ruffian boss still didn't realize what had happened at this moment, only feeling that the amount of information was simply too large. All right, if it's only to this extent, there's no fun in continuing to play. Turn into fertilizer entirely. A voice like a grim reaper's verdict, carrying a special ethereal feeling, suddenly resounded through the stealth alley. As soon as the voice finished, several black-armored knights, whose hiding place was unknown, swarmed out, wielding the unknown black longswords in their hands. Amidst the exclamations of all the punks present and the increasingly rich smell of blood, they slaughtered all hostile elements present. Tusk, as expected, there is no artistry whatsoever. Just dozens of seconds later, the dozen or so people who had previously stood here holding lethal weapons had now all turned into fertilizer scattered across the ground, and it was quite disgusting. As for those knights who appeared out of thin air, they all vanished after completing their mission, leaving no trace of their existence. The scene momentarily became exceptionally bizarre. 413. Flower Field. As for Hedgel standing on the side, his face was full of complexity. When did this guy's solo strength reach this extent? And why could she summon several of those black-armored knights seen in the cave? At the same time, the dark guards originally hidden in the surrounding corners also revealed their true forms. They stood in a ring around Hedgel, and the aura around them was also exceptionally tense, probably because the power suddenly displayed by Karenina made them think she posed a threat. It's fine, no need to be on guard. But Hedgel waved his hand, telling them to withdraw. In a moment, clean this place up. Then notify Vreel to collect and fabricate some of the crimes of the harbor's Chamber of Commerce. Before tomorrow, confiscate all their assets into the National Treasury. As for those family members, leave them to her disposal, although I feel that what they have done is enough to put them on the gallows. Having said that, he walked towards Karenina. The surrounding dark guards wanted to stop him, but they were directly pushed aside by Hedgel. In the end, they could only press their hands tightly against the black longswords at their waists, silently watching all of Karenina's movements. Oh! You still dare to approach me so directly, even though you saw the scene of human entrails flying everywhere? She looked at Hedgel strolling over and let out a light laugh of as expected. To some extent the fact that you can use magic did not exceed my expectations. It's just this quality makes me very surprised. Hedgel sniffed the smell of blood permeating the air, his eyes staring straight into Karenina's eyes. That was indeed the truth. Because last time he was pinned on the bed by her, he could be said to be completely unable to move a fraction. It seemed as if his entire person had been frozen solid. Physical means could not achieve this extent. The only explanation was magic. A mate sham? Think whatever you like. However, your subordinates seem to carry some rather subtle emotions. Do you want to have a good time with my subordinates? The sense of threat in Karenina's sentence was about to overflow. Matters having reached this point, Hedgel could only wave his hand, letting them retreat as soon as possible. Although there was still a hint of hesitation and unease in their movements, in the end they slowly released their hands from the hilt and then transformed back into shadows, melting into the surrounding darkness. At least it wasn't a spoiler tilde a rare date time. I certainly don't want extra people meddling in. If there are, then they can only end up like these scums on the ground. Tilda. Seeing those dark guards completely vanish, Karenina revealed a soft smile once more. Her tone also lost its original oppressive feeling. Wait, you're saying this counts as a date? Hedgel suddenly felt he had heard a quite important vocabulary word. MHM? Then, dear virgin comrade, do you think this doesn't count? Karenina's face hung with that demonic, enchanting, and sweet smile once more. From my perspective, this certainly counts, because I feel this is going out to play and relax with someone I like. But when your eyes, does this also count as a date? Since Hedgel had already realized this was a chance to counterattack against her who had previously suppressed him to death both spiritually and practically, he wouldn't let it go easily. High-speed direct pictures was sometimes the best method. The concepts are just different. In my view, going out with an ordinary male friend and having him act as a mobile wallet, that is a date. So, don't make such a simple word so complicated. Truly deserving of being a virgin. She first froze slightly, the corners of her mouth twitched, and then she stopped speaking mid-sentence. Finally, she fiercely turned her head away, starting to explain fiercely while mocking Hedgel along the way. However, such a coherent, lacking, hurried-toned, and unconsciously blushing her was truly quite rare. No, for Hedgel, it was truly exceptionally rare. After all, she previously always maintained a lofty, high and mighty attitude. Right. I am a virgin, talking as if you aren't a ver. Hedgel held back his smile, trying to continue pressing his advantage against Karenina. But before he even finished half his sentence, his mouth was blocked by Karenina. I only realize now that you are such a frivolous guy towards girls. She must have known what Hedgel was going to say next, so she hurriedly pressed his mouth shut, talking as if what you said was all that proper. Although Hedgel wanted to retort like this, he eventually swallowed it back down his stomach. After all, if she were really driven to desperation, she might do something irrational. And given the power she had just displayed, he himself would probably end up half paralyzed. Afterwards, he gently brushed down Karenina's small hand and, taking advantage of her inattention, pinched her little cheek. Although this also drew her dangerous remark of if you dare her the next time, I'll break your finger bones, he still wanted to say, it's still that familiar feeling. Section 215. Where do you want to go next? But I still think it is better to go grab something to eat at this hour. After making sure her mood had calmed down, Hedgel asked her softly. I heard before that there is a flower field in the suburbs. I just don't know if there are still flowers blooming in this season. I want to go take a look. She seemed to have returned to her original, slightly arrogant tone. However, compared to before, it was slightly restrained. If it is at this time point, the flowers blooming now should probably be Arrol's longing, right? Searching his memories of visiting the flower sea in previous winters, he seemed to have thought of something. What on earth is that thing? Hearing this never-before-heard term that also carried a sense of bafflement, the corners of Karenina's mouth twitched as she hurriedly asked, Tilda, you actually have things you don't know about either. Rare to see, truly rare to see. However, Hedgel did not intend to spill the beans so obediently. Instead, mimicking her previous way of speaking, he answered sarcastically. Although the sense of mockery in his words was not as strong as hers, it was enough. You acting like this really makes me unhappy. Do you really need me to use some special methods? Hearing this reply, her entire body began to emit a dangerous aura, and a gentle smile slowly hung on her face. Likewise, I am just returning everything you did to me in the past. No objections, right? But Hedgel seemed completely unconcerned by the slightly creepy threat. He even leaned close to Karenina's ear and said softly, not stopping there, he even gently blew a breath into her ear. Matilda, 414. Story. This frightened her into letting out an irrepressible exclamation tinged with a hint of coquettish charm. Are you really tired of living, wanting to face hell head-on just like those tactless fellows? Barely regaining her composure, Karenina said through gritted teeth to Hedgel, who still wore a slightly subtle smile. The murderous intent leaking from her words was unquestionable. No, at least before I shed that virgin label you mentioned, I have no intention of dying yet. Or rather, can you help me? The smile on Hedgel's face grew deeper. It seemed he had already found the trick to dealing with this fellow. Since this fellow is full of teasing and seductive words, he would just turn her own words back onto herself. And although she wasn't shy when saying these words, once a protagonist in her words was changed to herself, she would immediately turn into a steam maiden with steam venting from her head. I don't even know whether to call you a hooligan or a pervert anymore. Let's just call you a combination of a hooligan and a pervert. I have truly never seen someone so shameless. To actually say such words directly to a girl beside you. Had you no shame at all? Just the sentence alone directly frightened her into blushing and taking several steps back, but her expression didn't show nearly as much disgust as she claimed verbally. Aside from that astonishment, there seemed to be more shyness. Hey, what kind of cute creature is this again? You just said you wanted me to face her head on, but now you're scared like this. I really don't know where your confidence from just now came from. Knowing she wouldn't hurt him, Hedgehog could only push the offensive further. Didn't you see that clearly just now? Didn't you see that very clearly? Those hooligans were directly turned into sludge and internal organs splattered all over the ground, you know. Karenina seemed to realize that Hedgehog had figured out some things, so her answering voice also carried a sense of weakness. But you wouldn't use that kind of rough method on me, right? The smile on Hedgehog's face deepened, and at the same time he moved a bit closer to her. This made the corners of Karenina's mouth twitch fiercely, and for her, it rendered her silent. Well, forget it, I won't tease you for now. I've also roughly figured out what method you used to keep me completely wrapped around your finger before. As long as you throw away your shame, that's when you're truly invincible. Don't you agree? Hedgehog did not forget to land a final blow at the end. Tusk, is being shameless really your true nature after all? Karenina's eyes were filled with contempt and disdain for Hedgehog. Those who play politics don't have many people who care about shame to begin with. It's just that previously I had never been able to cast aside my shame in certain aspects. Acting on the principle of playing hard to get, Hedgehog did not press his attack relentlessly, but instead took a step back at this moment. Afterwards, he continued walking towards the suburbs, and Karenina, after sorting out her mood, followed glumly behind him. Tusk, first major defeat. She cursed inwardly, but there was also a baffling sense of gratification. Because of this small interlude, Hedgehog was unable to eat lunch as he had wished. Instead, he had to satisfy this small request of Karenina's first. Although they were all called the suburbs, the scenery outside different city gates varied greatly, and the suburbs outside the North City Gate consisted of this vast expanse of flat grassland, along with that light blue sea of flowers carrying a comforting and intoxicating fragrance. Is this what you call Owl's Longing? But no matter how you look at it, these are just ordinary cornflowers. How about an explanation? As soon as Karenina saw this sea of flowers, she immediately rolled her eyes at Hedgehog. After all, she had originally come with excitement wanting to see what new varieties of flowers there were. As a result, it turned out to be cornflowers she had long known about. But did you notice the timing? Look at what season it is now. And when do cornflowers bloom? Moreover, there are some stories behind this. The corners of Hedgehog's mouth rose involuntarily again. Indeed, cornflowers generally do not bloom in winter. Also, what is the story behind it you mentioned? Karenina tilted her head and said softly, you should know the language of cornflowers as well as some of their implicit meanings, right? I suppose I'm clear on it. Gentle and cute, but also with a hint of reservation and seriousness. Finding it difficult to take a positive attitude towards certain things, she turned her head away and intentionally replaced some words. Knowing is good. When all is said and done, this is still just a legend. Just listen to it as a story. Hedgehog at this moment also intended to cameo as a bard. It is said that when this country was just established, there was a youth named Owl in the imperial capital. He also had a cute childhood sweetheart. Their relationship was very good, and every day they ran around the city's suburbs together, having a blast. He cleared his throat and began to recount everything he knew. He always held pink feelings toward this childhood sweetheart, but he never dared to make the first move. He only dared to silently watch over her all the time, offering her care and consideration. And his childhood sweetheart's favorite thing was these cornflowers growing wildly in the mountains and fields. Every day, he would spare no effort to collect a full bouquet, and when she arrived, he would gift it to her with a smile. And looking at her smile was the happiest moment of his day. Until one winter, that girl suddenly said how wonderful it would be if there could be cornflowers in winter too. Upon hearing these words, Owl didn't say anything, only feeling that her wish was a bit silly and a bit cute. Time passed just like that, and Owl and that girl gradually grew up. However, the relationship between them remained exactly like their childhood, without the slightest change. This wasn't because he had a change of heart, but because he was too reserved and didn't dare to express his feelings. He felt that as long as they kept going like this, there would be no problem. The two of them could both be happy. Speaking up to this point, Hedgehog paused, until an unexpected cold snap, and the girl who felt gravely ill because of this cold snap, completely shattered the thought of maintaining the status quo in his heart. And wanting to take one last look at cornflowers was her final wish as she lay on her sick bed. Hearing these words, Owl rushed like mad into the cold winter night mixed with rain and snow. You must know that once this delicate balance in their relationship was broken, it would either mean taking a big step forward or retreating to the very end. And Owl chose the former. He felt that as long as he could find those blooming cornflowers in this cold winter, he would definitely be able to save her life. Then he would surely reveal his feelings to her and turn her into his open lover and wife. The more Hedgel spoke, the more emotional he became. 415. Reward. He searched, hoped, and prayed across the barren wilderness that was already grey and yellow at the time, trying to find the cornflowers that he could usually discover quite easily. The piercing cold wind mixed with ice shards and raindrops falling from the sky penetrated and moistened his thin winter clothing. His legs had long since lost feeling in the cold, and his cheeks had also lost their colour in the cold wind, no longer soft. But his heart was still beating powerfully. He did not give up. He always believed that there definitely would be that single cornflower waiting for him in this harsh winter. In the end, did he find the cornflowers? Karenina could not help speaking up at this moment. That sense of urgency in her words could be said to be completely impossible to hide. According to the end of the story, they were found. On that ground covered with thin ice shards, he found a single cornflower still blooming in the depth of winter. Ecstatically, he dug up the cornflower, regardless of how the cold, wet soil would further rob his body of warmth, and staggered running toward the girl's home. By this time, a whole day had passed since he rushed out of the room to search for the cornflowers. But the night was also shrouded in dark clouds, failing to reveal a shred of starlight or moonlight. When he returned to the humble farmhouse, full of hope and holding this cornflower blooming in the harsh winter, his beloved had already passed away peacefully in her mother's arms. According to her mother, she kept waiting for him to deliver this blue flower before her eyes, until just moments ago she could no longer endure the torment of her illness, and closed her eyes until the very end. He failed to convey this love to her, nor could he deliver this cornflower into her hands. Handing out axe blades will get you killed. You know it will get you killed. Karenina immediately rolled her eyes at Hedgel, and even wanted to throw in a hammer blow for good measure. He was filled with endless regret, regretting why he hadn't confessed earlier, why he had been so weak before, why he had failed to fulfill her final dying wish. Hedgel, however, ignored Karenina's remark and continued speaking. In the end, to commemorate his true love, he used this single cornflower as the parent plant, planted it in the wilderness of the suburbs, and carefully cultivated and watered it every day. This was to entrust his mourning and that unreachable romance. And decades later, that single special cornflower had turned into a seed of blue flowers blooming only in winter. And his true love remained forever, with Arrow right in this sea of flowers. This is the origin of the name of the cornflowers here. After finishing telling such a not too long story, Hedgel let out a long sigh of relief. As for Karenina, she stood by herself before this light blue sea of flowers, sniffing the strange fragrance and feeling the emotions and meanings contained in the story, as well as the implicit meaning of Hedgel bringing her here. When all is said and done, isn't this still just an axe blade? Handing out axe blades makes you die fast, you know. But the story I heard is like this. Whether you believe it or not is your problem. Anyway, these cornflowers blooming in winter are indeed right before your eyes. Hedgel shrugged and answered helplessly. And remember, I'm also a bit tired. I'll go rest over there first, and you can look around here. Personally, I think this place is quite worth seeing. For instance, if you walk up that slope beside us, you can see the full view of the flower sea, and the fragrance will hit you full force. With that, he yawned, strolled over to the shade of the evergreen tree, and plopped down. After all, he hadn't slept much at all during the night. And during the day he was trapped running all over the place. Who could possibly handle that? As for Karenina, hearing these words, she only nodded silently. Could I possibly not know what you're thinking? Gazing at the seemingly endless sea of flowers, she sighed helplessly. Indeed, certain aspects of his story were indeed similar to his emotional situation. Before, reserved, introverted, slightly weak. If she had to use a flower to describe him, cornflowers might really be a pretty good choice. And now he had already taken an important step forward. This, and who knows how it will end. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth somehow curved into a smile again. It wasn't that malicious smile coexisting with banter and mockery, but rather carried a cleanliness and purity. If he can truly meet my requirements solely from my perspective, submitting to him is indeed not a problem. After all, everything must start from meeting the requirements. But the most important thing is whether she can accept it. Although her heart is indeed a bit shaken right now, but making her honest with herself is really difficult. However, could this also be considered part of the loop? Thinking of this, she let out another soft chuckle. But this laughter quickly dissipated amidst the biting winter wind blowing against her face. Till the things are truly becoming more and more interesting. How will he perform afterwards? Can he ultimately satisfy my requirements? I'm really looking forward to it. Section 216. Well, let's head back for today after all. I'd seen the flowers and heard the stories. I'm satisfied, truly satisfied. Being too greedy really won't do, after all, Tilda. Finally, she took a deep breath, then let it out comfortably. Then she turned around and looked at Hedgel, who was sitting under the shade of the tree. She opened her mouth, wanting to wake him up. but she found that asleep. She looked at the familiar figure not far away with slight confusion. She muttered to herself with slight confusion. Afterwards, she tiptoed over to his side and observed Hedgel's eye area, breathing state and frequency herself. Finally coming to the conclusion he was indeed asleep. What's wrong with this guy again? It's obviously only noon, and he's still a virgin, so why is his body so weak? Could it be that he was using his hands all last night at home? Let's forget about that. Well, it's probably because of staying up late working again. After driving the strange thoughts out of her head, Karenina nodded, seemingly feeling that her thought made sense. Well, what should I do next? Things having come to this, a meaningful smile hung on her face again. Should I doodle on him, or do something else interesting? Anyway, he won't hit me then. If worse comes to worse, I'll just let her out to face Hedgel's punishment directly. No matter how you look at it, I won't lose out. Karenina's thoughts became increasingly dangerous, however, seeing it as he put me in a good mood today, I suppose I'll give him a little reward. 416. Attempt. This wasn't because she suddenly found her conscience. It was simply because she wanted to try something she had never done before. Something that, although filled in the memories left by her ancestors and the memories of her other self, she had never personally experienced. Thus, she gently moved Hedgel's body, not wanting to wake him up with her movements and disturb his rest. And for the first time, she truly felt how warm and soft Hedgel's body was. Although she rode on top of him last time, but back then, all the muscles in his body were tensed up, and now a completely relaxed state is completely different from before. Afterwards, she gently knelt on the soft grass, then slowly laid Hedgel's body flat, letting his head rest squarely and perfectly on her thighs. It feels a bit heavy and also a bit strange, but it doesn't seem half bad. She gently stroked Hedgel's cheek with one hand, examining his peaceful sleeping face and feeling his steady breathing. A wonderful palpitation, similar to the one she felt with her other self in the corridor, also appeared in her heart. I just wonder if she really falls in love with this guy by then, or she feel like she's being cuckolded at this moment. Well, she probably won't care by then. After all, I'll definitely have to integrate with her into a single whole. While feeling the blowing of the winter wind, she gently stroked Hedgel's cheek, feeling the weight and touch of his head. For some reason, a subtle feeling also rose from her heart. I somewhat don't want to return control to her. Present life is truly too good. Not only is there someone who likes me, but work is also going smoothly. Although she, as the main consciousness, could also tell that Hedgel was sincere, she always couldn't let go of what was in her heart. However, this was also because of some things back then, right? At least I also believe that growing up in that environment, doubt and suspicion were truly necessary. Hopefully this guy can help her find a destination and an answer. Thinking of this, her expectations for Hedgel, who was fast asleep, increased by a few points. But at this moment, she sensed a trace of living human aura. SHH! She raised her finger, blocking it in front of her lips, and made a silencing gesture towards an empty, uninhabited direction. In the next second, two dark shadows condensed into human shapes again, appearing before Karenina. Just leave the clothes here, I'll cover him with them. Also, there's no need to be so guarded against me. If I wanted to, not a single one of you would survive. She glanced at the clothes in the hands of the shadow guards, feeling that stern sense of vigilance, and though she understood, she still said with a hint of helplessness, "Apologies." It was this subordinate who offended. Hearing this, the shadow guard's body trembled, then they knelt down in unison and placed the overcoat meant for keeping warm onto the grass. Afterward, they quickly left. I probably scared them. Well, it seems so indeed. After all, those guys who couldn't see the situation clearly before have already been chopped into minced meat. Karenina also expressed understanding of this. This comforting feeling truly seemed to be the first time, although the wind is indeed a bit cold. Saying this, she gently covered Hedgel with the overcoat prepared by the shadow guards. As for herself, she felt there was no particular need. The cold winter wind blew across this pale blue sea of flowers. The rustling sound made by the flowers colliding and rubbing against each other also drilled into her ears. Coupled with the cold yet fresh breeze mixed with the fragrance of flowers, it also perked her up. I really don't know what she would think if she were to know the scene right now. Shy, angry, or feeling like she's been crowned with a lush green hat. She seemed very much to look forward to the scene when she hands this memory over to her later. After all, there was nothing more interesting than toying with her. Well, in the days to come, what interesting things will happen in this world? I'm truly looking forward to it. Hopefully all of this won't make the ancestors feel bored. Finally, she leaned gently against the thick tree trunk with a smile on the corner of her mouth, while her crimson eyes looked toward the sky. Why is there such a fragrance? In his dream, Hedgel gently twitched his nose, drawing this refreshing yet faintly familiar fragrance into his nasal cavity. Feeling this fragrance with a hint of sweetness, he didn't know what state he was in at all. It seemed that this morning, he was dragged out by that red-eyed Karenina to watch her play, and then disposed of a few ice guys. After that, well, he went to the Seal of Flowers in the northern suburbs of the city. And by the way, told her some stories he heard from the old folks. After her, I leaned against the side of the tree, and then Hedgel seemed to realize something, and then slowly opened his eyes. Something's wrong. His vision was still hazy, and a sense of doubt also assaulted his heart. Why is the underside of his head still so soft? It doesn't feel like the texture of a tree trunk and grass at all. And why is his body so warm? Clearly, given the current temperature, the clothes he was wearing weren't that thick. So warm something is completely wrong. He raised his hand, wanting to rub his eyes. But just as his hand lifted, before it could rest on his eyes, he felt his hand touch a large mass of soft things. But he didn't think much of it, just wanting to continue rubbing his hazy sleep-filled eyes so that they could discern what situation he was in right now. But he inexplicably felt that the soft pillow behind his head was moving. He even heard a soft, indignant voice. He must have been dazed from sleep, right? He rubbed his eyes hard, wanting to pull himself away from that completely unrealistic feeling. But when he put his hand down and his vision became clean and clear, what appeared before his eyes was not the azure sky, the pale blue sea of flowers undulating with the wind like waves, nor the branches and leaves of the lush evergreen trees. But rather that faintly familiar, stretched out pale blue fabric, and wrapped inside it was the ultimate dream and pursuit of many men. Not only that, he also saw a fatal smile. Was not very gentle. The gaze shot out from Karenina's crimson eyes made his heart creep. This my morning? Realizing that the problem was very serious, his body stiffened as well, and then with a bitter face, he stammered a greeting to Karenina. To be honest, was this any use? 417. Options. If you insist on me say it, it's already quite late. Oh, haven't you noticed that the color of the sunlight has already started to turn yellowish? Karenina's face still held that benevolent smile, not giving much care because of Hedgel's troubled expression. Though for her to show understanding, that would be abnormal. What has blinded mine eyes? And in front of Hedgel was not the yellowish sunlight Karenina spoke of, but only a man's dream that seemed about to break free from the constraints of clothing to come out and get some fresh air. Then why don't you drown in this so-called dream of yours? How about that? I think if this is used as a murder weapon, you should be able to depart safely in supreme happiness. Hearing this, the black aura that had originally leaked out slightly around Karenina's body seemed to break free from constraints, violently striking Hedgel's tender heart, startling him into shrinking his neck uncontrollably. Of all things to say, he had to bring up words that easily led to a dead end. No, rather than being briefly ravaged by it, I want to hold it in the palm of my hand all the time. Hedgel answered with a straight face. The momentum and resoluteness of these words really made it hard for people to feel that this guy was acting like a hooligan. And this hooligan behavior naturally caused the corner of Karenina's mouth to twitch and her body to shudder. Needless to say, Karenina took a deep breath, but did not exhale. Afterwards, she slowly raised an arm. What? Is she planning to swing around and give me a slap? If it's just like this, then the problem shouldn't be big. I consider my skin to be quite thick, both in a spiritual sense and a physical sense. Seeing this, Hedgel immediately prepared his face to take her hit. But the next instant, the pain did not come from his face, but rather his abdomen. Ugh! This blow she could be said to have held back no strength at all, and mercilessly delivered it with her elbow right into Hedgel's abdomen. This hurt him so much that he couldn't even let out the second half of his scream. Now you finally realize the difference between her and me, right? She might still hold back her hand. As for me, I'm a person who treats your kind of expression as fun, Tilda. Saying this, she also revealed a twisted smile, pulling on Hedgel's face, which was distorted while clutching his abdomen due to the irresistible pain. And managed Tilda as expected. At a time like this, the muscles on his face were too tight, making it uncomfortable to pinch. Section 217. He even felt like expressing a few thoughts. Sorry. I really went too far just now. Only after more than 10 minutes did Hedgel finally recover from the elbow strike that felt like it would make him vomit out all his internal organs. During this time, he finally clearly experienced just how wonderful a lap pillow was. Soft yet elastic, warm and infused with a subtle, alluring scent. Although he had just been disciplined by the owner of those thighs and felt slightly conflicted, it didn't stop him from giving the lap pillow a glowing review. At least you know it. Also, after lying on my legs for so long, don't you have anything at all to say? Or anything you should do? Hearing his apology, she didn't bother pursuing the matter further, and even wanted to take the opportunity to make a small demand. Please allow me to knead the cushions on your chest to my heart's content. Do you really have a death wish? It's over, it's over, it's over. Her killing intent had genuinely materialized into physical form. Her eyes were completely devoid of light, giving off a full-on blackened vibe. I'm sorry. May the magnanimous Lady Karenina forgive my reckless, nonsensical babble. When it was time to cower, one had to cower, lest he suffer even worse devastation this time. Hedgel might be useless at other things, but when it came to knowing where the line was, he was absolutely sharp. Just stop it. The more I listen, the weirder it feels. The dynamic is completely reversed. Even though Karenina felt like blowing up, seeing him like this made her lose the urge to say more. Then she merely sighed and tried to pull away to stand up. Reluctant as he was, Hedgel still slowly slid off her legs. Then he straightened his back against the tree trunk. Though with the coat that originally covered him suddenly gone, it felt a bit cold. Meanwhile, Karenina held onto the thick tree trunk, hesitating for a long time before barely managing to stand up. Did your legs go numb? Seeing this, Hedgel hurriedly tried to help her, but she immediately waved her hands to reject him. It's only to this extent. Moving around a bit should make it fine. But it was obvious her legs were still trembling, and that tone, combined with her turned-away eyes avoiding his gaze, she was clearly just acting tough. It couldn't be helped. Strictly speaking, she had probably let him rest his head on her for an entire afternoon. Her legs were likely completely numb long ago. Great, now the options appeared. 1. Dance straight guy. Since she says no, respect her wishes. 2. Play it by ear. Even this, combined with her previously revealed tsundere attribute that was identical to the original Karenina, one naturally had to show off as much manly charisma as possible. Are you really sure you don't want it? Hedgel had already made his choice in his head. I really do not need it, she shouted at Hedgel word by word, her voice filled with intense impatience. However, a thick-skinned guy like Hedgel naturally wouldn't mind such a thing in an instant. He closed in beside Karenina and immediately wrapped an arm around her waist. Hey, I said no and you still pushed it. Do you really plan on taking another elbow strike? Karenina's expression instantly became terrifyingly eerie. No, I think consider this repayment for giving me the lap pillow for the whole afternoon. Hedgel rephrased it instead. Tusk, but if it's hugging, no matter how you look at it, you're the one taking the advantage. How is that any kind of repayment? Hearing this, Karenina immediately stared at Hedgel as if looking at an idiot. If you don't want a hug, how about this? Saying so, he immediately squatted down. He even made a hurry up and get a motion. A piggyback, huh? Though in the end you're still taking advantage. Well, I'll count it as the repayment you mentioned earlier. Karenina struggled internally for a dozen seconds, but ultimately accepted the proposal obediently. Besides, given the state of her legs right now, it really would take quite a while to recover enough to move normally. Soon after, such a pair of young man and woman appeared on the outskirts of the city. The girl leaned softly against the boy's back, while the boy walked with steady steps toward the city gate against a setting sun. Hopefully, the future could also be this beautiful and peaceful. 418. Slander? Tusk, something's wrong, really wrong. Gulov and those guys, why haven't they returned to report yet? Could it be that those fellas have already kidnapped her and are secretly having fun right now? In the evening, inside a 3-story building belonging to the harbor's Chamber of Commerce, Leonardo was pacing back and forth in the living room. The group of hooligans he sent out this morning showed no signs of returning yet. They hadn't even found someone to send him a message. This matter was truly rare. Did those bastards really see how pretty that little bitch was and start playing with her without my permission? Tusk, I raised a pack of useless dogs for nothing. But he didn't realize the severity of the problem at all. He merely thought they couldn't control their lower halves and started touching top-tier goods reserved for him without his orders. Gee, what bad luck. But since those guys went ahead, I'm afraid by the time I see that she'll already be completely broken. At least that vents my anger. Since the goal was achieved, it doesn't matter anymore. In the end, he seemed to be quite philosophical about it. After all, he wouldn't turn against the dogs he had raised for so long over a single woman. That would be truly not worth the cost. Just as he was thinking about how he would inflict the ultimate despair upon that chick right in front of her, later an uninvited knock on the door came from the entryway. Which brainless idiot is coming over at this hour? Besides, no smugglers or anyone are coming today to discuss business. Hearing the urgent knocking, he frowned. It can't be those guys. After all, they don't even know about this residence of mine. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he felt this whole situation was. What's more, the servants in the house were making no sound at all. Shouldn't they immediately answer when hearing the knocks? Why didn't they make a move today at all? There sure are an unusual amount of annoying things today. I'll definitely dock their wages heavily when the time comes. Thinking of this, Leonardo spat fiercely onto the floor even though this was his own house. After a few minutes, the knocking not only didn't stop, but grew louder and louder instead. There was no sign of resting or stopping at all. The volume had completely exceeded the range of Leonardo's tolerance. This made Leonardo thoroughly enraged. I've truly never seen anyone so devoid of manners. Knocking for so long. Are you looking to die? In the end, forced by circumstance, Leonardo roared and pulled the door open with force. Then his eyes stared straight at the 7 or 8 guys outside wearing strange black attire, completely lacking any awareness of anti-kidnapping. Hello, Mr. Harbus, we are the Imperial Guards. Because you verbally insulted His Majesty, who should be respected by all citizens and an important court official to their faces, and attempted to hire others to physically attack both distinguished lords, you must be detained and investigated by us. Though the man leading them spoke polite to the contempt and deep-seated disgust in his voice could not be hidden at all, or rather, there was simply no need to hide it. Wait, what did you say? I disrespected His Majesty to his face. This string of words completely baffled Leonardo. He asked himself, he had never even met such a big shot. What's more, even if he were to meet such a grand figure, even if given 100 or 1,000 times more courage, he wouldn't dare hurl foul words to the face of such noble persons. This is slander, absolute slander. He was thoroughly convinced of this in his heart. Sirs, please investigate thoroughly. I have never even seen His Majesty. Since I've never even met His Majesty, how could I hurl foul language at the Supreme Monarch? This is slander, absolute slander, and it must be the work of the Var Chamber of Commerce. They've always had business disputes with us, so they must be trying to frame us with this. After a round of careful and thorough thinking, he decisively chose to pass the buck and clear himself of any connection. Since you say so, I would like to ask, may I ask, did you go to the public theatre this morning? Seeing that this spy still hadn't realized the issue, the guard commander suppressed the ridicule about to burst out and began attempting to jog his memory. Yes, and we didn't watch the first opera because we ran into 2 unreasonable fellows. Even when we tried to buy their seats at a price far higher than the ticket price, they refused. Speaking to this point, he even put on quite an indignant look, as if the fault lay not with him, but with Karenina and Hedgel. His level of obtuseness was truly second to none. That's it. And up until just now, you showed no sign of remorse, even insulting the 2 esteemed lords as unreasonable, adding another count to your crime. But the guard commander used extremely icy words to shatter Leonardo's naive thought of "I'm fine, it's all just slander" to pieces. Hearing this, Leonardo's pupils constricted first, then he opened his mouth as if trying to say something, but couldn't utter a single syllable. His face flushed to the curve, pig's liver at a speed visible to the naked eye, but after a dozen seconds, it turned deathly pale. One look at his face made it obvious he was a veteran Canadian, just like his usual two-faced behavior. How about it? Do you know what crimes you've committed now, and the entire process of your offense? Seeing Leonardo's state, the Imperial Guard officer placed a hand on Leonardo's shoulder. The words he spoke sounded no different from the Grim Reaper's whisper to Leonardo. This humble servant deserves 10,000 deaths. But those foul words didn't come from my mouth. Definitely not. They were all spoken by Schneider, the 4th daughter of Oliver. It has nothing to do with me. Only now realizing he had stepped on a landmine, Leonardo hastily fell to his knees. But even now, he was still trying to pass the blame. We are well aware of all these things. Everyone's accounts will be settled when the time comes. Furthermore, strictly speaking, hiring those low-class ruffians to cause physical harm to His Majesty and key court officials seems to be an even heavier offense, doesn't it? The guard commander's words remained just as icy, completely shattering Leonardo's last ray of hope. At the same time, prepare yourself and your family to be hanged on the city gates. These were the last words Leonardo heard before passing out. 416. Toying with. It's pretty much within expectations. That girl cleaner probably didn't expect a response when asking me for help anyway. Now she still wants to mobilize the populace to spontaneously resist the noble army. But, thinking carefully, that's just a pipe dream. The moment Hedgel returned to his office, he took just a casual glance at a report already placed on his desk and let out a soft laugh. At the end of her rope, that probably describes her current situation, right? But now isn't her most desperate moment yet. We still have to wait, keep waiting. Only when she is at her most paid can I get the best result. When it came to these matters, the one thing Hedgel never lacked was patience. The only thing I find troublesome is probably the variables among those nobles, right? Hedgel narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing out the window, with no one knowing what he was contemplating. Section 218. Today's mood is really quite good, but I can completely say I didn't work at all day. If we go by that guy's workaholic personality, finding out about this would probably make him blow up on the spot. Karenina was not idling around at this time either. Play is play, but since this kind of behavior would bring some negative impacts to the main consciousness body, it was better for her to restrain herself a little bit. Then again, taking advantage of the fact that the time was still early and the sun had just set, she walked toward the experimental fields on her own accord, and to her delight there was actually someone still working diligently inside. Snow white and delicate long hair, slightly pale yet smooth and bouncy skin, coupled with these light gold pupils. My might to think there are still people working here at this hour. Truly rare, truly rare. Or could it be this simply because the ancient dragon is relatively energetic? Who knows which of her nerves got crossed, but as soon as she opened her mouth, it was full of that sarcastic, passive-aggressive tone. And Hayaki was only silently collecting data, completely not provoking or bothering her in any way naturally. This suddenly transmitted ghost-like voice, and that bone-chilly aura could be said to have scared her quite a bit. Lady Karenina, may I ask if your day has been pleasant? The data you wished to obtain earlier has already been completely collected by me. Please take a look. With a forced smile squeezed onto her face, she answered, while trying hard to maintain composure, leaving aside the coercion mixed within these words. Just considering that final word ancient dragon, she understood everything about her had been seen through by her. No need to be so nervous. I'm not going to eat you, although it is said that boiling soup with dragon bones can increase magical power reserves. But you are not a pure-blood ancient dragon after all, and your bones are all alloy frameworks, completely lacking any value for slaughter and consumption. Don't you agree? This fellow's level of malicious humour seemed to far exceed what Hedgel could currently comprehend, probably just because Hedgel's weakness lay solely in emotions. And this Hayaki in front of her could be said to be full of flaws everywhere. Naturally, she had to be prepared to be verbally and mentally toyed with by her. If she hadn't made the relevant psychological preparations, then she would probably really be startled enough to not sleep for a day or two. Not to mention an ancient dragon that was once treated as food on the dining table by her race. Yes, cough indeed. These words really scared Hayaki quite badly. But what else could she do? Could she do anything other than continue smiling ingratiatingly and working by her side? She really regretted it to death right now. 705u.com, first published by the Reading Club. She would rather fully transform into a dragon, then run to the Northerners' experimental base to find the equipment needed to repair her body structure, and run over here to be tortured by this unknown high-race fellow. All right, I will handle these data well. What you did is considered not bad. At least you didn't run away or absent yourself just because I wasn't around. Of course, if you really have thoughts of escaping, the outcome you naturally know it in your heart. Don't think that just because you turn into a flying big lizards, I won't have any way to deal with you, oh. And this time, although her face wore that smile that seemed unchanged from the outside world, the content of what was spoken was a naked threat. And it was the kind completely without any concealment. I obey your command. I will definitely not cause trouble for you. I am merely a labourer under your command, and I will absolutely not do anything detrimental to your work and plans. Realizing that everything Karenina said was so truth, Hayaki, after falling silent for a few seconds, immediately followed the optimal result derived by the central processing unit, and gave her reply. As for the so-called pride of being the crystallization of Valhalla Imperial technology, it all had to submit to the two most important points of survival and continuation. This was an order that had been engraved at some unknown time onto the highest authority of her consciousness management system. However, in her memory, for a period of time, this order was still taking the glory of the Empire as the highest goal. And then this sounds much more obedient. All right, if the matters here are all done, then go back first. I still have to stay here for a little while. Of course, if you want to continue communicating and building relations with me, that is also not impossible, oh. Karenina intentionally spoke to Hayaki using a rather seductive voice tone. Please allow me to refuse this. The relevant test data has already been organized. Please review it. I will head back first. With that said, she immediately packed up all the instruments on hand, and then hurriedly fled from this slightly empty experimental field. Karenina only shrugged, stared at her back, and revealed a meaningful smile. I don't understand why she suddenly became so blunt today, and even more aggressive than usual. Could it be because of something that I did that made her unsatisfied? And Hayaki, walking in the corridor, was also full of apprehension in her heart. What on earth should I do so that she won't display such strong hostility toward me? What should I do? She instantly fell into a state of panic. After all, the soul-striking coercion from just now truly made it hard for her to breathe. What did that final sentence she spoke mean? It couldn't possibly be that she actually wants to do some in-depth communication with me, right? I wouldn't even believe these words if I said them myself. Let alone that scheming woman. Hayaki fell into deep anxiety once again at this moment. She wanted to know what Karenina ultimately wanted to get out of her. so that she could rack her brains to satisfy her demands and preserve her little life-and-depth communication. Wait, she might want to. Hayeki felt a chill in her heart, as if she thought of something. Chapter 420, Bewildered. She has always been very fond of my computing ability, and when she said in-depth communication, coolant slowly oozed from the surface of her body, wetting her clothes. But this wasn't because her mechanical body was overheating and needed coolant to lower the temperature. Instead, she thought of some very terrifying things. This in-depth communication is probably her unilaterally dismantling me physically, then pulling out the computing modules along with the storage medium, making me perform endless computations forever. This must be the real devil. The moment Hayeki thought of this, she felt that she had run into another big trouble. She even felt that just a moment ago she was only a hair's breadth away from being torn apart piece by piece. No, there must be relevant countermeasures. Absolutely cannot be dismantled by her just like this, absolutely not. Carrying this resolve, her body trembling, she wobbles as she walked toward the small room aside to her, and this back view was quite desolate that night. After completing that not so much work, Karenina began a daily routine identical to the other her. The usual bath, the usual changing into a nightgown, the usual curling up on the bed. Indeed, only after experiencing this comfortable feeling personally can one discover its charm. Previously, I always watched her do this, and all I could know was her memory. What difference does this have from eating food that someone else has chewed once? Karenina curled up in this soft and warm quilt, feeling that this situation of being able to control the body with will was simply wonderful. I really don't want to return control to him. But isn't there no other way? After all, I am merely a fellow who can exist temporarily. The main body is always her. In the end, she also gave up thinking about these questions that had no value at all, as long as she closed her eyes, entered her brain, and sank into this sleep. When she wakes up, she should probably return to that original state, right? I might always feel like the sleep was inexplicably heavy and inexplicably long. Earlier in the morning, she finally opened her eyes. That's right, today she miraculously woke up by herself without relying on external disturbances. Who knows whether this was because of different consciousness entities switching main control positions, or some other reason. After this long sleep, she inexplicably felt quite exhausted as well. Yesterday I was even foolish enough to issue a so-called challenge letter to that guy, and today, he didn't dare to come wake me up. This young man is really hopeless now. At this hour, him not coming to wake me up seems quite normal. It seemed her memory had completely suffered a blackout when she fell asleep the night before yesterday. There was completely no memory of that whole farce yesterday. Whatever. Get up first. Get up at that time. Maybe I can still find an opportunity to scare that guy. Of course on the premise that I won't get counter-killed by him. Karenina, whose head was filled with these strange thoughts as usual, ran barefoot to the washroom just as she wanted to do, beginning her daily morning washing. After that was the customary changing of clothes and other operations. How strange. Why do I always feel like there is one dress missing, and how come the set of underwear that was clearly seen yesterday's gone today? Looking at the scene inside the wardrobe, she frowned slightly. After all, the clothes inside her cabinet were all neatly arranged. Coupled with the fact that that dress was one she relatively liked, she thus noticed the anomaly within. Could this be that guy's perverted behavior? This directly sounded the alarm bell inside Karenina's head. That's not right. If he wanted to mess around, he could completely get the worn ones. There's no need to steal from my wardrobe. No. What on earth am I thinking again? With a red face, Karenina hurriedly chased this completely abnormal thought out of her brain. Whether taking the warm ones or stealing from the wardrobe, it's so disgusting. To think he turned out to be such a person. Although Karenina currently had no evidence that the underwear thief was Hedgel, inside her mind, she had completely attributed the mastermind of this matter to him. Is this considered getting caught in the crossfire for no reason? Carrying disgust for Hedgel's perverted behavior, Karenina groomed her attire as usual. To put it bluntly, it was still that strong feeling of asceticism plus stem. At this time, the door was quietly opened again. Hedgel first carefully poked his head in and glanced inside. He was terrified that those red eyes would directly pierce him until he couldn't catch his breath. But when he discovered that Karenina had already groomed into that familiar attire, and her eyes had also changed back to that familiar sea blue, he let out a long sigh of relief. Although this clothing style completely did not match her current appearance, not girlish at all, but looking at her personality, it was truly countless times better than that nasty fellow. But her clothing coordination was truly full of girlish flair, and it also carried a seductive feel. It was irresistible. Tusk, can good personality and good dressing not be had at the same time? Done it! Although he breathed a sigh of relief at this time, he inexplicably felt that this Karenina carried a tiny bit of grievance toward him. What kind of situation is this again? Or could it be merely my illusion? Simply just treat it as an illusion. Hedgel, who retreated back behind the door panel, rearranged his attire and then restored himself to an upright gentlemanly appearance. Subsequently, he opened that door once more and walked in slowly. You woke up quite early today too. Hedgel cleared his throat feignedly, tilted his head, with his gaze somewhat not daring to meet Karenina directly, and spoke softly. Yeah, if I woke up late, wouldn't that give you time to commit crimes? Karenina's words carried an inexplicable hostility. What on earth did this fellow imagine up again? Hedgel's mouth twitched, but he still maintained his composure. What on earth does time to commit crimes that you mentioned refer to? Tusk playing dumb? A skirt and a whole set of underwear and stockings are missing from the wardrobe. It couldn't possibly be taken out to wash and change, because I remember seeing them yesterday, and today when I opened the wardrobe again, I found them gone, she said with a fully convinced face, and her words carried considerable confidence and contempt toward Hedgel. Hearing these words, Hedgel almost had multiple question marks pop up over his head. Section 219. Wait, it seems I understand now. Do you remember what he did yesterday? Hedgel forcibly held back his smile and asked, What else could I do? Wasn't it just a normal routine? Work plus eating plus resting. Is there anything else worth saying about this? Or are you trying to say that I wore this myself and just don't remember clearly? I'll put my word right here. If it's my fault, I'll eat this dress on the spot. Karenina seemed extremely confident about this. 421. Absurd. It looks like you really have no clue at all. Do you really not know what happened yesterday? TCH, isn't it just saying a whole bunch of ungrounded nonsense? Is there any need to keep harping on this point? Although Karenina still wanted to repeat what she said yesterday, after thinking about it for a moment, she felt a bit ashamed and inappropriate, so she immediately swallowed the words that had reached her lips. After all, this time she was prepared to call him to account. Tilda. It looks like you haven't even figured out today's date, Hedgel said with a trace of helplessness. In fact, he was chatting secretly inside. Oh, Karenina blinked. Although she felt something was a bit off, she still hadn't grasped the main point. Although I can't figure out what she's actually thinking, but it looks like you completely lack any memory of yesterday. And what I want to explain is, yesterday you didn't appear at all. Instead, that red-eyed you came out and dragged me out shopping. And the clothes missing from your wardrobe are probably just that light blue puffy dress, right? The stockings should be white garbed. Hedgel was just about to continue speaking, but was forcefully covered over the mouth by Karenina. Stop talking. Really? Stop talking. Are you a pervert? Talking about the colour of her underwear in front of others is wrong no matter how you look at it. She was just like a frightened kitten with its fur standing on end, her face flushed, forcefully covering Hedgel's mouth. Her body also subconsciously pressed forward. This inevitably made Hedgel recall the soft touch his back felt yesterday afternoon. Soft, but also carrying plenty of elasticity. And his palms could also reasonably touch certain parts. Coupled with that light, completely negligible weight, it simply couldn't be praised enough. Hey, isn't this too disgusting? Is the way you're smiling really this disgusting? And why do I still feel like this disgusting feeling of yours is directed at me? Hey, you didn't start letting your imagination run wild just because I covered your mouth for a second, did you? Just as Hedgel was immersed in that wonderful touch from yesterday, Karenina was quite frightened by his expression. She quickly distanced herself from him. Oh, no, it's just I just thought of some things. Anyway, you probably have completely no memory of yesterday, because she was present the entire day yesterday, and even dragged me out shopping. Hedgel quickly explained. Along the way, he also intended to use this to divert Karenina's attention. What on earth got into her? Why did she suddenly seize control of me? And she managed to pull that off without me having the slightest bit of consciousness. Karenina increasingly felt that things weren't right, and there was also a chill from her own body being unable to be controlled by herself. It's probably because of some rather special reasons. At least what I originally wanted to ask, she fobbed me off with all sorts of excuses. But judging from the current situation, there's basically no problem. You don't need to worry either. She didn't do any over-the-line actions. Hedgel, on the other hand, was comforting her, who appeared slightly uneasy. What did she say to you? Karenina stared into Hedgel's eyes and asked softly. Although this tone wasn't particularly stern, Hedgel could still sense her seriousness about this from the atmosphere. She didn't really say much, just that you previously wanted to listen to some stories from Bass, and then you never dared to bring it up because you were afraid I would say you were childish, and yesterday I just took her there. It looks like she didn't pass that part of the memories to you at all. Hedgel also didn't hide anything and answered truthfully. Rather than say, the useful information she revealed was only this much. As for the matter of those troublemakers, Hedgel was too lazy to mention it. Not only would it waste time, but it would also ruin his mood. Is that all? Yes, that's all. I didn't hear anything else either. After Hedgel gave a positive reply, she finally stroked her chest and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Well, let's just leave it as this for this time. When the time comes, I must thoroughly ask what on earth she is scheming, Karenina said quite discontentedly in the end. It seemed she was extremely resistant to her abnormal actions. Meanwhile, completely different from the serenity and peace inside the imperial city of the Kedoj Empire was the imperial palace of the Kavilla Empire, which was already in utter chaos. Outside the city, the nobles' allied forces had already reached the city walls. Inside the city, high-ranking officials and ministers were packing up their belongings and fleeing in panic. Although the forces guarding the imperial capital still had half a legion's worth of establishment remaining, and still possessed advantageous terrain as well, a sturdy city wall to temporarily defend this capital city. But in front of this pitch-black scene of the noble army, who had long since sharpened their swords and blades and were ready to attack at any moment, it could only be called a final stubborn resistance. Most of the commoners inside the city were also forcibly mobilized, organized into militia units, and climbed onto the city ramparts. But when they saw the boundless formation of the noble army where sword clashing could be heard and the killing intent condensed into substance could be seen, their bodies were already trembling incessantly, and they completely lost any thought of being able to return alive. This city of Fossarans, serving as a centuries-old ancient capital, was about to usher in an unprecedented and tragic war, and the victors seemed to have been predestined long ago. Outside it's very noisy. As expected, they all already know what happened and are preparing to run for their lives, right? In a room deep within the imperial palace, Kalina rubbed her eyes, sat somewhat casually on a chair, and said to the court lady-in-waiting standing by her side, "Yes, some ministers have completely lost confidence, packed up their valuables, fled their mansions, and are preparing to temporarily live in the slums to avoid the excessive damage that the allied noble forces would cause to them when they breach the city walls, so as to preserve their lowly lives." This court lady-in-waiting actually knew quite a lot, and was fully aware of even the things they were planning to do. Over at the Kedoj Empire there a reply. Hearing this reply, her hand, which was previously rubbing her eyes, also stopped, revealing a haggard face worn out by this toil and worry. Their reply is still, "It's probably that there won't be any assistance, right?" Kalina didn't wait for the court lady-in-waiting to finish speaking, and interrupted her words with a cool voice. And she also stated the answer herself. "Yes, they still said assistance will be given according to changes in the situation." There is completely no other reply whatsoever. This middle-aged lady-in-waiting also fell silent for a few seconds, then gave an affirmative reply. "Ha ha ha ha. Absurd. Truly absurd. I have always been unafraid to surmise this Hedgel with the worst malice. I just never expected that this fellow would be short-sighted to this extent." Hearing this, Kalina simply couldn't suppress her emotions anymore. 422. Shadowy, I originally thought you would at least give a little help. After all, once we fall, they definitely won't have it any better either. And the result? This fellow at a critical moment like this, he's still thinking about how to distance himself from this. A guy like this really doesn't deserve to be an emperor at all. Kalina's emotions could be said to have completely erupted this time. She had previously looked down upon Hedgel's ongoing actions all along, but could never find a good time for an outburst. But this time on an issue that concerned not only herself, but also the peace and strategic balance of the entire southern region, Hedgel's behavior was truly despicable to her. Did he really not realize that we helped him share the pressure from these guys? Did he really not know that his comfortable life was realized precisely because of our efforts? In the end, he wasn't even willing to give this kind of effort to maintain a superficial strategic balance, truly making him ahead of a major power with far-sighted vision. Kalina could be said to grow angrier the more she thought about it. "Your Majesty, don't ruin your health over a fellow like this. You are still the emperor of this empire, and the soldiers throughout the city are all looking forward to you leading them to fight their way out." And the lady-in-waiting who had always accompanied Kalina was constantly comforting her, trying to make her calm down and better handle the various problems that had appeared before her eyes. But things didn't seem to be developing in the direction she hoped for. "You mean me? Right now I'm just an ant with only this little bit of foot soldiers and this little bit of city defense on hand, yet I have to face enemy forces dozens of times my own. Whatever can be done, I've already done it, and as for the rest, we can only leave it to fate. The commoners of the entire city who could stand on the city ramparts have all gone up. Even the women and children who cannot rush to the front line have been assigned logistics tasks. What else can I do?" Clearly, Kalina's entire heart could be said to have turned grey at this moment. Even in her eyes, all the places she could see only existed in black and white. There was completely no colour of hope. "Your Majesty, please do not give up. Maybe a miracle will really happen." The lady-in-waiting swallowed her slather, forcibly maintained a calm and composed expression, and comforted her emperor, who was gazing desolately at the slightly greyish-white sky outside the window. Things like miracles probably won't ever exist, right? At least for me, that's how it is. She was silent for quite a while, before slowly opening her mouth to reply. Indeed, among all the things she had experienced, whether governance or warfare, there were no so-called miracles. All of her so-called successes were piled up by deep lessons time and time again that left her struggling to breathe. At least in her heart, the word miracle only existed in various versions of fairy tales, or in the mouths of those completely unbelievable bards. Relying on this kind of completely worthless, overly exaggerated false information to catch everyone's eyes and thereby gain money. This was Cleaner's view on bards. I'm sorry, this subordinate shouldn't have uttered such vocabulary in your presence. Hearing Cleaner's reply, the court lady-in-waiting also realized her slip of the tongue and hurriedly responded. 705u.com first released by Reading Club. It doesn't matter. From now on, you should also read fewer of those completely unreliable things. But do we even have a future after all? Saying this, she sighed listlessly once again, and the city walls located at the edge of the horizon that she was gazing at were a giant meat grinder brutally devouring the legs of the soldiers from both warring sides. DCH, the resistance is a bit stronger than expected. It looks like they haven't completely given up either. However, even if there is resistance, it's merely futile. After all, this imperial throne, I'm bound to sit on it. As for Duke Bodley, who was commanding from the base camp, at this moment he felt that victory was already within his grasp. Moreover, through personnel he had planted inside the imperial palace long ago, he learned the news that the Cabbage Empire had rejected Cleaner's request for assistance. This made him feel even more that he was only a step away from this imperial throne he had been yearning for day and night. Lord Duke, I believe that in no more than 5 days, our mighty army will be able to flatten this weakly defended city of Phosarans, capture the last emperor alive, and spread the glory of the Bodley family across the entire empire. And Duke Bodley's butler naturally had to take the opportunity to come out and flatter him. Who knows, perhaps afterwards this master could give him some minor official post, letting him also experience a taste of being an official and rake in some retirement money. The abacus in his heart was clacking loudly, and the words in his mouth were also continuously and forcibly decorated with flattering terms, just as if he was worried that Duke Bodley couldn't see how loyal he was and how much he adored his master. It sounds pretty good indeed, but what do the Northerners mean? Have they agreed to our conditions? However, this fellow Bodley didn't take the flattering words spoken by this old servant seriously at all. After all, he didn't know how many times he had heard such words. Without a shred of originality, it couldn't arouse his sense of complacency. Therefore, he forcibly turned the topic to the aspect he wanted to hear. No exact reply has been heard yet. As you know, we haven't exchanged magic stones with each other, and they might not even be using magic stones. There is a time delay in the transmission of information. I believe we will soon receive a reply of their full acceptance. After all, whether this matter could succeed or not, he didn't have the slightest clue in his heart either. Section 220. Rather, this is completely a gamble. Gambling that they do not want to continue expanding the scale of the war. Let's just say it is like this. Let's wait another 2 days. Then within these 2 days, do not capture the imperial capital first. Otherwise, if the Northerners change their minds again by then, things will be even harder to clean up. Duke Bodley naturally had his own considerations. He stroked his short beard, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, although wanting to capture this imperial capital, which is understaffed yet tightly defended, in just 2 days is a pipe dream to begin with. All right, stop dawdling here. There are extraordinary amounts of things to do now. You quickly assign those prepared manpower down. Keep a tight eye on those 2 old fellows, Duke Scylla and Torwin, for me. If they want to mess up my game, I will definitely make them suffer. He instructed viciously. After all, the other 2 among the 3 major dukes are huge threats no matter how you look at it. If you don't keep a close eye on them, who else can you watch? 423. Glaring. Master, I have already dispatched the best scouts to keep an eye on those 2. If they dare to do anything detrimental to you, your faithful servants will immediately chop off their stupid bald heads and present them to your noble self. And this old steward naturally dared not neglect, and also used the sycophantic language exclusive to flatterers to explain to Duke Bodley. And there is actually no need to kill them directly. Letting them implement those extremely stupid plans first, and then obliterating them on the eve of their seemingly successful attempt, is the most pleasing picture. However, leave this matter to you to handle. Variables are always better the fewer there are, no matter what. Although Duke Bodily wanted to try methods that were more stimulating and made him feel more like a victor, in the end he still let the old steward choose the most stable plan. After all, he also understood that blind command was the most troublesome behavior and the most likely to make all his efforts over so many years go down the drain. Both being at the level of a duke, equivalent to nobles close to the apex of the pyramid, the strength of the other two major nobles is weaker than Duke Bodo's family, but their brains definitely would be bad. Although they had no way to contend with the tyrannical military power, financial resources, and influence of the Bodily family with their own strength alone, but the relative strength of the three families is actually a triangle-like structure. In short, it means that although neither of the remaining two alone can single-handedly resist the Bodily family, but what if the two joined forces? That naturally would easily suppress the Bodily family a notch. Therefore, the alliance between the two has also been put on the agenda, because they both know in their hearts if this Bodily sits on the imperial throne, then the first batch of guys to suffer will definitely be the two of them. Even to preserve themselves, the two of them must work together with one heart and cooperate closely. And at this time inside Duke Silla's ducal residence, they are carrying out urgent war preparations. Everywhere are the footsteps of attendants within the mansion, and urgently dispatched officials running round in this mansion. Its battle array is completely no less than a battle concerning life and death. Although they declared to Duke Bodo that these war preparations were to deal with the Northerners who might not accept the peace treaty, and at the same time guard against the Imperial army that might retreat for reinforcements. But what is their actual purpose, and what are they preparing? Duke Silla naturally knows it well in his heart, although I also understand that fellow Podoli will definitely eliminate us immediately after taking power. But why on earth are you so certain that the Northerners will definitely not agree to his peace treaty? In the secret room underground of the ducal residence, Duke Silla, holding a long string of paper written with completely any text unlike the present, asked the strange middle-aged man beside him, who was wearing a magic robe like a star side dotted with countersigning jewels, wearing two large glass pieces on the bridge of his nose, and pinning two feathers on his head with a puzzled face. These are the results deduced through the trajectories of stellar movements, and it is necessary to use these ancient texts that have long disappeared from the sight of the vast majority of people to arrive at the most accurate answer. Rest assured, my master, this time's calculation will surely be like before, bringing you supreme glory. He tilted his head, speaking with absolute certainty to Duke Silla beside him. At the same time, he flipped through the thick book in his hand written with bizarre texts. It seems quite reliable, but it also seemed like something is wrong somewhere. Duke Silla was a bit doubtful, but did not directly question this quack. That is to say, even if this Podoi seizes the Imperial throne later, he won't prioritize cutting us down first, but instead let us resist the Northerners' attack, and finally, after squeezing out all our values, hang us on the gallows again. After a brief silence, Duke Silla stated his deduction. And this we naturally refers to Duke Silla and Duke Torwin. 705u.com, first published by the Reading Club. And this really sounds flawless. Let them charge at the front and exhaust their elite strength. Then find an opportunity to sue for peace, and finally hang these two thorns in the eye on the high platform. Isn't this the result that Podolis guy most wanted to see? No, Lord Silla, if according to normal logic, he might do so. But Duke Bodily has never been a normal fellow. I think you should also be clear. The middle-aged man, whose attire and style were no different from a quack, revealed an eerie smiling face and said to his master in a pleasant mood, "Then what have you seen through these astrolabes? What will he do by then?" Hearing this, Duke Silla first felt a trace of displeasure in his heart. After all, his words were denied, and he was the supreme ruler who could reign supreme in this territory, so naturally he would feel uncomfortable. But his desire for this real situation made him continue along the quack's thread of conversation and ask further. At least he still had considerable trust in this quack, because he had previously gained a lot of benefits through the astrological prophecy given by this quack, whether it was money or influence over the other two major dukes. Therefore, this time he so decisively ordered his subordinate army to carry out martial law and deployment according to the quack's guidance. He already vaguely feels in his heart that this peace treaty is likely to fail. So as long as he receives the definite news of failure, he will immediately launch an all-out attack on the Imperial city at all costs, and then seize the Imperial throne at the fastest speed to issue edicts to the country. And by then the first batch to be secretly executed will be you. Halfway through the quack's words, as if he had realized something, he slowly drew a small knife from his waist. "What are you trying to do?" Seeing this situation, Duke Silla couldn't help frowning, and at the same time used a cold voice to ask this old quack, who had followed him for more than 10 years. "Could it be that this fellow wants to cut off my head first and then give it to that Podoli? This is Duke Silla's biggest worry at the moment." No, Lord Duke. Please don't worry. All of this is harmless to you. On the contrary, it will also be quite beneficial. The quack revealed a smiling face that became more distorted the more one looked at it, and then slowly approached Duke Scylla, closer and closer. The tip of the knife in his hand also reflected the radiance of the magic chandelier, which was so glaring in Duke Scylla's eyes. 424. Result. You, what on earth are you trying to do? The closer Duke Scylla saw him approaching, the more flustered he felt, because this appearance was simply too terrifying. Although he wanted to forcibly command himself to calm down, and use his aura to make this familiar yet extremely unfamiliar servant at the moment stop his steps and put down the knife shining with cold light. But his body, no matter what, began to tremble uncontrollably. Even the sound emitted from his throat carried a bit of hoarseness and a trill. He originally wanted to call for help, but this was a secret room, and he was only a few meters away from him. If he was pushed to desperation and lunged at him, it would definitely mean certain death for himself. Please close your eyes. The upcoming scene might cause psychological harm to you. With that, the old quack, who had approached to within just 4 steps of Duke Scylla, smiled slightly and then quickly raised the knife in his hand and without hesitation threw it towards Duke Scylla's direction. This scared him to instantly shrink his neck and subconsciously close his eyes. At the same time, he also severely cursed the quack's genealogy in his heart, feeling that this fellow was ungrateful. But the intense pain imagined did not appear, although he uncontrollably let out a miserable scream that seemed to be merely the stress response. However, there was also a scream that belonged neither to the quack nor to himself filling the room. This is just one knife. Oh, is it enough? If not enough, I have plenty and can fill you up here. The mocking laughter of the quack reappeared at this moment in the secret room, which was not very spacious. This sound also drove Duke Scylla to slowly open his eyes. He looked along the old quack's line of sight, but he discovered that behind him there was currently a fellow clutching a wound on his pitch-black body, constantly making ugly sobbing sounds. I never remember allowing this fellow to come in. Duke Scylla looked at this unfamiliar face that was completely outside of his memory, and couldn't help burning with anger. It's just that a little common paralytic potion was wiped on the knife wound, and it turned out like this. It's really weak to the extreme. And the quack slowly stepped forward, pinning a pitch-black fellow down with his foot. But it can only be said that fortunately, a paralytic potion was used, otherwise this place would probably really be gone. Saying this, he carefully bent down and snatched a light purple, jewel-like thing from the hand of the convulsing fellow on the ground. What's going on with this fellow? Cram, quickly explain to me! And Duke Scylla naturally wouldn't watch this surreal scene suddenly appearing before him, hurriedly shouting at the top of his lungs and asking the old quack, "My lord, it is obvious that this is a scoundrel who doesn't know what's good for him and tried to spy on your important intelligence here. And if nothing unexpected happens, it should still be those shadow persons spurned by the gods. They can lurk in the darkness and launch attacks at any time, but the shortcoming is also very great, which is that a magic power reaction is often uncontrollable, and it is very easy to be discovered in certain specific occasions." The quack called Cram revealed disdain everywhere in his words towards the black lump under his feet, and he naturally is also that kind of scum who was discovered because he could not excellently control his magic power fluctuations. Moreover, judging from the magic crystal in his hand that controls the explosion of the magic crystal inside his body, he should also be Duke Bodil's subordinate. Saying this, Cram aimed the crystal-clear magic crystal with a hint of eerie purple in his hand at the magic chandelier hanging on the ceiling and began to appreciate it carefully. His turbid eyeballs finally carried a bit of vitality and pleasure under the scattering of this wonderful magic radiance. As expected, that fellow's subordinates are at most this level. Such trash, facing my most excellent subordinates, is really overestimating one's capabilities. Of course, he couldn't speak out the words of cursing Cram's genealogy from just now in his heart. Instead, he chose to praise him to ease the recent awkwardness. At the same time, he also immediately walked to the bell calling with attendants, wanting to immediately drag this fellow out for severe torture and then interrogate some potentially useful intelligence. Several minutes later, peace returned here. That ignorant fellow, seemingly because his tongue was also paralyzed, could not spit out a decent character. Therefore, he could only be temporarily detained. As for this quack, he naturally received extremely generous rewards. I really didn't expect that fellow to make a move against me so quickly. I originally thought it would be a bit slower. Duke Scylla sat on this soft sofa, feeling anger welling up inside him. Duke Bodoli has always liked to make a move a step ahead. Moreover, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Isn't that right? And Cram also stood beside Duke Scylla, with a trace of an unclear smile at the corner of his mouth, and responded softly. That is true. Moreover, with his temper, it is very likely that he has also placed such a pitch-black gadget beside other nobles. Duke Scylla looked like he was very familiar with the personality of this old adversary. Then what do you plan to do next? Do you want to arrest them all, or cast a long line? That's definitely to continue seeing what Podder's fellow intends to do. What I just called was only the guard in charge of the dungeon. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be Podder's informants mixed inside. If there really were, my head would probably be gone long ago. So I just want to rely on this court small fish to probe that fellow's bottom line. What do you think? Although Duke Scylla very much wanted Cram to continue using his magical astrology to help him see the future for more than a decade of getting along, he still discovered that the limitations of this ability were simply too great. Sometimes, you still have to rely on your own hands to get the best results. This subordinate thinks it is feasible. I believe as long as this covert line can be further deeply excavated, a method to completely defeat Duke Botherley will definitely be found. A cunning smile appeared at the corner of Cram's mouth. It seemed he was not surprised by this fellow's discovery. Section 221. Duke Scylla's words carried a hint of worry. Meanwhile, Cram felt that everything was heading toward that result, exactly along the trajectory calculated by that lord. 425. Discussion. Why aren't you moving your fork yet? Do you find the food too palatable, or do you want to fulfill the promise you made this morning? I'll just eat this dress up. In the evening, Hedgel still didn't forget to tease Karenina. Anyway, given her current personality, she was probably completely immune to this level of teasing. If you really want me to eat the dress, I will need to stuff that dress into your mouth. Karenina mercilessly rolled her eyes at Hedgel and retorted. She didn't take Hedgel's words seriously at all. Then I really couldn't ask for anything better. Hearing this reply, Hedgel instead showed a perverted smile carrying the meaning of "I expected." This gave Karenina a start, making her shiver all over. She wondered what on earth was wrong with this fellow. Or could it be that it also had something to do with that person? Thinking of this, she felt increasingly unsettled. That fellow, what on earth had he done with her? Originally, his skin wasn't this thick. Why did it now feel like he had trained his face into an indestructible Vajra face, and the emotion called shyness didn't exist for him at all anymore? This truly was a puzzle. I don't know if it's my illusion. Your skin is really too thick now. Clearly, yesterday you were still a fellow whose face turned red the moment a topic like this was brought up. Hearing Hedgel's reply, Karenina's mouth twitched fiercely. She even wanted to poke Hedgel's face with a fork in her hand to confirm her conjecture. Thick-skinned? Maybe. Actually, in a sense, it really is thanks to her. Speaking of this, Hedgel also turned his head away with a hint of helplessness. After all, the time spent with her before was simply too thrilling. Physical contact never stopped, and upon returning to this conservative version of Karenina, he actually felt a bit unaccustomed to it. As expected, it has something to do with her. Hearing these words, Karenina felt as if the problem troubling her had been solved, and she even breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, if she knew the specific process of it, she would probably have to find a crack in the ground to crawl into right now and never come out to face Hedgel again. You should be clearer than me about what kind of personality she has. Can you understand it a little bit? I know. That fellow is truly extremely malicious. Karenina slumped over the table, saying listlessly. She looked just like an old woman whose body had just been hollowed out. And I don't know what on earth she did to that little fellow Hayaki, causing her to be terrified of me all day today. As long as I wanted to get close, she would nervously rub her neck with her hands, and beads of sweat the size of beans would uncontrollably drop down. Her expression was also ridiculously stiff, as if she were terrified that I would swallow her up in the next second. Karenina let out bursts of wails, seemingly launching accusations against that fellow. Suddenly I feel a bit sorry for that artificial creature. Hedgel seemed unusually understanding of Hayaki's behavior, because he had indeed felt that aura, that terrifying murderous aura, and he also associated it with some small reminders Hayaki had given him back then. Right, do you currently have any clues as to what race you belong to? Hedgel seemed to have thought of something important and hurriedly asked her. I don't really feel anything. Aren't I just like a normal person? I eat when I should, drink when I should, and sleep when I should, and I look no different from a human, Karenina said with a hint of doubt. After all, she truly hadn't found any abnormalities. If I really have to say, I did discover a little something. Hedgel swallowed his saliva and said softly, Then hurry up and tell me. Don't dawdle here blindly. Hearing this, Karenina immediately perked up. After all, this was a matter directly related to her. How could she not care? Blood. You suck blood. Hedgel fell silent for several seconds, and finally decided to tell the truth. After all, this was indeed too bizarre. Sucking blood, and judging by the look of it, you probably even thought the blood was quite delicious and tasty. No matter how one thought about it, this wasn't right. Sucking blood? Did your eyes go blind? Did your sanity have a problem? And did you imagine this completely unreliable thing? Hearing this, Karenina's brows furrowed tightly, thinking that this matter was completely impossible. No, this is true. Last time, oh no, when she pinned me on the bed, she sucked blood, and when she dragged me out shopping yesterday, she sucked it too. Hedgel presented the examples of sucking blood twice, and when sucking blood according to what she said, she only sucked a tiny bit, but I only felt as if all the heat in my whole body had been sucked away, and my whole body was chilly, taking quite a while to recover. And my consciousness also seemed to have drifted away completely, making it impossible to put up any resistance at all. He even described a part of the whole process, increasing the credibility of the event. Everything you said is true. Karenina's face was filled with solemnity and doubt. Tilting her head, a big azure eye stared straight at Hedgel, as if questioning whether he was joking. Of course it's all true. Why would I have nothing better to do than to lie to you with such a clumsy thing? Hedgel retorted without hesitation. Although he usually enjoyed the feeling of even though you think what I said has a problem, you just can't catch my handle. But this feeling of clearly telling the truth yet being doubted was indeed unpleasant. Karenina wanted to see something from Hedgel's eyes. She kept gazing into his deep black pupils without looking away. And Hedgel naturally expressed that an upright person does not fear a crooked shadow, staring powerfully back, although for him, it was indeed rare to have such high consistency both in words and in fact. This silent air was only reluctantly broken after dozens of seconds. As for the reason, it was simply because Karenina's eyes were dry and sore, and she had to blink. Looks like this actually seems to be true. Karenina rubbed her eyes and said with a twitching mouth. Obviously, from her personal perspective, she was still very unwilling to believe this matter. After all, no matter which angle one looked at it from, it was too outrageous. No need to seem like. It's indeed like this. And every time after sucking blood, the opening on the skin inexplicably closed up directly, without leaving even a tiny trace. Hedgel was also endlessly troubled by this. 426. Quantity, it even closes automatically? What kind of operation is this? Could it be that I can even help you break through the limit of cell regeneration speed? Karenina increasingly felt that the events mentioned by Hedgel exceeded the scope she could explain with biological knowledge. No matter how one looked at it, being able to instantly suture wounds was the most bizarre thing. I'm not clear on this. Anyway, reality is just like this. Saying this, Hedgel also gently touched the part on his neck that was bitten in his memory. I don't know if it was because of memory or some other reason, but touching it like this made it feel a bit itchy. I see there are no wounds here either. You really were talking nonsense, weren't you? Yeah, it's just like this. What is this? Don't scare me, okay? She stood up and carefully observed the skin pointed out by Hedgel's finger, but seemed to find nothing. So she turned her head away and said, feigning ease. Karenina seemed to be planning to use this means to escape reality. Hey, no matter how much you escape, it would be useful. Hedgel responded helplessly, with a smile of embarrassment at the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself why this fellow just couldn't accept reality. In whichever aspect. Fine. I'll try my best to believe it. Although Karenina said this with her mouth, she actually had no intention of believing it at all. Whether you believe it or not, this has happened. It is right there, and you cannot escape it. Hedgel tidied up his clothes again and persuaded with a hint of helplessness. No matter how I think about it, for me to directly break your skin, blood vessels, and then draw blood out, this picture is too bizarre. No matter what, I cannot imagine myself being a fellow who would directly grab a living person and start sucking blood. Karenina seemed to have no, rather quite strong resistance towards the point of grabbing a living person to suck blood. So, what race do you think you might be? A leech? A mosquito? Or a bat? Hedgel naturally wouldn't let go of this chance to drive Karenina crazy. He even held back his smile and asked such a question. Do you think that by relying on this opportunity, it can apply verbal pressure or ridicule to me? It's simply too disgusting. Upon hearing this, Karenina rolled her eyes at Hedgel without hesitation, and then said in an extremely contemptuous tone, how could that be? Besides, this is a serious question of mine. After all, there are only these few blood-sucking animals that I know of. Hedgel, however, didn't think of taking the blame at all, but instead clapped his hands together and began playing dumb. Even if Karenina hated him so much that her teeth itched, she still had no way around it. I don't know either. But isn't it just too strange for you to mention things like leeches and mosquitoes? Karenina still couldn't help wanting to complain about the words Hedgel uttered. But this isn't entirely impossible, is it? Hedgel blinked and forcibly explained. Although Karenina knew she had taken a hit, she had no alternative. Who asked her mouth to be so clumsy? I'd rather say it's a bat than say it's a mosquito or a leech. At least that's still a mammal. As for the other two, forget it. It's disgusting just to talk about. In the end, Karenina could only sigh, staring at Hedgel with a look of kill you, and said softly, As for Hedgel himself, he completely ignored this kind of threat from Karenina, because compared to the red-eyed version, this was indeed completely lacking in flavor. So, after talking for so long, you still don't know what race you actually are. Hedgel supported his forehead and sighed helplessly. Who knows this? And no matter how I look at it, I feel very normal, no different from ordinary people. Maybe that was just that fellow's special hobby. What's more, how can sucking just a little bit of blood at a time sustain a whole day's heat supply? From an energy perspective, it's completely wrong, all right. Regarding this, Karenina still believed that this had nothing to do with her own body, but was just that fellow's special hobby. Section 222. Hedgel massaged his forehead, feeling as though he had plunged into a quagmire yet again. All right, there's no use agonizing over this kind of stuff. Who knows, maybe that fellow will honestly spill all the details when the time comes. Karenina attempted to smooth things over immediately, trying to extricate herself from this terrible topic. After all, she certainly didn't want to continue this bizarre conversation. At least in her own self-perception, she was human, not any other species. Then I'll listen to you. Sensing that Karenina did not want to continue down this path, Hedgel nodded and sat back down in his seat. At the same time, he poured himself a cup of tea, seemingly wanting to completely wash away the lingering doubt stuck in his throat. So, all joking aside, how is the situation these past 2 days? Karenina took a sip of tea, cleared her throat, steadied her nerves, and asked in a low voice. It's within the projected route. At least for now, there haven't been any problems. Hedgel answered truthfully. 705u.com first release of the Reading Club. Although those noble lords have already broken ties with their dear emperor, judging from the current situation, the noble army hasn't launched a decisive offensive yet. As for the specifics, they're probably still waiting for the Northerners' reply. Right. Anyway, I don't think the Northerners will agree to peace talks. After all, as long as they can maintain their offensive momentum, the Kavilla Empire will collapse sooner or later. That's without a doubt. And peace talks right now, wouldn't that be equivalent to giving the Kavilla Empire time to catch its breath? Karenina stirred the tea in her cup with a teaspoon, narrowing her eyes slightly as she replied softly. That's for sure. By then, if nothing unexpected happens, the Northerners' monster offensive should become even more fierce. At that time, the nobles' territories will inevitably fall into a defensive posture. Coupled with the fact that these nobles are purely short-sighted and selfish creatures, they'll probably be carved up and then defeated one by one. Hedgel spoke softly, based on the intelligence sent back by a large number of spies planted deep within the Kavilla Empire. So, just how many intelligence personnel have you planted across the various departments and alongside the nobles of the Kavilla Empire? The corners of Karenina's mouth twitched slightly, and she grasped her teacup with a somewhat irregular tremor, asking them naturally. Basically, every department has them. There are quite a few around the nobles too. Moreover, one could say the vast majority of nobles have spies by their side. Hedgel answered nonchalantly. 427. Snowy Night. It's confirmed. The ultimate spy master. Hearing this, Karenina understood most of Hedgel's current relaxed and effortless attitude. After all, the richer the information obtained, the faster the relevant information is received, the more ample the time to formulate the optimal strategy. Of course, this is also built on the premise of having strength. After all information is acquired, strategies are formulated, but the ultimate implementation still relies on hard strength. This is just like confirming the scope of an exam, along with the direction and types of questions. But whether you can finally solve the correct answer still depends on whether your own abilities are sufficient. This is merely rational utilization and knowledge. You must know that one of the major chunks of defense expenditure is precisely the expenses for these intelligence activities. After all, bribing high-ranking officials and creating various opportunities to win the trust of noble lords takes quite a bit of money. At this thought, an expression of heartache appeared on Hedgel's face. It looks like this money was well spent. However, having managed to build this up to such an extent in just a few years, I don't even know whether I should call you a chosen child of destiny or not. Combining Hedgel's recent statement and considering Hedgel's current age, a sense of unreality welled up spontaneously in Karenina. It's not just a few years. To be accurate, it started more than a decade ago. Speaking of this issue, Hedgel perked up again. Wait, you should have just been a kid back then, right? Even if you had the ideas, you shouldn't have had a source of funding, right? Hearing this, Karenina couldn't help but frown. As for that back then, it relied on some small tricks and some unspeakable methods. Hedgel started playing suspenseful again. Oh ho, Tilda. Then quickly confess honestly and tell me the contents word for word, Tilda. Karenina felt she could dig out quite a bit of this guy's dark history from this. I won't talk about this. I'll leave it to your imagination. But Hedgel had completely no intention of answering her. Instead, with the smile of a successful conspiracy on the corners of his mouth, he stood up and made a move to leave. Wait, you bastard! You're leaving halfway through your words. Did you consider my thoughts at all? Seeing this, Karenin immediately issued a dissatisfied protest. It's precisely because I considered your thoughts that I ran away after only telling half the story, Tilda. Hedgel continued to carry forward the word shameless. Karenina reached out her hand, seemingly wanting to grab a corner of Hedgel's clothes to prevent him from escaping. But just as her hand reached halfway, she suddenly felt it was improper. Could this guy be planning exactly this? Karenina's mind suddenly became sharp. She even rarely saw right through Hedgel's little tricks directly. Thus, she hurriedly pulled her hand back and suppressed that surge of curiosity about to burst out. As for Hedgel himself, he let out a barely audible click of his tongue. Well, let's call it a day for now. In the end, he could only sigh, and then honestly walked out the door with steady steps. Karenina nibbled bit by bit on the cake serving as dessert, trying to suppress that curiosity with the familiar, sweet and delicious cream. Bannett, why do I want to hear about these things so badly? If it were just a pure desire to explore dark history, it wouldn't reach this level, right? Biting on her fork without any ladylike image, she let out such a helpless sigh. Peace overtures from the Kavila Empire's nobles. Does a matter like this require me to make a decision? Deep into a frigid winter night, the territory of the northern country was already blanketed in silver at this moment. Goose-feather-thick snow, like a heavy, snow-white quilt, covered the earth after the scorching autumn sun and the slight chill of early winter, giving it a unique charm found only in winter. And 3 or 5 fallen leaves covering this pristine white snow were the few remaining decorations on this white wasteland of withered trees and snow. As for the neat rows of black buildings abruptly appearing in this wasteland, they broke the subtle harmony, appearing so abrupt, and the wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys atop these black buildings silently added a touch of human presence. Inside the tall building, at the very center of this complex, a young girl holding a pipe let out a light chuckle. It was unclear whether this was out of mockery or simply because the question was far too naive. The sense of disdain carried in her words could be said to be exposed without the slightest concealment. However, after 2 meetings, a frontline commander still decided to report this matter to you for your ruling, Your Excellency the Governor. The soldier wearing a greyish-black military uniform lowered his head, recounting the reasons behind it. Tisk, even this level of decision-making has to be handed over to me to handle. I wonder if their brains are really malfunctioning, or do they want to become a member of the Anunnaki Legion? After all, those things truly don't need brains. When it came to denigrating others, this young girl known as the Governor could be said to show no mercy. Probably they didn't want to take responsibility. After all, no matter what, this is a multinational coalition force, and discrepancies inherently exist in command. And if problems arise again in strategic decision-making, they would probably really have to become Anunnaki. The officer still kept his head down, his blue-green slit pupils blinking incessantly, seeming quite nervous. Whatever. Pass down the order. Execute all envoys coming from the Kavila Empire, and do not allow any living to be kept. She was quite decisive, issuing the order directly. After all, she wouldn't care whether this would need to see increased consumption or casualties. She only sought to gain maximum benefits and prestige. But this, don't bargain with me here. Since you wanted me to issue the personal command, you now still want to use your short-sighted eyes to refute my instructions. What on earth do you want? Although the young girl's voice still sounded very sweet and clear, this immensely oppressive coercive aura made it difficult for her subordinate to breathe. Your subordinate understands. I will go convey your orders right away. Having said that, he immediately raised his head, determination in his eyes, and sprinted toward the central hub of the magical communication network. As for the young girl, she stared at him silently, her crimson eyes filled with utter contempt. A bunch of lower-tier species can't even handle this kind of matter well. How can we restore the glory of the civilization in the future? When can we shed the radiance of our beloved sage across this continent? However, it seemed there was more of a feeling of frustration at their failure to live up to expectations. 428. Changing faces? Are we really going to feed that old man to the Anunnaki? Judging by the way they talked, it really seemed quite sincere. The conditions are indeed acceptable, such as being willing to cede a portion of land and pay us a large amount of jewelry annually. Isn't this already enough? Why did Lord Governor? Inside the operational command room of the Southern Front Army of the Northern Army, a young man in a grey military uniform rambled onto his colleague about the order the governor had just issued. Anunnaki was the name of the large batch of lizardmen that had currently been deployed onto the battlefield. Although they might have originally possessed considerable intelligence, but because the Alliance currently still had hard technical deficiencies in digesting and absorbing ancient technology, they still hadn't successfully restored this part of the Anunnaki's intelligence. Therefore, they could only use the master techniques of volume increase and berserk transformation, treating them as relatively cheap, lowest-tier foot soldiers. Enough of your chatter. All we need to do is obey Lord Governor's orders. I think you're clear on what a soldier should do. As long as Lord Governor's decisions aren't too substantively flawed, all we need to do is obey. But the middle-aged man interrupted what the young man was saying and lectured him from an elder's perspective. Isn't this obviously unreasonable? Clearly, this way we could concentrate our forces and defeat them one by one. He couldn't help but reveal a look of confusion at this. Don't tell me you forgot how we filled the food gap for the Anunnaki some time ago. The middle-aged man sighed softly in his heart and then replied helplessly, Indeed, that's the case. I understand. Fortunately, I didn't mention this to Lord Commander, otherwise I probably would have had to. You probably would have just been told you were immature a couple of times. But if it were me, I'd probably be chewed out thoroughly. Before the young man, who had understood the situation and breathed a sigh of relief, could finish speaking, the middle-aged man sourly interrupted his words. Oh well, sorry. He also squeezed out an awkward smile and said helplessly, Cough, there's no help for it. Who asked the commander to be your eldest uncle? This middle-aged officer put away that sourness and awkwardly smoothed things over. Afterward, the two of them only let out a series of awkward laughs. It's already the middle of the night, and you two still aren't hurrying to finish organizing the documents. Don't want to sleep tonight. Still standing here getting foolish, but the deep male voice suddenly coming from the doorway caused them to freeze slightly, and then they quickly stood at attention. Cold sweat uncontrollably broke out behind their backs. Alvis, Arnold, you two, are you planning to be busy here until tomorrow morning? The man slowly walked in from the doorway, the sound of his boots stepping on the floor transmitting to the ears of both of them without missing a beat. No, we don't plan on that. We were just wanting to exchange experiences on handling documents and learn from our seniors. Isn't this how it should be? Knowing full well that things were developing in an unpredictable direction, Alvis was covered in cold sweat and wore a stiff smile. It looked like he was truly scared. Oh, is that so? Arnold, why yes. We were just communicating with each other on how to handle documents more effectively. Naturally, since they were now grasshoppers on the same boat, the middle-aged officer called Arnold definitely had to cooperate with his colleague's performance. Section 223. Even if you're acting, you have to take it seriously for my sake. If others can spot the flaw at a glance, can this even be considered acting? Seeing that the two of them had no intention of making a full confession, he didn't want to continue wasting time on such meaningless matters. Then he had no choice but to show his hand. Yes, I'm very sorry. Since things had already been exposed, the two of them honestly lowered their heads and admitted their mistake. All right. It's not like I didn't hear what you two were talking about earlier. And if you, Alvis, you brat, really told me your thoughts like that, I wouldn't just say a few words to you like your seniors said. Of course, it is entirely correct that he said he was chewed out royally. The man, wearing a heavy military overcoat and pacing on the wooden floor, said truthfully, I would make you strip off your clothes, run a few laps out there in the snow to wake up, and think about whether your eyes were blinded by your own limited knowledge and experience. It's precisely because you are the direct descendant of our Clark family that I would do this. Understand? The man yelled harshly at Alvis. I'm very sorry. And Alvis lowered his head in shame. You don't need to apologize to me anymore. The governor's order, I have just executed it perfectly. The envoy of the Kefila Empire has already been thrown into a cage with hungry Anunnaki and was torn to pieces on the spot. Speaking up to this point, his tone slowed down slightly. You guys never mind, you should head back first. With such a huge stack of things, surely you wouldn't finish processing them even in one night. You might as well rest well and handle the documents more efficiently tomorrow. Finally, he glanced at the materials placed on the two people's desk, seeming a bit soft-hearted and wanting to let the two of them return to their dorms to rest early. Commander, what about you? Alvis asked with a hint of puzzlement. I'm fine over here. It will be enough after I report the course of events to the governor. You guys hurry back. With that, he sat down on the chair, picked up his pen, and began writing the report. And Alvis and Arnold fell silent for a moment, then exchanged glances, and finally could only obediently follow orders, walking toward the outside of the door. My uncle is still the same as before. Although he is very strict, occasionally he still has a gentle side. In the corridor, Alvis couldn't help muttering to himself. Winston Clark is currently the commander of the Southern Theater of the Northern Allied Forces. He is one of the important military commanders of the Northern Alliance. Currently, it is he who is launching attacks time and again against the territory of the Kefila Empire. In the impression of outsiders, he is often extremely majestic and never shows mercy. He is a thorough hawk. It looks like the governor's approach suits his taste quite well. All right, stop letting your mind wander. Lord Winston is quite good at distinguishing between public and private matters. Arnold patted Alvis's shoulder and said awkwardly, Didn't you just talk about differential treatment? Why did your expression change so fast now? 426. Menopause. Just a joke, don't take it too seriously either. However, judging from your case, being in such a prestigious and powerful clan doesn't seem to be entirely a good thing. When I was young, I used to think how wonderful it would be if I could also become that kind of powerful, influential, and wealthy your master. As he spoke, Arnold started recalling the past again. All right. Stop waxing lyrical blindly here. Compared to this, we should first consider what to do with tomorrow's mountain of documents. Saying this, Alvis let out another wail that resounded through the corridor. That's true. If we really fail to organize those things with guaranteed quality and quantity tomorrow, we're probably going to have a layer of skin stripped off by the commander and be thrown into the snow. Thinking of this, Arnold shuddered. Although no choice for some reason, the governor insists on collecting so much frontline data and organizing all of it before reporting it back. Alvis wore a deadpan expression, full of unhappiness and unwillingness, but even so, he must complete the task fully without any slack. I was wondering before, is this governor just like the old hag at my home, always anxious and nagging when reaching middle age? Arnold started his court death speech as usual. Reaching middle age? This, no matter how you look at it, the governor is at most 17 or 18 years old, right? Is something wrong with your head? Hearing this, Alvis stared at Arnold as if looking at a fool. After all, this statement was indeed far too bewildering. Because he had previously seen a speech by the governor once, acute and beautiful yet heavy with murderous intent and coercive aura, could be said to have been completely imprinted in his heart. The extent of your well-informedness is truly like a mystery. To say you're ill-informed, maybe you even know what kind of underwear your uncle is wearing today, to say you're well-informed. Yet you haven't even heard of the mystery of the governor's age. You're truly one of a kind. Arnold said, with a complicated expression, a string of words that made Alvis exceptionally embarrassed. What kind of operation is knowing the color of my uncle's underwear? Also, why would I want to know these things about him? Alvis, who had reacted, hurriedly shouted out loud, but his mouth was swiftly covered by Arnold. At the same time, he hurriedly signaled with his eyes toward the direction of the combat command headquarters. Alvis, understanding the implication, could only sigh silently and then push Arnold's hand away. Since that's the case, I might as well tell you about this matter. Seeing that Alvis had also stopped the behavior that might bring fatal disaster, Arnold breathed a sigh of relief and then said softly, I'm all ears. This matter, to speak of it, it's not too obscure either. It's just that when I first joined the army, I also had the privilege of listening to the governor's passionate speech and felt the awe-inspiring aura imprinting that face, as young as myself at the time, deep into my memory. But more than 20 years have passed, and I have slowly climbed to this position in the Allied forces. The last time I saw the governor was half a year ago. Her appearance is still the same as more than 20 years ago. There isn't the slightest change. He walked slowly in this corridor, rummaging through every corner of his mind, searching for all fragments that could substantiate this claim. Moreover, I've heard quite a few similar rumors in the army before. They all say that the governor seems to have never had any changes in appearance and seems to have always been this young, always looking like this. But isn't this too contrary to common sense? Whichever country in the alliance it is, none of them has achieved such technology that can significantly extend lifespan. Hearing these remarks for the first time, Alvis also wore an expression of complete disbelief. Because in his cognition, at least for now, this was completely impossible. Who knows? This can already be said to be seen with one's own eyes. Arnold shrugged, then quickened his pace and walked down the stairs. But could this simply be a deviation in memory? Alvis hurriedly chased after him, with a forced smile at the corners of his mouth, and asked softly, if it were only me, maybe it really could be that my memory went wrong. But what if most people have this idea? Could the memories of most people have such a huge deviation? Arnold's words no longer carried that sense of ease. Incomprehensible. Perhaps it's also related to those ancient technologies. After all, regarding the problem of historical truncation, there are really too many things that can be hidden. I estimate that the ones who know about this problem concerning the governor are probably just the heads of state of various countries. After saying this, he no longer spoke, but silently walked towards the direction of the dormitories. And Alvis also fell into deep thought. Can current technology really achieve eternal youth? Or is it like all those other incomplete technologies, requiring a certain price to be paid? However, the direction of his thinking leaned more towards technological research. Outside the windows of this black building was still the fluttering heavy snow. Like goose feathers, it fluttered down, blanketing the entire earth. No one knows what is truly hidden beneath this heavy snow in this land. The only one that might have a slight understanding of it is probably that generous, somewhat desolate silver moonlight spilling over the snow. Still no response. Calculated by time, the guy has already arrived at the Northerners' headquarters for more than 2 days, yet there is still completely no response. There is only 1 day left of the deadline given previously by the Duke, and inside the military tent of the noble army of the Cavilla Empire, the old butler who had always served by the side of Duke Bodoli looked at the map and grumbled with curses. After all, this has far exceeded the maximum time limit for reporting back information. If by tomorrow evening the dispatched envoy still cannot return, and the Northern Army's offensive still fails to stop, then it's estimated that they have no intention of accepting the peace treaty at all. This is also the ending that Duke Bodoli least wants to see. After all, he really doesn't want to expend so much financial and human resources to fight this war that has to be fought yet yields no profits. May the master not vent his anger on me because of this. I still want to live a few more years of good life. Thinking of the punishment he might suffer if the peace talks failed, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Lord Penolly, the Duke asks you to go over, saying there is an important matter that needs you to accomplish. But at this moment, a messenger suddenly ran panting into the camp tent, and even uttered an order that made the old butler's heart tighten. 430. Probing? The Duke has an urgent matter that needs me to do. Hearing this, the first thing generated in the old butler's heart was not joy, but sheer vigilance. Because every time he heard such words, it was definitely some dirty and exhausting work, and maybe there would even be life-threatening danger. This is a conclusion drawn from the personal practices of multiple unlucky fellows in the past. Yes, the Duke personally said you need to immediately proceed to his tent. He said there is an important matter that needs to be discussed together with you. And although the messenger noticed the slightly subtle expression on the old butler's face, he still faithfully executed his task, conveying Duke Bodoli's words to this butler. I understand. I'll go right away. You can withdraw first. The old butler fell silent for a few seconds, then wiped the sweat beads oozing from his forehead at some unknown time, and said softly. Then with a fluttering heart, he walked towards the tent where Duke Bodoli was located. All the way, he kept pondering what on earth Duke Bodoli wanted him to do. He remembered that the few guys who heard these words before were still paralyzed and lying at home now. For example, the guy who was sent to sneak into the Imperial Palace to steal data. Although he barely escaped back, this entire person could basically be said to be ruined. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the Imperial Palace's defense methods couldn't possibly be the pushover. And because of those completely unverified remarks about the elixir of eternal youth, someone was asked to go to high mountains whose peaks were completely invisible to find herbs. Most of the results were simply disappearance. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be falling off a cliff, or dying of severe cold on top of that high mountain. There were still very many weird and terrible things of this sort, and every single time the beginning was this: there is an urgent matter that needs instructions. This inevitably made the old butler feel apprehensive. Unconsciously, he had walked in front of the Duke's military tent. He steadied his mind, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled it as if trying to clear his head a bit. Afterwards, he stepped into the tent. You mean you want me to go down and persuade them to surrender? The old butler's mouth twitched slightly, but he still reluctantly maintained a respectful posture and softly asked Duke Bodoli. This was the conclusion he drew after slightly analyzing what Duke Bodoli had just said. That's right. That's exactly what I mean. But it's not like I want you to enter that Imperial city and face that little girl cleaner face to face. Just use a magic item that can amplify voices very loudly outside the city at night and shout toward the inside of the city. Anyway, the purpose was originally to shake the morale of the defending troops. Duke Bodoli's face carried an inexplicable confidence, and he said flush-faced to this old servant, seeming very satisfied with his own decision. I believe that if it's you, the effect will definitely be surprisingly good. Duke Bodoli, your subordinate, perhaps really doesn't have this ability. Section 224. As always, the old housekeeper still wanted to refuse. After all, this seemed like an unavoidable curse of the Duke. Whenever he made a request like this, something would inevitably go wrong. Are you saying there's something wrong with my judgment? Could it be that the confidant I've kept by my side all this time is actually a useless fool who can't even handle a trivial matter like this? Upon hearing such excuses, Duke Bodoli instantly grew displeased. After all, with his stubborn nature, once he had made up his mind, he certainly wouldn't change it easily. No, well, and it's just that I believe Lord Rubian, as the strategist, would be far more capable when it comes to persuading surrender. Although I have been by your side all this time, attending to various chores and expenses for you, I truly have no confidence in this area. Sensing Duke Bodoli's displeasure, the old housekeeper quickly pleaded with a mournful face. He can't do it right now because he has far more important work to do. And right now, you're the only person around me I can deploy. If you disappoint me too, then I'll really have to reflect on what kind of useless creature I've been feeding all these years. Duke bodily turned his head, glancing sideways at the old housekeeper. The coldness in his voice made the old housekeeper's body tremble. After all, normally speaking, no one would so bluntly state, "You're just a dog I've raised for decades," words that could easily provoke rebellion. But Duke Bodily had no such reservations at all. "I understand." Understanding full well what was implied, the old housekeeper had no choice but to force a smile and agree. After all, he knew that if he didn't agree, he would definitely be finished. If he agreed, there might still be a slim chance of survival. Besides, those subtle, metaphysical cases of jinxes earlier probably, might not happen to him. At least taking a gamble barely offered a small chance of living. That's more like it. All right, go hurry and prepare. Tonight will depend on your performance. Hearing the old housekeeper agree, Duke Bodily wore a satisfied smile. He then immediately dismissed him to prepare the psychological warfare script for persuading surrender. All of this seemed very normal, but the moment the old housekeeper stepped out of the tent, the smile on Duke Bodily's face vanished instantly without a trace, replaced instead by anger and extreme displeasure. Rubian was right. This guy definitely has an issue. After all, he's hesitant, timid, and afraid to accept even a trivial matter like this. It seems listening to Rubian was indeed the right choice. Watching the direction the old housekeeper left in, his feelings were a complicated mix of emotions. After all, no matter how one put it, the old housekeeper had followed him for over 20 years. And if even someone who had always followed him could betray him, then he really had very few people left to trust. At least that kid Rubian is still on my side. When the time comes, I'll have to rely on him to help eliminate all these hidden dangers. Only then can I sit securely on the throne and fulfill my father's last wish. Thinking up to this point, Podderly felt a bit more relieved, because he realized that at least there was still one person worth trusting at this stage. Next, we'll see what that guy can actually accomplish. He followed me for over 20 years, yet he makes excuses over such a small matter. I really don't know what he's thinking. Finally, Duke Bodily let out another heavy sigh. One couldn't tell if he was lamenting or simply displeased. 431. Coerced. At least he shouldn't do this. Was your brain really kicked by a donkey? Or do you actually want me to die? Inside a manor on the outskirts of Iowa City in the Kebo Empire, a red-haired middle-aged man was currently locked alone inside a small room, speaking anxiously into a communication magic zone in his hand. Cold sweat drenched his forehead, and his voice was filled with intense fear. There's no other choice. Lord Rubian instructed you to do this. Right now, the Duke is laying siege to Fossun City, and there's been no word on the peace talks originally planned with the Northerners. So shouldn't we prepare a backup plan? The man on the other end of the magic stone let out a helpless voice. His meaning was quite clear: cut the talk, get to work, and do whatever you're told. 705u.com first released by the Reading Club, but asking me to steal the technical data for the new weapons. How could that possibly be done? You know full well how shrewd and terrifying Hedgel is. If I'm caught doing something like this, even having 10 heads wouldn't be enough to cut off. Just thinking of the series of asset seizures he had witnessed before, a chill ran down the man's spine. At best, one would be exiled to the border army. At worst, the whole family would perish. Stealing the technical data and production methods for new weapons was no different from leaking state secrets, which would definitely be met with the harshest punishment. He didn't dare take such a risk. Come on, I think with your abilities, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, you use to manage military supplies. Using a few favors, you should easily be able to obtain some samples and production details. What's more, aren't you quite wealthy right now? When the male voice on the other end of the magic zone said the last sentence, his tone suddenly dropped, laced with a clear hint of threat. THS, but I can't guarantee getting data on all stages of production. If it's just providing samples, I can try it a bit harder. Hearing this, having spent years navigating officialdom, he naturally understood what the person meant. After all, the money in his hands was indeed far from clean. Furthermore, the reason Duke Bodily had the confidence to launch an attack on Fossun City earlier was also due to the information obtained through him regarding Hedgel's thoughts and decisions on the matter, confirming that he wouldn't intervene to reinforce Cleaner. If he didn't take on this mission, all these secrets would likely be exposed by them and he would truly be beyond redemption. Not enough, not enough. Anyway, no matter what, you must get all the materials for us. Once it's done, whether it's money or women, you can have them. Lord Rubian has ordered that as long as you pull it off, whatever you desire shall be yours. He held firm to these conditions, refusing to yield an inch. I understand. After a long period of silence, he gritted his teeth and accepted this mission, which was clearly a point of no return. Very good, Mr. Omen. I hope we can cooperate pleasantly as before. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic communication cut off completely. Mr. Armin slumped onto his chair as if all strength had drained from his body, the light fading completely from his eyes. The communication magic stone he had been clutching tightly fell to the floor with a harsh clatter. What should I do? What on earth should I do? Taking a job like this means death, but there's no way out at all. He instantly felt immense regret. Why had he listened to the temptations of those neighboring country nobles and worked for them in the first place? Now look at him, threatened and forced into taking on such a task. If anything went wrong, he would likely be sent to the gallows or the guillotine in front of the whole city. But for now, I can only steel myself and go through with it. In the end, he composed himself once more and stepped out of the hidden small room. Senior officials from the military supply department need to inspect tomorrow. Why so sudden? Who knows? That's what they notified us. They said it's to observe the production on site so they can better adjust demand and the rate of dispatch to the troops. Either way, I don't get why they're making a useless fuss when they have nothing better to do. In the evening, inside a large newly built armory on the outskirts of the city, Khalad, acting as the intern factory manager, complained gloomily to the production workshop director beside him. After all, this was far too sudden. He really couldn't fathom why those fat-headed officials suddenly wanted to come here. Could it be that they had genuinely turned over a new leaf and were ready to do some actual work? But there was no need to visit in person for that. Checking the submitted reports would suffice. What's more, every submitted production report had to be reviewed by that strange organization called the Discipline Inspection Commission. Supposedly, it was to prevent discrepancies between production numbers and inventory counts. The intention was obvious, to stop produced weapons from leaking out through illegal means. And the actions of those guys from the military supply department, at least the two of them, were completely redundant. Tusk, be that as it may, we still have to handle the reception properly. If we displease those high and mighty officials, things might get difficult for us later. The workshop director clicked his tongue and said helplessly, "There's no choice. But all we can provide is food, drink, and a tour of the factory perimeter. As for the rest, didn't His Majesty say that unauthorized personnel aren't allowed inside?" But Khalad, as the factory manager, had other plans. Don't. Have you forgotten? Earlier, didn't that organization called the Discipline Inspection Commission issue a document dozens of pages long? It stated very clearly that alcohol cannot be provided during reception events, otherwise do you still want to keep the hat on your head? The director didn't forget to remind his direct supervisor to mind the details. I know. It was just a slip of the tongue out of habit. I'm just worried those guys might blame us if they aren't fed and entertained well. Besides, His Majesty made it very clear, unless an official is appointed by him directly, no one has the right to enter the workshop. Furthermore, the workshop doors are guarded directly by royal bars. I don't want to lose my job, or even my head, over their curiosity wrapped in the cloak of work. Khalad hastily defended himself. After all, what she cared about right now was the position he hadn't even warmed up in yet. All right. Break time is almost over, so I'll head back to the workshop first. Hearing this, the director felt much more relieved and left the break room humming a tune. 432. Expectation. Your Majesty, according to information just sent by an informant, the Northern Army's attack on the Cavilla Empire not only failed to slow down today, but actually intensified. It seems the negotiations have broken down. Vril asked in a low voice to Hedgel, who was wrestling with his eyes closed while helping him tidy up the documents scattered on the desk. We knew from the start that it couldn't succeed. Besides, though they called it peace talks, in truth, the high-ranking leadership of the Northerners had no intention of making peace at all, did they? On the contrary, it was the middle and lower-ranking officers who didn't want to take responsibility and reported up through the ranks, which delayed this fierce offensive for a few days. Hedgel kept his eyes closed, but he had likely already guessed most of the internal situation. In any case, there were only the few possibilities for why a large-scale attack would be delayed. By analysing what little was known about the Northern Army, one could quickly reach the answer through process of elimination. This way, those corrupt, self-serving noble lords will probably really have to fight with all their might against these monsters coming from the north. I really don't know what they were planning. Vril let out a sigh, at a loss for words. After all, this was truly the first time Vril had seen people who made all kinds of other preparations, yet gave no thought whatsoever to an exit strategy. After all, they originally assumed that the Northerners would definitely hold peace talks with them. From their perspective, continuing the fight makes no sense at all and would only cause unnecessary losses. Hedgel slowly opened his eyes and explained softly. But they completely forgot what the Northerners actually need as well as their current situation. If I were the commander of the Northern Army, whether for the objectives of the war or because of the various losses required for peace talks now, I wouldn't give those guys any quarter. Instead, I'd strive even harder to find an opportunity to send them straight to hell. Hedgel Ray analysed the entire situation so thoroughly. After all, with such a long wind-up, it wouldn't do to produce no results. It's almost time for the good show to begin. Right now all we need is an opportunity that allows me to pressure the noble coalition or declare war on them with the most legitimate justification. That being said, I really don't think this is a good thing. If we can't properly control the level of intervention, Vril still harbor deep concerns. It's a challenge, but also an opportunity. If it succeeds, it basically lays the foundation for our future base. And if it doesn't, we can still barely protect ourselves. Plainly speaking, if we want to expand our sphere of influence upward and contend with the Northerners, this is something that must be done. Hedgel scratched his head. Although he was well aware that this was a gamble, it was something he had to do. Remaining tucked away in a corner is ultimately not a long-term strategy. Even if he could withstand the pressure from the North while alive, who could say what would happen once he kicked the bucket? When it's time to take a shot, one has to push a little harder. But at that moment, a small box on Hedgel's desk containing several one-way communication magic stones emitted a strange sound. Hedgel quickly reached out, connected the magic stone, and held it to his ear. After listening to a dozen seconds of reporting from the person on the other end of the magic stone, Hedgel wore a strange smile once again. It seems the fuse is already set. After ending a communication on the magic stone, Hedgel leaned back against his chair again and spoke in a cheerful mood. It seemed he had just received good news. Although full of curiosity, Vril did not ask out of duty and protocol. Section 225. Needless to say about other things, just step up surveillance over the major arsenals. If anyone attempts to take firearms and ammunition out of the factory without authorization, arrest them immediately. Similarly, if anyone attempts to entice or intimidate workshop personnel with money or power to leak confidential technology and information, arrest them immediately as well. Hedgel nodded, then issued instructions to Vril beside him. Understood. It will be strictly enforced. Hearing this, combined with the previous talk of a fuse, Vril had already guessed most of what was going on. She hastily responded and went off to pass along the orders. I just wonder what methods they'll actually use. Or rather, will it just be buying people off, like what the guys from Riston used to do? Though I personally think their approach ought to be more interesting. Hedgel seemed to be looking forward to something, Someone actually wants to steal the fruits of my labor, and a traitor trying to leak confidential secrets at that? Say no more, shooting them on the spot would be much quicker. That evening, as soon as Carolina heard Hedgel say this, her expression instantly darkened. She merely rolled up her sleeves to have someone execute that guy on the spot. After all, she couldn't help but be sensitive about such matters. It's fine. That guy was just a pawn to begin with. Those so-called leaks of confidential secrets he did before were intentionally let through by us. Thus, not only did he cause no losses for us, but he actually helped us pass along information riddled with errors to the noble army. That's a good thing for us. Hedgel, however, started comforting her from the side. He had originally just been chatting casually like usual and brought it up in passing, except he seemed to have forgotten just how much he loathed such people. But the fact that he leaked information is incontrovertible proof. As long as he leaked it, regardless of whom it ultimately benefited, his identity as a traitor can never be washed clean. Whenever it came to matters like this, Carolina's words would become exceedingly fierce and obsessive, though to some extent, what she said was indeed true. I know. It's just we can't eliminate him yet. Isn't it a better choice to catch him red-handed when he actually makes his move and then legitimately put pressure on the mastermind behind him? Hedgel wore an awkward smile, continuing to soothe her while inwardly cursing himself for failing to notice such an important point. Of all things to talk about, he just had to step on a landmine. Is that so? When the time comes, that guy must be hanged in the public street. Got it. Hanged in public. Carolina raised her head, a sickly smile appearing on the corners of her lips, her eyes completely devoid of light. Even the words she spoke carried a strong aura of dark obsession. 433. Speaking from the heart. That I can actually do. After all, when it comes to killing the chicken to scare the monkey, a visually striking scene like that is much more satisfying. Hedgel spoke non-committally, which could also be taken as giving Carolina a promise. As if I don't know what scene you're cooking up in that head of yours, setting aside the fact that this might deter those who harbor bad intentions. You can also use this opportunity to press the nobles over in Kevilla, and even use stealing of vital materials as a pretext to impose sanctions or declare war on them. The justification for war skyrockets. Carolina tilted her head away and continued stirring the black tea in her teacup. Who knew whether her mood had improved at all? That's true enough. My goal is simple anyway, as long as I can exert pressure on them with a legitimate reason, my objective is met. As for declaring war, that depends on their internal situation. If they start collapsing from within, turning on each other, and fighting to the death, why would I bother making unnecessary moves? Hedgel continued following the direction Karenina wanted to hear. Crafty as always. If I'm not mistaken, is this whole play completely within your calculations? Karenina seemed to have already realized this, you could say that. It's just I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I had originally prepared a few backup plans. Looks like they won't be needed. Hedgel responded with a slight sense of disappointment. After all, contingency plans that took a lot of time and effort to create turned out to be completely useless. This, while a good thing to a certain extent, having prepared plans go unused gave a rather subtle sense of wasted effort. Aren't backup plans better the more you have? To put it loosely, it's a bit like health insurance. Even if you might not fall ill and bought it for nothing, once you do get sick, at least it can reimburse part of it and reduce losses. Karenina slowly took a sip of black tea, her eyes fixed on a hanging painting on the wall, seemingly having deep feelings about this thing called insurance. Although I understand that I still involuntarily think about what went to waste. Hedgel let out a soft sigh and said helplessly, "And then? What about your situation now? Has your mood finally settled down? It's all right. That person hasn't dared to show up, and I have no way to look for her. Even though she used to pop out to mock me every now and then." Thinking of that inexplicable girl, Karenina immediately ground her teeth in hatred. After all, the things she did were indeed enough to earn her hatred. "No, I think she isn't afraid of you. She just wants to see you tormented to death all day long by wanting to know the details of what happened." Hedgel hit the nail on the head and pointed out the root of the issue. After all, with that person's nasty personality, fear was out of the question, and the only reason that could make her stay silent and not show her face was for her own entertainment. This was the pattern Hedgel had figured out after being pranked by her a few times. That actually sounds even more like her personality. Hearing this, Karenina felt even worse. "Put it that way, doesn't that make me want to catch her and beat her to a pulp even more?" Afterwards, she let out another wail and collapsed limply onto the table. The wonderful indentation created by her soft chest cushions pressing against the tabletop not only showcased her good elasticity, but also made it impossible to look away. Why was it that what she said barely managed to have some momentum, yet her actions didn't match her words at all? Besides, to catch her and beat her up, setting aside whether you could win in a fight, just how you would catch her was probably an impossible goal to achieve, right? After all, one person couldn't possibly catch oneself. In an instant, Hedgel began ranting frantically in his heart. Then, he quietly shifted over to Karenina's side and poked her cheek. It felt as good as always. "Don't always think about taking advantage of me at times like this. Can't you be a little more promising?" Karenina remained slumped on the table, speaking listlessly. It seemed that the words exposing the truth just now had caused quite a deal of damage to her. "No, I just wanted to confirm whether you're still alive. If you collapsed here over what was just said, I would find it very difficult to handle." Hedgel spoke nonsense with total conviction. Who would die here over a single sentence? Was your head kicked by a donkey or something? Hearing this, Karenina felt her inner snark burning fiercely. She quickly pushed herself up and looked at Hedgel with an expression no different from looking at an idiot. After speaking, she even rolled her eyes at him properly. It seems only a tactic like this could pull you away from the table's strong magnetic pull. Although Hedgel said this, he knew that besides this, there were definitely all sorts of weird methods. For instance, various subtly intimate physical touches, but that would most likely earn him a beating from her, along with days of her gaze of contempt. Weighing all the options, he still chose the one with the lowest cost. Besides, I actually think under certain circumstances, she's quite cute. Of course, to be honest, such occasions aren't very common. Hedgel was also trying to slightly alter Karenina's impression of that girl. As long as it's a pretty girl, no matter how awful her personality is, as long as she isn't rotten to the core, you guys can turn it into a cute trait, can't you? Karenina replied with a face full of disdain. No, that's a bit much to say. Ah, wait, I was wrong. Hedgel was about to defend his stance, but Karenina corrected herself. Hedgel was about to sigh in relief, but Karenina spoke again. Even if she really is rotten to the core, as long as she's pretty enough and seductive enough, she can be whitewashed in a split second, Karenina said with complete conviction. As if all of this were only natural, the surrounding air instantly became unnaturally cold, making it hard to breathe. Why do you think that? After holding it in for a long while, Hedgel stared into Karenina's deep blue eyes and barely managed to utter this line. Just speaking from the heart, that's all. But she didn't seem to want to explain too much about it either. 434. Guessed it. It couldn't be that you feel you aren't really a good person, but someone wants to pursue you, so you said all that to make him back off. Hedgel seemed to have already anticipated what Karenina wanted to say, and thoroughly exposed it without hesitation. Eek! As soon as those words left Hedgel's mouth, Karenina shuddered violently and even let out a cute gasp. Her cheeks suddenly turned flushed pink. Does this count as guessing right? Seeing her like this, Hedgel felt his conjecture confirmed, while feeling fortunate that his brain hadn't short-circuited this time. And no, absolutely not. All of this is just your imagination. It's miles away from reality. Oh, it hurts. Karenina, blushing as she tried to refute Hedgel's statement, seemed to have accidentally bitten her tongue out of haste. All right, I didn't guess right. I was wrong. Hedgel thought there was no need to keep teasing her, stopping while ahead and knowing when to quit was enough. Thus he hurriedly comforted Karenina. Hey, your acting is terrible. How is this any different from coaxing a child? Although the pain from biting her tongue was still present, even that couldn't stop Karenina from complaining. Oh, you think this is equivalent to coaxing a child? Hearing this, the look in Hedgel's eyes instantly turned suggestive. After all, since she said so, should he just comply with her wishes? Doesn't this feel exactly like coaxing a child? As for Karenina, she wanted to take this opportunity to quickly shift the topic, as Hedgel's words earlier had truly hit the mark. That was indeed what she was thinking in her heart. She absolutely couldn't let him catch a flaw in her words, otherwise she would end up in a seriously passive position. Since you put it that way, how about we try an *ADULC's comfort? As soon as the words left his mouth, Hedgel's hand touched Karenina's chin, and he even tried to tilt it up slightly. Hey! Instantly, all light vanished from Karenina's eyes. Right now, her entire brain capacity was devoted to analyzing what Hedgel had just said. What on earth? An adult's comfort? And accompanied by this chin-tilting action? What was all of this? She completely didn't understand. She now seemed to want to continue escaping from reality. Section 226. But what was happening in reality wouldn't allow her to keep running away. Because Hedgel's lips were rapidly approaching change back to normal, you idiot. Realizing the gravity of the situation and stopping her escape from reality, Karenina hurriedly shouted out, immediately broke free from Hedgel's grasp, and retreated backward along with her chair at an unprecedented speed. As expected, Hedgel kissed empty air. However, this was well within his expectations. After all, he hadn't intended to go all the way in the first place. Have you gone stupid? Or has your brain cancer gotten worse again? You were actually going to do it. Karenina's small face was flushed completely red, her cheeks puffed up as if making this expression of dissatisfaction and anger had already become a habit. It wasn't really for real, since I foresaw you dodging anyway. Hedgel answered honestly. Ma'am, this kind of joke isn't funny at all. Karenina certainly didn't find it amusing, though that was only natural, wasn't it? After all, from her perspective, it really was like that because she didn't want to give him her first kiss spanning 2 lifetimes. At least there was no chance of that right now. But for me, seeing you all flustered and blushing is indeed pretty thrilling. Hedgel shamelessly displayed his gentleman's side, nodding with absolute conviction. When on earth did you become such a pervert? Or do you need a smash to the head from a righteous 152 cult to snap back to normal? Karenina held her forehead in helplessness and softly complained. As for getting hit by a 152 shell, I'll pass. And regarding why I suddenly became so put at home, gentlemanly, the culprit is right in front of me. Hedgel seemed to realize there was something wrong with what he said and quickly corrected himself. You were about to say pervert, weren't you? Absolutely. Even you realized that only a pervert would do something like that. How can you still bring yourself to do it? Whether she only caught this minor detail or wanted to escape the main point, Karenina seized solely on the word pervert and started shouting. And besides, what on earth do you mean by the culprit is right in front of me? There's only me here. I don't remember teaching you any of this. Could it be that fellow? Thinking of that last possibility, her voice immediately softened, and her eyes even turned in sadistic swirls. After all, you're the only one I show this gentlemanly side to. You can ask Vreel. She's been with me for over 10 years, and I've never done anything out of line. Hedgel put on and unlaid all my cards on the table, stance as he spoke to Karenina. That's basically admitting your actions just now were extremely out of line, isn't it? Breaking the rules while knowing them makes your crime even worse. Yet Karenina's focus remained on odd details, or rather, she still wanted to steer the conversation away. So what if it's out of line? There's no law that can penalize me anyway. Besides, didn't you clearly express before that you wanted me to stop right here? Since you already understood my meaning back then, why do you still want to push forward? Are you a masochist? Upon hearing this, Karenina immediately made a face at Hedgel. Precisely because you said so, it stoked my fighting spirit even more. Hedgel replied truthfully with a soft smile on his face. In Karenina's eyes, however, it was completely asking for a beating. Tusk, aren't you just marching straight into danger knowing full well what's ahead? Aside from suffering and wasting time, what else could you possibly gain? Experience and getting dumped. Karenina refused to back down an inch on this topic, but I'm willing to. Hedgel shrugged his shoulders and answered plainly, and the smile on his face didn't change in the slightest. Really, I just can't understand how your brain works. After a brief silence, Karenina let out a heavy sigh. Forget it, forget it. Today was truly exhausting both mentally and physically. I'm heading back first. You should get some rest early, too. Holding her forehead, she then slowly stood up and left the dining room. As for Hedger, naturally, he had already achieved his goal. 435. Crimson. That guy really must have lost his mind. Is pestering me relentlessly really that fun? On her way back to her room, Karenina stomped her feet in furious anger every now and then, cursing Hedger, who was likely still sitting in his seat sipping tea at this time. And back then, he was really trying to kiss me, wasn't she? Absolutely. Thinking back to that thrilling moment, Karenina couldn't help but shiver, her fair little face turning flush red in spite of herself. Tusk, I really don't get what he likes about me. If it's just my face like I said before, he could totally just pin me down directly. It's not like I could resist. The more Karenina thought about it, the more confused she became. At my core, am I not just an otaku and an engineering loser? What is there to like? I'm not considerate, I don't do house chores, and all day long I just fiddle with emotionless numbers, formulas, and cold machinery that give people headaches just looking at them. Or is his kink just that weird? At this thought, Karenina's little face grew even redder, seemingly imagining some unspeakable scenes. No, I can't fall into his hand. Wait, right now I really am under his control. But even so, there's no way I'll let a weirdo like him pin me. Wait, I mean mentally let him overpower and break me. After a round of strange daydreams, Karenina's eyes had turned completely into dizzy swirls. Her face bright red, she leaned lightly against the wall and babbled a string of nonsensical words, looking thoroughly embarrassed. Am I overthinking it? Or is that actually the truth? Composing herself slightly, Karenina hurried toward her room. Hopefully that guy won't pull any more wild stunts in the future, otherwise I really would be able to handle it. In the end, she let out a silent sigh and retreated into her room with a subtle expression. Just as she was feeling relieved and relaxed, lazily slumping into a chair in her bedroom, she inexplicably sensed a strange dampness. No way! Karenina's expression instantly froze, as if she had realized something extremely embarrassing to talk about. This summer home should be considered completely normal, right? Absolutely normal! After all, I did just imagine some weird things, so it's only natural for my body to have a little reaction. At this moment, she wriggled around like a golden caterpillar, the unerasable flush still painted across her face. These rapid-fire words bursted from her throat. It was hard to tell if she was trying to force herself to process the situation, or simply searching for an excuse for this damn reaction in her body. What is going on today? In the end, Karenina let out a long sigh and gave up thinking altogether. Damn it all. Why did I have a brain fart and think about that kind of stuff? And why did I get so panicked just from realizing my body had a normal reaction? Didn't I used to be thick-skinned? After cooling down with a hot bath, Karenina slumped limply onto her soft, large bed. Inhaling the comforting scent of the bed, she pondered the reason behind her composure crumbling earlier. Whatever. Bottom line, I can't lose my resistance in this area. Otherwise, if his brain glitches and he starts spouting weird knowledge, won't I explode on the spot? It's all because of that guy, yeah. It's all because that guy's head isn't right. Isn't maintaining our current relationship good enough? Why insist on taking it further until the distance becomes negative? If he really just took a fancy to my looks, that wouldn't be a big deal. Even if he forced himself on me, I wouldn't complain much, since I understood those kinds of thoughts and impulses before anyway. But his desire to get closer to me spiritually is just too strange no matter how you look at it. I completely fail to understand what he wants, what he's trying to get. Right now I have no money, and all I know are these formulas and numbers. And as I said before, I'll do my best at work without hiding anything. What on earth does he want for me to be so persistent? The more Karenina thought about it, the weirder it felt to her. After all, the people who approached her in the past were either after her money or had their own shady motives, like those so-called relatives and those ulterior motive-harboring colleagues. And right now, there's nothing left for me to give. He doesn't want my body either, even spouting grand words about making me yield willingly. How could that be possible? Etta, stop dreaming. Hey, are you really planning to keep playing the ostrich? Well, though I know your next line will be ostriches don't actually bury their heads in the sand. To refute me right now, you really are doing the ostrich combo of not listening, not looking, and not thinking, and that voice appeared at this slightly delicate moment. As usual, it carried a heavy dose of sarcasm. Tusk, you really know how to pick your timing. No matter what happened before, You wouldn't come out, but now you suddenly speak up. Rather than that, I'd like to ask, why can you control the body whenever you want? Hearing this, Karenina choked briefly, and after a few seconds of organizing her words, she finally spoke, and she tried to steer the topic in a direction favorable to her. Don't think changing the subject will work. The thing you want to know, you'll naturally understand later. The issue right now is your thoughts. Her tone was surprisingly tinged with a bit of helplessness. What's wrong with my thoughts? It's not like I have to go along with him just because he likes me, is it? Hearing this reply, Karenina put on an as expected face and retaliated sharply. Since she was intending to touch upon the core issue, Karenina naturally wasn't going to give her a warm reception. Not necessarily. But well, I believe I'm a good judge of character. Sometimes relaxing a little and letting out all those old, mouldy grievances isn't such a bad thing, is it? This time, she surprisingly tried to persuade Karenina. However, she didn't expect it to work either, merely adopting a let's give it a shot attitude. 436. Reversal. No. With certain things, even if you want to say them out loud, you hesitate and end up keeping your mouth shut. Besides, I have zero desire to talk about it now. She rejected the other's proposal outright. Or rather, she had no intention of talking about these subjects at all. Tusk, on certain matters, you really are stubborn beyond belief. Talking heart to heart with someone won't kill you, so why can't you just do it? She could only let out a somewhat helpless sigh. If you dare find a chance in private to tell him about that old baggage you know, watch out or I'll turn against you. Not only that, Karenina wanted to add an extra layer of insurance. Fine, whatever you say. I wasn't going to force you forward anyway, but I still hope you'll consider it. After all, I think I'm a pretty good judge of character. She let out an annoyed sound. You say you're a good judge of character, then tell me, what on earth does he see in me? I don't think there's a single good quality about me worth him pursuing like this. If he's just after my looks, wouldn't taking it by force work just as well? It's not like I'd complain. Karenina was direct, throwing out the question that had been troubling her all this time. If she could actually give a reasonable answer, then maybe she really would take Hegel's matter seriously. Section 227. She let out a rare sound of distress. To be honest, I'm not sure either. It's just the last time I stayed with him, I inexplicably felt very at ease, very comfortable. That's why I felt that guy was fine. In the end, struggling for a long time but unable to think of any legitimate reason, she could only voice the genuine feelings she had experienced at that time. Oh, that explanation is unexpectedly mysterious, isn't it? And judging from her actions, she's also inexplicably girlish. Completely different from the usual scheming bitch. Karenina seemed to have discovered an opportunity to turn the tables and quickly bit down hard on this point without letting go. If a person has always been a scheming bitch, then life is indeed boring enough. Don't you think? And she smoothly threw the question back, and this made the corners of Karenina's mouth twitch violently. What happened in the past was done when I was a man. Oh, how can that be considered a bitch? Karenina bit her lip. Although her face was full of displeasure, her face had already been stained red before she knew it, and if I could still maintain the so-called naivety and purity in that kind of environment, I'm afraid I'd really have to live in the sewers, right? His sight wasn't the reason for the sudden death in the end because of this completely unreliable trust. She seemed to carry an unerasable guard against certain things. Forget it. I have no way to force a change in your thoughts. Whether what I said is right or not, that can only rely on your personal experience. After all, in your view, mere words are simply too illusory. Don't you know that too? Just relying on sweet words to trick me into willingly climbing into his bed, that's really not possible. Karenina also confirmed this. After all, she is quite realistic. If there are no practical actions or a fait accompli, she won't believe it. Even if she believes it verbally, how much guard she actually keeps, no one knows, including herself. Because she always leaves a backup plan in strange places and even in situations where she herself wasn't aware of it. Anyway, in my eyes, that guy is still quite sincere. Specifically what he likes about you, to be honest, I'm not clear either. She retained some doubts, but seemed to already feel that Hegel was a harmless existence, and furthermore considered him to be a relatively reliable one. Just hearing you say this, don't tell me you were conquered by just this one date, and then you still want to take the opportunity to drag me down with you. You're really something, giving away for free at light speed. Karenina seemed to have detected a very interesting clue that could also lead to some more intense events. Impossible. What on earth are you babbling about again? No matter what, I couldn't possibly be conquered over something like this. What on earth are you thinking about all day long? Is there something wrong with your head? It was a rare sight for this fellow to actually refute it seriously. And her tone of speech also carried full impatience. Completely different from that previous slow, slightly elegant, but extremely mocking attitude. I know. You're really easy to trick. Karenina had already realized the completely different situation from the past, and naturally had to return the suffering she experienced from her here double. And there were many ways to make she anxious, and what Karenina liked best was the current kind. I'm asking you, did you listen to me or not? What I'm saying is all the truth, you know. It's all true. As expected, you're really easy to trick. Karenina nodded and said expressionlessly, although to outsiders, this was just talking to oneself. You guy, she was extremely really flustered and exasperated. What's wrong with me? I just feel I didn't say anything wrong. Besides, you seriously refuted me just now. That's what's problematic, right? According to your past attitude, shouldn't you have agreed first and then used the sarcastic tone to turn the matter back onto me? But this time you completely didn't do that, and obviously you directly got anxious. Karenina tilted her head, a trace of an uncontrollable smile on the corners of her mouth. After all, this was a rare opportunity for a counterattack, a rare opportunity to make her suffer. Karenina naturally had to grasp it well. Tusk unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Fine, I'm laying my cards on the table. I do have a certain favorable impression of him, but when it comes to giving away for free, I still hold a negative attitude. Things having come to this, continuing to act tough would only lead to getting slapped in the face. It's better to honestly admit defeat. Hey, why did you admit it so simply? Why? I clearly still wanted to continue watching you look flustered and exasperated, and Karenina tried to press on while winning. After all, she had always been in the image of the press before, and this time her status was slightly reversed, so she naturally couldn't just let it rest like this. Then I'm really sorry. I am still able to recognize the facts. Having a favorable impression means having a favorable impression, and I won't be like some stubborn tsundere who, even when having thoughts already, still stubbornly refuses to believe it and constantly pretends to completely dislike the look. But the result was a reversal of momentum. Yes, this whole speech could be said to have beaten Karenina until she lost her bearings. 437. Calm and tranquil. I'm not any tsundere. Why did you guys suddenly misuse vocabulary? Non-existent. Absolutely non-existent. As expected, as soon as Karenina heard this, she panicked immediately. After all, she could be said to have completely not expected this fellow to pull off such a stunt. She had thought victory was in her grasp. In the end, it was just these two fellows exposing each other's old bottoms. And this kind of remark that had absolutely no nutritional value, but if Hedgel heard it, he would pounce forward without hesitation, completely couldn't stop. And this farce solidly continued until midnight before stopping. And then sleep. Today, just like her, I've been busy all day. I can finally rest. Hedgel was also preparing to go to bed to rest at this time. And if he were to hear the various noises and quarrels inside the downstairs room, maybe he wouldn't be able to sleep the whole night. However, what she said before, as long as someone looks good enough, no matter how ugly the core is, they can be whitewashed. This can indeed not be denied to a certain extent. After all, I haven't just seen this kind of thing, I've even experienced it. Afterwards, he also wiped clean the remaining water droplets on his hair and sat on the edge of the bed. I just don't understand. Why does she always feel that she's not good and feels that she should just cower in a corner and do things silently? Hedgel was also troubled to death by this question. After all, she inexplicably lacked confidence in this aspect. Whether it was the work he did in the past or the work she is doing now, no matter how you look at it, it is a good deed worthy of the praise of the whole country together. But she herself gave herself a very low evaluation, and she also felt that her personality was very distressing to people, very vicious. It really is a bit hard to understand her thoughts. Clearly, from whatever angle you look at it now, she is quite cute, and her actions are not dilatory at all, quite nimble and experienced. Isn't this kind of contrast feeling quite good too? This was Hedgel's true thought. It's just my current emotion seems completely unable to reach her side. Or rather, it's just that she herself doesn't want to admit or accept it. Hedgel finally groped his way to the correct direction. If that's really the case, I probably know what to do. It's just why she looks down on herself like this. I still have no clue. After a mature mental simulation, Hedgel naturally formulated a strategy. Then afterwards, he had to find a suitable opportunity to implement these things that might be reliable, but might also be unreliable. I hope nothing happens today. In the morning, Mr. Arman, who had been assigned an important mission, dressed neatly with the help of the maids just like usual, and went out. Today was to execute that completely unreasonable mission assigned by the buyer, stealing the production data of the new weapons. And this time can also be considered to have made him bleed heavily. After all, the activity funds can only be reimbursed from them after the matter is accomplished. And in order to bribe those former superiors and colleagues in the Ordnance Department, he could only out of his own pocket take out a large sum of money and let them help sign the inspection application and make relevant notifications to the Arsenal side. This made Mr. Armand's heart ache for a whole night. However, because the reward given by Duke Bodley was simply too generous, in the end he could only fall asleep with this heartache. Anyway, if it didn't succeed, then money and the like would really become external objects. After all, his life is going to be gone. What money is there to talk about? And if the matter succeeds, they will also reimburse the operation expenses and give a corresponding huge reward. Who told them to give simply too much? Thinking of this, Mr. Armand immediately got into the carriage and galloped all the way towards the direction where the arsenal was located. As for the documents, he had someone help him get them yesterday. Therefore, along the way into this arsenal, it could be said to be unimpeded, without encountering any strange harassment and suspicion. This matter was so smooth that even he himself felt something was wrong. However, he still chose to believe that this was heaven wanting him to make this money, feeling that his life was not meant to end. Therefore, upon noticing that the carriage had stopped, he gathered his confidence once again and slowly stepped down from the carriage, and appearing in front of him were rows of wooden plank houses that didn't look particularly conspicuous. This is that large-scale arsenal? Lord Armand, hello. I'm the intern director of this arsenal, Khaled Hawkins. I will be responsible for guiding you along the path for your field inspection of the Empire's second factory. And this man who claimed to be the intern director was the first and only person he met here. Things seemed a little wrong. Generally speaking, shouldn't the pomp of a leader's inspection be as large as possible? Why is there only this one person welcoming? Armand was about to open his mouth, but Khaled was faster. Due to some of His Majesty's management regulations, this inspection will be guided by only me alone. After all, as you know, production efficiency cannot decrease due to a leader's inspection. A smile piled up on his face as he answered softly, and the words that Armand had reached his lips were forcefully held back. Afterwards, Armand followed by Khaled's side and walked into this factory building. And at this time he discovered that inside these ordinary-looking small wooden houses, there was a completely different world inside. The outside is wooden planks, but the inside of this building is completely stone. However, the stone seemed a little different, ash-black and exceptionally flat, reminding him of those strange ash-black paste he saw when paving roads recently. This was probably also built with that kind of material. In this space composed of strange stones, there were also a large number of compartments, as well as stripped strange belt-like things carrying a large number of metal components. But he couldn't touch any of these things, because at this time he noticed that there was a large piece of glass separating his side. He could only observe the various components inside flowing past before his eyes on this side of the glass. Lord Armand, what's inside here is the production line for some parts of firearms, and our workers process and assemble the various components within these respective workshops, turning them into weapons for soldiers to defend their home and country. Section 228. Khaled seemed to deliberately place heavy emphasis on the four words defending the home and protecting the country. May I go inside and take a close look at these parts? Armand also put forward his own thoughts. After all, his trip was made precisely to achieve this goal. No, this is His Majesty's decision. Irrelevant personnel are not allowed to enter the workshop. Yet Khaled's reply was categorical and decisive. 438. Miscalculation. But no matter how you look at it, I don't look like irrelevant personnel. Furthermore, since it was said that I would conduct an on-site inspection and supervise the work, isn't it a bit inappropriate that I can't even enter this whatever workshop? Although Armand felt a bit uncomfortable because of that phrase irrelevant personnel, he still had to maintain this facade and repeatedly requested to go inside for an inspection. After all, whether he could save his little life and then rise to great wealth and prosperity with a large amount of money depended entirely on this single attempt. But these are the rules set by His Majesty. As long as they are not personnel on the factory's official payroll, they are uniformly regarded as irrelevant personnel and are not allowed to enter the workshop. Please forgive this inconvenience. And Khaled completely showed no intention of compromising. Although there was a smile on his face, his tone showed no trace of relaxation or slackness. This also left Armand deeply puzzled, wondering if this guy treated superiors like this. Fine then. Can you take me to see the already assembled samples? Seeing that this conventional method wouldn't work, Armand could only go take a look at the physical items first and make further plans afterwards. Of course, Lord Armand, please right this way. Hearing this request, Khaled naturally had no reason to refuse, and instead obediently led the way for Armand. Armand also kept silent, following Khaled step by step as they slowly proceeded through the corridor. Inside this corridor, what could be seen through the glass were those conveyor belts lined with metal parts moving constantly in the same direction, along with the bright and slightly dazzling glow of magical chandeliers. Not a single person could be seen at all, and if nothing unexpected happened, those labourers should be at junctions of various conveyor belts, carrying out their due work. This was probably the new vocabulary heard when socialising with former colleagues before assembly line. Although Armin was closely following Khaled's pace at this moment, he never stopped looking around. After all, the things inside were far too novel to him. They were all furnishings and equipment he had never seen before. And these things he saw could all be reported to those nobles, thereby increasing the success rate of getting his money and running away. After walking for several minutes, Khaled, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. In front of him was a thick and heavy metal gate. Hanging on the door were two large locks that looked extraordinarily heavy just by appearance. Is this the warehouse where the finished products are kept? Armin looked at the rough surface of the iron door and asked Khaled softly. Yes, inside here are the finished rifles. You may go inside to inspect them, but you are not allowed to take any single one out. Because the quantities of these rifles have been strictly tallied, no discrepancies in quantity are permitted. And Khaled did not forget to tell Khaled the most important rule, and Khaled could only nod, say nothing more. There was no help for it. When the time came, the finished products could only be procured through those fair-weather drinking bodies. As for the means of production and such indeed, more thought had to be put into it. The action strategy planned out yesterday was directly disrupted by this not allowed to enter the workshop by more than half. Thus, it seems I still have to find an opportunity to catch a few workers and then spend a little money to bribe them. At most, it would just be giving 5 or 6 gold coins to each person, and probably just by bleeding a little bit himself, he could trade it for a better life and avoid the guillotine. No matter how one thought about it, it was probably all profit. The moment he stepped into this warehouse, Armin had already revised his action strategy. It looks really not bad. Although I don't know how to use it, but just being wrapped in oiled paper and feeling so smooth to the touch, it also carries a sense of exquisiteness. Presumably, that lord who designed this weapon must also be the knowledgeable and erudite big shot. Although Armin was not clear about what was actually going on, the flattering remarks in terms of etiquette were still necessary. Following Khaled's demonstration, he picked up this rifle of suitable length and continuously stroked the gun body as if wanting to know the internal structure simply through stroking it. But may I ask how this thing is used? But after tinkering with it for a few minutes, he still fell into confusion. After all, he had never witnessed the method of using this thing with his own eyes before. He only heard that this thing would make a huge noise when used, and at the same time could easily shoot and kill enemies 100 meters away. The effect was quite terrifying. The ammunition depot is laid out on the periphery of the entire factory. This is to prevent the entire factory from being completely destroyed due to sympathetic detonation of ammunition. The firearms temporarily stored here will be transported directly to the troops along with the produced ammunition in 2 days. Khaled replied with a straight face, meaning that none of the things inside can be taken out and they can't be test used either. Not only that, the lethal stuff packed inside this gun will also explode. Armin also understood the meaning within and said with a slight twitch of the corner of his mouth, "That's right. And when I entered here earlier, I also said that nothing inside is allowed to be taken out of their armory." Khaled gave the reply with a blank expression. Is that so? Then since we need to inspect whether the products are qualified, why don't we test them right here? Wouldn't that be the most intuitive way? Seeing that the plan he planned out yesterday was ruthlessly disrupted again, he could only continue to shamelessly request it. After all, this was also the most direct and simple plan to obtain weapon-related information. No matter what, he had to give it a try. No, product inspection is entirely handed over to the troops to conduct. We are only responsible for production. There will be specialized testing institutions in the troops to screen different batches of weapons and equipment. This request of yours can be submitted to the troops through the superior competent authorities and executed after being personally signed and approved by His Majesty. The steps Khaled mentioned, let alone getting Hedra to sign, even bringing the matter up inside the military, was something he couldn't accomplish. Although they were said to be the military supplies department, in reality they were just logistics handlers. Such strange requests for quality testing certainly wouldn't pass in the eyes of those guys in the military. Is that so? All right, I will report the related matters to my superiors. Even so, he still could not reveal any flaws. He could only bite the bullet and agree. Along the way, he also wiped away cold sweat, thinking to himself whether this emperor was making a fuss over nothing, or was it that this thing could really play a decisive role in war. All right, Lord Armin, if the inspection here is over, We will change to another location. 436. Success! Why is this guy like a piece of malt candy, sticking by my side and not leaving for even an inch? Armin increasingly felt that this guy was not right now. It was simply like surveillance. Every single moment he spent inside this factory building was right under his eyelids. It seemed he couldn't leave for even a step, and any movement had to be within his line of sight. Could this possibly be His Majesty's rule as well? Armin couldn't help but feel a wave of irritation. And this irritation stemmed not only from the difficulty of completing the task assigned to him, but also from the fact that he found it somewhat difficult to remain under this gaze all the time. After all, he had long been accustomed to walking in the shadows, unnoticeable by others, and then completing his shady dealings that could not be seen by others. Sir, this is the cafeteria inside the plant, and walking further this way is the employee dormitory. Yet while Khaled stared unblinkingly at Armin, his hands and mouth never stopped. At this moment, he was constantly and according to regulations introducing the various facilities and their functions within the park to Armin, and occasionally taking him around for a visit. But Armin didn't seem to raise much interest in these matters, simply chiming in continually and following along. Well, whatever. Anyway, what he should be interested in is probably the production going on inside that workshop. However, even if he's made to know what the rifle parts look like, without machines, craftsmanship, and the bullet production assembly line, wouldn't it be all in vain in the end? Caleb thought to himself. I don't know how His Majesty found out about this matter in the middle of the night yesterday, issuing a document demanding me to treat him well and not allow the leakage of any secrets. That being the case, he could only obey. He also wanted me to look closely at how this guy plans to steal secrets, but judging from the looks of it, with me staying here, he completely has no way to make a move. At this time, Khaled ran into trouble again. No, right, perhaps that thing can be tried. Khaled seemed to think of some little things he had arranged in his office before. All right, let's give it a try. After making up his mind in his heart, Khaled's face piled up with smiles once again. Mr. Armin, presumably after such a period of inspection, you are also a little tired, right? If you don't mind, could I invite you to my office for a cup of tea? All right, thank you for your invitation. Hearing these words, Armin was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly answered with a full smile on his face. After all, being able to approach the office might just lead to encountering some more confidential information. He originally thought they had noticed something unusual about him, which was why they maintained this vigilance toward him. And if this were the case, they wouldn't let him approach important places like the office. Now perhaps they only had this attitude toward him because of the rules set by the Emperor. Armin certainly would not refuse such a proposal. After all, this was equivalent to sending Chaco in snowy weather when he was most troubled about how to get the materials. They delivered the goods right before his eyes. Now it was time to think about how to dismiss Khaled. Just as Armin was pondering whether this make or break measure would succeed, they had already arrived downstairs at the administrative building. Lord Armin, right this way. Although the scenery outside is not particularly good, the air is still quite fresh. As soon as he entered the office, Khaled began implementing the routine he had prepared long ago. Oh, that's not much of a problem. Your place here truly has a very strong sense of daily life atmosphere, Armin said with a hint of awkwardness. At the same time, he glanced sideways at the sticky socks casually tossed on the sofa and unconsciously twitched his nose. Sorry, because the office tour was not originally on the itinerary, and we only received the notice of your upcoming inspection yesterday. The preparations in some places might not have been done well. Khaled also felt quite awkward about this. It's fine. After all, this is your office. Armin naturally wouldn't care too much about this point, and instead wanted to thank him. After all, this also implicitly confirmed to him that coming to the office was an off-itinerary action. Thus, it was hardly possible that there was an intentional plot to let him steal documents and then catch him red-handed. Therefore, Armin was even somewhat grateful to Khaled for giving him such a wonderful opportunity. Thank you for your understanding, Here's black tea, all right? Khaled said with a touch of awkwardness. Of course, no problem. After all, I also rather like black tea. Armin nodded and answered affirmatively. Afterwards, the two of them began chatting idly about various tasks and their views on the current management situation of the factory. Although their conversation looked quite harmonious and hit it off well, in reality only they themselves knew that the problem was huge. Does this guy really only ask about production matters? Isn't his intention way too obvious? Khaled thought to himself. This guy, why is he constantly evading my questions? Could this also be an order issued by that Emperor? And he has even undergone such verbal skill training? Tusk, I might as well just dismiss him directly and search through things myself. The same confusion existed in Armin's heart as well, but right at this moment, Khaled suddenly clutched his stomach himself, the look of awkwardness on his face seeming about to overflow. Sorry, Mr. Armin. Maybe something I ate this morning was a bit problematic, and I need to go deal with a physical necessity right now. Although he wore an awkward smile on his face, his brows were tightly furrowed, carrying a trace of distress. Section 229. Hearing this, Armin was momentarily stunned, then quickly agreed and urged him to go take care of his urgent bodily needs immediately. This was simply a God-given opportunity. The heavens were finally on my side. He clenched his fists tightly, watched Khaled's retreating figure, and muttered inwardly. Then, first let's set up the device that temporarily neutralizes magical items. After confirming that Khaled had left, he slowly took out a small wooden box about the size of a ring box from his pocket, opened it casually, and placed it on the desk. Then, he gently picked the lock on Khaled's locked drawer just as expected. There really are anti-theft facilities inside. However, they are all magic-triggered. Fortunately, I was well prepared. The corners of his mouth curved out slightly. Looking at the several magic-triggered alarms attached to the inside of the drawer, along with this large stack of documents written in strange vocabulary, he felt exceptionally good. 440. Resolution. So what needs to be done next becomes very simple. He rubbed his hands together, then gently took these documents out of the drawer and stuffed them into the briefcase he was carrying with him. Regardless of whether the contents were actually documents about the manufacturing process of that gun, taking them first was definitely the right move anyway. Besides, this was the only locked cabinet here. Is this basically the complete success? I still need to quickly restore these things to their original state. At least before I leave, I mustn't let him discover anything unusual. Thinking of this, he hurriedly closed the drawer, restored the lock he had picked, and finally closed the object that blocked the effects of magic items. He looked at the gemstone in the small wooden box flickering with an eerie dark green luster, closed the lid with satisfaction, and tucked it back into his pocket. Sitting back down in his chair, he thought to himself that this truly was effortless. What you look for everywhere is found without any trouble. Not long after, Khaled finally returned. When he came back, that awkward smile was still plastered across his face, and he was still clutching his stomach. Sorry, Lord Armin, I lost my composure just now. Khaled seemed deeply apologetic for what had just happened. It's fine, it's fine. As humans, you never know when your body might act up. They're just minor issues. Armin, however, was thinking inwardly, if you hadn't messed up, I really wouldn't have had this opportunity while still keeping a smile on his face to brush it off. Furthermore, once I take these documents away this time, I can run off to live the high life under the nobles of the Kavilla Empire, while you, once the loss of the documents is discovered, you'll probably be sent straight to the guillotine. Therefore, Armin even felt like comforting him with a few extra words, advising him to be reincarnated into a better life next time and stop risking his life for the Emperor in this Keboj Empire. And it's approaching noon as well. How about I take my leave first? This at least stay for a meal before leaving. Hearing that you were coming, we specially prepared a banqueting feast for your reception. If you just leave like this, we'll be quite embarrassed. Khaled's face still wore that slightly constrained smile. Let's forget it after all. After all, you see, regulations have come down from above recently prohibiting drinking during receptions. Personally, I'm the type who can't live without wine. I might as well just find some small tavern myself to sort out lunch. As for today's lunch, you members of the management can just eat it yourselves. Anyway, the expenses for this will definitely be charged to the logistics department. Since his goal had basically been achieved, he naturally had to find every possible way to escape from here. After all, the longer he stayed here every second, the greater the probability of being discovered and caught. Since you've put it this way, it's not my place to keep pressing you to stay. This way, please. After a bout of internal struggle, Khaled stepped aside and intended to escort Armin out. And right at the instant when Armin, carrying a relaxed mood, stepped out of the administrative building, the bag he had been carrying with him all along emitted a harsh, piercing screech. This sound was no different from the noise produced when the alarm was triggered. That's what is going on? He hurriedly used his hands to tightly cover the vibrating briefcase that kept emitting sounds outward, and shouted in a flustered expression toward Khaled beside him. As for this, I believe you should know very well what you've done yourself. Khaled, however, put on an expression of foreknowledge, looked into his eyes, and said softly. Meanwhile, dense footsteps were already ringing out around them, and those footsteps were continuously drawing closer. After all, I never locked the documents in the cabinet. The things inside the cabinet are all magical items that will trigger an alarm the moment they leave this building. A smile returned to his face. Only this time, it was exceptionally spine-chilling. It seems we reeled in the net too early. I originally wanted him to test whether our confidentiality system had any loopholes, but as it turned out, they didn't have that idea at all. They just quickly caught the main culprit in one fell swoop. Secondary objectives were not completed. To be honest, it feels a bit unsatisfactory. In the evening, Hedgel sat in his office, looked at the reports submitted by Vril, remained silent for quite a while, and then spoke faintly. Tusk, as long as the objective is achieved, that's enough. Don't tell me you actually wanted to keep him around for the new year. His familiar voice startled Hedgel so much that he almost choked on his own saliva, and he hurriedly cast his gaze toward the direction the voice came from. When did you come in? Hedgel steadied his nerves and asked in a low voice, looking at Karenina standing in front of the desk. At the very least 10 minutes. All I saw was you sitting here staring intently at these 2 sheets of paper racking your brains. Karenina also habitually rolled her eyes at Hedgel. Vril, why didn't you remind me? At this moment, Hedgel cast a suggestive look at Vril instead. This, I believe that as a subordinate, waiting for you to finish handling the matters at hand before addressing what we have in hand is a very normal thing. Therefore, there was no need to interrupt your thinking. That being said, the reason Vril exceptionally did such a thing was still because of Karenina's threatening gaze after all. Karenina loved nothing more than making Hedgel fall flat on his face, because previously it was always him teasing her, which led to her always wanting to find a chance to pay him back. Cough cough. So is there something you want to talk to me about? Hearing Vril's reply, Hedgel could only say no more and shifted his gaze back onto Karenina. Nothing much. I just want you to speed up the excavation of that large mine near the capital, because I'm currently very curious about what is buried underneath. Karenina answered truthfully. Could this be an idea proposed by your dear subordinate? Hedgel seemed to have already guessed 7 or 8 parts of it. Tusk, not quite. Rather cough cough, because of some rather special reasons you should know about it specifically, right? And then she got frightened, which caused her to be very afraid of me during this period. Karenina's eyes darted about as she answered in a low voice. And then she kept wanting to confirm whether there was what she wanted beneath this mine, and you intend to draw closer, or rather, repair the relationship between the 2 of you by quickly letting her see what is buried underneath. Hedgel had already guessed the process of the issue, and Karenina merely nodded. Damn it, why don't you ever have thoughts like that toward me? Hedgel cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he still maintained that smile. 441. Recollection. Well, anyway, that's roughly the idea. Whether you agree or not is your business. Anyway, I've brought it up. Karenina shrugged and said to Hedgel seemingly casually. But in Hedgel's eyes, this was no ordinary question. It was an absolute death question. Fine, fine, fine. Agreeing to you is fine, right? Anyway, I recently set up a warehouse dedicated to storing my magic crystals. When the time comes, I'll just stuff all the magic crystals covering the top straight into it. Hedgel also waved his hand and said with a hint of helplessness, leaving aside that there wasn't much reason to refuse, since he was also quite curious about what novel things were down below. Secondly, he also wanted to take the opportunity to earn some favorability. After all, because of physiological issues, hierarchy was impossible to compete with him over Karenina. On this point, he could also rest easy. Hemu agreed directly for once, and there are no other conditions either. Just that. Karenina stared directly at Hedgel's face, tilted her head, and seemed to be looking in a daze. What's wrong? Don't tell me you've got a screw loose somewhere again. Hedgel naturally wouldn't purposely ask weird things like, are you captivated by my charm, Tilda? And instead asked a barely serious question. After all, Vril was still standing on the side. No, it's just a slight sense of déjà vu, or rather strange familiarity. She blinked her eyes, then relished Hedgel's expression, actions, and spoken words from just now. What strange familiarity is there in that? Don't we see each other basically every day? Being familiar is normal, right? Hedgel also shook his head helplessly, thinking whether Karenina had come up with some wondrous association again. As for Vril, she merely stood to the side, tilted her head with what seemed like 3 large question marks hovering above it, and listened to this baffling conversation with a face full of confusion. No, nothing, it's completely just my unfounded association. A few seconds later, Karenina seemed to have finally snapped out of her previous state, and hurriedly spoke in response. I really can't understand what you think about all day long. Forget it. I still have some matters to attend to here. If you're hungry, you can go ask the kitchen for some pastries first. Just like before is fine. Hedgel merely stretched his back, seemingly long accustomed to Karenina's behavior. In the end, Karenina also obediently walked out. But inexplicably, today she intentionally turned back to glance at Hedgel, seeming as if she wanted to completely brand his movements into her eyes. Lord Karenina, is there any physical discomfort? Or is there something else you wish to say? If it's inconvenient to explain because I am present, I will immediately go call her back and leave at once. Seeing Karenina like this, Vril wore clear worry on her face and proposed to Hedgel. This fellow doesn't care that much about the environment and atmosphere, and if she has something she wants to say, or if she's feeling physically unwell, she will honestly speak up. There's no need to hide or tuck things away. So it's probably something she temporarily doesn't want to voice, or some strange discovery. Hegel's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the closed wooden door, deep in thought. That sense of déjà vu overlapped in a truly inexplicable way. But this is probably just a coincidence. Following Hegel's words, Karenina went to ask the kitchen for some pastries, and then, just like before, sat in the small pavilion in the back garden, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. It can only be a coincidence. After all, that was just an imaginary scene in my mind, plus I've never even met the real person. His movement just now happened to be just my inner delusion coupled with beautification, which led to that unfounded association of Pirium HM. It can only be like this. Karenina forked a piece of sliced pastry into her mouth while nodding, thus convincing herself. Indeed, she had just associated it with some interesting imagery at that moment. I wonder how that fellow has been doing afterward. Hopefully, that fellow listened to my words, honestly studied for graduate school, and became a proper office worker. I don't pray for him to make any great contributions, at least don't do malicious deeds, and live out an ordinary life. Karenina muttered to herself with a slight sense of helplessness. The gesture she had just seen from Hegel, and that slightly disgruntled sentence he spoke, while still obediently agreeing in the end, seemed to give her the feeling of a certain child she used to sponsor in the past. After all, after dealing with all those messy, trivial family matters, he truly had no family members left around him. Or rather, such a thing as family never existed to begin with. What he had were merely robbers and thieves greedy for money. Although he had thought about throwing himself into work as much as possible to dilute this loneliness and emptiness a little more, making himself forget certain things through an endless stream of tasks, whenever holidays came around, looking at this empty home devoid of any human vitality and covered in dust, this sense of emptiness would slowly engulf him. Afterwards, whether out of some other thoughts or simply wanting to do one more meaningful thing, he participated in a public welfare organization's charity aid program. That is, one-on-one aid to children in mountainous areas to help them complete their education. Anyway, he figured he had no family members, let alone a family, and he had no demands regarding clothing, food, housing, or transportation. As long as he was well fed, that was enough. Furthermore, in a high-security department like this, there were cafeterias and dormitories for food and lodging, meaning he didn't need to spend any of his own money at all. Rather than letting those numbers rise, numbers that were basically useless to him and also brought many painful memories, it was better to do something more meaningful. At least it's making a contribution to the country, isn't it? Therefore, following the requirements, he took on all the miscellaneous school expenses, meal fees, and miscellaneous costs for purchasing new clothes and pants for youth deep in the impoverished mountain ravines. Anyway, this bit of expenditure was truly completely effortless for him. Section 230. And that guy seemed to still be in a rebellious phase. Every time he stood from the perspective of an elder to impart like experience to that guy, he seemed to become a bit impatient, or rather a little awkward. And every time he saw that guy write a short, slightly anxious paragraph on the stationery, his mood would inevitably improve. Just like what Hegel had just said, it seemed to completely overlap with the words on that stationery. 442. Incongruity. However, it really is identical. What that guy Hegel just said, as well as his movements, are really too much like the movements of that child I imagine in my head. It really is quite nostalgic and worrisome. Thinking of this, Karenina couldn't help but sigh softly again. Even though she had become like this now, and even though the world was in a completely different world, she still held a bit of worry for that child. Tusk, that guy's impression on me before was just being overly optimistic and simple-minded. If I popularized a bit of the dark side to him, he would have to say I was pessimistic. You must know, these are all things that must be known otherwise. Walking out into society, who knows how many times he'd be cheated as an honest man? Who knows if, by that time, after raising a child for over a dozen years, he'd find out in the end it wasn't his. And thinking of this trait of that guy, Karenina pouted her lips again, looking full of anger. However, these have nothing to do with me anymore, right? After all, I am not his parents, nor any of his relatives. If I say too much, he might even find me annoying. And all I can do is just this little bit of pocket money sent over regularly, right? Thinking of this, she smiled self-deprecatingly again. At some unknown point, a trace of desolation appeared in her eyes. This money, estimatedly, even after I kicked the bucket, can at least sustain him through graduate school. After all, I remember the money given to that foundation was quite a lot. Of course, on the premise that he doesn't spend money recklessly. But in this aspect, I still have a bit of confidence in him. She once again stuffed a small piece of pastry into her mouth. This soft, sticky and sweet taste truly made her mood improve quite a bit. Anyway, whatever I could do, I've done it. The rest of the journey in life should be walked by himself. Anyway, just don't be as a failure as me. Lacking family affection when wanting it, lacking romance when wanting it, even colleagues found me an eyesore and shot me dead. Holding this money, what's the point anyway? After swallowing the sweet pastry in her mouth, she still let out a soft sigh carrying unresolvable anxiety. What on earth did she think of this afternoon? Even when I went to ask her at night, she didn't give an answer, but brushed it off instead. In the evening, Hedgel, who had already returned to his bedroom, also increasingly felt that some of Karenina's actions this afternoon were a bit subtle. I don't quite understand what on earth she discovered, but it looks like there's nothing to worry about, right? After all, she didn't continue staring at me with that kind of look when she left in the afternoon. Although Hedgel felt reassured, but he always felt that there was something else about Karenina that he didn't know. This couldn't help but make him scratch his ears and cheeks, wanting to figure out what kind of emotions carried in Karenina's look that afternoon. After all, his desire for possession was quite strong. He wanted to take all her matters into his eyes, seal all her past in his eyes, and imprint it in his memory. Forget it. Continuing to think is useless. I don't know what kind of plan she was making before. Hedgel lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling deep in thought. It's just that now we also need to plan how to infiltrate the various countries of the Northern Alliance, right? After all, our ultimate enemy can only be them. After some thought, Hedgel still put his thoughts back on track. Yesterday, I asked Carls to organize an intelligence department targeting the Northerners. I don't know if he can really give me a satisfactory result. Furthermore, what on earth is the background of the Lord Governor, the de facto commander-in-chief of the Northern Army that I accidentally obtained before? The moment he thought of the information transmitted via the intelligence-dedicated line, he instantly felt that he was once again in a fog. Although on the surface it is said to be merely the supreme commander of the coalition forces, voted by the heads of state of various countries within the alliance, in reality it is the leader who substantially controls the northern countries, the true power holder of the Northern Alliance in a real sense. What kind of damned power structure is this? The more Hedgel thought about this matter, the more bizarre he felt it was. Moreover, he could now probably slightly understand why the Northern Army was so formidable now, completely different from the weakness at the beginning of the war. After all, the alliance was not monolithic from the inside originally, and ever since this guy gained power, the battle situation had reversed. That must be because that governor forcibly integrated the entire Northern Alliance and made the most reasonable distribution of them. As a result, the current disadvantageous situation also received a reasonable explanation. Tusk, won't there really be a so-called heaven-sent powerhouse, followed by iron-fisted politics? If so, my original plan to sow discord among them and defeat them one by one would be completely ruined. Hedgel was also extremely annoyed at this time. This was also one of the reasons why he was preparing to reorganize the intelligence network targeting the north. Although he also had a small number of undercover lines in the north now. But after all, there was no way to connect them into a network, and the risk of these undercover lines transmitting intelligence was simply too great, nor could the frequency be high, and the timeliness was also absolutely poor. After all, the intelligence he transmitted back was at least events that happened nearly 2 years ago. This completely precluded any timeliness. Goodness knows what the hell is going on inside them. Tusk, plans can never keep up with changes. Like a pouting child, he rolled fiercely on the large bed for a few circles before calming down slightly. Ruling separately, fighting independently, just like before, wasn't a confederation good. Now they've even started bringing out that flavor of centralization. This is really not a good thing for us, he answered with a slight sense of helplessness. After all, the domestic country was still in a stage of recuperation. If they really wanted to break all ties with the Northerners, the attrition certainly wouldn't be something that could be reduced to an extremely low level just by relying on weapons. Because at the present stage, it was also unknown what trump cards they had. Tusk, it seems that the proposal she put forward today to accelerate the excavation of the mine must be implemented quickly. After all, if there is better technology, maybe we can really keep these northern jackals in check. After careful consideration, Hedgel could only temporarily place his gaze on the underground airship wreckage. Hopefully they could give himself and the army a shot in the arm. And if it's a major change in leadership, our operational strategies should also undergo major changes. However, judging from the current movements of their army, there is no difference from the past. Hedgel seemed to have discovered another point of incongruity. Forget it. These can only be answered by waiting for the completion of the intelligence network. 443. Desperate gamble. Good for nothings. All of you are good for nothings. Are you guys really this incompetent? Even a proper peace talk can be handled like this. The Northerners have already put out the word now that they must completely and thoroughly wipe us out. Peace talks, peace talks. Why did it add fuel to the fire instead? At the same time, inside the military tent of the noble army, Duke Bodoli was flying into a rage. Whether it was flower pots used as decorations, porcelain, or military maps with practical utility, they were all knocked to the ground, mixed with the liquid spill from the broken water cuts, and even stepped on a few times by unknown people, crumpled, and shrunken on the ground full of yellow soil, and if one wasn't careful, they might step on those broken porcelain pieces and poke a bloody wound into their feet. But Duke Bodily didn't care all about the mess inside the tent, and continued to sweep the things on the table onto the ground all at once with crackling sounds. It seemed as if as long as he did this, he could completely suppress his anger. As for those reprimanded soldiers and attendants, they naturally dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. They could only cower in place, lowering their heads, letting their direct superior constantly smash everything in the tent, while unreservedly slapping foul language onto their faces and stuffing it into their ears. After all, whoever dared to talk back to their superior right now would probably lose their head on the spot. It's better to endure it for now. At worst, they could find an opportunity later to pack up and run away, until Duke Bodily calmed down a little bit, or rather because his fat body was truly exhausted. Hunting, he sat back down in his seat, then widened his bean-sized small eyes, scanning this team of subordinates below. A surge of anger flared up again. He was just about to open his mouth to curse again, but felt his throat dry and painful, and ultimately gave up. Lord Duke, this humble one believes this is not because of Lord Wayne's unfavourable negotiation, but because they never had any intention of peace talks to begin with. Furthermore, Lord Wayne has mostly died in the line of duty. The deceased are to be respected. An officer in the queue, seeing that Duke Bodily had finally stopped, thus attempted to make him dispel this anger as soon as possible, lest he come up with some more extreme commands. Otherwise the ones who would suffer and be tormented at that time would be themselves as the executors. If it were because he was good for nothing, would the negotiation have failed? Would these northerners carry an even greater anger, saying they want to fight us to death? It's obviously that guy's unfavourable negotiation that angered the northerners. Now this is great. I now also have to use a backup plan. No matter what, it was impossible for him to admit that this was his own error in strategic judgment. Therefore, he would only shift the blame entirely onto the envoy who had been sent out, and the officer, who tried to make Duke Bodily calm down, upon hearing these words, naturally didn't dare to continue speaking the matters he wanted to explain next, and could only obediently shut his mouth. I am now issuing a new command. You all listen up well. Within 4 days, if you do not take this imperial capital, your heads will really be gone. Do you understand? Saying this, he also reached out his hand, pointing forcefully towards the direction of Furzalan City, with both his gaze and words carrying an irresistible coercive force. But this! They were also confused. After all, this was completely different from the previously agreed-upon countermeasures. The situation has changed. You will just do as I say now. Don't dawdle here with me. When the time comes, if you really fail to reach the goal, it won't just be your own heads that are gone. But Duke Bodily glared fiercely at them, and the words he released were even more vicious than before. Matters having reached this point, his subjects could only obediently obey without a shred of dissent, and quickly dispersed to execute this old man's orders. After all these guys left, Duke Bodily let out a deeply sorrowful sigh. Rubian was really right. The Northerners simply never thought of making peace with us. They just wanted to take this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to us. I really regret a bit why I didn't listen to his words back then, and even sent such a silly envoy to negotiate. Now this is great. The pressure on the border is even greater. Duke Bodily looked at the surrounding mess, recalling the words Rubian had proposed to him earlier, and the sense of annoyance surged out uncontrollably. The Imperial Army, which is currently fighting to the death with the Northerners, is already demoralized. If I still don't listen to Rubian's advice, cut through the Gordian knot quickly, grasp the Imperial throne in my hands, and secure my orthodox status, but instead choose to carry out so-called jointly resisting the enemy with that little girl Cleaner, I'm afraid that after things stabilize, I'll be liquidated. Sure enough, this Rubian has considered everything. Thinking of this, the corners of Duke Bodily's mouth began to turn upward uncontrollably. Because he felt that he had touched the path to success, he just needed to follow Rubian's advice all the way down. He believed that the end of this road was what he wanted. Your Majesty, the gates of the outer city can hardly hold out anymore. Inside Furzalan City, it was already late at night. Sharon Sami, serving as the court lady-in-waiting, was reporting the situation to Cleaner, who was leaning against the railing and looking into the distance. And Cleaner did not give any reply. She only used her water-blue eyes to gaze into the distance at the specks of fire at the end of the horizon. That place was the outer city wall. At this time it only lit up a small number of bonfires. Outside that city wall were groups of jackals whose prominent image was ferocious and brutal. How much longer can it probably support? After a long silence, she finally opened her mouth and uttered the first sentence. The outer city gate won't be able to hold out by tomorrow morning. Because the gate has long been severely damaged, it probably can't even receive the first round of impact tomorrow. And the city due to insufficient personnel, the situation is also not optimistic. Sharon also answered truthfully. After all, she wouldn't use words that sounded comfortable to please her master. She would only report the situation truthfully. According to what you say, does it mean that in 2 or 3 days they will reach right under this imperial city? Cleaner also understood the meaning of Sharon's words and answered expressionlessly. Even her voice did not have a trace of trembling or surprise. That's right. And inside the city, due to the severely insufficient garrison forces, it is estimated that it won't be able to hold off for long. Even 3 days should be an extravagant hope. Understood. What you said is also clear to me. There are only about 300 attendants in the palace. Even if they are asked to fight to the death at that time, none of them will retreat. I'm afraid it won't have any effect either, right? Cleaner gently stroked the railing, asking this familiar subordinate in a calm voice. 444. Determination. Yes! At this time, Sharon's voice already carried a slight choke, but she still tried her best to suppress this sorrow, nodding heavily. Are these all within expectation? For some reason, after hearing this reply, Cleaner's tone turned out to be much more relaxed. Even her voice carried a smile at some unknown point. And Sharon remained silent in response. Hey, Sharon, you've accompanied me for so many years too. Do you have any thoughts on what I've done over these years? Don't cover it up. If you want to scold, just scold it out directly. I won't do anything to you. Cleaner leaned against the railing of this tower, speaking softly to her in a relaxed tone. I believe that your majesty is a very competent, excellent monarch with indelible achievements for the country. And Sharon also informed her of her thoughts truthfully at the first instance. After all, the things she had done all these years, without exception, were all for this country that had already rotted from the inside. Section 231. She did not give up on herself either, but instead went all out. The chandelier in her office remained lit even in the middle of the night. Sharon also firmly kept in mind the number of ink bottles used up every month. Ever since she was still an innocent and carefree princess, Sharon had already been by her side, and when she became Her Majesty, second only to one person and above tens of thousands in this country, Sharon still served her without ever leaving. Regardless of spring or summer, autumn or winter, Sharon took everything about her to heart. She also felt heartfelt pride and glory for her master. Therefore, this was the truest answer in Sharon's heart. You are not trying to comfort me, are you? Clearly, the decisions I made were so ignorant and so foolish. Yet you are still saying such nice things about me. Right now I am about to drag these defending soldiers down to be buried with me. At this moment, although Cleaner still maintained that smile, but those trembling corners of her mouth had already completely betrayed her true emotions. No, absolutely not. Your Majesty, you have always striven to make this country better and more prosperous. The reason the current situation has arisen is entirely because of those greedy nobles. They have no idea at all how much you have given for this country. They only know how to constantly nibble away at and destroy the fruits of your hard labor for the sake of their own desires. They are the greatest sinners of this country. Sharon's tears could no longer be held back at this moment. She did not want to see the Majesty she had always served force a smile, nor did she want to hear the person she had always deeply respected speak self-deprecating words. I believe those soldiers will also feel honored to die for the country, to die for such a wise and enlightened sovereign like you. Sharon had never known before that the sound of her own tears pattering on the ground could actually be so loud. Meanwhile, Cleaner only listened silently, looking at Sharon's cheeks already covered in tears. The fake smile on her face, she did not know when, had already disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only endless bitterness. Afterwards, she slowly lowered her head, and her shoulders also began to tremble uncontrollably. After an unknown amount of time, she asked Sharon in a trembling voice, Sharon, do you want to survive? If your Majesty is willing to live, I'll serve you for a lifetime. Although Sharon could not see Cleaner's expression, she still gave her answer. And this answer was also heartfelt. What if you and I both live, but we can never see each other again? Cleaner's voice already carried a hint of choking back sobs. It will not happen. Wherever your Majesty goes, I will follow you. Although Sharon knew this answer was quite arrogant, but she still said it. Do not follow. I also do not need you to follow. You just need to promise me not to seek your own death. That is enough. However, Cleaner rudely interrupted Sharon's words. Your Majesty, things have come to this. There is no need for you to continue risking your lives for me either. You also have your own families and your own lives. Continuing to follow me down this path will not lead to any good results. Especially you, did you not tell me before how cute your younger brother at home is? How much you like him? If you follow me, you really will not be able to see him in the future, Cleaner said, pretending to be tough. But the action of gripping the railing tightly, the trembling shoulders and the bitten lips, could completely not escape Sharon's eyes. Your Majesty, you are planning to. Sharon already roughly understood Cleaner's thoughts at this moment. There is no need to continue. Reinforcements are impossible to arrive. Continuing further will only make the soldiers pay a meaningless sacrifice. She seemed to have made up her mind. Tomorrow I will go out of the city to surrender. There is no need to stubbornly fight here anymore. It is meaningless. She took a deep breath, but even when exhaling this breath, it carried a slight choke. But in this way, you will. Hearing these words, although Sharon had been mentally prepared for a long time, she still could not help crying out, "It is fine, really, it is fine. You have already given so much for me. At this very end I just want to prevent you from throwing away your lives in vain anymore." After saying these words, she felt as if everything had been relieved. Sharon wanted to continue comforting her beloved majesty, but was stopped by her covering her mouth. "Stop talking. I will not change this decision. The specific documents are already prepared. Hang them out tomorrow. Moreover, I probably will not die so easily. At worst, I can also be used as a fertility machine and an anchor to maintain rule. You do not need to worry either." Only at this time did Sharon see Clena's eyes again, and these aqua blue eyes, which had completely lost their luster, made her feel both familiar and strange. At the same time, the shadow in this corner, as if it had turned into a spirit, let out a dissatisfied click of the tongue. But in the next second, this sound vanished into the air along with the evening breeze. "Tusk, the matter needs to be reported quickly. Although there is the authority to handle emergencies independently, but it is still better to report to superiors first. I hope to get a reply quickly." The dark shadow cursed inwardly, and without the cooperation of related informants, even if I can drag this fellow back and escort her out, that will still be a huge problem. Thinking of this, the dark shadow could not help letting out another sigh. 445. Giving up resistance. This should also be the only solution. The solution that can reduce losses to the absolute minimum. After finishing this final conversation with Sharon, Clena's entire body was filled with a sense of relaxation. Her entire body was limp, completely lacking any motivation or any thought of moving. She only wanted to lie on this soft, large bed just like now, doing nothing and thinking about nothing. She only wanted to let this already expanding sense of laziness swallow her completely. Anyway, no matter what she did now, there would be no result. Anyway, no matter what she thought now, it would be of no use. Anyway, right now she could only lie on this bed like a useless person. At most, she could pray that today's morning sun would rise a bit later, and that she would be tied up properly a little later before being sent to the Pharaoh Podol's tent. She believed he would probably be very happy to see her appearance right now, would he not? And thinking of that unfamiliar yet utterly repulsive fat, bloated face she was about to face, she felt a wave of nausea. At the same time, she also felt heartbroken and regretful for failing to guard her father's dying wish well. But all of this, no matter how much one thinks about it, it is already completely useless, right? This can already be considered the best ending I can achieve. At least it also spares these loyal guards from the doom of eternal separation from their loved ones and families. She tried to paralyze herself with this so-called correctness so that she could admit to herself that what she was doing was right. Can only do this, right? Finally, she stared at the ceiling that appeared blurry and exceptionally hazy under the night. With a soft voice, she let out a faint sigh. This was probably the signal of resigning herself to fate. I never expected to do all that well anyway. Right now I am just paying the price for my previous mistakes. These are all just destined endings. Endings destined the moment I made the decision. She said this over and over again, her eyes remaining dim and devoid of light. It seemed as if nothing mattered anymore. Whether it was the harassment of this nobles or the rebellion about to succeed now, or Hedgel's ruthlessness and short-sightedness, everything was already no longer important. "Tusk, is this enough?" But an unfamiliar male voice suddenly rang out in this room. "Ma'am, it is enough." However, Clena showed not the slightest surprise at this, even feeling a sense of release. "Unknown assassin, if you want to take my life right now, please feel free. Even if you do not kill me now, tomorrow I will honestly tie myself up and walk to the front lines. No matter what, it is your victory." Her voice carried a kind of detachment, not only toward others, but also toward herself. Then which city gates are you planning to go out from? You should know that outside different city gates, the military factions are all different, and whoever captures you first plays a quite important role in the future distribution of power. However, this man did not give a direct answer, instead asking a seemingly quite important question. "The East Gate. If it is not your faction, and you want to tie me away or deal with me right now, that is fine too. I will not resist, because doing so will not have any meaning. Cleaner had completely given up resistance now, because she herself also understood that as long as this man, who did not know which corner he was hiding in, made a move, her head would be cut off immediately, even if she let out a cry for help. So what? At most, it would just mean living a few more hours. Or rather living free for a few hours. Resistance was unnecessary. This thought was now firmly engraved in her heart. You said this yourself. If you emit any sound that might summon the guards, I might just end up doing something unpredictable. After finishing these words, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded in the room, accompanied by slight magical fluctuations. Hiding using magic, huh? Well, whatever. Knowing these things will not be of much use anyway, right? Cleaner's originally tense body gradually relaxed again after such a bout of self-enlightenment, and as those footsteps drew closer, although her heartbeat accelerated a bit, her consciousness of resistance was completely strangled in its cradle. It might hurt a little, but I will try to be as gentle as possible. When that male voice appeared once more, a rope that could not be considered very thick, yet carried a full sense of toughness, appeared before Cleaner's eyes. Please, I will endure it. Cleaner also nodded, raising no objections. She even felt that this assassin was somewhat gentle. Damn it! Why does this matter have to be given to me to do? Why give it to me? Why is that fellow Riot not better at doing this kind of thing? Why was this job handed to my hands in the end? Meanwhile, this assassin dressed all in black was completely unlike how calm and composed he looked at this moment. Or rather, quite the opposite. His entire body carried a sense of panic. Hey, this way is too foul play. Not resisting at all, how can one bring themselves to make a move? He held that tough rope in his hand, his eyes constantly scanning Cleaner's body, under the guise of finding the best spot to make a move. However, that is what is said, but actually doing it completely not daring to touch her. If she really gets hurt, what should be done? Do not look at how neat and decisive he sounded, but actually doing it was another matter entirely. After hesitating for dozens of seconds, until Cleaner tilted her head in slight confusion, he finally made up his mind. He hurriedly gently controlled Cleaner's delicate arms and bound them firmly with the rope in his hand. Meanwhile, the panting sounds emitted by Cleaner, as well as her expression of continuously enduring the state of being tied up, increasingly made comrade assassin flustered and upset. Step 1, finally completed. Who next step? After thoroughly controlling her arms, Mr. Assassin finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself why this fellow was not resisting. If there was even a slight thought of resistance, he would instead harden his heart. But in this kind of completely defenseless situation, he really found it somewhat difficult to make a move. Section 232. It seems I'll have to beg for forgiveness from my superiors later. After all, this is my own weakness. And for a spy hidden within the enemy's ranks, such soft-hearted thoughts are the biggest hidden danger. This is an error that absolutely cannot be allowed to occur. He reprimanded himself inwardly, but just as he had recomposed himself, and was about to proceed with the next step of tying her up, he found that his eyes seemed unable to move away. 446. Peace of mind. It seems that restraining her arms first might be a bit unwise. He swallowed, his eyes now fixed on some indescribable objects. Moreover, strange desire was continuously growing. After all, I believe no one would refuse the invitation of a beautiful girl whose hands are firmly bound and who is wearing only a thin nightgown. And this beautiful girl would perfectly not resist your various acts of violence, son. If you have such thoughts, I wouldn't refuse, nor would I be able to refuse. But as for how you'll report back, that's your problem. How could Cleaner not understand the thoughts of this man in front of her, whose entire body was covered in black cloth? But she still offered a kind reminder. After all, if something would happen here, he might feel good now. But what about later? Perhaps this fellow would be hung on the city wall by those nobles for public display. Rest assured, I would not commit such rude acts. Cleaner's words, however, pulled the assassin comrade's consciousness out of the earlier amorous atmosphere. Immediately after, he used the remaining ropes to physically restrain the adorable little person in front of him. The collision of soft skin and tough rope, the ropes rubbed against the smooth clothing, making a rustling sound, and the smooth sensation in his hands continuously stimulated the assassin comrade's not yet fully mature heart, teasing his nerves and reason. It wasn't until the blue-haired girl was thoroughly tied up, hog-tied, that he finally calmed his mind and began the next step of his plan. But the unique body scent of the girl continuously disrupted his thoughts and aroused his carnal desires, making his breathing a little hurried and his heart beat faster. Finally, I want to ask something. Cleaner was now securely tied up and placed on the bed. Both her body and limbs were firmly bound, making it utterly impossible for her to struggle free on her own. It seemed all that was left was to stuff a handkerchief in her mouth, and she could be put in a sack and carried away. The only freedom she still possessed was probably her eyes, which could still glance around. "Please speak." The assassin comrade, once again pulled from his contemplation, responded softly. In his hand, a pure white silk handkerchief had appeared at some point. "May I ask to which noble do you belong? That way, when I meet him, I'll be somewhat mentally prepared." Kalina posed her final question to the man. What answered her, however, was silence. Mr. Assassin now seemed to be in a dilemma. "You can't say? Then I certainly can't force you." "In that case," she sighed softly, then whispered. She didn't seem to have any dissatisfaction. After all, she understood that the man in front of her, though gentle and somewhat rational, was merely doing a job for money. Some things, perhaps he couldn't say, and wouldn't dare to say. Pressing further would only cause trouble for others. "No, I can tell you that Mr. Assassin interrupted the latter half of Kalina's sentence. Kalina blinked, surprised by the man's statement. Keboj Empire. After saying that, without waiting for Kalina to explain in surprise, he stuffed the already prepared silk handkerchief into her mouth, blocking her vocal cords. "Finally, I wish you sweet dreams." After this gentle whisper, Kalina's eyes were completely blindfolded. Wu-Fu tilted till that I never thought they would actually surrender now. And they issued a surrender announcement not long after I gave the order to capture the imperial capital. This is truly heaven's help, heaven's help. Early that morning, Duke Bodily received the surrender announcement from Forsaken City. This made Duke Bodily so happy that he immediately swept away the fatigue from waking up early, his face flushed with excitement as he prepared to welcome Kalina, who was leading the surrender, after all setting aside the political implications. Secondly, since Kalina was so open-minded, his future days would be much easier. After all, now as long as he made Kalina his de facto wife, he would then have legitimate ruling power over the entire country and could also use Kalina as a puppet to command the remaining imperial army on the front lines to fight for him. And after using Kalina's body and mind to consolidate his rule and its legitimacy, he could even throw her onto the black market to earn his last pot of gold. After all, her appearance and status alone would be enough for wealthy merchants to spend a fortune on her. No matter how he looked at it, a living Kalina who obeyed his commands was a source of wealth and power, capable of helping him achieve the dreams his ancestors had always yearned for. And her act of surrender now was tantamount to indirectly submitting to him and being willing to become his chess piece, his plaything. How could this not excite him? He felt this was one of the highlights of his life. "All right. Order all units to immediately cease their attack and prepare to welcome Kalina as she comes out of the city to surrender." Every cell in his body seemed to be cheering, leaping, and dancing at this moment. Then, riding this surge of energy, he issued what seemed to be a command symbolizing victory. Naturally, the officers under him all breathed a long sigh of relief. After all, if they truly had to conquer the imperial capital by force, countless soldiers would likely die under its defensive fortifications. And with Duke Podoli's personality, such heavy losses would definitely be attributed to these generals. At that point, whether they could keep themselves and their families alive would be unknown. And this time, Kalina's decision had, in a way, saved their official positions. After this, I'll simply order Rubian to serve as Prime Minister and assist me. As for that old man, as he thought of this, his gaze involuntarily turned fierce again. Then he looked towards the position that originally belonged to the old steward. That spot was now empty, with no one standing there, as if there was some kind of curse. That guy, he just went to the front line to persuade surrender, and ended up with both legs broken and also hit his head. Heaven knows how that guy served the Podoli family before. Or rather, it's because of people like him that our family was never able to seize the throne earlier. He spat fiercely at the spot, then cursed under his breath. But fortunately there's Rubian who has always been loyal to me. But as he thought of this, he felt a lot more at ease. 447. Anise? But just as he was about to set off to welcome Kalina, who had already submitted to him, a rush of hurried footsteps made him frown involuntarily. "Your Grace!" Seconds later, a soldier, red-faced, panting heavily and flustered, spoke to Duke Podoli, delivering a message. "If you have something to say it quickly. Why are you so flustered? Could it be that Kalina is only feigning surrender, preparing to make us pay a price again?" Duke Podoli glared fiercely at the unexpected soldier, suppressing his temper, and asked displeased. "I wouldn't dare but." The soldier seemed terribly frightened, unable to speak coherently. This made Duke Podoli's frown deepen even further. That Kalina she's missing. Sensing the impatient aura emanating from the Duke in front of him, he could only brace himself and reveal the information he had just received. "What did you say?" Hearing this, Duke Podoli's blood pressure immediately soared, and even his eyeballs seemed to have turned blood red. Kleena is missing, and according to the note left in her room it says she was abducted by unknown bandits, and they even mocked us for being slow and not controlling her first. At this point, the young soldier dared not continue speaking, feeling that if he said one more wrong word, he would be hung on the city gate by Duke Podolya, the Imperial Palace guards, all good-for-nothings, all idlers. How could even such villains sneak in? Or is all of this just a play concocted by those people, simply not wanting that little slut Kleena to fall into my hands? Needless to say, Duke Podolya had already taken this matter as a staged play arranged by the palace staff. After all, no matter how you look at it, it was too coincidental. Just after saying she would surrender, but before the announcement was made, the main character of the surrender was abducted. Therefore, the possibility of this being a staged act to allow Kleena to escape quickly was extremely high. Do these guys really think we're fools? That we're so easy to deceive? Duke Podolya's anger was completely uncontrollable. Pass down the order, interrogate all guards and palace maids in the Imperial Palace one by one. If they refuse to reveal Kleena's true whereabouts, hang them one by one until Kleena's true whereabouts are forced out of that little girl. He immediately issued the order to track down Kleena. Just as the young soldier was about to relay this order to the relevant departments, a sudden voice stopped his actions. Wait! A young man with red hair, wearing a strange long robe, suddenly walked out from the entrance of the tent. Lord Rubian. Upon seeing the newcomer, the young soldier immediately retreated a few steps timidly, then stood still, awaiting his command. Oh, Rubian, you're finally back. Not seeing you for all this time has truly made me quite uneasy. As Duke Podolya noticed that it was his trusted Rubian who had entered, his expression immediately shifted from its previous gloom, revealing a comfortable, spring-like smile. Your Grace exaggerates. Moreover, I truly did not perform well this time. I failed to achieve the goal of obtaining information on the Keboj Empire's new weapons. Although Rubian lowered his head, expressing apology, his demeanor showed no hint of genuine remorse. It's a small matter. Even without their weapons and equipment, we can still hold off the Northerners on our own. And now, the most important thing is how to catch the escaped Kleena. Duke Podolya completely disregarded Rubian's potential mistake, instead steering the conversation to the problem he most wanted to solve. And what you just meant was not to lay a hand on those palace guards. Yes! Rubian immediately nodded. Then can you explain to me why we should let them go? Duke Podolya adopted an attitude of listening attentively. The reason is very simple. There's no need. Rubian replied softly, his face expressionless. No need? Section 233. Rubian, without the slightest sense of panic, uttered the words he had long prepared word by word. Hearing this statement, Duke Podolya fell into silence. On the contrary, we should now treat these court attendants favourably, improve their treatment, and make them serve you wholeheartedly. This will create a demonstration effect, allowing other former dynasty officials who may still be unconvinced by you to swear allegiance to you. Having discovered that Duke Podolya had fallen into a dilemma, Rubian only needed to continuously drag his direction of thought into the orientation he wanted. In this way, my ruling position can be further consolidated. That's right. People have eyes and can see who is doing well and who is not. You only need to win over the hearts of these former dynasty subjects, and the stability of the regime will be just around the corner. Since things had already reached this point, Rubian naturally wanted to hoodwink a bit more if he could. Anyway, in the end, the only one who would benefit was himself. Since that's the case, let's do as you say. Just pretend the order I gave just now never existed, and you may withdraw first. Duke Podolya let out a long sigh, considering Rubian's words to be marvellous. Then he immediately ordered the soldier standing by to withdraw. However, he completely failed to notice Rubian's expression of scheme succeeding. Fortunately, the person was sent out, and the seed was also protected well. That guy, what on earth is he trying to do? What benefits can he get from tying me up? Meanwhile, a shabby-looking carriage was speeding along the road in this wilderness. They deliberately bypassed the easy-to-travel but guard-infested main road, galloping all the way from the fork where all the checkpoints had been cleared. Inside the seemingly dilapidated carriage, a blue-haired girl wearing a nightgown but bound tightly could not calm down at all. Chapter 448, Under the Moon. I originally thought those nobles wanted to launch a decapitation strike to kill, or kidnap me directly in the palace. Bah! Tied up very tightly but not feeling any pain, Kleena's doubts in her heart were constantly swelling. Why would that guy Hedgel do such a thing? It would have been fine if he just provided me with aid before. Why must he do this now? She could truly be said to be furious beyond measure. No kidnapping the ruler of a fallen nation, plus a night attack. Since she had not the slightest clue, she naturally started letting her imagination run wild. What if she happened to guess right? Furthermore, she was still thinking in the direction she believed had the highest probability. And that guy hasn't married yet, and he flatly rejected my proposal last time to send an official's daughter to his palace. The more she thought about it, the greater she felt the possibility of this aspect was. Her cheeks began to constantly flush with a pinkish hue. Steam was also constantly rising from the top of her head, dampening her aqua blue hair. But now that you mention it, isn't this guy pretty much the same as Podoli? As long as he controls me, doesn't that mean he has a strong claim on our country's territory? As long as he turns me into his concubine, they can directly wage war against Podoli and the others afterwards, and then reasonably control all our country's territory. This is annexation. But after calming down, she increasingly felt that Hedgel's motives for acting were quite impure. Even if it's impure, what can I do? I am now meat on the chopping board. Now my body is tied up, my mouth is plugged, and I can't even bite my tongue to commit suicide. But thinking of this, she completely lost all her spirit again. Indeed, she couldn't do anything right now. Truly couldn't do anything at all. And if it weren't for his intervention, under that desperate situation, could I only have obediently surrendered and then become Podoli's plaything? In a sense, shouldn't I thank him? At least the whole country would be occupied by those nobles who understand nothing except pleasure-seeking and only bring disasters to the people. Hedgel's rule, although I don't think it's that great either. After all, funds haven't flowed much to the grassroots level, but at least it can prevent the grassroots people from starving every day. Then how should I face him afterwards? It's impossible to hurl abuses at him right off the bat, right? At least I must be a bit more humble so as not to disgust him. However, on the point of being short-sighted, I will definitely not change my mind. Since she had already seen through the current situation, she could only walk all the way down this path. And if I can secure the position of Empress, I probably won't lose out. At least the ostensible status is still there. Of course, it is not ruled out that he will use me as a puppet later, reasserting sovereignty over the country's territory in my name. That is probably the biggest possibility. And looking at the current posture, I certainly have no chance to escape. She leaned against the vibrating carriage wall of the carriage, feeling that sitting for so long really made her buttocks hurt from the bumping. I hope that guy would be too rough with me on the first night. In the end, Kleena gave up thinking. In just 2 days, this day-and-night non-stop carriage crossed heavy blockades and arrived at Iowa City. As for how Miss Kleena solved her diet and physiological needs during these 2 days on the carriage, which basically never stopped except during horse changes, if this were discussed in detail, she would probably force him to death with her own life. Therefore, it is skipped here. And when she was wearing the pajamas she hadn't changed in 2 days, barefoot, staring with a slightly sluggish expression at the palace not far away, she only felt was she dreaming. Only 2 days? What kind of magic did they use? How could they get here so fast? Although I know they were constantly changing horses, but no matter how you think about it, this speed is too bizarre. Disregarding her current sloppy attire, she stretched lazily in this square where it seemed there was no one else except the 2 assassin gentlemen behind her. After all, having been bound for 2 days today, she was finally able to stretch her muscles. But what is that guy Hedgel going to do now? He hasn't come to pick me up either. However, personally receiving the ruler of a fallen nation is indeed quite humiliating. Although her heart was still filled with a trace of doubt, it was completely drowned out by this self-deprecating voice. Now just waiting here is fine. Kleena aimlessly scanned the unfamiliar palace around her, trying to familiarize herself with the surroundings as soon as possible. But just as her gaze swept across a corner of the palace, her eyes were firmly attracted. So pretty. She subconsciously uttered such a murmur, and what firmly controlled her line of sight was the pale golden long hair dancing in the wind under the moonlight. It was the sea-blue eyes gazing at the bright moon in the breeze. It was the noble and elegant snow-white dress in the night. That girl was currently staring absent-mindedly at the not-so-round moon tonight. Her expression carried a trace of loneliness and a trace of sorrow, but this could not cover up or swallow the sparkling expectation and longing in her eyes. What was she thinking about? What was she recalling? What was she expecting? Why would she show such an expression? Why would she gaze alone at the slightly pale moonlight carrying sorrow at this time? And what occupied Kleena's brain with these questions rushing over like a tide? But before Kleena could get an answer through her own thinking, she suddenly discovered that the blonde girl had moved her gaze from the moon onto her. Clean and transparent. This was Kleena's only thought after meeting that gaze. And what followed was a soft smile of unknown emotion that made Kleena feel the warmth of spring. Kleena's face also uncontrollably dyed with a hint of red, and that wondrous girl also stepped with brisk paces, slowly approaching Kleena. Nice to meet you. My name is Karenina Eugenia. You must be Lord Cleaner. Although this girl who called herself Karenina was indeed impeccable in actions and etiquette, in her speech she carried a hint of playfulness and liveliness. This could not help but deeply move Cleaner. After all, this was a feeling she had possessed before, but had long since lost. Yes, may I ask, are you here to welcome me on behalf of your country's emperor? However, what needed to be done still had to be done. She couldn't just keep staring at others here. Otherwise, this already meagre royal face would really be completely lost. Chapter 446, Bathing and Changing Clothes. So I suppose it's just that I don't know what on earth that guy is planning in his heart, acting so mysterious every day. Hearing Cleaner mention Hedgel, Karenina's expression instantly turns sour. After all, she couldn't figure out why he wanted her to run over to welcome Cleaner, and he was hiding somewhere unknown, secretly observing all this. This way of doing things Karenina truly didn't understand. Is that so? Okay. May I ask what the next itinerary is? Hearing Karenina's reply, Cleaner could only nod. Although displeasure arose in her heart, she was helpless. After all, Hedgel probably didn't take her seriously anymore, right? She thought with a hint of self-deprecation, but when she scrutinized Karenina's face in front of her once more, she suddenly felt that without his interruption, having her lead the way was truly wonderful. Next please come with me to the bathroom to bathe and change clothes. After all, no matter what, keeping you wearing this dress all the time is indeed too impolite. With that, Karenina struck a posture of stepping forward to leave. Upon hearing these words, Cleaner's thoughts completely drifted away. Wait a minute. Go to the bathroom together with her. Bathing and changing clothes. The development of this matter seems a bit wrong. Although Cleaner had been served while bathing before, this kind of request made by a beautiful girl she was meeting for the first time, one who even made her feel inferior, was truly the first time. And do you have any questions? Looking at Cleaner, whose face was flushed with a tide-like red, whose pupils were constricted, and whose head seemed to be emitting wisps of steam, Karenina let out a sound of puzzlement. After all, she really didn't understand why this fellow was so nervous. No, nothing. Just feeling a bit surprised. Hearing this, she hurriedly shook her head, then stiffly followed behind Karenina. This made Karenina's inner doubts swell once again, and Karenina merely maintained a distance of just half a step ahead of Cleaner, walking smoothly and gracefully, completely devoid of the tension and caution of facing the ruler of a nation. After all, this fellow had stayed with Hedgel for a long time and felt that the so-called ruler of a nation, above 10,000 people, wasn't just that virtuous, and there was completely no need to carry those cumbersome etiquettes when the two of them were alone together. But in Cleaner's eyes, what she saw was another kind of message, treating everyone equally. It seemed that even if Hedgel stood here, she would still maintain this indifferent attitude. Section 234. Aside from the most basic etiquette, everything else did not matter. Yet in these ordinary, everyday movements, there was inexplicably a sense of elegance and nobility to be felt. It was as if this temperament was attached to her very soul. There was no subtle sarcasm or mockery directed at me just because I was a failed ruler. This sense of equality was truly delightful and reassuring. Following closely behind Karenina, Cleaner caught the faint, distinctive fragrance of roses lingering on Karenina. Whether it was psychological or influenced by external factors, she surprisingly sensed a hint of romance within this silent and slightly chilly imperial palace. Silver moonlight, a blonde beauty, a lonely palace, and a fallen monarch. Things seemed to happen by such coincidence. After walking along the palace paths and corridors for over 10 minutes, the two finally reached a bedroom. The current owner of this bedroom was none other than Karenina. Although your room is already prepared, but because of the bad taste of some brain-dead fellow, I can only bring you to my room for body cleaning. Please forgive me. As Karenina spoke these words, a voice carried a trace of dissatisfaction and resentment. This couldn't help but make Cleaner shrink her neck slightly. If nothing unexpected happened, the brain-dead fellow she spoke of was probably Hedgel, right? After all, based on the results analyzed from her temperament and actions, the only person qualified to command this maiden calling herself Karenina was none other than Hedgel. Furthermore, she was actually able to use such a tone to unreservedly curse the reigning emperor. Cleaner couldn't help but feel a trace of fear and a sense of admiration in her heart. But even more so, she felt worried and frightened for her. How is it? Are you feeling comfortable? As Cleaner wiped the water droplets from her body and slowly walked out of the bathroom, Karenina stood in place and asked her in a soft voice, "Very comfortable. I haven't touched hot water for 2 days. Taking this bath really puts one in such a refreshing mood." She nodded and replied in a subtle voice. During this rather short bathing time, she had been constantly pondering what kind of person Karenina really was. She didn't look like Hedgel's concubine, but she didn't feel like an official either. and the feeling this fellow gave off was a hint of resilience amidst gentleness, and a touch of restlessness amidst elegance. Such a marvellous feeling, and what could be the reason why Hedgel asked her to approach me? Cleaner once again fell into deep thought. Would you like to return to your room now, or would you like to have some dim sum and drink some tea here to fill your stomach a bit? I imagine during that somewhat rough escort process, it must have been hard for you to have a pleasant dining experience. All right, thank you for the invitation. Without waiting for Karenina to finish speaking, Cleaner readily agreed. After all, she also wanted to get on good terms with Karenina. Perhaps her life afterwards could be a little easier. Understood. This way, please. With that, Karenina familiarly moved her steps to the small round table in front of the windowsill, motioning for Cleaner to sit down. Cleaner had no intention of refusing either, honestly following Karenina's wishes and sitting opposite the table. At first, she even mistakenly thought she could bathe together with Karenina. But in reality it was just taking a bath in her room, while she merely waited outside. This made Cleaner deflate just a little bit, along with a sense of loss that inexplicably began to swell. Then, Miss Karenina, why did you come to this palace? With the fragrant, heartwarming tea going down her throat, Cleaner felt as if her entire body had been soaked and cleansed anew, brimming with a warm vitality. At the same time, yielding to the atmosphere, she brought up the topic she had been pondering for a long time. After all, she was truly curious about what role Karenina played and what kind of status she held within this palace. 450. Baffling behavior. This matter's a bit long to tell. If I were to briefly explain the general situation, Karenina subconsciously took a sip of the tea she brewed, tilted her head, and replied softly, "The third princess of the long-fallen Throne kingdom?" and then sent over as a peace offering gift. As for the result, didn't my dear Queen Mother and sisters fail to protect their own positions and get exiled to the desert instead? Their life or death remains unknown to this day, Tilda. She sighed slightly, then softly recounted the events of back then. It seemed as though these incidents were merely trivial matters completely unrelated to her. It seems that to a certain extent we are the same. Hearing this, Cleaner's heart skipped a beat first, and then she responded with a hint of helplessness. After all, she was well aware of how the Cabbage Empire had previously beaten up those kids. It's just that she hadn't expected such a seemingly ordinary, perfectly normal, yet utterly devoid of human warmth trivial matter to be sandwiched in between. Well, after all, you were forced to this state because of domestic affairs. As for me, I had no choice either. In their eyes, I was just a good-looking yet useless fuss anyway, so giving me away was no big deal. There seemed to be a bit of resentment in Karenina's words, but even more so, it was genuine helplessness. Hearing this, Cleaner couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking to herself just what was her situation in this palace. Could she really be treated by that Hedgel as a toy without status or title, kept by his side simply because she was easy to use? Who, may I ask, what work you do in this palace? Cleaner asked Karenina in a slightly uneasy tone and with a somewhat agitated expression. HM, this still has to be kept secret for now. After all the content and so on, it's not very good to spell out. Karenina, however, reveals a meaningful smile and replied softly. But to Cleaner, this sounded like a completely different story. If it were just ordinary playthings, it probably wouldn't require a word like secret, right? She blinked, and her brain began to run at high speed. Then it might just be even more stimulating ways of playing. And if these methods were leaked, they might affect the Emperor's image, which is why it needs to be kept secret. Cleaner instantly felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. I understand, woo-woo. Damn it, such a beautiful maiden with supreme temperament is actually being defiled and toyed with like this by Hedgel, and I might end up becoming one of them later on. Cleaner's heart was instantly filled with sorrow and indignation, along with intense hatred for Hedgel, and a sense of compassion seemed as though it was about to overflow. May I ask if you thought of something strange? Karenina naturally felt the atmosphere, which had now exceeded her expectations. So she hurriedly squeezed out a smile, trying to pull back Cleaner, whose thoughts had already drifted who knows where. I'm sorry, I lost my composure, and I shouldn't have asked you such a serious question either. Sorry, really very sorry. After a long silence, Cleaner replied with tear-filled eyes and sincere words, and this reply plunged Karenina into further bewilderment. I think, did you misunderstand something? No, nobody understands you better than I do. Miss Karenina, from now on, there should be a second person to help you share your pain. With that, Cleaner directly grabbed Karenina's small hand. Coupled with those tear-misty eyes, it once again made Karenina lose the will to resist, because she couldn't refuse such a crime-beautiful maiden. Yet Karenina was currently thinking, does this fellow really understand weapon design? The two of them dawdled like this for a dozen minutes. Moreover, the topic drifted further and further away from normal. Or rather, the two of them were simply not on the same wavelength at all. One side purely thought, woo-woo, Miss Karenina is so pitiful, actually being subjected to such violence by scumbag like Hedgel, yet she can still remain optimistic, maintain this fine temperament, and not give up on herself. While the other side was, I clearly knew we weren't on the same wavelength, yet when I wanted to correct it, the end result seemed to make our trains of thought skew even further off track. The final result of this farce was Lena wrapped half of her body around Karenina, crying a mess of snot and tears, while also unilaterally drastically lowering her evaluation of Hedgel. Lord Cleaner, your posture right now. No, don't add the word Lord, just call me Cleaner directly. From now on, I'm your older sister, and you must definitely keep this kind of optimism in the future. Cleaner seemed to have lost her mind a bit now. Furthermore, she pressed those two soft mounds on her chest against her. This also made Karenina almost unable to control the upward curve of her lips. Rest assured, in the future, I will definitely make that Hedgel pay a corresponding price. Finally, Cleaner pressed close to Karenina's ear, speaking with a sweet voice, a sentence that completely baffled Karenina. Though she didn't understand what on earth she had figured out, but she always felt it wasn't in a good direction. As for Cleaner herself, she fancied that she already understood why Karenina would gaze at the imperfect, cold moon on this chilly night with a gaze carrying traces of sorrow. Perhaps it was being touched by the scenery. She stubbornly believed that her own thoughts had no error whatsoever. After all, when she was a child, those teachers in the palace had taught her how to read literary texts this way. After all, when she first saw her, that scene of gazing at the moon was truly unforgettable to her. After all, she had also been constantly trying to figure out what Karenina was thinking in her heart at that time. Was that sorrowful feeling of hers produced because she was sent here, or because of the extremely shameless Hedgel's rough treatment? Or perhaps both. Cleaner truly grew more and more curious about this. Cleaner, it's getting late now. Look, the tea is almost finished too. Shall I send you back to your room now? Karenina increasingly felt that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction, so she hurriedly wanted to interrupt these completely baffling words. Because this Cleaner was really hugging her tighter and tighter, it felt like in the next second she wouldn't be able to breathe. But as long as I leave, won't you have to face that shameless scumbag Hedgel in a moment? If I know right, even if I'm here, you'll probably still suffer his cruel hands. Cleaner seemed to have realized a very serious matter, but Karenina listened with a face full of questions. 451. Strange developments. As for that well, since we already said we'd share it together, why don't I sleep with you tonight? Section 235. Cleaner seemed to have found a reasonable excuse to stay here. Unlike Cleaner, what exactly are you talking about? Karenina was now completely bewildered. She could only ponder what Cleaner was thinking while directly asking what she was talking about. We don't need to hide it anymore, my dear sister. I already know everything that scumbag Hedgel did. And upon hearing Karenina's confused words, Cleaner instinctively hugged Karenina even tighter. Can't breathe. That was the only thought in Karenina's mind at the moment. It seems I hit the nail on the head. Karenina, even if I guessed right, you don't have to make such a pained expression. We'll bear this pain together from now on. Cleaner, however, assumed that Karenina's pained expression was not because of her, but because of that damned Hedgel. But Karenina's face was now slightly purple simply because she couldn't breathe. And she couldn't even speak smoothly. As for Cleaner, she continued to talk to herself, denouncing Hedgel's cruelty. Things really seemed to be getting out of control, and Cleaner still held Karenina tightly, with tears in her light blue eyes and heartfelt words, constantly soothing Karenina's damaged heart. It wasn't until nearly 10 minutes had passed that Cleaner finally let go of Karenina. At that moment, Karenina felt as if she had just escaped the jaws of death. She was just a little short of rolling her eyes and fainting. Cleaner, you Cleaner. Are you really going to sleep here tonight? Karenina had intended to return to her original way of addressing Cleaner, but a fierce glare from Cleaner made her falter and quickly change her words. With that, Cleaner showed a satisfied smile. That's right, I'm sleeping with you tonight. Maybe that'll make that scumbag, who's good at group activities, completely exhausted tomorrow. Cleaner said confidently. After all, she now thought she had found the reason why Hedgel had never married. I mean, with no one to control him, he could have group activities whenever he wanted, and who could stop him? And he didn't need to learn time management skills because there was no need. For some reason, I feel like I'm being compared to someone in a disreputable profession. Karenina replied with a bitter smile. Only then did she have the energy to appreciate the beautiful face and nearly perfect figure of the young girl in front of her, and she also wondered if she could sleep with such a beautiful girl lying in the same bed. But why does she mention Hedgel in every sentence? Karenina seemed to have discovered a very serious problem, and she keeps insulting him non-stop. She seems to think very lowly of him. But Hedgel hasn't done anything out of line to her. In fact, he saved her from that damn situation. Karenina, the uncrowned queen of love idiots, began to use her imagination again. She obviously likes him, but doesn't want to express her true feelings. Instead, she uses a bunch of insults to tell the outside world that she hates him. Karenina felt she had hit the nail on the head. This is basically what Asundya means, right? Karenina's smart brain seemed to have finally clicked. How gratifying, how gratifying. And the reason she deliberately approached me and wanted to get close to me is probably because I know him well. So she wants to use me as a stepping stone to get close to Hedgel. All right, I'll understand. I'll help properly. Then maybe he won't have a reason to bother me. After careful consideration, Karenina put on an I understand look, smiled, and nodded. Tilda, I never thought Hedgel would be so lucky till a beautiful girl throws herself at him. Why don't I have such luck? And Kleena's personality is really interesting. Good thing I'm not as Sundya like that, Tilda. Karenina seemed even more excited, and her words were completely detached from reality. After all, she herself was a Sundya. As for Kleena, when she saw Karenina's inexplicable smile, she assumed that her own words had worked. The night passed without incident. In the morning, as Hedgel walked to Karenina's door in his usual footsteps, he sensed something was off. Yes, something off. He felt that inside there was something he didn't know about, but something exciting. Could it be that she kicked off the blanket again, and her nightgown rode up without her noticing? And then another round of embarrassing spring scene, but it's still cold now, so the chance of kicking off the blanket is low, right? Or she got up early and is changing clothes. Or is the red-eyed one out again? Hedgel recalled all possible past scenarios, trying to mentally prepare himself for what he might see after opening the door, to avoid another embarrassing expression. But reality often exceeded Hedgel's expectations. He quietly opened the door and poked half his head in. What appeared before him was two young girls, one with blonde hair and one with blue hair. Both were wearing only sheer silk nightgowns, through which their tender, translucent skin could faintly be seen. Not only that, these two, who were definitely top-tier beauties, were tightly embracing each other. The girl with light blue long hair, whose face looked quite unfamiliar to Hedgel, had half her face buried in the blonde girl's soft chest, with a faint, inexplicable smile on her lips. And the soft flesh of the chest, though pressed, reflected full elasticity, constantly attracting Hedgel's gaze. Wait, no, this is all wrong. Hedgel's mouth twitched violently, and his brain barely recovered from the shock. What exactly happened between them last night? I originally planned to have them get along. After all, with my current identity, if I directly contacted Kleena, it might make Karenina deliberately distance herself from me. 452. Lying like a salted fish. Therefore, I decided to let Karenina build a good relationship with Kleena first. But this progress is too fast. It's really too fast. What exactly happened between them in one night? The more Hedgel thought, the more he felt that things were heading in a completely uncontrollable direction. Let's wake them up first. After a few minutes of thought, Hedgel chose to immediately wake the two who were still asleep. After all, for some reason, Hedgel felt a whiff of the special atmosphere of the green grassland. Since he had decided to do it, Hedgel was fearless. So, he carefully approached the bed and gently reached his hand toward Karenina's sleeping face just as he was about to succeed and touch that smooth, firm, fair cheek. He suddenly felt a sharp pain. He frowned and let out a not-so-loud cry. And the next moment, he found that the blue-haired girl was now awake. Her eyes were full of anger, and her mouth, of course, was tightly biting Hedgel's finger. Kleena, I assume, do you think an emperor with manners, education, and a high position would bite someone's hand like a puppy? Suppressing the intense pain, Hedgel gritted his teeth and said to Kleena, whose face still showed only disgust, "No, I only do this to scumbags like you." She still had no intention of letting go, only mumbling in response, "How am I a scumbag? Did she tell you that?" Upon hearing this, Hedgel felt a mix of emotions. He wondered if Karenina had told Kleena. If so, then it was normal. After all, given her Sundya personality, she would indeed say that. But if Kleena had come to this conclusion on her own, then the problem was serious. That would mean his external image was indeed problematic. Although she didn't say it directly, based on the intelligence I gathered from her words, I can conclude that you are a scumbag. Kleena said confidently, finally letting go of his finger. What exactly did you two talk about last night? I remember when we communicated through the magic stone before, you weren't this unreasonable. Or is it that now that the burden is off your shoulders, you've given up on yourself? Hedgel didn't bother to argue with Kleena about these issues. Instead, he directly attacked Kleena's core issue. After all, nothing shuts her up more than hitting the core. Maybe it would even give her another bout of tinnitus. Don't use your petty thoughts to judge me. I'm not as weak as you. Hearing this, Cleaner glared back, a tone becoming quite strong. But in Hedgel's eyes, she wasn't even a paper tiger, because her words now lacked any confidence. Yes, you're right. So, Miss Cleaner, who is strong and tough and never softens, could you please let go of the girl you're hugging? She's mine. The first half of Hedgel's words were extremely sarcastic, not to mention the content, just his punchable expression and grating tone were enough to make Cleaner slap him twice. But unfortunately, whether in physical strength or backing capital, Cleaner could not match Hedgel. After all, she was now just a deposed monarch. How can you say she's yours? But the trigger was Hedgel's last sentence. Do you have a problem with that? Hearing this question, Hedgel naturally responded with a puzzled expression. You mean you abuse and torment her in all sorts of bizarre ways every day? Cleaner said slowly, word by word. Wait, what are you talking about? This time, Hedgel was truly baffled by this inexplicable question. Honestly, he had never done such a thing, nor had he ever even had such a thought. Hedgel suddenly felt like he had become Duiha, dared to do it but not to admit it. That's so like you, Hedgel. But Cleaner let out a cold laugh. First of all, calm down. Or are you completely misunderstanding something? Hedgel seemed to think of another possibility. No, that's impossible. Karenina never denied it before. And how could you lay a hand on such a cute girl? Scumbag, pervert, shameless. Hearing Hedgel's words, Cleaner simply assumed he was guilty and started cursing without explanation. Hedgel wanted to pull Karenina away from Cleaner, but then realized it was unnecessary. Ugh, why is it so noisy so early in the morning? Why are you two suddenly fighting? Political differences? By now, Karenina couldn't take the constant noise anymore and was ready to get up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, spoke with a hint of displeasure, and said quietly, Section 236. Well, I feel that the reason we started arguing has some inescapable connection to you. Seeing that Karenina had finally woken up, Hedgel felt as if he had run into a savior. Otherwise, who knew how much longer he would have been chased and scolded by Cleaner? Don't change the subject. It's clearly all your fault. What does it have to do with my cute little sister? Since when did she become your little sister? Hedgel couldn't help letting out a long sigh toward the sky, suddenly feeling that sending Karenina, that miraculous fellow, to pick up Cleaner and spend time alone with her was truly the most foolish decision. So, can the misunderstanding be considered resolved? At the dining table, Karenina lay flat across the table like a heavily salted fish, saying feebly, I also don't know what kind of miraculous chatting methods you two used to be able to turn such a simple, trivial matter into a poignant story of an exiled princess suffering bullying in a foreign land while still remaining optimistic. After listening to the accounts of the two, Hedgel fell into deep thought. After all, he truly didn't know why, even when the topics discussed by the two were so vastly different, they could still carry on. And moreover, one party didn't notice at all that something was wrong. 453. Dispute. This I'm deeply sorry. I'm really very sorry. As for Cleaner, she fell into complete chaos. After all, right from the beginning, she had righteously interrogated Hedgel and launched various verbal attacks against him. And now after everything came to light, she just wanted to find a crack, squeeze herself into it, and never come out again. What on earth were all those things she had thought of before? Her face was now completely red. Hedgel could even see faint heat rising from the top of her head. It made Hedgel momentarily suspect whether she had some indescribable, wondrous relationship with what. It's fine, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved. Although I still haven't figured out what kind of brain circuits you two have. Hedgel only felt a bit exhausted. Early in the morning to be this tiring, that was truly the first time. Enough. Stop fooling around here. Better think about what you plan to do next. Do you think should I directly intervene with force, or take it slow and stage a regime overthrow right when those nobles are crying and begging for assistance? Hedgel also tried his best to pull the issue back on track. Will you really help me? Meanwhile, Cleaner still carried full distrust. Really? Truly real? If I'm to tell the truth, not giving you assistance before was simply to let you see the current situation clearly. Hedgel also put on a posture of laying his cards on the table. Situation? Don't say you don't understand. Back then, as soon as you received the messages from those noble lords saying they would obediently assist you, your whole person became abnormal. Hedgel took a sip of the coffee in his cup on his own, refreshed himself, and continued. Even if I had said back then that those fellows had problems, and moreover were plotting how to get you off the stage, tell me, would you have believed it? Hedgel hit Cleaner's sore point right on the head, and Cleaner's delicate body trembled as she bit her lip tightly. Probably wouldn't have believed it, right? And might have completely cut off interactions with you. After all, it was always said before that no matter what, these nobles were domestic fellows, and no matter what, they wouldn't betray themselves in the country. I just didn't expect. Kalina's voice was also a lot hoarser at this moment. Tears once again filled her eyes. Tusk, just state your thoughts. I don't need your tears here. Hedgel couldn't be bothered to care whether Kalina was crying or not, because what he was currently pursuing wasn't her. Her tears were truly worthless in the eyes of an interest supreme fellow like Hedgel. Hey, that means you've already made preparations for both scenarios, right? Whether it's internal explosion or external intervention, Karenina, lying on the table, also emitted a feeble voice. Everything is within the plan. After all, given the current hardline attitude from the Northerners' side, whether we clear our relationship or forcefully intervene, they will make an issue of us. So I feel it doesn't matter anymore. Hedgel nodded and replied softly. Yes, this was the direction he pursued, and this was the person he wanted to hold on to tightly. Kalina also noticed Hedgel's completely different attitudes toward her and Karenina. One side was tough and cold, while the other side was soft-spoken and carried a hint of gentleness. He even went as far as explaining the reasons, fearing he might scare her. This is completely worlds apart, all right, but for some reason, the emotion born in Kalina's heart was neither envy nor jealousy, but confrontation, and this confrontational emotion was directed right at Hedgel. If possible, I still hope you can straightforwardly and swiftly help me take back this regime. After all, for every extra day I am away, the people's trust in me will decrease, and the ruling foundation will not be stable. By then, even if I become a puppet under your command, you wouldn't feel comfortable using me, right? Kalina tried to persuade him to adopt the most clean and decisive military means to help her recapture the regime from the perspective of Hedgel's position and his interest needs. Looks like you also have a count in your heart, being a puppet, and such looks like you're mentally prepared. In that way, things seem to be a lot smoother than I imagined. Hedgel also nodded, feeling that Kalina still had a bit of brains. At least she was able to recognize her current status and understand the capital she could use in her hands. I still have self-awareness. Then when do you plan to make a move? Kalina couldn't be bothered to wrangle with him anymore, and straightforwardly tossed out the question. The excuse has long existed, and it's not a small excuse either. We'll stage a combined internal and external strike then. If counting the preparation time, that would be within half a month. During this time, you just need to hold an attitude of happily watching a show and wait. Hedgel's meaning was quite obvious. Don't meddle in what shouldn't be meddled in. You just need to watch his performance. Then I shall wait and see what kind of a mess a short-sighted fellow like you can actually accomplish. At this moment, Kalina still held a grudge against Hedgel's various indifferent behaviors from before. Of course, not just that. There was also she felt as if her belongings were being eyed by someone else. Saying this, she unconsciously glanced at Karenina, who was lying on the table like a sautéed fish completely soaked in salt and then dried in the sun, her fair face unconsciously stained with a trace of redness again. Right. I'm short-sighted. Then what about you? Who has turned into this current situation? Hedgel merely stretched, not wanting to have too many arguments with Kalina, lest he display a too uncomposed side of himself in front of Karenina. No, she probably wouldn't care about these things either. But all in all, in front of the person you like, it's better to maintain your image. However, there is one thing I still want to ask. Kalina suddenly spoke up again. Speak. If it's a matter that can be disclosed, I will say it. Hedgel took a sip of coffee and said indifferently, that is, how many people did you plant by my side? How much do you actually know? Kalina had already raised her head at this moment, her eyes fixedly staring at Hedgel, and asked word by word. But Hedgel answered with silence. The atmosphere instantly became tense with swords drawn and bows bent. All right. A virgin like him doesn't have the guts to go investigate what underwear you're wearing today. Teasing him like this, isn't it bullying him too much? Karenina's voice rang out at this moment, and the sentence also made the corners of Hedgel's mouth twitch uncontrollably. 454. Something is wrong. What's wrong? Is what I said not right? Karenina naturally noticed Hedgel's twitching mouth, followed by her usual courting death remarks. Anyway, he wouldn't dare do anything too outrageous to her, so verbal taunts could naturally be a bit harsher. This was what Karenina was thinking in her heart at this moment. Undeniable. After a round of ideological struggle, Hedgel could only sigh silently and then not argue too much with her. Because if he went too far, she might really end up crying. That would truly be playing it to a disaster. For Karenina's sake, I'll temporarily let this matter go. But I will demand an explanation from you sooner or later for these things. Kalina said angrily. Her eyes also carried an unkind glint. As for Hedgel, he still maintained silence, because he was completely too lazy to bicker with Kalina on the same level. Just earlier he said she had recognized her current situation and understood her status, and now she pulls the stunt. Who knows what she's actually thinking inside? Well, but none of that matters anymore. Who knows, maybe these words right now are just her brain having a spasm, and by then she might even forget about this matter herself. However, what concerns me the most is her attitude toward a certain someone. Isn't it a bit too ambiguous? Out of the corner of his eye, Hedgel glanced at Klena's burning gaze toward Karenina, increasingly feeling that a unique aura of the green grassland lingered at the tip of his nose, refusing to disperse for a long time. Well, when the time comes, I'll try to separate the two of them as much as possible. Or should I jump out and ruin the game? That should be enough. Why are you always making a fuss? Isn't it more practical to finish breakfast first and then start the day's work? Karenina finally propped herself up leisurely from the table at this moment, saying nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Klena nodded with an excited face, her face also carrying a trace of an unclear blush, before following Karenina's movements to taste the breakfast. As for Hedgel, he felt that he had opened the door to a new world and expanded new knowledge. Turns out, even among females, simps actually exist. Hedgel confirmed this in his heart, and then silently took a bite of bread. Next is to let you take a look at some facility that can currently be declassified for you. After finishing that breakfast, Hedgel intended to let Klena witness the current strength of the Keboj Impia's army, or rather, to calm Klena down a bit and make her understand that he had the strength to help her recapture the regime. Does that mean you can let me see those weapons of yours that can easily suppress rebellions and beat up the Papal State's Night Order? Hearing this, Klena immediately became interested, because she really wanted to know what on earth Hedgel used previously to completely annihilate the Papal State in such a short time and with such a massive advantage. If I can also get my hands on these things, maybe I can also. This thought involuntarily arose in her heart. As a side note, the weapons will not be exported or sold externally. At least the new models won't be sold externally for now. Without even needing to look, Hedgel knew Klena's little thoughts and bluntly laid the words out in the open. What do you mean by that? Literal meaning? The current latest models will not flow into the hands of your army. Not to mention production lines and the like. Hedgel completely had no intention of avoiding it, saying expressionlessly, because such words just needed to be said clearly and directed like this, making her cut off these fantasies. Is there really no room for negotiation at all? Although Klena was furious in her heart at this moment, constrained by the situation, she could only respond with a barely steady tone. Section 237. No. Unless the military updates its weapons, we will sell our inventory of weapons to you at extremely low prices. Hedgel couldn't be bothered to give Klena this so-called face, and simply used the most straightforward words to tell her the truth. If he softened his heart now, once she got a little chance later on, she might take advantage of loopholes these words and continuously make similar demands of him. That was the most annoying part. After all, for people who played politics, the thing they needed least and was the cheapest was thick skin. Fine. Hearing this, although Klena still wanted to fight for it, forced by the fact that she truly had no capital right now, she could only swallow her anger. As for Karenina, she walked swaggeringly at the very front. As for the conversation between the two people behind her, she naturally heard it loud and clear. However, she didn't want to butt in, because if she meddled too much in these matters, that was when big problems would arise. If you didn't understand something, don't meddle in it too much. This was an ironclad rule. Soon the three of them arrived at Karenina's experimental grounds, and right here, Vril had been standing by for a long time. Then, just as planned before, let's begin. Hedgel didn't dawdle either and directly issued the order. Next was the routine rifle drill and rapid-fire demonstration. Although Klena had long understood that these were drills arranged by Hedgel, but when she saw the tongues of flame erupting from the muzzle and felt the magical fluctuations that she completely could not ignore, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her gaze carried a great deal of surprise and shock. Originally, she had completely failed to figure out what use these greyish-black tubular objects could possibly have. Even if they were equipped with blades no different from spikes, they would at most resemble a long spear and completely lacked any novelty. But as the deafening explosions echoed in her ears, the iron pellets struck the stone wall, kicking up layers of sand and stone, and the high-speed shooting actions dazzled her eyes. Only then did she realize that this weapon actually seemed to possess strength equivalent to the information she had received. This weapon, called a gun, was designed under her leadership. In other words, this is the fruit of her labor. It's not those antiques dug out from deep underground like you guessed earlier, Hedgel explained to Klena in all seriousness. As for this weapon, there was previously a model that wasn't mass-equipped and was only used for early training. We can hand that kind of rifle over to you when the time comes. However, you can forget about the matching production line. I know that, but what I care more about is, you're saying this exquisite weapon was designed by Karenina. Klena's focus seemed to be truly a bit strange. It was unclear whether she had already seen through things or was plotting something else. 455. Complex. Yeah, it was completely designed by her. Or rather, in this world, aside from her, Probably no one else could make something like this, right? Hedgel said with a trace of pride. There was no other reason. After all, this was a great opportunity to show off his beloved, though Karenina didn't want to admit this point right now. It looks like the necessity of poaching her over to my side has increased quite a bit more. But Cleaner's attention was completely not on Hedgel. Instead, her eyes stared straight at Karenina, who was still carefully observing Real's movements and the condition of the firearms. Not only that, she seemed to be muttering something. Your statement is really dangerous. Didn't I say that she is my person? Naturally, Hedgel also heard this fellow's true thoughts and immediately retorted without hesitation. But has she admitted it, wouldn't you say? Who succeeds first, that really can't be said for sure yet. However, Cleaner put on a rather punchable expression and glared back at Hedgel. The atmosphere seemed to become a lot more tense again. As for Karenina herself, for her Tilda, it looks like the relationship between these two is really good. Tilda, as expected. Why, guess back then that Cleaner holds unusual feelings for Hedgel turned out to be completely right. Hey Tilda, is this probably a collision between two tsundias? Wow, so exciting. She completely failed to realize that the reason for the disharmonious atmosphere between these two was none other than herself. She even thought this bickering was because their relationship was too good. This was probably unbeatable. An emotionless science and engineering machine, the uncrowned king of the realm of romance idiots, the underground emperor of reading comprehension questions, care emotion killer flirting master Nina. This was probably her full name, Tusk. But can these two show off their affection when they're alone together? Starting to bicker right here, isn't that too devastating for a single dog's? No, there's probably only me as a single dog here. Karenina glanced at Real, who had already completed the scheduled project and seemed to have discovered where the problem lay. Real and Hedgel were childhood sweethearts to begin with, and emperors could have multiple wives. This Real's status afterwards was probably predetermined long ago. Right, as for this Cleaner, based on the current development trend, it should be about the same. Tusk, in the end, and the only real single dog left. Thinking of this, Karenina pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Woo-woo, I don't know what's wrong with Hayaki recently. She hides as soon as she sees me. I completely have no possibility of approaching her. And thinking of this matter, she felt her heart get pierced heavily. Woo-woo, hated by a white-haired beautiful girl. Just how huge of a blow is this to a shut-in otaku like me? Karenina held her chest with a slightly melancholic feeling. It was as if her angina really started acting up. But all of this was seen by Real. His Majesty is really something. Knowing full well that Lord Karenina is right next to him, he still has no self-awareness and starts with this Lord Cleaner. Real's heart was also a mix of emotions, and at the same time she felt heartbroken over Karenina's chest-scratching, heart-paining action. Lord Karenina can't even bear to watch anymore, yet His Majesty still lacks any self-awareness. I still need to find an opportunity to mention a few words in front of His Majesty. Otherwise, if Karenina is truly saddened, that would really be a huge loss. Real also sighed silently in her heart. After all, this was also the first time she realized that Her Majesty sometimes could be quite fickle. She wiped the sweat from her cheeks, then put down the long gun in her hand, walked to Karenina's side, gently stroked her back, and comforted her in a low voice. But to Karenina, this looked like a completely baffled expression. Still, being approached by a beautiful girl and receiving her comfort made her quite happy afterwards. You can just stroll around this palace casually. The security measures here are generally all right, as long as you don't step out of line. It's quite lenient. But if you do some rather extreme things, don't blame the guards hidden in various places for pinning you directly to the ground. After finishing the tour and demonstration of the weapons, Hedgel had his own matters to deal with. So, after saying a few words with a strong threatening undertone to Cleaner, he quickly left. As for Karenina, she also had to continue her work. For example, adopting the more radical design, further increasing the artillery caliber, and raising the rate of fire and such. Clearly I spent half the night pondering what structure to use yesterday evening, but in the end, I still have to try both. She sighed slightly, feeling that her deliberations yesterday were just a waste of time. To think I calculated back and forth, wanting to save costs. Feeling like she had done useless work, this sensation was just so helpless. As to what Cleaner planned to do now, that was wanting to sneakily follow behind Karenina and enter this experimental ground once more. But her plan had barely reached the halfway point when she was grabbed by the back collar by a dark guard who popped out from nowhere and hoisted up from the ground. Hey! What's the situation? Why are you grabbing me? And Cleaner certainly wouldn't submit obediently, her limbs constantly flailing as if trying to break free from the dark guard's restraint. Clearly last night you were tied up so tightly, and even when feeding you in the carriage you were obedient to a fault. But why is it that once you arrived at the palace, you've instead become so willful? The dark guard also said with slight helplessness. Furthermore, he completely ignored Cleaner's struggle, simply carrying her far away from the location of the experimental grounds. You're the guy who tied me over, right? To think you actually serve as a guard here? Not bad, Hugh. Hearing this voice and the content of the speech, Cleaner naturally understood who this was. However, she didn't plan to give this person a good expression either. After all, he had blocked the path to her pursuit of happiness. This is not a matter of being fine or not. His Majesty said that you are absolutely not allowed to approach that place, unless His Majesty or Lord Karenina personally brings you in. This kind of sneaking in behavior is strictly prohibited. Naturally, the Dark Guard couldn't be bothered to chit-chat with her east and west. Moreover, if he really argued with her, he might actually get led into a pit by her. After all, never compare lying and glibness with a politician. This was something everyone knew in their hearts. They say just plan to go in and take a look. Just take a look. I won't do anything else. Just let me go in. All right? She blinked her eyes, begging this tall man who had hoisted her up, wanting him to show leniency toward her. 456. Taking advantage of a vulnerability? I'm also just executing my mission. If His Majesty said no, then it's no. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. But the Dark Guard's attitude was quite firm, completely leaving her no room for rebuttal. Even if she could rebut, it didn't matter. Anyway, in terms of action, the Dark Guard would absolutely not allow her to enter this experimental ground. Fine. I'll listen to you. I won't go in, all right. Since that was the case, she could only choose other methods. After all, through those 2 days of getting along in the carriage, she also understood that stubbornly locking horns with him was completely meaningless, because this fellow was a typical representative of someone who didn't understand flexibility. Though if he had truly been flexible back then, perhaps his mission wouldn't have been completed. Thank you for your understanding. After saying that, he gently placed Cleaner down on the ground and then quickly disappeared from Cleaner's line of sight. Tusk, I can only rely on other methods. Didn't he say that I must have that fellow Hedgel, or my dear Karenina? Bring me in. If I go look for Hedgel, he definitely won't agree. After all, this order was issued by him. Cleaner tilted her head, wondering how many crooked ideas popped out in her head again. After all, previously she had tried her best to maintain a grand, upright, and good image within the court, but the result, the effect wasn't good. She was just stubbornly holding on for the sake of face. However, since she no longer had these so-called heavy burdens, she naturally felt it didn't matter anymore. Might as well act like an unscrupulous rogue. What's more, she now truly wanted to get close to Karenina, and at the same time wanted to catch a glimpse of the secrets of the weapons she designed and manufactured. Because those new contraptions really held full attraction for her, if she could poach Karenina over, or secretly learn all the technology herself, perhaps the revival of her country still had a shred of possibility. Cleaner was well aware of her current tragic plight of living under someone else's roof and being exiled to another country, but this didn't prevent her ambition to return to her country from swelling once again. Right now I really want both. I want that cute, gentle, and beautiful maiden, and I also want the whimsical ideas and bellyful of knowledge inside her head. It's decided. Cleaner seemed to have already made up her mind. At noon now, rather than say it was noon, it was already getting close to afternoon. After finishing the structural testing of the smaller caliber artillery, Karenina dragged her already exhausted body and walked slowly out of the experimental grounds, preparing to find something to fill her stomach and then rest for a bit. The test results can't be considered all that satisfactory, but barely usable. Well, I'll try using slightly high-cost materials next time. Maybe the service life can be increased. While organizing today's experimental data and related materials in her mind, she was planning what to do tomorrow. However, firepower coverage, if doing it this way causes the cost to explode, will that fellow Hedgel pass out from anger the moment he sees the bill? Tusk, what to do? I really want to see him pass out from anger. That way, I can mock him again. Section 238. Of course, there was no shortage of demonic thoughts among them as well. Just as she was strolling unsteadily down the hallway, Karenina suddenly felt as though she had bumped into something. Sorry, I was lost in thought just now and didn't see you, she said apologetically to Cleaner, who had just happened to walk out from the hallway intersection. It's fine. It's just, why didn't you come out at noon? Did you have the servants bring the lunch inside? At this point, Cleaner was also close to bursting with boredom, because her original plan was to strike up a conversation with Karenina when she came out of the secret room at noon, and then take the opportunity to enter this experimental ground together with her, observe the entire operation process, and secretly learn a thing or two along the way. But to her frustration, Karenina simply refused to come out at noon. This completely ruined her plan. Oh no! Usually, when working, there's no time to eat. Not only does it disrupt the train of thought, but if some things can't be done in one go and you pick them up again after a while, that feeling is completely gone. Karenina didn't hide anything either, answering seriously. Or rather, this fellow hadn't opened up at all, because no matter what, Kleena was someone she had barely met last night, and Karenina herself didn't possess that somewhat subtle trait of being overly familiar right off the bat, so she didn't add the sarcastic undertones typically reserved for Hegel. Then do you mind going with me to have a cup of afternoon tea? The pastry should be able to fill your stomach a bit, right? Hearing this, Kleena couldn't help feeling a pang of heartache. After all, skipping lunch simply wouldn't do. It was a crucial meal linking the morning and afternoon, and listening to her words, it seemed as though she was already used to it. How could this be? As expected, Hegel simply wasn't treating Karenina well. For some inexplicable reason, Kleena lowered Hegel's score by quite a bit once again. Usually, after finishing my work, I also get some pastries to relax in the back garden. However, situations where the two of us are together like this are indeed quite rare. Karenina searched through all her memories, thinking that previously she seemed to have completely zero experience drinking afternoon tea with another girl. After all, if it were back in the palace of the Throne Kingdom, afternoon tea and pastries were things she never had a chance to touch. Those were the exclusive privileges enjoyed by her two so-called older sisters. As for arriving here, Karenina most occasionally ate a little something casually with Hegel in the small pavilion of the back garden. Moreover, that guy always found opportunities to take advantage of her in all sorts of ways. And this time it actually seemed a bit special. I see, nobody accompanied you before. Then let big sister accompany you today, shall I? Hearing this, Kleena hurriedly shifted all the blame onto Hegel's head again. HMPH, this guy clearly says that Karenina is his person, yet he doesn't spend more time accompanying her, leaving her to spend her daily relaxation time all by herself. How could this not make her feel lonely? Hey Tilda, now I finally understand why Karenina made that kind of expression last night. Kleena suddenly felt as though she had caught a major flaw in Hegel, and quickly felt pleased with herself in secret. Then thank you for your kind offer, Tilda, however there shouldn't be any need for it this time. After all, at this time of day, it's already close to dinner time. If I stuff more pastries into my stomach, I won't be able to eat dinner anymore. But in the end, Karenina still politely declined Kleena's proposal. 457. Reason for failure? All right, then come with me. Hey wait, did you just refuse? Hearing Karenina's reply, she was just about to grab Karenina's small hand, but at the very last second, she finally realized that something seemed a bit wrong with this situation. It's indeed getting quite late today, so it's better to hold back a bit and eat a bit more during dinner later. Karenina also stretched lazily and said with a hint of fatigue, but this time is indeed no need. Really no need. Actually, I am well aware of what you are thinking. If you are approaching me for the sake of technology and related materials, I advise you to stop right now. Because even if you see them, it is completely useless. Furthermore, it might just bring about some unpleasant things like punishment. Karenina flatly rejected Kleena's thoughts instead and issued a stern warning. After all, Karenina knew like a mirror what she was thinking and what she wanted. However, she only focused her energy on ensuring that confidential documents were not leaked, paying not the slightest attention to Kleena's somewhat special feelings. Is it really impossible? Kleena also bit her lip tightly, her voice carrying a hint of a sob. That's right, it's just impossible. Some of your other thoughts, perhaps I can satisfy them, or rather I can try to listen to them, but only this matter is absolutely not allowed. And the answer given by Karenina left no room for discussion whatsoever. After all, in her view, these pieces of paper filled with lines and densely packed with test data were the meaning of her continuing to work and even continuing to live. If all these things were taken away or stolen, she would probably truly despair, right? I understand. Kleena clenched her fists and answered in a low voice. I hope you truly understand. Karenina didn't want to say too much either, just wanting her to comprehend the meaning within it by herself. Over the next few days, nothing obvious or requiring attention happened. As for Hegel's preparations, they proceeded more or less without obstruction, continuously implemented according to his ideas. Although he couldn't dare say it would succeed 100%, at least he could ensure it wouldn't lead to overly disastrous results. When he stood before the podium, delivering this strongly instigated speech just like before to the nationwide audience on the other end of the magic stone, his mood was not nearly as joyful as it used to be. These utterly despicable robbers and thieves clothed in the so-called noble guise, to think they are not satisfied with driving their own emperor out of the palace, to think they are still coveting the weapons painstakingly developed by our great designers and workers that can protect our homeland, to think they even instigated the scum within our country to infiltrate our factories, attempting to plunder and steal our hard-won technology. Can we tolerate such a thing? Can we remain silent? Hegel's voice had now turned into a roar of anger. After all, although he also understood that this was an excuse prepared specifically for him by an insider within Duke Bothwell to declare war on the noble coalition, but according to the report sent back, such traitors were truly completely incorrigible. Moreover, it seemed there were quite a few such people within the country. This could truly not be considered good news at all. Furthermore, because of the events Karenina had encountered previously, Hedgel grew increasingly hateful toward these utterly despicable traitors. Therefore, the anger in his heart this time was stronger than in any previous speech, and the firmness and ruthlessness of his determination could not be compared to any prior addresses. He believed that what he was saying now, and the emotions he wanted to express, could reach the hearts of the people and arouse resonance within them. If you do not explode in silence, you will only perish in silence. Facing such sinister behavior where a knife is already pressed against our throats and a spear is pressed against our chests, we must deliver the most heavy counterattack. We must severely punish such provocateurs who carry intense malice. Hedgel's emotions grew increasingly high, and everyone across the country listening to this speech felt their moods surge with excitement along with the fluctuations of Hedgel's tone. Therefore, whether for our nation's security or our national glory and order, this noble coalition, exuding the corrupt stench and darkness of power, must completely vanish from this continent. Completely vanish! Therefore, I decree that the Border Defense Forces shall serve as the vanguard troops and immediately declare war on the noble coalition within the territory of the Kavila Empire. At the same time, we shall help Miss Cleaner, who has fled into our country's territory, restore her nation. Finally, with the most excited tone, Hedgel issued the order of declaration of war. He gave the instruction to attack to the various participating units that had long been ready for action. Although on the surface it sounded so stirring, mighty, magnificent, and righteous, but in reality he had already calculated all the pros, cons, and losses of this campaign crystal clear. Although it will lose a little bit of money, if this actual combat can be used to train troops and further test the reliability and durability of the weapons, then that would be simply the best. After stepping down from this podium specially used to announce events nationwide, he finally stretched greatly and his mood finally relaxed a bit. So next, we just need to follow the steps as before, right? He didn't seem to worry much about this issue. Do you give speeches on this thing every time something major happens? But just as he was in his most relaxed state, Cleaner suddenly walked out from the corner. This gave Hedgel quite a start. That's right, exactly like that. Personally, I rather like relying on instigating the emotions of the people so that they spontaneously agree to participate in this war. Having a righteous cause is definitely the top priority. Hedgel's mouth twitched. He barely managed to recover his composure, and then slowly answered, "A righteous cause." But Cleaner carried a hint of doubt. "Yeah. This is also something that must be done, right? To let them know that this war must be fought, and the legitimacy of this war. To let them know that they are standing on the side of justice and standing on the moral high ground. That way, they will spontaneously support the progression of this war. Isn't that wonderful?" Whenever Hedgel talked about this, a smug smile would appear on the corner of his mouth. After all, he also knew that Cleaner basically didn't understand these principles, and only knew how to take measures she believed were correct, without explaining to the public why this correctness was actually correct. This was probably one of the reasons for her failure in rule as well. 458. Kill, meaning that even if this war is unjust, you still have to whitewash it as a war of justice, then explain it to the masses, and only then start the war. After a few seconds of thought, Cleaner's inner feelings were naturally a mix of emotions. What else could she do? Don't tell me you would actually tell them we shouldn't have fought this war in the first place. Hey. Please don't be so naive. Facing her current, nearly foolish proposal, Hedgel naturally wouldn't give her a pleasant look. After all, he completely disliked showing so-called naivety when governing the country, just like the expression Cleaner was wearing right now. But a matter like war concerns every citizen. They have the right to know the truth. In the end, she couldn't articulate anything clear. She only stammered out a string of words that had no other meaning besides deceiving herself, using them as a fig leaf for her own shame. Precisely because every single war concerns their vital interests, we must win every time and achieve victory. And what is necessary to achieve victory is the support of the people. Do you understand? Forget it. Figure out the rest on your own. If you really govern the country, all along with thoughts indistinguishable from an idiot's, then I am truly curious how you managed to hold out all these years. Hedgel couldn't be bothered to continue discussing such completely unnutritious topics with her. Or rather, even if Hedgel advised her this way, she wouldn't change at all, so it was better left unsaid. Afterwards, he stepped with brisk steps and quickly left the somewhat spacious room, leaving only Cleaner standing in place, repeatedly chewing on the sentence Hedgel had just spoken. If he really would just believe it like that would truly be great. She let out an uncontrollable sigh. Now, she just wanted to know what reaction they would have on Podolly's side when they received this news. Rubian, the Caboge Empire is now planning to strike at us. What is your view on this? Duke Baudelaire asked this with a furrowed brow, turning to his most trusted subordinate. In his hand, he pinched a goblet with half a glass of wine left. His face was withered and haggard, and his voice seemed somewhat hoarse as well. It was enough to show how long he had roared at his subordinates, and how furious he had been when he first received this news, as well as the despair and fear he felt when he learned that the border defense front had been torn apart by the Caboge Empire's army in a mere half-day. Your subordinate already understands the general situation. In my humble opinion, there is no need to panic excessively. But Rubian still maintained his composure and said softly, HM, according to that, do you have some brilliant plan? Hearing this, Duke Baudelaire immediately perked up and asked Rubian in a hurry. Of course. However, this plan requires absolute secrecy, otherwise it will bring about irreversible consequences. I only hope the guards can. Rubian looked at the two attendants standing at attention by the door and said with slight concern, You two get out of here right now. Come, Rubian, lean closer and tell me properly, what should we do next? Hearing this, Duke Baudelaire naturally beamed with joy and hurriedly waved his hand, beckoning Rubian to come quickly to his side. He could distrust any subordinate, but toward Rubian, who had followed him for over 10 years, constantly offered him counsel, and even saved his life twice at the risk of his own, he held absolute trust. Thus, he certainly wouldn't harbor any doubts toward him whatsoever. Section 239. Rubian also quickly approached Duke Baudelaire, then gently leaned his mouth close to Duke Baudelaire's ear. Please listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. This is of great importance, so please do not miss a single word. Rubian said softly with a serious expression and a tense tone. Duke Baudelaire also nodded heavily, tightly gripping the goblet in his hand. Never see you again, dear Lord Duke. As the words fell, Duke Baudelaire had not yet reacted to what Rubian had actually said. He only felt a sharp pain suddenly rush to his brain. The next instant, bright red blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, spraying outward and scattering around like bright red celebratory fireworks. It splattered on the carpet, outlining a picture of death carrying the scent of blood. Lulu Bayou! Duke Baudelaire's eyes widened at this moment, but even so, his eyes still looked so small at this moment, still so turbid. No need to say more, dear Lord Baudelaire. When you sat on this imperial throne, this ending was already doomed. I am the nail planted by His Majesty the Emperor deep inside your heart. Of course, I don't mean that weak and incompetent cleaner, but rather the great existence that leads our country back toward glory. Rubian didn't mind the red blood stain splashed on him at all, nor the slightly pungent smell of blood. Instead, he pressed close to his ear and softly whispered words that were like a pre-death eulogy for Lord Duke. Then, I wish you a good night, dear Lord Duke. When he finished speaking, Rubian turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared inside this office that originally belonged to Cleaner. Duke Baudelaire, who still retained a trace of blurred consciousness, could only keep his mouth wide open while his body kept twitching and trembling, and in this despair, he breathed his last breath. In the end, it was the sound of the goblet shattering that aroused the vigilance of the guards outside the door. Otherwise, who knows how long his corpse would have been left hanging out in this office. Tusk, those cowards of Coburg have really started a war with the parasites of Cavilla. What kind of drama is this again? Still in that wilderness covered in heavy snow, still in that pitch-black group of buildings, still in that office with the stove fire burning. A silver-haired young girl wearing a greyish-black military uniform sat through these reports with a hint of boredom. The displeasure in her heart also greatly increased. In her crimson eyes, although there was a hint of doubt, there was even more relaxation. Forget it. At least from our perspective, them having an infighting is an absolute good thing. And it looks like Coburg has long been prepared to greet our breach of contract. Otherwise they wouldn't suddenly make such a big move. She threw this report onto the desk with a hint of boredom and refocused her gaze on the official in front of her who had been waiting for her orders. Then, what do you think should be done next? She threw the question posed to her by the officer right back at him. This subordinate believes that the danger level of the Caboge Empire should be raised. After a brief silence, he gave his answer. 456. Unexpected. How? State your reasons. Stop dawdling here. To be honest, I am currently unclear why they suddenly have such confidence to openly tear faces with this behemoth. Weren't the lessons given to them before enough? And this petite Lord Governor seemed to carry considerable curiosity, but somehow mixed with a hint of disdain. It should be because they have new types of weapons to back them up. And this officer only gave a completely uncertain answer. New weapons? As soon as the governor heard this, her eyebrows immediately knitted tightly together. It seemed she had heard a vocabulary that was slightly harsh to her. Yes, previously whether it was putting down rebellions or dealing fatal blows to the papal state, the Cabbage Empire achieved it quickly and with extremely low consumption through these new weapons. Perhaps their lethality and ease of use will be very tricky for us. The officer also reported the information he mastered truthfully. Because this information was not accurately confirmed previously, it was not reported to you, but to prevent his eccentric superior from getting angry, he did not forget to quietly add this small segment. Is that so? Then it is also time to reorganize the intelligence network buried within the Cabbage Empire. Most of it was uprooted before, and the difficulty of reorganization now is really not ordinary. But if we don't reorganize, we can't even get confirmation on such a major event right now. Whenever the Lord Governor thought of Hedgel's previous actions, she gritted her teeth in hatred. This subordinate thinks that whether it is to restore that great civilization or for the Alliance's future expansion, infiltration strikes against the Cabbage Empire are necessary. Please make up your mind. This officer was not stupid. He naturally understood the importance of it. Therefore, seeing that his superior was hesitating, he naturally had to give her a hard push. Since we are going to do it, we must make a heavy investment. The specific personnel arrangements and bribery channels will be left to you to handle. You have followed me for so long, and you should understand that I am not good at doing this kind of thing. This matter is all handed over to you, and the amount allocated to you will be given to you tomorrow. Speaking of this, she also rarely showed a distressed expression. No, this can no longer be considered rare, but extremely uncommon. After all, her external image has always been summarized by the two words invincible. This subordinate understands. Please take care of your health. The officer also habitually glanced at the clock, then responded softly. All right. Instead of saying this to me, you might as well say it to your wife. I am immortal after all. You should have some idea in your heart. She rubbed her hair with a hint of irritation, and those silver hair strands danced in the air along with the movement of her small hand. As for his superior's temper, this officer knew it inside and out. He could only secretly hope that she wouldn't suddenly sleep through the entire day tomorrow, and then retreated sheepishly. Today's noisy and busy again. How many weird things are there going to be afterwards? Something is wrong. Really wrong. Midnight. Hedgel finally returned to his bedroom at this time. At this moment, he could be said to be lying on his bed, tossing and turning, with absolutely no sign of falling asleep. The contrast is simply too huge. Or rather, there is simply no place here that can be understood. Frowning, he increasingly felt that over the past 2 days of observation, the cleaner he saw was completely different from the cleaner he knew before. Lazy and sloppy, trying to pester Karenina all day long, not eating peacefully, noisy, wishing to quarrel with me every second. And her head is full of naive thoughts. Even today, no, that should be considered yesterday. She couldn't even do that basic information concealment regarding the lower-class people. Who are you kidding? Hedgel increasingly felt that things were slipping out of his control. Always not giving speeches, not letting the public know her attitude. I believe this point, because she really used to do that. But she doesn't seem to have missed a single action of whitewashing the war, right? Hedgel felt he had grasped the main point, yet felt he hadn't. This elusive and ethereal feeling made his brow furrow tightly again. Damn it! What on earth is she trying to do? Hedgel cursed inwardly, only feeling that he was being played with. I'll go probe her bottom line later. Or let Karenina go ask. After all, she at least has no hostility toward Karenina. However, I don't think she can squeeze any words out of Cleaner's mouth. Suddenly I feel, why are other people around me all so strange? Hedgel was truly baffled. It seemed there were very few normal people around him. It seems only Friel is slightly more normal. Carl's, although he looks chillingly cold and is completely expressionless like a machine with no emotional expression. But in essence, he is secretly a passionate person. As soon as Hedgel thought of that booklet accidentally picked up back then containing the physical data of various maids in the palace recorded by Carl's, he felt even more unable to sleep. That guy's ability to know detailed data just by looking with his eyes is something I can't learn. He suddenly felt that not knowing such a skill was really a huge loss. Forget it, I'd better sleep a bit more. I still have to get up early tomorrow. In the end, he could only temporarily bury these doubts deep in his heart and then force himself to fall asleep as soon as possible. Time passed minute by minute, and the sun replaced the moon, slowly rising from the east. When the warm golden sunlight sprinkled into this room, Hedgel could always deeply feel what it meant to can't sleep at night, can't wake up in the morning. But well, the time to get up had long since arrived. He could only struggle to get up from the bed, then let out a huge yawn, dragging his body as he slowly moved toward the washroom. I really don't understand why that fellow insists on pretending to be a naive idiot. What possible good can this do for her? Seemingly due to his morning bad temper, Hedgel could be said to have become exceptionally irritable at this moment. And the acting method is still so inferior. If there weren't so many things these past few days, and if my free time could be a bit more sufficient, I should have been able to discover the abnormality very quickly. While brushing his teeth and washing his face, Hedgel muttered softly about this question that had once again filled his brain at some unknown time. Could it be that she is struggling? Or rather, is this a flaw she deliberately left behind? Hedgel's movements suddenly stopped. Hey, this thought seems to make a little sense, but isn't it a bit too far-fetched? Frowning tightly, he felt that things might be unexpectedly interesting. 460. Negotiations. As expected, I must figure this matter out. Playing dumb right under my nose definitely means there's a problem. Hedgel hurriedly wiped his face with cold water, trying to make himself more awake. This kind of hidden danger buried around him was the last thing he wanted to see. Thinking of this, he quickly changed out of his pajamas and walked out of the room with a heart full of doubts. In the hallway, it was still the familiar sight. The morning sun also gently sprinkled on the hallway floor, and the exquisite temperature brought by this sunlight slightly dispelled the slight chill on his body. Wait! This smell is... He strolled slowly down the hallway, looking slightly relaxed, seemingly wanting to completely dispel his sleepiness in the process. But a fresh fragrance carrying a familiar and nostalgic feeling suddenly drove into his nasal cavity, then spread into his entire lungs, completely dispelling the sleepiness in his mind. It's almost identical to the smell on the letter paper. Following this faint fragrance with this exclamation in his heart, he moved forward slowly. He wanted to find the source of this aroma and see where this scent that brought him good memories of his youthful days came from. When he walked along the corridor, turned the corner, and came to the garden, he saw a familiar figure. Her long golden hair was unrestrainedly scattered behind her at this moment, dancing and swaying in the morning air, reflecting the light gold brilliance of the morning sun. In her hands, she was fiddling with a basket, and it was unknown what on earth she wanted to do, but what could be determined was that the source of that faint fragrance was the small basket in her hands. He slowly approached her, while she seemed completely unaware of it, still immersed in this unknown work. What are you doing? When he was extremely close to her, Hedgel softly asked, fearing that his sudden appearance would startle her. Nothing much, preparing to make some sachets with this dried lavender. Karenina, however, shrugged and answered plainly, as if she had long discovered Hedgel's presence. What are you doing this for now? I don't remember you having this kind of hobby, Hedgel said with a hint of confusion. I didn't really have this hobby to begin with, but I just feel this thing might be a bit useful, Karenina also said with a slight perplexity. Useful? Yeah. Lena has recently always felt very abnormal, sometimes anxious, sometimes heartless, laughing foolishly for no reason. How does this look like a normal emperor at all? If you said she was someone released from a mental hospital before, someone might actually believe it. Karenina also seemed to feel mentally exhausted because of this. Section 240. As she spoke, Karenina also yawned, seemingly having failed to sleep well last night either. Don't tell me she's the one who filled you with a bed full of questions too. Following Karenina's listless appearance and remarks just now, Hedgel thought of this point. You could say that. I just feel that she's really becoming more and more abnormal lately. It's as if she can't wait for everyone around her to treat her like a fool. Karenina also sighed slightly, because she didn't understand why Lena wanted to do this. I guess even if I grabbed her directly and asked her about these things, she probably wouldn't respond, and at most she would just play dumb, right? Hedgel was also in a dilemma. After all, he couldn't be too rough with Lena right now. What else can we do? We can only take it one step at a time, right? She definitely has some kind of idea. Otherwise, she wouldn't do this. Karenina shrugged and said with a hint of helplessness. That's true. Hedgel could only sigh silently. It was likewise early morning. Hedgel's side was still quite harmonious and peaceful. He could even enjoy an exquisite breakfast. As for the noble army within the Killer Empire, that was a completely different scene. Hey, those guys are going to charge over today. You're not kidding me, are you? In just half a day, the frontline troops were completely routed. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem very real. Inside the tent, the young soldier was holding the rations he had just received, chewing carefully while asking his comrade beside him in a trembling voice. What use is it for you to ask me these things? These are all messages passed down from the lords above. Forget it. No more talking. Let's first see if we have a chance to run for our lives. And his dishevelled comrade beside him had completely no intention of risking his life for these noble lords. This isn't very good, right? No matter what, we also received. What's not good about it? Just these 2 copper coins, and they want us to risk our lives wholeheartedly. Dream on! If it were a battle with a winning chance, putting in some effort wouldn't be a big deal. But this kind of thing that obviously sends us to our deaths, Stewie. I'm not going. As he spoke, his comrade did not forget to spit a thick lump of phlegm onto the ground. What you said seems to be true. This tiny bit of rotten money is not enough to buy the lives of us brothers either. Besides, even if we really fight desperately when the time comes, there probably won't be any results. This soldier also uttered a string of deeply demoralizing words. Even if risking our lives were useful, whatever happens afterwards has nothing to do with us at all. And if it's really like what my cousin who used to be a guard in the Papal State said, those guys from the Cabbage Empire all hold weapons in their hands that can precisely kill enemies from 100 meters away, then what are we even fighting for? The two were in a corner, and the disheveled soldier kept talking about some information regarding the Cabbage Empire he got from his relative's mouth. Putting it that way, we still have to escape quickly. Escape? We must escape. Who wants to be buried along with these noble lords? Could it be that I think my life is too comfortable? Anyway, when the whole army is routed by then, who will care whether we fled early or got scattered? The two seem to have reached a consensus. Wait a moment before we assemble. We'll simply hide near the barn first. After that, we'll find a chance to sneak out covertly. I'm familiar with that side. There are a few holes in the wall blocked by stones. We'll slip out from there when the time comes. Furthermore, they had already found a way out long ago. As for these guys who still want to risk their lives for the noble lords, the two of us won't be able to care about them. Having said that, he shoved the remaining black bread in his hand into his mouth, and together with his companion, swaggered out of the camp. And soon after, the explosives falling from Sky Tallest area to shreds. 461. Evasion. That old fudgy is dead. And he was assassinated. Just as the noble coalition was suffering successive defeats, Duke Scylla, one of the three major dukes, was furrowing his brows over another matter at this moment. Yes, assassinated. And it's said that he was killed by a guy he trusted. Standing before him, Crum the diviner also spoke in as calm a voice as possible. It was unclear whether he was holding back fear or holding back to avoid laughing out loud. Hey, dying in this kind of way really exceeds my expectations. After all, given that guy's paranoid personality, I thought she had already handled all the problems long ago. Duke Scylla clearly carried a gloating attitude, because only a dead competitor was the best competitor. Then, my lord, I have a few divination results here that might be very valuable to you. I wonder if you want. Just roughly tell me what I should do in the future. I don't want to know anything else, nor is there any need to know. He replied listlessly. Understood. According to the star chart, next the primary option is to disassociate from the entire noble coalition, then secretly seek peace with the Cabbage Empire, and at least on the surface, be willing to become an insider for the Cabbage Empire. Hearing this request of his, Crum could only answer truthfully, but it was unknown what attitude he really held in his heart. Sell out all those so-called colleagues, use this to preserve oneself, and then find an opportunity to make a comeback later. And he had understood all the implications within it. That's right. Right now we probably can only do this. No matter how we deduce it, compared to the army of the Cabbage Empire, we have zero chance of winning. Instead, we would end up dragging ourselves completely into it. Fine then. Let's do as you say. However, I really didn't expect that the Cabbage Empire would actually dispatch troops. I originally thought they would at most just come and condemn us. It seems I still get wrong about the young Emperor's thoughts. Duke Scylla gently shook a wine glass he had been holding in his hand, and his heart felt much more relaxed. It's normal not to guess it, because nobody knows a madman's thoughts. However, this is also because that old fogey probably made too big a move, directly giving Coburg a war pretext of stealing secrets. Plus they were gripping the card of cleaner in their hands. Wasn't Podderly just leaning his face forward for Coburg to slap? Crum also let out a chuckle. That old fogey calculated every possible angle, but still failed to calculate this step. I can only hope he can rest in peace after death and stop causing trouble for us. Duke Scylla's voice seemed to carry only mockery, without any other emotions. That same evening, a cavalryman took advantage of the night, carrying important information, and galloped off in the direction of the Cabbage Empire. Hey, although they all said to conveniently pull off an internal demolition. But I always feel something is wrong. Why has everyone turned into a double agent? 4 days later, and Hedger looked at the 7 or 8 surrender documents from various parts of the Cavilla Empire on the table. His mood could be said to be a mix of various feelings. Not only that, but his drawer also stuffed no less than 10 documents of this kind. What kind of operation is this anyway? I can't take it anymore. I don't even know whether to cry or laugh at this. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, this can be put to good use. For example, let them stage a so-called coordinated attack from inside and outside, attacking each other, and finally when they have fought until they have completely lost their temper, we'll swoop in and clean up. Real, standing aside at this moment, also spoke out the disposal method she had thought of long ago. It is indeed a good method. However, the ones left behind by them will definitely be those few major aristocrats. Well, it doesn't matter. When it's time to uproot them completely, I won't show any mercy. Hedgel said approvingly. Then Friel, help me go call that fellow cleaner over now. Regarding her weird behavior recently, I probably have some idea in my mind. Although I can't say it's completely right, but at least it's one of her thoughts. Afterwards, he leaned against the back cushion of the chair, gazed at the ceiling, and softly issued an order to Friel. And she simply nodded, then immediately walked quickly out of the office. Just a few minutes later, that burst of footsteps reached his ears. You called me here. What do you want to do? As soon as Cleaner entered the door, she had an impatient expression. It seemed as if she completely didn't take Hedgel's orders seriously. It's not that I want to do something. Rather, I want to ask, what on earth do you want to do? Hedgel, however, glared back without any ambiguity. The sense of oppression inside his eyes truly pressed down heavily on Cleaner's body, but she still had no reaction. I have never wanted to do anything. Oh, that really looks like the truth. Hearing this reply, the corners of Hedgel's mouth also curled up uncontrollably. But this was neither complacency nor joy, but naked mockery. What truth? Cleaner seemed to feel that she was being played with. MHM, you really don't want to do anything anymore, nor do you want to manage anything. You even want to pretend to be a willful and arrogant little girl, making us think that you no longer have the ability to return to that palace and complete your task as a puppet, so that afterwards you won't have to go back to face those subjects who have always trusted you and shed blood and heads for you. You won't have to shoulder that heavy responsibility that has always pressed down on your shoulders. Tell me, isn't that right? Hedgel said these words without a shred of sympathy or pity. Just like a sharp knife, it accurately and powerfully stabbed into Cleaner's vital spot. Nonsense! I have never thought this way at all. These are just your delusions. They are merely the naive thoughts of you alone. No matter whether what Hedgel said was right or wrong, Cleaner would not admit it. However, her voice had already started to tremble, starting to twist. This was also enough to vividly display her wavering. Right, it's my naive thought. But don't you think your own thoughts are even more naive? You know in your heart that this blind evasion is useless. You also understand that you can escape for a moment, but not a lifetime. So you are also struggling over whether to choose evasion or confrontation. Therefore, your flaws are exposed without a doubt. Although Hedgel's tone softened down, but in Cleaner's ears, this was even harsher than before, ruthlessly shaking her naive thoughts. 462. Talking to oneself. I don't even know what you're rambling on about to yourself right now. I'll put my words right here today. I don't have any psychological problems, nor do you have your so-called evasion behavior. Did you hear that clearly, you guy? Although Cleaner said so with her mouth, her tone was quite hurried. As for her complexion, it had long since turned livid. It was unknown what she was thinking in her heart. Oh, really? Do you really think so? If you want to continue acting out this drama, I think you'd better save it. After all, this kind of drama full of loopholes and terrible viewing experience is not something for people to enjoy. Hedgel's verbal offensive could be said to have never stopped, and there was even a trend of getting stronger and stronger. And the disdainful attitude in those words was the most fatal blade to Cleaner. I said it. I don't. The sentences you use to refute are becoming increasingly pale and powerless. Do you still want to stubbornly hold on? Believe me, this is just a futile effort. Because through your behavior just now, I already know I guessed right. Hedgel's step-by-step pressing never stopped. Even if you say so, I don't have the necessity for acting or anything like what you just said. You are merely imposing the conclusions drawn from your groundless delusions onto my head. Don't take your own conjectures as so-called facts. Cleaner now seemed to have turned on the repeater mode, and apart from these few sentences, she probably couldn't say anything else. Fine. Everything you say is right. Everything you say is correct. After all, even stating facts can be dismissed as delusions. That's really quite laughable. How about facing yourself a little? A coward who only knows how to evade and has no sense of responsibility. Hedgel's words did not leave any shred of leniency. Do you think that after going back, there's no way to face those subordinates who hold expectations for you, unable to face your ancestors, and simply decide not to go back, leaving the whole country to me to govern? And you smugly thought that as long as you acted this unmiserable and foolish, it would make me lose confidence in you and make me clean up this mess myself? No way. Although Cleaner opened her mouth wanting to refute Hedgel's words, she had nothing to say. Her mouth could only open and close, clearly knowing that what she said was correct and that she had nothing to refute. But she just wanted to try refuting it anyway, yet the result was again having nothing to say. This formed a deadly loop. How is it? Nothing left to say? Then please don't speak, because doing this has no significance whatsoever. At this time, Hegel pressed the attack further, completely unwilling to leave Kleena even the slightest way out, because only by driving her into a dead corner would she honestly spell out everything clearly. Yes, that's just how I thought, but so what? If I really went back just like that, there wouldn't be anything I could do either, right? Anyway, aren't you able to do a better job? Section 241. Seeing that she couldn't refute anything in the end, Kleena simply gave up on herself. Her tears also uncontrollably began to freefall in the air. Enough! I can't be bothered to look at your tears either. I only hope you can mend your ways. Furthermore, the responsibilities you ought to shoulder will not be a single one less. And you should also trust your subjects a little more. Trust them. Seeing this, Hegel couldn't be bothered to continue bickering with Kleena either. He simply waved his hand, then walked out of the office on his own, leaving Kleena alone to figure out everything by herself. Is what I'm doing really completely wrong? Kleena stood alone in the office, murmuring softly to herself. Before, she really hadn't harbored such an idea of escapism. It was just on that night when she fell asleep together with Karenina. She had a dream that forced her to want to escape. She dreamed of her childhood, dreamed of her imperial father, dreamed of her dreams back then, and dreamed of her father's expectations. You must ensure that the rule of Fossarens continues forever. This was his boldest wish before his death, and also the motivation that supported her back then, allowing her to constantly work and tirelessly review documents. However, when she decided to give up resistance and stretch out her neck for execution, this anticipation and this dream had already shattered, failing to leave even a trace of its existence. And when she saw Karenina, and after a period of misunderstandings and mutual understanding, she suddenly felt that her life had truly been a failure. Not only is she pretty and talented, but she also has people who like and cherish her, although her past was a bit miserable. Now she has completely achieved most of a woman's life goals. To say she wasn't envious or jealous would be impossible. But she still wanted to wish her happiness. Here, I am the only one left with nothing at all. Even if I go back, nothing will change. After all, I am merely the puppet on strings. However, when it came to completely giving up on herself, she still couldn't completely reverse her mindset. Thus, she began to constantly pester Karenina and inflict trivial interference on Hegel, trying to make them realize that sending her back would be the most foolish and irresponsible behavior toward herself. In this way, she would have a suitable excuse to find some random place and spend the rest of her life in mediocrity without having to shoulder those so-called responsibilities or face the reproaches of their subordinates. This was her simple idea of escaping responsibility. However, she was also conflicted, wondering whether she should face and confront these events that had already become set in stone, because only by truly facing them could she attain ultimate release. She understood this logic, but she simply couldn't do it. It was just like knowing that you bombed an exam and must have your parents sign it, yet agonizing over whether to take it out or not. Therefore, she would reveal several obvious flaws amidst the so-called fooling around. She hoped these flaws would be discovered, yet she also hoped they wouldn't be discovered. These two completely opposite mentalities intertwined, which was probably what made Kleena do things now that seemed unreasonable at first glance, yet made sense upon closer thought. After all, she was barely an 18-year-old girl. These matters shouldn't have been pressed entirely onto her shoulders in the first place. He saw through it. He figured it out. Should this be considered a good thing or a bad thing? Should it really be considered a good thing or a bad thing? Kleena squatted in place, her mood gradually sinking into an even stranger vortex. It seemed that it would take a while for her to return to normal. 463. Bizarre. How is it? Is the problem solved? Did Kleena walk out of that vicious circle you analyze? Subsequently, Karenina bumped into Hegel in the back garden. At the same time, she asked him softly with a hint of curiosity. Sort of. I've done everything I could, and for the rest, she can only rely on herself. Hegel also stretched, not wanting to meddle too much in these matters. That's true. Psychological problems of this sort can only be resolved by oneself. Saying more is useless. Karenina nodded in agreement, then fell silent. Although it was still winter, Iowa City was already beginning to carry the trace of warmth. You don't have any work today? After a long silence and the blowing of the cold wind, a slightly awkward Karenina finally spoke up to ask. Mom? Rather, it's rare that everything has been resolved in advance. Afterwards, we just need to see if there's anything that needs supplementing. Hegel also relaxed a lot. Fine then. Anyway, my side is pretty much the same. Moreover, I've prepared 2 big treasures. After the manufacturing over there is finished, I'll let you take a look. Karenina's mouth corners began to curl upward uncontrollably once again. I'm afraid it's going to be some big thing again. Seeing Karenina made this expression, Hedgel naturally understood what was going on. Bigger is better, more is beauty, caliber is justice, and within range, truth is everywhere. Karenina uttered the so-called golden rule once again. Just what kind of things are you stuffing into that brain of yours nowadays? Hedgel could only softly respond to Karenina's words, unable to figure out what she was actually trying to do right now. I'm just storing some doctrines of firepower superiority. Facing these guys from the cold weapon era, firepower coverage is naturally the most marvelous response. Karenina gently sat down on the chair in the back garden, looking at the still lush shrubs and blooming flowers amidst the winter, feeling exceptionally great. Sometimes the front lines are actually more worry-free, but the reorganization of the intelligence system is truly the killer. The Northerners have indeed undergone tremendous changes from the inside out, and the ruling institution is no longer the original confederation, but absolute centralization. Thinking of this matter, a shadow once again crossed Hedgel's face, meaning that what we'll face next isn't a pile of loose sand, but a tightly textured stone. That's right. Therefore, all we can do is unite all forces that can be united, Hedgel said with a hint of worry. Compared to these empty matters, I care more about what on earth happened inside the Northern Alliance to make the current situation so troublesome. Karenina didn't care at all about what Hedgel wanted to say, instead placing her attention on points more worthy of concern. That's true. What is currently known is that the governor, who has taken control of the entire alliance, is extremely aggressive. Moreover, by some unknown means, they have drastically enhanced the monster's muscle strength. In the end, Hedgel let out a sigh of emotion. Enough! These things can only be talked about. Who knows how many variables there will be by then? Honestly, do what you can do at hand. Karenina, however, saw things very openly. Don't you have any thoughts at all regarding their technologies and the like? Just drooling over it is useless. It's like you can get your hands on it right now. Besides, even if you really got the data on paper, it's as if you could easily replicate it. Let me make myself clear first. I really don't understand these biological things. Karenina also stretched, sniffing the faint fragrance of plants in the air, spreading her little hands and helplessly saying to Hedgel, I know, you said it before until my ears have grown calluses. Then why are you still talking to me about this empty nonsense? It'd be better to accelerate the excavation efforts and get all the stuff under that mountain into our hands. Maybe we'll find what I want. Karenina rolled her eyes straight at Hedgel. I want to as well, but looking at it currently, the difficulty is very high. Because those magic crystals are both heavy and hard, making them difficult to transport. Hedgel showed a red deflated expression. Then let's proceed according to pace. Anyway, on my side nothing major will happen in the near future probably. Afterwards, Karenina let out a chuckle. Hey, what on earth is down here? Her Majesty is urging us very urgently. In the mine, the various miners also harbored full doubts in their hearts. You shouldn't overthink it either. We're just mining magic crystals right now. Who knows, maybe Her Majesty just wants to mine everything out first and then find a safer, more covert place to store them. Is that any of your business? The foreman resting beside the miner said lazily. After all, his duty was just to see if these workers were slackers. And as break time, relaxing a bit was no big deal. But even so, isn't this urging a bit too urgent? With 3 shifts a day, it seems as if they can't wait to dig straight through this mountain immediately. The miners' hearts were filled with confusion at this time regarding these actions. The demand is just large. Recently, I've heard that those new weapons have to rely on magic crystals to be made. Without magic crystals, those fellows are completely useless. And just think how many troops does the country have now? And how many reserves must be maintained? This is simply an astronomical figure. The foreman also had his own views. After thinking about it a bit, this statement seemed quite right. At least it could bluff these miners, firmly seal their mouths, and make them speculate less about that lord's affairs. So that's how it is. Putting it that way, we are still making outstanding contributions to Her Majesty. Thinking this way, the workers felt that they were contributing their due strength to the army and the country, and their fighting spirit grew increasingly high. Right. If there were people like us willing to go down into the mine and stay in this pitch-black mine for a day or two, that would be an irreparable loss to the country. We must not look down on ourselves. We should treat ourselves as role models in building the country. And this atmosphere would naturally produce some slightly subtle voices. However, this sense of subtlety seemed to be just right. Just as the few of them were thinking about how to continue contributing to the country and expressing their grand aspirations and heroic feelings, a burst of strange shattering sounds suddenly appeared by their ears. 464. Discovery. What sound? Did that large piece of magic crystal that hasn't been moved away yet shatter? Filled with doubt and curiosity, the miners looked toward the direction from which the sound came. Probably not. That shattering sound is similar to stone. It's probably just some rock wall splitting open. Right, that's actually fine, saving us the trouble of having to chisel through them. The foreman, however, harbored a more optimistic thought. Just as the few of them hurriedly ran along the rugged tunnel to the point where the sound was emitted, they discovered that things had already exceeded their expectations. What? Why is there another passage here? A pitch-black passage impressively manifested before everyone's eyes. It's probably just because of our mining that this section of the rock wall cracked open, and aren't such tunnels quite common? They just connect various points where magic crystals are stored. Over there it is probably just a magic crystal storage point. Or should we go down and take a look? When the magic crystal reserves below are ascertained, we'll even have bounty money to collect when we return. The foreman had a considerable amount of interest in this tunnel. All right then. After all, it's just using a bit of break time to probe the reserves, and coming back with at least 2 silver coins in reward money makes it truly worthwhile. 2 of the workers who had seen this kind of situation before were also eager to try. After a chatter-filled discussion, these few people finally reached a consensus. Subsequently, taking advantage of the torch's light, they slowly stepped into the tunnel. The interior of the tunnel could be said to be quite smooth, as if one would slip and fall down at the slightest carelessness. Fortunately, the rock at the top was quite solid with many protrusions, allowing them to firmly grab onto them and descend gradually. Inside this tunnel, apart from their footsteps and breathing sounds, there seemed to be no other sounds whatsoever. And this tunnel continued to tilt downwards endlessly, as if it had no end in sight. Isn't it too long? At this slope, and we've walked for such a long time. I have a feeling this is leading all the way to the depths of the earth. 10 odd minutes later, one of the miners said with a hint of unease. Section 242, but haven't you felt that magic power getting closer and closer? And it's also quite massive. If the few of us can discover such a large magic power point, the reward definitely won't be small when the time comes. However, the foreman put on a delighted expression. That's true, the intensity of this magic power is indeed too strong. Before even reaching in front of it, it already far exceeds those magic power sources seen before. There definitely is a big treasure down below. Hearing this said, their confidence became even stronger. After traversing for nearly another 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a platform. The miners stood on this platform, sensing the direction where this magic power source was located. This way, the foreman pointed at the stone wall a step ahead. Afterwards, these highly skilled miners swung their heavy hammers in their hands and began to strike the stick stone wall. 80, 80, 80, bang! Along with a muffled sound and a sound of the stone wall cracking. Powerful magic fluctuations burst forth from the broken parts of that stone wall, shocking the heart of everyone present, stirring the soul of every single one of them. This is simply too foul, right? Feeling this surging magic power, they couldn't help but swallow hard. But this is indeed the case. This impact force is simply too strong. They seemed to be able to feel that the ripples of this magic power were nearly about to swallow them up. And just as they faced this dazzling radiance and walked into this cavity through the hole in the stone wall, they found that things once again exceeded their expectations. Metal everywhere. The shell crafted from silver-white metal had magic power that had already crystallized clinging to it, and the dazzling light emitted by these magic crystals was once again reflected by the smooth silver metal, stinging the miner's eyes. What are all these? One of the miners half covered his eyes and said with a heart full of panic, "Maybe these are all ancient relics. Look, there are still quite a few traces of wear and tear on that metal shell." Facing the light, the foreman carefully observed the various traces on this shell, and there are quite a few dents and a little rust on it. Maybe this is something left behind by the ancient sages. He shouted with excitement, his words filled with joy and cheerfulness. Then we must immediately go back and report it upward. His Majesty will definitely be very happy. We will definitely receive awards too. The rest of the miners also had the same thought. Therefore, they hurriedly returned the way they came, wanting to report this event, which could be said to have drastically changed the future battle situation, to the mine's supervisor. "What? You discovered a large ancient relic down below right now, and the outside is covered with silver-white metal? Immediately blockade the scene right now. No one is allowed to enter. I will send someone to inspect the situation." Not long after, Hedgel received the communication from the mine. After issuing the order to martial law the entire site to them, he hurriedly walked out of the office and found Karenina. "The thing below has been dug out, and I heard it's quite big in size and buried quite deep. Do you want to call that fellow right now and go take a look?" Hedgel said in a low voice, with a hint of unease on his face. "To go, of course we have to go. And we have to go. Having a rare opportunity to get in touch with even high-level technology, how could we not go and see for ourselves?" Afterwards, she packed her tools, called Hayaki and boarded the carriage heading to that mine together with Hedgel. The road was also quite peaceful, but in Hayaki's eyes there was a hint of melancholy yet an unconcealable excitement. This seemed not hard to understand either. because no matter what, this was the relic of the civilization she had previously served. The feeling of such a civilization perishing, yet being able to touch their past glory once again, this mood was indeed quite tangled and complex. Not long after they arrived at this mountain, the appearance here had changed by more than half. Compared to when they came here several months ago, there were already quite a few more traces of human activity, and the atmosphere of martial law here was also unusually heavy, and these neatly placed roadblocks and the soldiers arrayed in front were the best proof. How is the situation? It's certain that no one has gone inside, right? Carls had arrived in advance to confirm the situation, and Hedgel was asking him for detailed information at this moment. No problem. Everything has been arranged, and the reinforcement of the relevant rock walls has also been properly arranged. It is within the range of being able to safely enter, and he also gave a positive answer. 465. Interior. Then let's go inside and take a look first. Hedgel always maintained a cautious attitude, just nodded, and didn't say much else. Action was the most persuasive thing. Accompanied by the guards, the three of them slowly walked downward along this tunnel. Although the surroundings were densely covered with scattered rocks, they could still walk unimpeded among them. The rock arrangement inside this corridor seems to have been calculated. I don't know if this was deliberately designed by someone or just pure coincidence. Hedgel grabbed the handle-like rock protrusion and slowly walked down toward the bottom of this corridor. All the stones here are made of magic power, and they are all integrally formed. I think you should also understand the meaning behind this. Hayaki, who had originally kept silent, finally spoke a complete sentence at this time. What kind of monster level is that? Such an entire mountain body, integrally formed. Hedgel was stunned for a moment, then almost swore out loud, but in the end, he still cared about his image and didn't say it out. That's the fact, and this probably happened after the fall of the Yahala Empire. What it represents, I think you should also be clear about it. Hayaki said in a low voice, and then her eyes unconsciously glanced at Karenina. There are also some old monsters whose existence is completely unknown in this world. Both strength and lifespan are unknown. Hedgel also felt that the matter was a bit tricky. 705u.com first published by the Reading Club, and he couldn't help but associate it with a rumor that the gods of the Buddhist church truly existed. But it looks like they don't have the tendency to make a move against us either, so I suppose there's no need to panic. After all, I've existed for so long, and they haven't meant to wipe me out. Or rather, they are just the suppressors when civilization is destroyed. Hayaki also slowly stated her own conjecture. Suppressors, huh? It seems this possibility is still quite large. Hedgel also couldn't help recalling the words spoken by that silver fellow he heard before coming to this world. That fellow seemed to intend to let me take on this kind of post. However, judging from her tone, she seemed to just want to find the labor thinking of this. The corners of Hedgel's mouth couldn't help twitching. I won't say much else, let's look below. Judging from this magic power intensity, at the very least, 2 fuel tanks must be broken. Feeling this magic power fluctuation that already appeared excessively thick, Hayaki couldn't help sigh softly. It looks like things are not optimistic. Karenina finally managed to chime in with a sentence. No, it's actually fine instead. Because the seeping liquid magic power will volatilize and then form a thick layer of magic crystals on the surface of the hull, which can very well ensure that the hull will not easily suffer secondary damage. At this time, Hayaki's tone carried a great deal of excitement, because she could finally see the thing she had been looking forward to. Minutes later, they arrived beside this huge hull carrying dazzling magical radiance. And on this ship, just as Hayaki said, it was covered with a layer of translucent yet exceptionally hard magic crystals. If it weren't for the fact that it would explode immediately as long as external magic power passed through, this would probably be the highest quality of external armor. Right, there are a few large holes on the outer periphery of the hull, and they were torn open by those monsters, but none of them managed to enter the hull. As for the power compartment, due to technical problems in the magic circuit, a small-scale explosion occurred when running at full speed, which gave those monsters the opportunity to enter the hull and slaughter the internal personnel. However, if it runs at low power, the magic furnace should still be usable. Taking advantage of the fact that the two people beside her were both immersed in the grand momentum of this huge silver-white battleship, Hayaki began her introduction. Then the equipment inside. Karenina was also the first to raise a question. It depends on the situation. I don't know if it can be used either. Or rather, mainly it depends on whether the internal damage situation is within an acceptable range. Hayaki didn't have any other thoughts, but instead simply walked toward this hundreds of meters long giant airship. Afterwards, under her leadership, Karenina and Hedgel also quickly found a hatch that seemed to be used for emergency escape. However, the characters on it seemed to be completely unrecognized. Hayaki didn't say anything else. She just clenched her fists and then directly and ruthlessly patted it onto this magic crystal shell. And those magic crystal fragments, accompanied by this huge sound wave and airflow, spread all around. So this fellow was the strong. This was the thought of the two people behind Hayaki as they watched Hayaki's actions with cold sweat pouring down. However, the Hayaki who looked overwhelmingly strong was most wary of one person among these two. Less than 2 minutes, Hayaki easily opened a breach that allowed two people to walk side by side. Afterwards, she familiarly took out a koi from the bag she was carrying. Then she stuffed it into a hole on the door. Then a burst of mechanical parts interlocking and vibrating sounds resounded through this space, as well as some mechanical sounds speaking languages that Karenina and Hedgehog completely couldn't understand mixed in among them. It's fine as long as we go inside. What is currently activated is the emergency system, and the time it can be used is very limited. After going in, we still have to see if the main system can be successfully started. Only then can it be considered a complete success. After I complete the repair of my body, you can dismantle and take away everything on this giant battleship. Of course, as for how much you can take away, it can only depend on your abilities. Hayaka's words carried a hint of desolation as she said softly, "It really looks full of science fiction vibes inside. And I really want to know how such a huge thing managed to fly into the sky." Karenina was looking around in this metal corridor flashing with dark red lights. Anyway, don't touch these things randomly. Who knows if there really is some self-destruct program or something. Hedgehog subconsciously recalled some plots in science fiction movies. Why would you hold this kind of thought? This is just a military facility. Who would carry a self-detonation device on their own soldiers? At this time, Hayaki could be said to have completely lost her original humility and shyness. Instead, she had an attitude of a master. But this was also true, because things like warships were actually equivalent to mobile territory. And that Chiahara, which had long been buried in the long river of history, was probably the home she was most grateful for and deeply loved. Since she had arrived home, putting on a little bit of the master's unique airs wouldn't be a problem, right? Karenina's head was already filled with strange thoughts at this time. 466. Exploration. Afterwards, Hayaki followed the corridor flashing with dark red light and came to a metal door that looked unshakable just by looking at it. The remains inside this corridor must have been cleaned up. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many tooth marks and laser burn marks on this wall. Section 243. I don't know who, or rather what kind of thing, cleared away all the corpses inside this hull, and then dumped this gigantic vessel here. Hedgehog also meticulously observed the various traces on the metal walls. He could only feel that the arm strength and claw sharpness of these monsters were simply incomparable to those of the current lizards. At least they didn't have the ability to easily scratch dents at least 2 centimeters deep into this unknown metal surface that looked ridiculously hard just by appearance. However, had you already miniaturized and weaponized laser weapons for individual use back then? Karenina's focus, however, was completely different from Hedgehog's. Not really. These laser weapons were all controlled by the spaceship's main control system. Originally, they were stored in various corners of this corridor. Once activated, they would kill indiscriminately. For now, we can only hope that the damage to the critical control departments is not enough to render the entire ship totaled. As she spoke, Hayaki continuously and rhythmically touched various parts of the metal door. It seemed as if as long as one touched the various points on the metal door in a certain order, it would cause the metal door to open on its own. But reality was indeed not much different. Suddenly, the metal door panel emitted faint lights and a circular frame appeared on it. A loudspeaker, hidden who knows where, was speaking a language that Hedgehog and Karenina completely failed to understand, seeming to instruct what to do next and how to do it. However, Hayaki paid no attention to the sound, simply placing her hand right in the middle of the circle on her own accord. After hearing a burst of mechanical beep boot sound effects, the metal door began to rise slowly, revealing the vital space protected behind it. This is probably the main control room, right? Karenina said softly, carrying a hint of emotion in her heart. After all, the display inside was indeed enough to fill her with astonishment. Various instruments, equipment, and panels were densely yet exceptionally orderly arranged here. However, about a third of the screens were already shattered, and whether the rest were intact was hard to say for now. It would depend on whether they could be lit up. If there were no accidents, this must be the damage caused when the aerial warship crashed. It is indeed the main control room, but the situation inside is not optimistic. Hayaki frowned as she walked onto the topmost central platform, where there was something resembling a keyboard. She lit up the instruments on this platform, but there was still only a dark red glow. Her fingers tapped on the keyboard, making crisp snapping sounds. And if she hadn't been unable to understand the characters on it and the instructions that should be inputted, Karenina would have even wanted to go up and fiddle with it herself. After all, a scene like this still stirred up some nostalgic feelings within her. Just as Karenina was immersed in her nostalgia for the past, the surrounding lights suddenly turned on, their ghastly white glare a bit blinding. Following that was a sigh of relief from Hayaki, sounding as though she had let out a breath of relief. Although the automatic control system has completely failed, it's probably damaged. But manual operation is still fine. The entire main control has not been completely destroyed. The magic furnace is also operating normally. There are no problems. Hayaki's mood seemed exceptionally good. Then can you go and repair your body now? Yes! The two of you can look around here as you please, but do not mess with the things on the console. I am going to complete the restoration of the structural damage to my body right now. With that, she slipped away from the main control room in a flash. She seems quite excited. Karenina watched Hayaki's expression, which completely betrayed her trying to suppress excitement, and couldn't help a smile blooming on her face. That's true. Being able to see the trace of one's own civilization's existence 1,000 years later, that feeling must indeed be great. Hedgel, who had been silent all along, also said thoughtfully, "Hammond, as long as we don't touch the things on the console, that'll be fine, right?" Karenina, however, was eager to try. Probably. But I always feel like a few display screens are missing here. I don't know if it's just my illusion. Hedgel, on the other hand, felt that the arrangement pattern of these screens seemed to have been disrupted. Forget about that. Maybe it was just designed that way by others. There are still 2 cabinets here. Let's see what's inside. Karenina didn't care about these details at all, casting her gaze entirely onto those metal cabinets. Probably just storing some files. Right. We can't read them anyway. In my view, there won't be any discoveries. Hedgel, however, held no expectations for this. At least we have to wait for Hayaki to come back and act as a translator, right? Henhenge tilted, then let's tidy things up first. Maybe we can find some pictures inside, or other more interesting things. Like individual weapons from 1,000 years ago. Since this is a military facility, these definitely wouldn't be lacking, right? Karenina said with glowing eyes. Fine then, I'll accompany you to take a look. Anyway, as long as you don't want to touch the things on top of the console, it should be fine. Hedgel also re-evaluated Hayaki's words in his mind and felt that it should indeed be fine. Then let's see what's actually inside next. Karenina took out a pair of thin gloves from her carry bag, then grabbed the metal handle of the drawer and pulled outward. Following that was a burst of stirred-up dust. I seem to have underestimated the things accumulated here over 1,000 years. Karenina pursed her lips, a kaleidoscope of emotions churning in her heart. As for Hedgel, he was forcibly suppressing the corners of his mouth to keep from laughing out loud, and thus incurring a round of chasing and beating from Karenina. But Karenina's appearance, resembling a calico cat, made holding back laughter nearly impossible. The files in here actually seem quite numerous, but it looks like we really can't read them at all. Karenina picked up the files inside the metal drawer, looking left and right, truly unable to make heads or tails of them. She only knew that this Yahala Empire's national emblem looked quite nice. I told you, there basically won't be anything inside that we can understand or find useful before it's translated. Wait a minute. Hedgel frowned, feeling that matters were not so simple. 467. Big discovery. What's wrong? Did you discover something again? Karenina tilted her head and asked softly. The last piece of paper in your hand, the one sticking out crookedly, yes, that exact one. Take a look. Hedgel felt as though he had seen something that shouldn't have appeared here at all. This one. Karenina then pulled out the piece of paper according to his instructions, and the moment her gaze swept across it, her expression changed instantly. Hey, there's a problem here, right? There's definitely a problem here, right? After a long silence, Karenina slowly spoke in an incredulous voice. But this is indeed a fact. An irrefutable fact. Hedgel also moved closer to Karenina. Swallowing hard, he said in a low voice, "Why are there Chinese characters on it?" Karenina couldn't help letting out a murmur. And the content written is also inscrutable. As he spoke, Hedgel read through the contents recorded on the paper once more. Imperial calendar, year 1073, 14th month, 11th day. Today we ran into another team of completely out-of-control Griffin, but our luck afterwards was pretty good because the close-in defense system was relatively complete. We shot them all down without large-scale damage to the hull. But if we encountered Morofa or those big lizards running out of Belkol, that would be another story entirely. If we didn't have the gods' spears, wanting to send them to hell would be an almost impossible mission to accomplish. Right now, I just want to say, heaven bless us. However, the dry shaft on the ship has already experienced a minor malfunction. After all, this aerial warship named Radiance is also currently the only vessel in the Empire driven purely by magic. A slight malfunction is somewhat excusable. However, a malfunction at a time like this appears particularly fatal. Let's hope we can still fly to the military's surviving base. Otherwise, we can only all perish in this perilous sky. Moreover, since the leak has reached this point, conventional disposal methods have become unfeasible. Although we had heard before that the God's grace was going to be widely disseminated, I still harbored a great deal of doubt, because no one knew whether these grace were truly harmless. Nor did they know whether they had undergone clinical trials. Oh, I hope they can see the reality clearly and use these things with caution. Otherwise, the results will be beyond our prediction. After the last sentence concluded, both Karenina and Hedgel fell into deep silence. What on earth is going on here? Why are there Chinese characters inside? And what is this grace of the gods mentioned here? As for Griffin, it seems I've heard of this thing before. A monster with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion. But what is this moreover? Karenina was truly bewildered now. Putting aside everything else, just look at these characters, they are completely identical to ours. And this document is even mixed among those documents written in strange characters. What on earth is the meaning of this? Karenina felt that she was already approaching the truth of a mystery in this world. Unclear. But let's wait for Hayaki to come back. Let's look around here some more to see if we can find more documents with text we can read. Meanwhile, Hedgel's expression was so gloomy that water could practically drip from it. Who knows what he had thought of? What he had realized, or rather, he had already understood some things. Following Hedgel's instructions, the two hurriedly sorted out all the papers inside the drawer cabinets. Whether it was because these papers were originally intended to be preserved for at least 1,000 years, they were all completely intact, without the slightest trace of having gone through such a long period of time. Even the ink on them was not unclear anywhere. It really was incomprehensible how they managed to do that. A total of more than 460 documents. Among them, 26 are written in Chinese characters. I don't understand the reason behind this, nor do I know how they acquired all the writing methods for Chinese characters. Karenina murmured softly after a detailed and meticulous sorting. The contents mostly record the events encountered during this gigantic vessel's voyage. Moreover, they are all mixed with a large amount of incomprehensible vocabulary. Perhaps they are their creations. Furthermore, words like out of control, wired, and a series of other terms appear with unusually high frequency. We cannot rule out the destruction of civilization caused by monsters losing control. Hedgel also made an inference. But gods are mentioned multiple times here, and as a military department, with a civilization having reached such an advanced level, continuing to groundlessly believe in these ghosts and gods seems somewhat wrong, right? Karenina also increasingly felt the severity of the matter. And this so-called race of the gods, along with whatever clinical trials, no matter how you look at these things, they just don't piece together, right? Or is the meaning we understand different from what they intended to express? To the two of them, these words and phrases were so hard to swallow. That's probably how it is. Even though the sentence writing style is the same, the meanings expressed are different. And maybe someone just like us came to this world before and popularized this kind of writing, Karenina said with a dry chuckle. To be honest, she herself didn't really believe this explanation of same words, different meanings. But for now, this seemed to be the only explanation that could be understood and accepted. Let's wait for Hayaki to come back first. Blindly guessing here is of no use. We can only continue waiting. Hedgel sorted out his thoughts, seeming to have a bit of an idea in his heart, but the final confirmation would still have to depend on what Hayaki said. There really are quite a few mysteries hidden in here. This trip doesn't seem to have been in vain. Section 244. Karenina gazed at the silver-white ceiling and murmured, "It's more than just a worthwhile trip. These devices alone are enough to make coming here worthwhile. After all, these are the achievements of high-tech capabilities born from the combination of magic and technology. If we can learn a thing or two, no, wait, let alone learning, if we can just copy them directly, that would be more than enough." Hedgel seemed to have already foreseen a bright future. That's true. However, I'm feeling a bit unconfident in my own abilities right now. After all, it's a bunch of things I've never seen before. Dealing with them might cause a lot of trouble. Although Karenina had confidence, to be honest, it was not quite enough. Besides, all of this is magic, and I don't know a thing about this stuff at all. I'm afraid it's going to cause all sorts of bizarre complications. 468. Corpse whipping? The experimental process is bound to have errors. As long as you don't blow yourself up or get crippled by an explosion, it's all within an acceptable range. When this part was brought up, Hedgel roughly understood what Karenina meant by bizarre complications. Let's hope so. However, I don't think there will be fewer explosions. After all, although this magic power feels quite stable when you look at it, it is quite restless during use. As long as there is a problem with the engraving of the patterns, when the magic power travels through them, it will bring about irreversible consequences. Karenina recalls some of the things she had seen and heard earlier. We still have to ensure safety. No matter what, safety comes first, Hedgel said in a serious tone. All right, I'll understand. I'll be more careful. But Karenina's reply was perfunctory. After waiting for at least 2 hours, and after the two of them used various methods to open several cabinets and search for more data, Hayaki finally returned. You too. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I? Whoa! Before Hayaki could finish speaking, Karenina grabbed that stack of documents and lunged forward, frightening Hayaki into letting out a scream. Cough, cough, although I'm a bit sorry, I still really want to know why this kind of script appears here. Karenina tightly grabbed Hayaki's arm, her eyes sparkling with little stars, and said to her loudly, This is the sacred script. According to Yahara's tradition, top-secret documents must be written using this script. Otherwise, it would be regarded as blasphemy against the gods, and the officers involved would be severely punished. Upon seeing the writing on it, Hayaki immediately provided the answer. Sacred script. Hearing this, Karenina was instantly dumbfounded. That's right. It is generally written by clergy. However, due to Yahara Impei's rather special military political system, churches and congregations like the ones today do not exist, and this so-called clergy is merely clerical officers responsible for regularly making offerings to the gods. Hayaki quickly explained. Why did you suddenly ask this question? Is there something strange on it? How should I put it? Hayaki, can you read the writing on this? Karenina asked her in a low voice. I can't read it. She also gave a straightforward reply. If I said we can read it, would you believe it? Karenina swallowed and said quietly, What did you say? Upon hearing this, Hayaki instantly lost her composure. She even wanted to directly grab Karenina by the collar and interrogate her. But in the end, she quickly calmed down. That's how it is we understand what is written on it. But these terms inside are quite bewildering to us. Karenina also stated honestly, Can you translate these words for me to hear? After a brief silence, Hayaki slowly spoke. Meanwhile, Hedgel continued to rummage around and organize the files kept inside these cabinets, seemingly wanting to find more clues. Malofa is a xenomorphic creature, snake-shaped, about 60 meters long. It is wingless, but capable of flying in the air. It can spew highly toxic mucus from its mouth, sharp and highly penetrating bone needles, as well as fireballs and high-energy rays. Moreover, its skin is colored with hard crystals, making it extremely difficult to inflict damage upon it. Manufactured by the Empire's 13th Research Institute, it finally went out of control, Hayaki explained softly. But this divine grace, I really don't know what it is at all. I also don't know whether the relevant information was deleted or simply never implanted. Sorry, I don't know. Upon hearing this so-called divine grace, Hayaki immediately wore a puzzled expression. It looks like the clue ends here. Also, why did this kind of script turn into the so-called sacred script? Seeing that this path was no longer viable, Karenina could only think of other ways. This is also because of some past legends of the Yahara Empire. As for the specifics, I won't go into detail. Ultimately, it's probably a guy similar to the mysterious entity that created this black mountain covered in magic crystals. After some thought, Hayaki reached a conclusion that wasn't quite a conclusion. Afterwards, all the documents here, except the kind that you can read, I will help you translate them one by one. Please rest assured about this. And according to our previous agreement, everything about this warship now belongs to you too, although I don't have the authority myself to say such things. When Hayaki said the 6 words that you can read, she enunciated them with unusual emphasis. When the time comes, I will check the integrity of the warship's internal facilities and whether they can be used, and then submit them all together for your review. Understood. We will first take all these currently readable documents back. To this, Hedgel didn't have much objection. If they were made to check them one by one, that would be behavior indistinguishable from a fool. Coupled with the fact that Hayaki was indeed trustworthy at present, there was no need to harbor too much vigilance. Then let's leave it at that for now. We'll head out first, shall we? Karenina also nodded, and then tentatively asked Hayaki. All right, this way, please. With that, Hayaki led them back the way they came. Although I knew that those noble army units were useless, collapsing by the minute like this is truly something I didn't expect. Amidst the bitter winter of the north, that petite governor stood on the snow-covered rooftop, gazing at the vast expanse of white earth outside, her heart lost in thought. Her crimson eyes carried absolute disdain for the nobles, and in her heart she kept raising the danger level of the Coburg Empire more and more. At the end of the day, all the nobles in this world are cut from the same cloth. experts at civil war, laymen at foreign wars. They're great at bullying their own people, but when it comes to foreign wars, they're a bunch of good-for-nothings who can do nothing except surrender and collapse. The governor seemed to be implying something. My lord, since the various major nobles and heads of state within the alliance have been completely turned into puppets by you, there's no need to continue whipping the corpse. The officer standing behind her all this time let out a slightly awkward voice. Forget it, forget it. Then tell me, how are you doing with the intelligence network I asked you to build? Everything is going smoothly. The manpower I arranged has already been converging on the Coburg Empire. Moreover, the intelligence leader inside the Coburg Empire was dispatched from the Krau family. These are all guaranteed. Please rest assured, my lord. 466. Abnormality? People from the Krau family, however, it doesn't matter. As long as they can complete the mission and maintain loyalty, it doesn't matter whose family they belong to. The governor maintained her usual composure. Regarding the Coburg Empire, this subordinate believes that we must recently deploy additional troops to its borders. Even under the current shortage of food and provisions, we must increase them. Otherwise there might be numerous troubles in the future. I earnestly request you to make up your mind. After consolidating a series of information, the officer reported his thoughts to the governor. I have this thought too, and if we're going to do it, we have to do it big. Since we already know that we will sooner or later break ties with Coburg, sooner or later it's all the same. She seemed to have had a similar idea for a long time. You mean, since we said we're going to pull out all the stops, send those long-stubborn griffins over? Just like before, only feed them to half full. You get what I mean, right? The tone of the governor when giving the order remained as indifferent as ever. Understood. I hope their so-called new weapons won't have any effect on the griffins. It should be fine, because things like bows and crossbows find it exceptionally difficult to cause serious harm to a single griffin, and this is a whole brigade. This can already be considered our highest courtesy to the Coburg Empire. The governor seemed full of confidence regarding this. After all, these griffins only needed to dive down, then casually wave their claws, and they could easily take away a dozen people without taking any damage. And for them to organize a powerful counterattack against the griffins, that was truly too difficult. After all, this thing had strong mobility and thick skin. Even if an arrow hit it, there was no way to cause much damage to it. The reason why these griffins weren't used before was purely because these fellows were too precious. The fellows of Cavillo were not qualified to die under their sharp claws, and now Coburg seemed to already have this qualification. Then they should be dispatched without hesitation as a sharp weapon to crush the confidence and pride of the Coburg Empire, letting them realize just how frail and powerless they were compared to the supreme civilization of ancient times. Understood. I will immediately assign relevant troops to head over. Also regarding the restoration of Malofa, do you think we should continue to invest funds and manpower? Subsequently, they enter the next major topic. This is a must. As one of the previous ultimate killer weapons, with its assistance, we will definitely be able to easily take everything back. After all, that is a monster that can easily crush an aerial fleet. It is the true embodiment of the god's power. Speaking of this, she also took a deep breath and said softly, unsure whether she was feeling nostalgic or emotional. Understood. Afterwards, we will continuously increase efforts to restore Malofa and a series of giant artificial life forms. May the light from 1,000 years ago that could pierce the darkness descend upon the world once again. As an adjutant who had always served by her side, he naturally understood his superior's temper. Moreover, her decision was indeed without error. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Although that is impossible. Feeling the bloodline inside her body that was restless, greedily craving blood and constantly wanting to devour everything, the petite governor felt a faint unease in her heart once more. After all, until now, she didn't know what those researchers from 1,000 years ago had injected into her body. Whose blood of such a powerful creature was it? And if that creature, or rather its offspring, still existed in this world, then her goal would never be achievable. After all, those runaway artificial creations, barring any accidents, had all been harvested by that existence. Winter's probably about to pass, right? Hearing this, the adjutant uttered such an inexplicable murmur. It will pass very soon. Therefore, we must seize the tail end of this winter to clear away all obstacles. At this moment, the governor's mood grew increasingly high-spirited. She seemed to have already foreseen a bright future. 4 days later, inside Hegel's office. Carls, from your integration and interpretation of these documents, how much information do you think can be found in here? Hegel said with lowered head, sitting in a chair in a deep voice. Not much. Moreover, most of the terms mentioned cannot be interpreted by us. Even if we ask Miss Hayaki, she has completely no way to answer. Furthermore, all the data are things similar to navigation logs. To be honest, not much useful information can be obtained from them. Section 245. Carl slowed his head, reading the pre-prepared document, though it was unclear what he truly thought of it. It seems we don't have many breakthroughs here. Then how is the situation on Karenina's side? She has looked extremely excited these past 2 days, yet she's always acting so mysterious in front of me. I have no idea what she's actually planning to do. Whenever Hedgel recalled Karenina's recent behaviours and expressions, a sense of doubt inevitably welled up in his heart. Your Majesty, while Miss Karenina specifically instructed that you shouldn't be told for the time being, if you truly wish to know, I can indeed tell you. However, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to pry any further information out of her in the future. Killing the chicken to get the eggs is truly unfeasible, Your Majesty. Surprisingly, Carl's disobeyed Hedgel's instructions. What on earth is this fellow tinkering with again? I've never seen her this happy before. Hedgel increasingly felt that she was cooking up something big. To say nothing else, judging just by the large quantities of steel she had been mobilizing lately, the matter was definitely not simple. However, since she said so, I'll just wait and see. Then to the next agenda. What are your thoughts on the sudden increase in the number of border troops belonging to the Northerners over the past 2 days? Perhaps they intend to tear up the treaty, and the probability is extremely high. After all, their leadership has undergone a complete turnover, becoming quite radical, and no longer valuing short-term interests as much as before. Carls didn't hesitate at all, directly stating the most likely scenario. True, I think so too. Heaven knows what they're really thinking inside. But in a sense, this could also be considered a good thing. Let's just hope it's a good thing. Hedgel let out a murmur and redirected his gaze to the documents laid out on the table. Let's hope things won't deviate too far from the norm. 470. Iron Turtle. Your Majesty, don't you think that saying it like this might actually cause things to go off track? Hey, I'm not some words spirit master, nor some inescapable nightmare for interstellar players. Isn't it a bit unfair of you to say that about me? Hedgel's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that there was a major issue with what Carls had just said. According to my statistics, whenever you utter such words in front of me, uncontrollable events are likely to occur afterward. Please, at the very least, be slightly aware of your own peculiarity. Carls, however, earnestly delivered a long string of remarks that made Hedgel feel embarrassed. Praising me like this, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Sorry, Your Majesty, I am not praising you. Please face reality. Carls said with a hint of helplessness. It's probably best to stop tempting fate like this in the future. In the end, Hedgel honestly conceded the point. Although I don't understand what you're talking about, I think you've probably recognized your own problem. Carls nodded and said no more. As for that fellow cleaner, has she figured things out yet? She's been given so much time. Surely she isn't still shutting herself away, is she? She has probably returned to normal. Haven't you noticed that she hasn't been showing her face much in front of you lately? And at least recently, her conduct has been quite proper, without any recurrence of her previous awful behavior. She must have come to terms with it. Carls replied silently, appearing unsurprised by the outcome. That's good. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know what kind of trouble she was planning to stir up. Hearing this, Hedgel breathed a slight sigh of relief. But given the current military situation, halting the troops' advance is probably the best choice, right? After all, the noble coalition forces are already in fighting for various reasons. Moreover, more than 2/3 of the nobles have expressed their willingness to surrender to us. As for this I've already had real handle it. Dogs biting dogs is a routine performance that's never absent whenever. Hedgel seemed to have planned this long ago. Just issue an order telling them to do their best to clear out surrounding hostile forces, coordinate with our army from within, and without to swiftly crush the coalition, and promise them larger territories and populations upon success. They'll start biting each other like rabid dogs. Cleaning them up after that will be a breeze. Hedgel said it casually. It was this subordinate who spoke out of turn. Realizing he had misspoken, Carls quickly stepped back to the side. That's not a major issue. How about you accompany me right now to see what Karenina is tinkering with? With that, without waiting for Carl's reply, Hedgel strode out the door on his own. Carls wore a stunned expression for a moment before hurriedly following him. As for what Miss Karenina was up to, magic consumption within an acceptable range. Engine assembly running well. Gearbox operating normally. No signs of malfunction. Karenina was currently inspecting the massive metallic iron lump in front of her. From within this iron lump, traces of light blue magic unique radiance continuously leaked out, inexplicably elevating its aura and giving it a distinct sci-fi feel. The torque is truly unexpectedly large. As for its service life, judging from the current situation, it's also abnormally high. Should I say it now, as expected of the crystallization of magical technological heritage from an ancient civilization? This thing, if it could be given to the Republic. At this point, Karenina began indulging in such unrealistic fantasies again. Hamwa called an engine. It essentially uses magic circuits to channel mana and activate magic, driving the flywheel to rotate. Karenina marveled at how incredibly convenient the device was, then immediately instructed the workers to shut down the engine and place it into the metal compartment prepared for it in advance. Afterward, Karenina stepped back a few meters, gazing at the steel beast from afar. Her already jubilant mood reached its peak at that moment. I wonder if the internal insulation measures are sufficient. After all, ice crystal magic was used to fill the gaps in the armor. At least it should be able to withstand the fire breath of those red fire dragons twice, right? Indeed, the thing Karenina had been tinkering with all this time was none other than the Iron Turtle, known as the King of Land Warfare. Or rather, she had premeditated this all along. After all, she had already quietly prepared most of the other components beforehand. She was simply waiting for the stellar engine, which served as the heart, to be put into place. And the discoveries inside the airship truly did not disappoint her. This surging power truly made her realize that an iron turtle equipped with a superb heart was the true tiger of the land. As for why she placed such high value on something like an engine, the reason was very straightforward. Back when she was at the research institute, to match the capabilities of the domestic engines of that time, there were strict design weight restrictions on the main gun. This had resulted in Karenina's previous proposals being decisively rejected. Hence, she couldn't help but think, if all these wonderful things could be brought back, just how much help would they be to the country still? Most of this was probably just wishful thinking, right? Karenina knew it well in her heart. Tusk returning was impossible to begin with. I'd better think about what to do next. Watching the workers carefully assembling the tank engine into the vehicle chassis, her mood inevitably relaxed quite a bit. However, uninvited guests might be late, but they would never fail to show up. Hey, aren't your actions a bit too extreme? You just went ahead and built a thing like this? Do you really think we're rolling in wealth? Hedgel's mouth twitched as he slowly walked toward Karenina, increasingly feeling did this fellow take too massive a stride? She seemed terrified of not screwing up. Tusk, it's just an experimental model anyway. Given the current state of our supply lines, it's impossible to drive this thing out anyway. No matter what, it's an oil magic tiger, right? So let's just treat this as a tech validation vehicle. Tilda. Karenina smoothly tossed out the spiel she had prepared in advance to Hedgel. Looks like you've calculated all of this long ago. Besides, compared to tanks, I think getting the supply lines sorted out is much more important. So I already prepared the relevant plans. Don't think I've just been slacking off all this time, all right? 471. This then? Karenina hardened her stance, not caring at all what Hedgel had to say. Besides, she had already made all her preparations. Didn't you mention railways earlier? There's no help for it. I also heard from Carl that things aren't going to be peaceful anytime soon. The North has been making a lot of moves, and who knows when they might cross the border. Right now, though, it's a bit late. Establishing supply lines is something we must rush to do immediately. Furthermore, the design blueprints for the related facilities were prepared long ago. When the time comes, as long as we rush the work, they can be put into use quickly. However, don't even think about tunnels or anything like that. Without equipment or time, we can only bypass the mountains. Before Hedgel could fully process what she had just said, Karenina dumped this massive stream of words right in front of him, almost making his head spin. Wait, when on earth did you? Hedgel genuinely felt that Karenina's operations were getting too bizarre. Could it be that she had calculated everything in advance? Drew it when I had some free time before. Spent another night making minor tweaks just 2 days ago. It should be usable. Anyway, there's no time to deliberate too much now. Why not just go big right now? You have to understand, what we're facing now is the entire North. Karenina laid it out clearly, incidentally shooting a fierce glare at Carl's beside Hedgel, causing him to shrink back slightly. Fair point. But implementation is indeed. Never mind the difficulty for now. You haven't even tried yet, so how do you know what can be achieved? This is seriously the first time I've seen you act so timid. Show a bit more confidence, won't you? Before Hedgel could finish, Karenina grabbed him by the collar and shouted right in his face, her words carrying an undeniable aura of authority. Who knows if she was overly excited today or for some other reason, but she wasn't quite acting normally today. Understood. Those so-called blueprints you mentioned are in your office, right? Carl's, go fetch them for me right now. Don't just stand there either, come look over them with me, how about that? At this moment, Hedgel issued the so-called work invitation to Karenina. Tusk, sure, coming to pick faults face to face. Karenina, however, slightly misunderstood Hedgel's intention. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to discuss it with you face to face. Hedgel's mouth twitched, feeling that Karenina was acting a bit neurotic today. Or rather, she was overly excited. However, That phrase she just uttered, it felt like I had heard or seen it somewhere before, though the feeling it gave me was slightly different. Hedgel seemed to recall something, but the sensation was hazy and lacked any real substance. That's right, he had never seen his face nor heard him speak in person. He had only looked at those letters that occasionally carried a faint lavender fragrance and rich ink scent. He had no idea what on earth had happened to him. Ever since April of that year, there had been no news of him whatsoever. Although money still reached his hands every month, that letter paper, which seemed to have become routine, never arrived again. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of nostalgia washed over him, longing for his pure self back then, longing for the repeated teachings of that man, and longing for those fragrant letters. He had never revealed to him what he did for a living, nor spoken of his family's situation. He only said not to be a failure like him, not to end up with nothing left except money like him. Back then, he himself seemed a bit too young to fully understand those words. It wasn't until he came to university and saw the social reality that was stuffily different from an ivory tower that he finally understood what those words meant. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Standing here staring at the sky all this time, have you really turned into a blockhead? Seeing Hedgel fall into a trance, Carolina unceremoniously subjected him to verbal mockery. I just thought of a tiny little thing. Forget it, no need to dwell on it. Isn't that fellow Carl's back yet? Recovering his wits, Hedgel immediately changed the subject. There's no way he could be that fast. After all, those documents were scattered around. Even if he searches through them, it's going to take him quite a while. Why don't we check out the performance of this tech validation vehicle first? Carolina's large eyes flashed with a peculiar luster, and the anticipation contained within them was something Hedgel couldn't refuse. But even so, the shock resistance of this thing of yours. Hedgel still seemed to harbour considerable doubts. The engine's heavy vibration issue has already been resolved magically. The next problem is shock absorption while in motion. As for the rest, I'm not worried. Section 246. Karenina was certainly straightforward in saying that. Perhaps we could add a few more sets of shock-absorbing springs. Springs alone are still not enough. What's more, without rubber seals and rubber tires, things will always become quite troublesome. All current vehicles can only rely on tracks. Unless you don't want the lifespan of your butt and the tires, you can naturally choose steel wooden ones. Karenina's response directly dashed Hedgel's naive idea. But it seems we haven't been able to find any rubber on our side either. No, a few days ago, it seems I saw a document. Hedgel quickly recalled an exceptionally important matter. What document? Karenina also tilted her head, seemingly quite puzzled by Hedgel's statement. It's just a document recording a beastman village. It says they are about to enter the spring famine and hope to receive assistance from the imperial court. And inside those beastman villages, there seem to be plants similar to rubber. Hedgel recalled the various items explained in that document earlier, while the more Karenina listened, the more she felt there was a chance. Then what is there to think about? First, provide a round of assistance, and promise to come back every year for disaster relief to earn a wave of goodwill. After that, extract information about rubber trees from their mouths, and then try large-scale cultivation. Wouldn't that be wonderful? And Karenina had already calculated everything out long ago. Isn't this too optimistic? I think even if this thing exists, it can't be bred so easily. Otherwise, for so many years, we wouldn't have failed to see this tree species covering any corner of the mountain forest. Hedgel, however, poured cold water on her. 472. Village chief. Furthermore, whether this thing truly exists remains an unknown. Anyway, we must go and see for ourselves to know. Hedgel still carried considerable concerns. Then, you mean you agree to disaster relief? Karenina looked at Hedgel in utter surprise, seemingly quite shocked that he would do such a thing. Who knew if she was genuinely surprised or just putting on an act, actually mocking him? I am not like some Zinjan villain, a big bad guy. Don't always think of me so badly. Besides, I had originally approved funds and grain to be sent over anyway. Hedgel definitely understood Karenina's surprise as mockery. Or rather, aside from this interpretation, there was no other more brilliant way to understand it. Wow, what a great philanthropist. Then future funding and stuff. Karenina changed her facial expression even faster than turning a book. Depends on your performance. But Hedgel turned his face slightly and said expressionlessly. Meanwhile, on a muddy path within the country, a frail donkey was currently dragging a large carriage of goods, struggling to move forward on this muddy road. 2 of its 4 hooves had already sunk into the mud. However, after a difficult struggle, whether the struggle was effective or it had good luck, it finally pulled its hooves out of the damp soil. There was still a long way to go ahead. Every time this happens, the food in the village is almost all eaten up. If we don't think of a way to transport a bit more in, that won't do. Following behind this donkey cart was a short, black figure. She was wrapped in a black cloak from head to toe, but inexplicably, the top of the cloak had 2 protrusions. However, this road is really hard to walk. Who knows what happened, with 2 heavy rains in a row. The degree of muddiness is truly unmatched. Beneath this cloak was a young girl's delicate face, and the 2 rabbit ears hidden under the cloak were pressed down into a curved shape. Accepting the commission from that group of people in black and getting that pile of gold coins is indeed useful. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have the confidence to buy so many things. Wu-Tong was helping the donkey push the carriage forward while saying about her good luck from a while ago and her current poor fortune. Amidst this hurried journey, the sun gradually tilted westward, the sunlight gradually turned dim yellow, and everything around was draped in a coat of orange yellow. After a journey lasting as long as 7 days, Wu-Tong finally arrived at this beastman village hidden deep in the dense forest. Although it's said to be 7 days of travel, it's mainly because the road is too difficult to walk. Not to mention the mud being sticky and mucky, we almost encountered a landslide. This I almost lost my life. Wu-Tong drove the donkey, which was as exhausted as she was, and slowly arrived at the village entrance. Around this crude gate, there were only 2 young men with sharp ram horns on their heads, holding spears and standing guard in front of the gate. This was probably the shift schedule inside the village. After all, being deep in the dense forest, if no one guarded the gate, goodness knows what wild beasts might dash in without paying attention. And although those major bandits looked down on this poor beastman village with not a shred of profit to be scraped, petty thieves still had some designs on it. Who are you? When they saw Wu-Tong approaching, their faces took on a bit of wariness. Zachary, Sam, I'm back. Wu-Tong took off her back cloak, revealing the rabbit ears and her face inside. Wu-Tong, where did you little rascal run off to again? You've been gone for over 2 years. You have no idea how worried big sister Lina was. The ram-horn person called Zachary hurriedly rushed forward, looking Wu-Tong up and down from left to right, afraid he might be hurt or starving anywhere. It's fine, and there isn't much surplus grain left in the village now, right? I brought back a lot here. It should be enough to get through this spring. Wu-Tong, with a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth, patted the large carriage beside her. It was bulging inside, and one could tell at a glance that it was filled with things. Wu-Tong, how on earth did you get all these things? Big sister and the village chief said before we cannot do thievery and dog-stealing things. I didn't steal or rob. These were all obtained through some fortuitous encounters and my strength. Let's pour all this grain inside first. At least we can still survive this spring. Before the 2 could finish speaking, Wu-Tong completely interrupted their words. Well, fine, all right then. They could only silently nod, then open the crude gate, letting the donkey and carriage in. But suddenly getting so much food it somehow feels a bit unreal. The ram-horn person called Sam also felt his mood was a bit complicated. Although he was overjoyed, he always felt something wasn't quite right. Meanwhile, the busy beastmen villagers inside the village were also attracted by the suddenly appearing donkey and young girl. Wu-Tong, you little girl have finally come back. You have no idea how worried the village chief has been about you these past 2 years. You always run off suddenly and then sneak back who knows when. Are you all right physically? It's good that you're back. You know of those who left the village before, very few came back alive. Exactly, why did you suddenly come back and pull such a big cart of things? You didn't steal something from somewhere and run back, did you? That won't do. The surrounding chatter continuously drilled into her ears. But she didn't care, and even felt a warmth she hadn't experienced in a long time. After all, after her previous village was destroyed, it was they who relieved her and let her survive. And now, they were still constantly worrying about her. Wu-Tong, but this soft, gentle cry made Wu-Tong shudder all over. Village chief. Wu-Tong turned her head and saw those 2 fluffy cat ears. And the village chief's 2 big, watery blue eyes continuously cast reproachful gazes toward her. You little rascal always liked to run around, and you went out for more than 2 years all at once. You really are so worrisome. Lina, acting as the current village chief, wanted to scold this little rabbit, but she only opened her mouth, then lowered her head and said in a gentle voice. And the moment she lowered her head, Wu-Tong seemed to see the glint of tears in her eyes. Village chief, I'm back. Welcome home. 473. Heritage. Beastman. The characteristics of this creature were very obvious. They had some features of beasts, and most features of hares, naked apes. Roughly speaking, the average intelligence of the 2 was no different. However, due to some historical reasons, they were discriminated against by modern people as test subjects of an ancient civilization. After all, the existence of such half-human, half-beast beings in the world, coupled with various ancient biological experiment documents excavated from ruins as evidence, caused this assertion to rapidly spread among the human population. Because of this, these survivors of the ancient civilization would regard the beastmen as creations of their ancestors, who should naturally be ordered around at will as human slaves. But in reality, these beastmen had no relationship whatsoever with biological experiments. Or rather, tens of thousands of years before the Yahala Empire was established, beastmen had already existed. Therefore, the two didn't have any creator and created relationship at all, and ought to be equal, or rather, they had not experienced the fear of being dominated by pure-blood beastmen. But since history is written by the victors, the voices of the huge remaining human population quickly overwhelmed these already frail beastmen, and this idea of being inferior naturally existed in the hearts of every beastman today. And they also very consciously moved into this deep mountain forest to avoid contact with humans. And the imperial court ignored them, although an agency was established specifically to manage these beastmen. Their office efficiency, those who understand know. But recently, it seemed due to a major anti-corruption campaign, as well as abolishing lazy governance and thoroughly investigating behaviors in major departments where people took pay without working or failed to get things done. These guys had no choice and finally did some real work. And in a beastman village where Wutong was, could it be a full cart of food? Wutong, where on earth did you get this? It absolutely cannot be stolen or robbed. Lina, this cat girl, looked at a full cart of grain in the carriage, and the anxiety in her heart not only didn't decrease, but instead kept increasing. After all, previously she was still worrying about how to get through the spring. Now the problem was suddenly solved, but the one solving the problem wasn't the imperial court, but the little girl who ran out of the village more than 2 years ago, putting aside anything else. This massive amount of grain appearing out of thin air made her feel that things were definitely not that simple, and she couldn't help but worry about the little rascal by her side. It's fine. These were bought with money earned through some legitimate commissions, and those people are actually quite nice. The money given after completing each commission is never small. Wutong casually pulled a large bag out of the carriage. Opening it, inside was completely full of white flour. This really obtained through your own hard work. Really? And even if I lied to anyone else, I wouldn't lie to you, big sister. Wutong said in this affirmative tone, which was rare for her. It looked like she was earnest. After all, this was indeed the bounty she received through various commissions. That's good. That's good. If we count this food and the batch of grain that the Beast Management Office promised to allocate in a few days, probably everyone in the village can eat a full meal this spring. Hearing this, Lina's cat ears twitched. Then she stroked her chest and said with relief, "Big sister, you're saying those beasts at the Beast Management Office are willing to allocate food to us this year?" What Wutong cared about even more was the passage Lina had just spoken. You must know that previously, no matter what, they were never willing to allocate food to them, the beastmen. No matter how they begged, they turned a blind eye, continuing to drink tea in days, managing nothing and asking nothing, only telling them to go outside and wait for notification. And the final notice was usually the request for food allocation is denied. This had been an old convention for decades. Why did it suddenly this year? Yeah, they promised, and they even planned to deliver the grain within these 5 days. It is said this is because of internal reforms within the imperial court. If these officials cannot handle the things in their hands well, they will lose their official hats and go to prison. Right now, it seems they are practically praying for us to go and report, just so they can boost their performance a bit. When Lina mentioned this, she beamed with joy. Section 247. In Wutong's view, this kind of thing was completely untrustworthy. After all, having spent over 2 years outside previously, what dark side hadn't she seen? Just a piece of paper and a mouth like that had zero credibility whatsoever. I'm not too sure about that. Anyway, word has it that this matter has already reached the Emperor's ears. Furthermore, he attaches great importance to it, saying that he'll dispatch a military transport unit. Who knows what's going on? Linda's tail swayed back and forth, looking so tempting that it made one want to grab that fluffy cat tail and pet it fiercely. However, what Wutong cared about much more right now was the military transport unit. Isn't this making too big a fuss over nothing? Suddenly deciding to use the army to transport food for us, this is just too. Wutong just felt that something was wrong, and it was very, very wrong. Mobilizing troops to transport food to a small village deep in this dense forest. This kind of treatment, no matter which angle one looked at it from, was simply too high. It was completely over the top. Moreover, the purpose definitely wasn't plunder, because there was nothing here to rob in the first place. Yet the actual purpose remained a mystery. Anyway, it's not something we can manage anyway, Tilda. Even if they harbor malicious intentions, we have nothing to resist with. And if we really have to say, they don't have anything to rob by coming here either. Who knows? Maybe this is an operation specially concocted by the Emperor to recruit us. Lina's tail swung even more happily at this moment, and a slight smile appeared on her face. As for why Yenna thought this way, it was simply because she had never believed that these beastmen were so-called human experimental products, but rather a species inherently equal to humans. Because her name, Lena, was a name passed down from her ancestors to her generation, and her childhood was also spent amid stories of orcs and beastmen. Therefore, she had never believed in those so-called arguments that beastmen are human slaves. Or rather, she was the one who truly understood the truth of history. As for Wutong, she just felt that the village chief was a bit naive, or rather she looked at things too optimistically. But thinking about it briefly, that was true too, because even if they completely looted the entire village, it probably wouldn't even cover the army's dispatch fees, who would do a losing business deal. Chapter 474, Reconnaissance. And just 4 days later, a large group of uniformed soldiers arrived in the village, followed by over a dozen carriages laden with goods. They really came? Wutong, who had rarely returned to the village and spent a period of comfortable days, felt increasingly bewildered upon seeing this situation. Although these past few days she had constantly been wondering what medicine the imperial court was selling in its gourd. In the end, she always found that no matter how one looked at it, this was an absolute man-losing business. After all, just walking from the nearest town to this settlement would take at least 5 or 6 days. And based on her past understanding, the army's dispatch expenses would definitely not be low. Even if they sold everyone in the entire village as slaves, and sold off everything in the village down to the last piece of wood without leaving a single thing, they wouldn't be able to scrape together any profits. They would even lose a significant amount of money. Therefore, Wutong felt that the imperial court actually sending people over was the most bizarre thing of all. You must be the village chief here. We will probably stay nearby for a period of time. At that time, we kindly ask you to dispatch a suitable guide to help us ascertain our bearings within this dense forest. And these 3 wagonloads of food are relief rations and the compensation for providing a guide. The man who looked like the leading officer was explaining the situation to Lena at the moment. Excuse me, is a guide needed? But there doesn't seem to be anyone nearby. Lena fell into deep confusion at this moment. MHM, a guide is indeed needed. Word has it that there is a tree species here where piercing its bark allows a lot of solidifiable white mucus to flow out. Our goal is to find that kind of tree. From inside the carriage, a silver bell-like female voice suddenly rang out, "Oh my lord, I feel it would be better for you to prioritize avoiding this place for now." However, the person inside the carriage did not heed the officer's advice, instead opening the carriage door directly and stepping out from inside. I truly did not expect that creatures like catgirls could actually exist in reality. But when the blonde-haired young lady who walked out of the carriage saw Lena, she was completely stunned. Several seconds later, she slowly opened her mouth to speak. May I ask who you are?" Lena was completely dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. "Me. As for my name, Karenina. As for what I do, I'm just here to investigate whether that rumored kind of tree exists." Speaking up to this point, Karenina flashed a kind smile once more. "So you're looking for that?" Lena tilted her head, seemingly gaining a few clues in her mind. "My lord here, this subordinate still believes you should temporarily withdraw. Otherwise, should any accident occur, this subordinate cannot bear the responsibility." The officer was terrified. After all, he understood the weight of this young lady in the Emperor's heart and how many contributions she had made previously. And if she were to suffer harm in this barbaric place now due to his negligence, even 10 or 20 heads of his wouldn't be enough to pay for it. It won't happen. Besides, don't they look gentle too? Karenina completely ignored the officer's words, showing no intention of agreeing with his statement whatsoever. Still, that was indeed true. Although the surrounding beastmen carried some doubts, none of them showed any outward hostility. And from their appearance, aside from their fur possibly being a bit dirty, nothing seemed wrong with them, right? Why must one maintain this level of vigilance and hostility toward them? This subordinate understands. Although the officer still wanted to continue persuading her, after thinking that orders could not be disobeyed, he could only silently agree. "Then, could you act as a guide and take us to see that kind of tree? Rest assured, once it's found, the reward will be exceptionally generous." Karenina didn't forget to be a bit playful at this moment. "Understood. May I ask if we are going right now? Or should we rest for a bit first?" Lena hastily agreed. After all, in their view, that kind of tree was completely useless, because it was just a tree species discovered purely by coincidence. However, this time they could rely on this discovery to trade for more food. No matter how one looked at it, this was a massive profit. "Then let's go right now. If that's not the kind I'm looking for, then I have no need to stay here any longer either. I might as well obediently roll back and make something more meaningful." Mentioning this, she curled her lip again, her words carrying a hint of worry once more. "MHM, please follow me. That place isn't far from here either." We can reach it in about half a morning. It's morning right now and sure, we can definitely return by sunset. Turns out there really was another purpose. But then again, only this is normal, right? If they really ran over wanting nothing else yet still came to deliver food now, that would be the big problem. Wutong finally set her mind at ease. After all, these big shops running over all had serious business to attend to. Moreover, what they did didn't affect life inside the village. Furthermore, it could significantly alleviate the food shortage situation within the village. However, I always feel like something is a bit off. Just as she pulled her body back in from outside the window, a dark shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air inside this small wooden house. You are? Wutong instantly identified who this fella actually was. Simply because her sense of smell was well developed and the scent was indeed familiar. TCH, I didn't expect it to be you. Why are you here? The voice of that all-black-clad man was extremely turbid, and it also carried a trace of displeasure. I live right here. And why are you here? Or did you guys accept a commission from someone else? If this poses a threat to the village, Wutong instantly panicked, because this fellow was the very existence that kept issuing all sorts of bizarre commissions to her. And if he also accepted commissions from other bizarre existences wanting to make a move on the village or this heavily guarded military unit, then the consequences of the matter would be unforeseeable. What is your purpose in coming here? The man ignored Wutong's words, posing a question first instead. Me, I'm just going home. What other problem could there be? You coming here is the biggest problem. The threat has been lifted. No lies told. Comrades, you can all put down your weapons. After hearing these words, the man in black fell silent for 2 seconds, then, as if letting out a sigh of relief, spoke softly behind him. Chapter 475, Rumors. Looks like this is just a coincidence. After organizing all the known information, the man in black finally let out a relaxed voice. Inside this small wooden plank house, there was still no less than 8 uniformly dressed men in black exuding wisps of chilliness. His strong oppressive force also caused Wutong's heart to tremble in a flurry. Who on earth are you? We are only under orders to protect the big shots in this unit. As for the rest, you don't need to know. You should be clear on all the previous confidentiality agreements. Understand? Wutong only nodded silently, no longer making a sound. After all, anyway from the current perspective, they didn't intend to do anything harmful to the village either. Moreover, even if they wanted to, she completely lacked the ability to stop, and let's hope this is really as they said. Wutong thought to herself secretly. The next instant, these men in black all turned back into dark shadows, lurking in who knows what corner. As if nothing had happened just moments ago. Oh, I really want to pet it. I really want to go pet it. Meanwhile, accompanied by the soldiers and guided by Lina, Karenina was advancing deeper into the dense forest. However, Karenina's current line of sight seemed to be focused on a strange place. Woo-woo, that tail is wagging so happily, and it looks golden and fluffy. I really want to grab her tail, and need it, damn it, I must definitely find a chance to grab her tail later. Miss Karenina seemed to have made up her mind at this moment. Although this so-called determination was truly made in a strange place. After shuttling through this dense forest for nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived in front of the rubber tree Karenina had been yearning for. Wait a minute, or saying this is the kind of tree reported earlier that can produce a larger amount of sticky white sap. Section 248. Karenina looked at the green object in front of her, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. That's right, it's this one. Look, as long as you make a cut with a small knife, a large amount of this white pulp could flow out from inside. Lina also immediately pulled out a small knife from her waist and hacked fiercely at this tree. Then a large amount of milky white juice quickly burst out from the inside, flowing with a rustling sound, and barely stopped after quite a long time. No, that's not what I'm talking about. It's just saying this thing is a tree. Karenina gazed at the vines that seemed to have completely replaced the tree trunk, covering it entirely. She couldn't help but feel whether this thing was some kind of alien creature. It does look a bit strange in growth, but it is indeed a tree because after the resin inside the trunk flows out, it's all normal wood. And inside these vines hanging from the top of the tree, it's all that milky white sap. Lina seemed to have already accepted the setup that this was a tree. However, in Karenina's view, this thing had neither branches nor leaves, just a trunk plus a huge pile of vines. That was truly abnormal. Moreover, there are quite a few such trees in the nearby woods. As long as you look around a bit, you can easily find them. Lina's words seemed to carry a fair amount of joy. Then let me check first whether the sap is what I want. Afterwards, Karenina immediately took a metal plate, collected a small amount of resin, and after waiting for it to solidify completely, she gently pinched the soft white pliable substance. Although it doesn't smell like rubber, it should be fine in terms of physical properties. It's just that I don't know whether this thing can be vulcanized. If not, it's truly useless. As for Lena and the other soldiers, they watched Karenina's various actions with curious expressions, feeling that what she said seemed very profound. By the way, this time you should be called Lena, right? I want to discuss something with you. Since Karenina had already made up her mind, she naturally had to start implementing it. Is there something you need? Lena tilted her head slightly and asked softly. And those cat ears twitched twice along with it, further highlighting a sense of cuteness at home. In other words, we are willing to give you some more food, and then can you rally the people in the village to collect some of this sap together? In the future maybe you won't have to keep farming anymore. You can rely on selling these white juices to the country in exchange for money and food. Karenina said sleekily, her words inexplicably carrying an unsettling feeling. But just by relying on this kind of thing, can it really be exchanged for food and money? But Lena was also troubled. After all, the population in the village was truly limited. If she really transferred the labor force to do these things and ended up getting no food in the end, she would really become a major sinner. This to be on the safe side, let's take a portion back first. I'll do some testing first. If it can meet my requirements, then from now on, this place will definitely be able to make enough money and food by selling these things. Karenina said to Lena with absolute confidence. Lena could only nod doubtfully and say nothing more. After all, she didn't dare to think, nor did she dare to ask. As long as whatever this young lady said, she just needed to acknowledge it and do it. What's more, judging by the size of this guard, her status and position must not be low. No matter what, as long as it didn't upset her, it was good. All right, Tilda, that's happy decided then, Tilda. With that, she ordered several soldiers around her to carry iron buckets, fill them up with several full buckets, and then quickly return to the village along their original path. When they returned to the village, just as Lena said, it was already time for the sun to set, and this dim, yellowish sunlight gently spilled over the village, onto the face of every beastman. Have you ever thought about walking out of this village and looking around outside more? Seeing this slightly mournful scene, Karenina couldn't help asking Lena. I've thought about it, and someone has even done it. But however, with that rumor that beastmen are human slaves, even if we leave the village, we would probably be bound as slaves by some people with ulterior motives, right? Hearing this, Lena's words couldn't help but be tinged with a little sorrow. A rumor? Karenina felt that she had heard a somewhat interesting vocabulary term. 476. At least in the historical facts I know, this definitely belongs to a rumor, because fundamentally speaking, beastmen and humans are similar to a closed-in relationship rather than a creator and created relationship. What Lena said carried a sense of certainty that could not be ignored. Then could you explain the reason behind this to me? I am very interested in the truth you mentioned. Karenina naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to satisfy her thirst for knowledge, so she hurriedly asked her questions in order to get an immediate answer from her about this matter. My name has been passed down and used from generation to generation. It is said that no less than 5,000 years have passed since the first generation ancestor. Every time a child is born, that child will definitely be named Lena, and the child's mother records which generation the child is in a magic soundstone that can preserve sounds forever. As for me, I am already close to the 400th generation. Lena took this opportunity to tell Karenina the story within her family. She even thought of it as such a big figure. Maybe she could wash away the stigma that had always stuck to these beastmen. I used to carry curiosity and convey to the magic soundstone that I wanted to hear the voice of the first generation as the ancestor, but although I heard the voice, I couldn't understand it or what she was talking about. But as long as you follow the generations and listen to them one by one, you can easily find that these languages gradually become pleasing to the ear, and you can understand what is being said inside. Lena's voice carried sincerity and expectation as she spoke softly to Karenina. Roughly speaking, before the technology of that civilization developed to the extent of being able to create living beings and conduct various biological experiments, the beastling had already appeared, and the point that you were created by humans naturally collapses on its own. Is that probably what it means? Karenina sorted out her thoughts and what Lena had just said, and easily came to this conclusion. Yes, I think this can be used as evidence. And I have also heard many stories about the disputes between beastmen and humans in ancient times from my mother and grandmother. I feel that these should not be fake, because the details in them are simply too real. Lena nodded and answered softly and delicately, the fear that Karenina didn't want to listen to her words. Moreover, her tail swung even more violently, making Karenina couldn't help but want to grip it tightly and then knead it fiercely. Although the stories you just mentioned cannot be used as evidence, but if it's that magic sound stone, maybe it can be used as physical evidence. Karenina's attention was now entirely focused on Lena's swinging tail and the so-called magic sound stone. Aha! That is in my room! It is said to be a magic sound stone given by a legendary wizard of that time who had the strength to crush the gods. and only those with the bloodline of the first generation to activate it. Previously, in order to distinguish between true and false, I also asked other people in the village to try it. No matter what, they failed to make that stone emit the brilliance that magic should have. Hearing this, Lina nodded eagerly like pounding garlic. Then she immediately wanted to take Karenina to see the so-called magic sound stone. As for Karenina, she was skeptical about the legend of this magic sound stone. If there really is a legendary wizard capable of crushing the gods, how could a fellow like Hedgel still be captured by damn gods? Shouldn't they all have been killed by that fellow? Moreover, such titles are mostly just blown out of proportion and cannot possibly exist. Karenina muttered silently in her heart about these points that seemed almost unrealistic in her eyes, and then followed Lina to continue walking through the village. Not long after, Lina took out a piece of red, crystal clear stone from her small wooden cabin, and inside this stone it also carried a kind of familiar feeling. This stone, what on earth is going on? Karenina stared at this bewitching red stone, only feeling that her soul seemed like it was about to be completely sucked in by it in the next second. Nothing's going on! But just when injecting magic power, think about which ancestor's voice you want to hear, and think about which one it is, Tilda. Just wait until this magic sound stone starts to flash, and you can start listening, Tilda. But Lina seemed to have completely no such strange feeling. Even her cat ears twitched a few more times, seemingly expressing joy to Karenina. That's not the problem, forget it. You'd better show me how to use this thing first. Before she finished speaking, Karenina only felt that her vision was stained with that rich and deep red. She was completely unable to break free from this red. It seemed that everything around her had been infected by this thick, bewitching, dazzling red. Karenina was lost. For some reason, she suddenly felt that this was the most real world. She felt that the surroundings were permeated with the smell of blood, but she didn't feel nauseated at all. Instead, the greedy desire in her heart was constantly soaring and expanding. The blood in her blood vessels also began to become restless and frantic. They laughed and cheered, and she didn't know what they were celebrating and rejoicing for. Karenina felt as if she was about to lose control of her body. My lord, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Karenina's complexion was already quite bad at this time, Lina hurriedly stepped forward to support her. And Karenina only bit her lip tightly, not knowing what on earth she was resisting. Sweat also continuously flowed down from her forehead, and at some unknown time, a hint of red light appeared in her eyes. I just didn't expect that I could still run into descendants related to me here. I thought those good-for-nothings had decayed long ago, but it looks like you are the last remaining one, at least one who still retains some status and identity. That strange female voice, like a demon whispering for some reason, kept darting around in Karenina's mind. Then, let me see to what extent you and that coolie can achieve together. If you're as useless as those good-for-nothings, and even vainly attempt to call me out to give them relief, I don't think you are qualified to continue walking in the mortal world with this surname. That voice carried coldness and majesty, constantly striking Karenina's brain directly. 477. Epilogue. You who on earth are? Karenina forcefully resisted this heart-palpitating strange female voice and asked her question. You don't need to know this. You just need to take practical action to let me see your value, to let me see if you really have the qualifications. However, at this moment, this strange voice emitted a hint of hesitant surprise. Why are there two? Before Karenina could raise a question, this female voice instead uttered words that made Karenina feel increasingly puzzled. Wait a minute, I understand a little bit. No, I should say I completely understand. I just didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that there are actually two souls in one shell, but only one of them is native, while the other, well, as expected, is the turbulence between space fragments unavoidable. What this guy said was increasingly bizarre. Wait a minute, what on earth are you? You don't need to know this, just consider it me talking to myself. Next, let me see how many interesting things can happen till that I am really looking forward to it. With that, this female voice disappeared into thin air. The thick red in Karenina's field of vision also vanished instantly, and that strong sense of oppression also disappeared without a trace instantly. If not for the sweat still clinging to her skin, she might have really thought that everything just now was an illusion. My lord, what on earth were you just? The guards who rushed over upon hearing the news immediately knelt on one knee with full panic on their faces and asked slowly with trembling voices. No, it's nothing. I'm just a little tired and uncomfortable. Karenina simply brushed the question off. Not for anything else, just because talking about such a thing wouldn't bring more improvement and might even bring more problems. It's better to let herself think more about what happened first. Lina simply supported Karenina into the carriage. Lina, you said that magic sound stone was given to you by a very powerful wizard. What is the wizard's name, do you know? Karenina looked at Lina's pale golden vertical pupils and asked softly, "Sorry, I don't know. I only know that wizard is very strong. According to my late mother's words, there is no one more powerful than her." Lina herself was also unable to give a definitive answer. She only knew that was probably the most powerful magical technician within the known range. This kind of illusory answer, or rather this kind of answer, is basically no different from having no answer at all. Not it. It looks like this is still a mystery. Through the carriage window, Karenina looked at the setting sun outside, and the strange sense of bitterness suddenly surged up. Section 249. Two souls, only one is native. And the other, that voice actually mentioned a space-time turbulence. Could it be talking about me and her? And Karenina suddenly thought of another possibility. That's right. It probably has something to do with her, right? After all, I never thought that such a wicked existence could be another side of myself. Or rather, considering it as another person would probably be more appropriate. Karenina seemed to have found part of the reason. Forget it. Let's not think about these for now. Finishing the task at hand is what's most important. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Kevila Empire, those fellows from the Coburg Empire are slowing down their advance now. Could it be because the remnant forces of Duke Bodoli successfully defended? Impossible. And compared to those spineless cowards under Podoli, I'd rather believe that the Coburg Empire is waiting for us to pledge our loyalty. As one of the two remaining major nobles at present, Duke Silla could be said to be nervous at the moment, yet carry an unspeakable pleasure. But my lord, I still feel that just believing the words of those fellows from the Coburg Empire is truly a bit too rash. What if, while you and the other nobles are fighting to the death, they intentionally sit on the mountain to watch the tigers fight from the sidelines and reap the profits in the end? Isn't this? The adjutant was also in a complex mood, feeling that this proposal from the Coburg Empire was truly unkind. But there's no other way. If we can't win their favor, then in their eyes, we have no reason to exist at all. You're not unaware of just how fast their advance is, and do you really think we can withstand their attack? It's better to dream a little less. Hedgel is different from that little girl cleaner, judging from his actions of killing his brother and other reforms. He's a ruthless person we can't afford to provoke. Duke Silla also saw things very openly, knowing that if they only relied on hard strength, there was definitely no way to confront Hedgel head-on. Even if they insisted on a frontal clash, the high probability would just be ending up with their heads separated from their bodies, right? It's better to temporarily submit and preserve oneself. Only then would there be a chance to make a comeback. Understood. But the military advisor, did he really see such a future too? The adjutant asked half-believingly. He has already said that he saw it. In the future, even if we submit under Hedgel, we won't have too much power stripped away, and we'll still be able to retain our own army. This is the future, he prophesied. Think about it. Which of his prophecies has ever been wrong? So, this time I believe it. And Duke Silla made a desperate gamble, believing in the so-called prophesied future. Since that's the case, this subordinate shouldn't chatter too much here. Hearing this, he didn't find it appropriate to say much more, and just silently nodded. After all, this power truly wasn't in his hands, since his superior had already decided this. What else could he say? Then do as I say. Early tomorrow morning, directly launch an attack on the camps of those few little fellows around us. At least according to what Coburg said, we can get all these gains. And Duke Sir didn't know at this moment. Tomorrow the fellows who wanted to strike at their former companions were not just him alone. Or rather, most of the fellows within the noble alliance were fence-sitters at present. How could Duke Silla possibly be the only one who could think of betraying? It seems things are also beginning to enter the closing stage, and this fuss will probably end soon, right? And this so-called climax is probably this chaotic battle of nobles starting tomorrow. If it really is like this, maybe this could also be considered a kind of redemption and liberation, right? Whether for themselves or for this piece of land. Volume 4, 478. Box Garden Scenery. The route planning was actually done long ago. Now the main thing is this construction. Unlike Karenina's field camping, Hedgel was now planning to lay down a set of railways at the fastest speed to transport weapons, equipment, and food from ordnance factories scattered everywhere to the northern border. Although the original intention was to serve the army completely, no matter how one looks at it, this feels far too hasty. Moreover, the manufacture of the locomotives has currently barely reached 1/10. He was constantly pondering the costs required for laying these steel rails and how to bypass some of the more rugged mountainous terrain at this time. Although she had considered these before, however, looking at it now is still lackluster. All that can be done now is to lay the tracks first and take it one step at a time. After all, I really don't know to what extent they can actually go. Hedgel only felt that his head was almost going bald. His hair was falling out in handfuls, planning these things was truly life-threatening. Locomotive Scarinina's original idea was to directly take the small thrusters from the giant warship. But in the end, it was found that the power consumption was too high and could not be used continuously, and the thrust was simply too great, making it far too easy to derail, so it had to be abandoned. Your Majesty, according to analysis, at most half a month from now, the Northern Army will cross the borderline and attack us. And Vril was standing by Hedgel's side at this time. She had been standing here for a while, but because Hedgel was too focused, in the end she could only take advantage of the gap when Hedgel was distracted to say these words. I understand what you're saying, but from the current perspective, wanting to lay a railway line connecting the major ordnance factories, granaries and the imperial capital within half a month is truly too difficult. Without 2 months, even if I take no matter how much money, it can't be done. Looking at the current situation, Hedgel increasingly felt that the supreme leader in the north was simply the madman, completely not following the route Hedgel deduced through deliberation. Or rather, only a tyrannical fellow like her could escape Hedgel's calculation. This is also something that can't be helped. According to your request, all transport teams are currently expanding recruitment. Ammunition is also under accelerated production. The howitzer design drawings provided by Miss Karenina a few days ago have long been handed over to the ordnance factories. Mass production has already begun, and I believe that within half a month, the frontline troops will definitely get the first batch of howitzers. Vril was also continuously notifying Hedgel of the most critical current situations one by one. Hopefully their first round of attack won't be too fierce, although knowing that we have the best weapons currently in hand, but just thinking about those monsters with various strange abilities makes me feel increasingly panicked and uneasy. Hedgel thought once again of the documents found inside that warship. The various large, ferocious beasts mentioned inside should be able to completely tear apart this so-called military position in minutes, right? Although the necessity of trenches is not high right now, sandbags must be prepared in sufficient quantities, and the reinforcement work of the city walls must be done thoroughly. Furthermore, no matter what time it is, every 20 meters there must be at least one set of dual-purpose anti-aircraft and anti-ground guns staring at the sky. Have you transmitted this order? Hedgel still stared at the map and said loudly to Vril. They are already prepared. Apparently, the frontline ammunition depots and granaries are quite well stocked, and the wartime mobilization order is also ready to be issued at any time. However, one army currently within the territory of the Kavilla Empire still cannot withdraw. At least we have to wait until the internal wrangling of the Kavilla Empire is finished before we can pull back. Vril's answer also made things a bit difficult for Hedgel. Forget it. Let that army stay in the capital of the Kavilla Empire. At that time, if Kleena doesn't behave, I can immediately carry out countermeasures. And just one army won't have too much impact on the current war situation. Hedgel looked out the window. At this time, dark clouds were already dense. This was the tail end of winter, and less than half a month later would be the time when spring begins. Sometimes, the speed at which things change truly doesn't give me even a tiny bit of preparation time. Hedgel couldn't help but let out such a trace of a sigh. However, since things have already come, we can only continue doing them to face the matter itself directly, right? Isn't this also what you said? Vril, however, was completely fearless of this, because she believed that Hedgel would lead them to victory. Although I really want to say that right now, to be honest, I have no confidence. As for what comes next, we can only look at the results in actual combat. Hopefully our efforts over this period of time haven't been in vain. Hedgel also let out a long sigh and then plunged back into the modification of the route map. And in the outskirts of the city, these rows of steel rails, tires, and a large amount of ballast began to continuously extend into the distance. Around the demarcated station construction site, large warehouses sprang up one after another. For quite a long period of time, they would probably have to endure high-intensity operations. All the military industrial products produced around and all the mobilized soldiers recruited after half a month of training would board the train here 2 months later and then rush to the front line. It seemed that all of this carried a bit of the flavor of World War I from Hedgel's former world, and the difference was that this was forcefully hoisted by various slightly subtle technologies to this height that extremely mismatched the level of social development. And as long as the current talents all passed away and the technologies inside the ruins were completely absorbed, the room for technological progress would be completely locked down, but this was also a helpless measure. Nothing else, simply to be able to live with a little dignity on this land that nurtured oneself and one's relatives. As for the north, where the white snow was gradually melting and the roads were beginning to become muddy, they were already rubbing their palms and fists, adjusting all their claws and fangs to the best state, preparing to engage in a survival of the fittest battle to the death with those soldiers who, in their usual memories, were not much different from delivering food. However, what neither they nor they expected was that these so-called delivery men had already replaced their weapons with brand new ones at this time, and were always ready to let them know what the Symphony of Steel was called. The development trend of things was truly becoming more and more out of control, drifting increasingly towards a bizarre direction. Tusk, although I knew they would fight, I didn't expect it to come so fast. Well, is that surviving remnant of the previous civilization somewhat capable, or is this drudge I specially picked superior? I'm really looking forward to it a bit. And outside of this world, a certain fellow was staring at this box garden in her eyes, laughing out loud. 476. Overall planning. The flow of time always feels much faster when there are many things to do, and when one is relatively idle, it feels like crawling on the ground like a snail. In the middle of the night, Hedgel finally roughly finished modifying her planning map. Or rather, he hadn't expected at all that he would modify it until this time. Because time truly slipped away unconsciously, there was simply no possibility of catching it. This speed of time passing is truly too realistic, right? Clearly feeling like I hadn't done much yet. A whole day and half a night have just passed like this. He stood by the balcony, blowing the night wind, feeling the slight chill and the faint fragrance of plants in the air, trying to make his brain a little clearer. Tomorrow, no, it's today. Early in the morning, those noble lords will probably start attacking each other, right? And the pressure in the north of the Kivilla Empire has suddenly decreased now. Barring accidents, they should all be gathering toward our side. As soon as Hedgel thought of the scene where they tried to concentrate superior forces and then deal a heavy blow to himself, he vaguely felt a bit uneasy. This can't be helped either. After all, looking at it now, the Kivilla Empire is actually already crippled. Even if we wanted to swallow them up, it would just be a matter of minutes. Better to take advantage of the fact that Zirpa's strength is still sufficient now and take a fierce bite out of us. Although he gradually understood the reason why that fellow did this, but even if he understood the underlying reason, he wouldn't necessarily feel good about it. Forget it. Forget it, too lazy to ponder blindly here. Pondering too much only adds unnecessary trouble, and it's getting late. Go to sleep first. Goodness knows whether that fellow Karenina can still get up on time after going outside. Hedgel's worry about Karenina always seem to be about strange things. Everything is ready. According to your request, we Anunnaki have been adjusted to the best state, and the time until the ice and so completely melt is less than half a month. May I ask if we should? There's no need to be so anxious. From the current situation, they are completely not anxious at all right now, and instead are actively preparing for war. In order to prevent too many variables at that time, let's prepare a bit more. Originally wanted to swallow Kevilla whole, but this way the attacking array would be too loose, and this governor completely vetoed their adjutant's proposal. Understood. Everything will be implemented according to your anticipation. And the adjutant honestly nodded, then immediately retreated backward. Well, to be honest, I can't quite figure it out now either. I also don't know what new weapons those fellows actually have. I just always feel that if we rashly go over like this, it will bring tragic consequences. However, that's according to the intelligence collected so far. No matter how strong the weapons in those fellows' hands are, as long as their supply line cannot keep up, it will all be in vain. This petite governor also obtained some intelligence regarding the trump card of the Caboge Empire through various means. However, she didn't understand the detailed information, nor did she know whether the confidentiality was too strict, or if this was completely just a showy yet useless facade. The intelligence personnel currently dispatched into the territory of the Caboge Empire could at most get just this tiny bit of information. If she had to say, she would rather believe this was just a facade of the Caboge Empire. After all, as long as they can bluff us and make us dare not launch a large-scale and rapid attack against them, they win. And if this Caboge Empire truly has that bit of capability, then such a rash attack would only bring irrecoverable damage to our own side. This actually, when all is said and done, is just a high-stakes gamble. Whether we lose or win at that time depends on both parties' degree of understanding of the intelligence and the situation of their own strength. To be honest, I'm really a bit worried now. I'm worried that those fellows aren't just bluffing, but actually have some real skills. Therefore, I'm starting to be a bit more cautious now. I'll give you another 10 days. You must win a great victory right off the bat. Understood. This governor was also gazing at this full moon, and her mood couldn't help but carry a hint of desolation and worry. As you command. This subordinate will definitely do my best to complete it. And regarding the current situation of the Anunnaki, do you plan to continue increasing troops? And the adjutant dared not say anything more. Because talking more would be of no use, as long as it was the decision she issued. They just needed to unconditionally obey. Let the major biological factories speed up production, right? Although production was reduced for a period of time previously to overhaul equipment, but looking at the near term, we still have to run at full load. And for Malofa's restoration team, resources can be further tilted toward them. Speed it up. Section 250. At this moment, the governor was deep in thought, and it was impossible to tell what she was pondering. She simply kept her gaze fixed on the distant sky. All right, you go get some sleep first. I want to be alone for a bit. But your health? How many more times do you want me to repeat that sentence? There is no problem. A hint of annoyance tinged the Lord Governor's words. No, I mean if you keep staying up like this, I believe you will sleep through the entire day tomorrow. Like this, most matters will likely end up dumped on my head. This subordinate truly cannot handle it. Being straightforward, he directly blurted out the most crucial issues that really what you were thinking. The governor had originally thought her subordinate was worried about her. As a result, this reason ruthlessly poured a bucket of cold water over her. Understood, I understand. Then it's settled. Even if I manage to wake up on time tomorrow, you must take charge of all tomorrow's documents for me. Didn't you say you couldn't handle it? Well, I'd like to see whether you can actually do it or not. It was rare for the governor to throw a little tantrum. Of course, these were just casually uttered so-called harsh words. When the time came, she would still dutifully finish the things she was supposed to do. Please show mercy. I truly cannot endure this. For example, that time 2 months ago, you couldn't wake up for an entire day and night straight. And then I could only go home in the middle of the night. The adjutant was left speechless yet amused by this, hastily begging for mercy. All right then, I will use my own discretion. You should head back first. A wife and children are still quite important. At least that's how it seems to me. After this brief amusement, she waved her hand, wanting this fellow to go home immediately. Not daring to delay, the adjutant immediately nodded and then vanished from the young woman's sight. I hope my objective can be achieved. 480. Discovering problems. I'm back. I'm finally back. After a mere week, Karenina finally dragged her exhausted body down from the carriage. She didn't mean anything else by it. She just felt that going out this time was truly exhausting in every sense. Although I didn't have to cross mountains and ridges every day, the feeling of doing chemical experiments every day was truly hellish. I suddenly feel like I've piled a whole year's worth of my chemical experiments into this single week to finish. Karenina said listlessly, feeling as though this whole operation had completely hollowed her out. But at least there was some result. Vulcanization shouldn't be too big of an issue. At least the output is usable. Or rather barely enough. In that case, rubber seals and such have also taken their first step. Other shock-absorbing modules now have a foundation as well. Stumbling slightly as she walked down the palace corridor, she suddenly had some strange thoughts. Goodness knows why. Although things are about to get real on the front lines recently, but to be honest, I really don't have any concrete sense of it. None at all. Ghost knows what those northerners in Hedgel are thinking inside their hearts. To this day, Karenina still didn't quite understand why things were perfectly fine before, yet suddenly everyone was rolling up their sleeves for all-out battle preparation. It seemed that pure technical personnel were better off not meddling in what these politicians had on their minds, because managing too much truly had no meaning. It was much more relaxing to just watch from the sidelines. Dusk, but besides that, right now I feel like I am facing a major exam. I just hope the things I made are all sufficient, that they are capable of shouldering heavy responsibilities. Let's hope so. Karenina couldn't say much more, silently praying for this wish. Soon after, she crossed the slightly silent night corridor and returned to her bedroom. Wait a minute, why are you here? As soon as Karenina entered the room, she discovered this uninvited guest. You were coming back today anyway, so I'm just waiting for you here. Hedgel couldn't be bothered to give a serious response to Karenina's question. Tusk, not waiting for me at the door, but running into my room to wait. This feeling of harboring ill intentions is truly uncomfortable. Naturally, Karenina wore her usual expression of disgust. This couldn't quite be called hatred, or rather was this just a habitual expression. Harboring ill intentions? I don't feel that way at all. Besides, if I really harbored ill intentions, would you still have the chance to say those 4 words to me? However, Hedgel held a negative attitude toward Karenina's words. Please show mercy. And you should have said before that you dislike using hardline methods, right? You definitely said that, right? Upon hearing these words, matched with Hedgel's slightly threatening tone, Karenina instantly fell into a state of panic. After all, she really didn't want this guy to actually pull off any substantive strange maneuvers. Who actually coming to your room at this time? There is another purpose. Hedgel had no intention of continuing to keep her in suspense. Instead, he intended to discuss some matters thoroughly. What? Anyway, if you're planning to come chat or flirt right now, I might just slap you directly. Oh. But Karenina's train of thought seemed not to have completely broken free from the previous matter. Not only that, but her words also carried a sense of displeasure. No, I wouldn't make a fool of myself like that. Besides, even if I wanted to say those words, I don't think you would understand. But Hedgel's words immediately displeased Karenina. What the hell do you mean I won't understand? I'm not a real idiot. Stop looking down on me in places like this, all right? Naturally, she showed this displeased expression. After all, the feeling of being looked down upon like this was indeed quite strange. Let's not mention this for now. Otherwise, the topic will definitely drift off to strange places later. But Hedgel didn't intend to give Karenina an explanation on this point. Instead, he made the rare choice to retreat immediately. To be honest, this could probably be considered the correct operation. After all, based on past experience, if Hedgel started analyzing the sentence in combination with Karenina's past various maneuvers right now, I'm afraid they shouldn't even think about bringing up business tonight. Everything would end up ruined over this. Fine, let's just say it's like that. Anyway, toward your words just now, I firmly hold a negative attitude. Although on the surface Karenina claimed she didn't care and whatever, in reality she couldn't stop caring about that sentence. After all, being treated as someone with negative emotional intelligence plus an emotional idiot felt truly strange. As for Hedgel, how could he possibly fail to notice what Karenina was thinking in her heart right now? Damn it, why is she so cute even when she's sulking? I really want to just put my hand on her head and rub it until she begs for mercy on the spot. However, this thought truly seemed a bit dangerous. And it might directly lead to a plummet in favorability, so Hedgel could only suppress his restless hands, clear his throat, and speak. If all goes well, at the latest 7 or 8 days from now, the Northerners' full-scale offensive will begin. The relevant defense situation is right here. I just want to ask, regarding this plan, do you think there's anywhere that could be improved a bit more? Hedgel steered the topic back to business, then pointed with his finger at the stack of documents on the table. Let me see, putting aside other things, just let me look at the strategic planning map. And, by the way, I can only take a superficial look. I don't understand the specifics either, Karenina said truthfully. Then she gently picked up one of the blueprints and began looking at it, not particularly meticulously. After all, for Hedgel to let her look at these things was simply absurd. Moreover, asking her to come up with better suggestions wouldn't that just be even more troublesome? She couldn't do it, absolutely couldn't do it. Karenina carried this exact thought in her heart at this moment. Or rather, besides this notion, there was probably nothing else to think about, right? After all, she truly had never received any military training. Just as Karenina's head was filled with various negative thoughts, it seemed there is a slight problem. However, her eyes inadvertently caught a small detail. 481. Improvement. What problem? Hearing these words, Hedgel hurriedly asked. After all, since the problem was discovered, it naturally had to be corrected immediately. It's not too big of a problem, mainly that the artillery position can be moved forward a bit more. Otherwise, the effective range is really too short. The original range is less than 15 kilometers, and yet you set up the cannons this far back. Whether the coverage area can even reach 3 kilometers is hard to say. Looking at the artillery deployment map, Karenina felt like she was about to have a myocardial infarction. It seems I still overestimated the coverage range of these shells. Hey, under the condition of such low chamber pressure, making it to this extent is already my limit. Upon hearing this, Karenina immediately became displeased. That's right, after all, there are material and equipment limitations. What I'm most worried about is whether the safety of the artillery positions can be guaranteed. If even safety can't be ensured, Hedgel also realized that what he just said was inappropriate, and hurriedly steered the topic to the other side. Then just set up a few more dual-purpose anti-aircraft and anti-surface guns around the artillery position. Theoretically, no matter how much the shells drift, facing those massive creatures that are tens of meters long, it's still possible to hit and pierce through them. Karenina couldn't help recalling a certain phrase. Facing small-caliber machine guns, well then, find cover. Encountering medium-caliber machine guns, just spend your whole life inside cover. Encountering heavy machine guns, they'll blow you, and you'll cover away together. No matter how thick your armor is stacked in front of dual-purpose guns, don't you still have to call them daddy? Furthermore, what we stuff inside the shells isn't ordinary explosives either. They explode when encountering fire and the like. Moreover, they use pure magic crystals. Even if burned by fire, amidst the reliability of the shell body decreases, and it won't trigger a large-scale chain explosion. At least in terms of safety, it's guaranteed. Karenina also explained from a safety perspective the fact that even if the position was moved forward, it wouldn't bring much danger. All right, understood. Then regarding the arrangement of various machine gun points on the city walls, do you have any thoughts? Hedgel silently noted down these key points in his heart, and then asked the second question. Logistical personnel can be a bit more. After all, the 12.7 caliber, 200 rounds of ammunition require 2 people just to transport them up. And as for the rate of fire, you understand as well. At least we must ensure an adequate supply of ammunition, right? After carefully pondering the range that could be meticulously covered by a rain of bullets, Karenina spoke. Anti-aircraft defense can also be done better. Anyway, we're just facing a bunch of aerial behemoths. There's no need to be so scattered. It's better to directly merge 3 to 4 anti-air points and form a miniature anti-air position. This is conducive to instantaneously concentrating firepower to annihilate the target. No matter what, when hundreds of 20mm rounds smash onto the body in an instant, turning into a sieve is basically inevitable. Just thinking about that scene, Karenina felt a bit terrifying. That's right, just having 12.7 bullets smash into the body means you shouldn't expect an intact corpse. And this kind of 20mm plus explosive shell, no matter what, it truly cannot be endured. Hedgel expressed deep agreement with this. As for other things, I shouldn't say much either. After all, the command is not in my hands, and I don't understand strategic planning much either. I can only provide some improvement suggestions from the weapon aspect. In the end, Karenina could only say such words. By the way, if we defeat the offensive posture of those monster armies with minor casualties, what do you plan to do? Continue defending, or attack directly? Actually, there's only one choice here, right? It seems apart from attacking, I have no other way. Hedgel completely abandoned all illusions, preparing to engage in a more prolonged struggle. That's true. Since they have already decided to tear off their masks, they certainly won't brazely come us sue for peace, but will come with determination to make us pay a price. In that case, if we continue carrying that meaningless peace illusion, that would be the big problem. Karenina also understood why Hedgel said this. Rather, neither side ever intended to have peace in the first place. All this effort is actually prepared for the war right before our eyes. Hedgel saw things clearly after all. Indeed, after all, he had never regarded the surrounding minor countries as enemies, because the only entity that could truly be regarded as an enemy was that bizarre presence in the north. Section 251. Whenever Hedgel thought of the opponent's tough attitude and hostile words, he felt that this guy who came to power through unknown means was definitely no pushover. I don't know what their original military management was like. After all, even if it's an alliance of various countries, but shouldn't the power of military dispatching be firmly held in the hands of the monarchs of each country? So how on earth was this seizure of power achieved? Karenina, however, couldn't figure out why this power struggle could succeed so easily, and it succeeded in such an unclear way. You mentioned this, I can't give you a correct answer either. Or rather, I am also quite curious about this. After all, I really can't manage to control such a big game with conventional means. But this doesn't matter anymore either. Hedgel had also thought about what means this guy used to come to power, but in the end, it always came to nothing. Because he really couldn't think of a reasonable reason. Or rather, he completely couldn't figure out what the reason actually was. That's right, they are about to ride in our faces, and we are still here pondering these random things, which is indeed useless. Hearing this, Karenina immediately deflated, thinking that this enemy truly had some skills. At the same time, she hoped that Fellow's strategic ability wouldn't be stronger than Hedgel's. Otherwise, this winning rate would indeed be a bit tricky to handle. All right, the information I wanted to get has also been obtained. I will carefully consider your suggestion. Also, you must be tired these past few days. Rest more. Good night. With that, Hedgel took a stack of documents and walked silently out of the room. As for Karenina, she just shrugged, then prepared to take a bath and sleep. 482. Deployment. As soon as Hedgel returned to the office, he immediately modified the relevant deployment map and transmitted this changed information to the garrison troops in the northern border through the communicators, who were still on duty. Early the next morning, the sky was still dim. East Garrison soldiers had already begun to redeploy their positions according to the superior's instructions. Artillery positions moving forward? This always feels a bit unsettling. According to past situations, we only needed to wait here until the front requested firepower coverage, then adjust the angle and fire. But now it has moved forward quite a bit. Would this increase the danger? As soon as the young soldier received this instruction, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching, thinking that this matter didn't play according to the routine at all. He originally planned to muddle through like this, then collect his military pay without any life-threatening worries. but now they wanted him to move forward 7 kilometers. This was too much to bear. However, according to the plan, more than a dozen sets of dual-purpose anti-aircraft and flat trajectory guns will be transferred as air defense forces. You should have seen the data on those big lizards flying in the sky before, right? Walking behind the horses with him, urging these sturdy horses to drag these giant cannons forward, was a friend who lived in the same village as this soldier. He had previously served in the army for His Majesty the Emperor. During the previous mobilization, it happened to be his leave, so he persuaded this childhood best friend to come to this border together. At least risking one's life for His Majesty the Emperor, the annual income was much higher than farming. I have seen them, but I always feel a bit scared. If those guys really fly over, what should we do? That kind of flame, leaving aside these weapons, whether we can run away is still a big problem. He also swallowed his saliva, feeling his insignificance in front of these giant beasts. What can be done about this? Since we chose this bowl of rice, we must be prepared. At least trust the comrades in other departments a bit more. As long as they are still around, precious darlings like us won't get hurt. And he indeed held considerable trust in this. To say nothing else, just the pile of big iron clunkers around them, and the ability to remotely support frontline troops with enough officers at all levels to do their utmost to protect them. What's more, this was also the priority protection target mentioned by His Majesty the Emperor. In terms of safety, there should still be considerable guarantees. I hope so. But I heard that the flames breathed by the fire-breathing lizards are 30 to 40 meters long. Can those comrades responsible for air defense really annihilate all those flying lizards before they enter the range? This I always feel a bit doubtful. The young soldier's worries were not completely eliminated. He just gently waved his whip, urging the horses not to slack off. There shouldn't be a problem. I've seen the shooting footage of that dual-purpose anti-aircraft and flat trajectory gun before. Although the number of shells in the magazine is relatively small, every single shot can be said to be both penetrating and powerful. I estimate that as long as they aim a bit accurately, it can easily take down that big red lizard. Have some confidence. This companion constantly pacified his comrade's mood. After all, to be honest, this was the first time experiencing actual combat trials, so nervousness was completely normal. But before the soldier could reply, shouts from the officers suddenly came from behind. Everyone make way first. Make way. Field artillery needs priority to rush to the front line for deployment. And this voice showed a trend of constantly approaching them. It's estimated to be a field artillery battalion undertaking close-range firepower assistance missions. Let's make way first. They are in more of a hurry. Directly obeying the instructions, they quickly retreated to the roadside. And when they saw the procession slowly passing from behind, they couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Why did the Imperial Guards suddenly arrive? There clearly wasn't any related news before. It looks like Your Majesty attaches great importance to this battle, and most of the cannons of the Imperial Guards don't fire the fragmenting grenades we use, but armor-piercing shells. Maybe there will be some tough guys. As expected of a veteran, the news he knew was indeed much more than the rookie beside him. Armor-piercing. That is, things that can easily tear open iron sheets a dozen centimeters thick and then cause massive casualties to the people behind the iron sheets. Although we can easily kill such opponents here through big explosions, but look at our iron lumps weighing 10 or 20 tons, and then look at their things weighing less than a ton, you will know how big the role of this thing is on the front line. Right? This guy explained to the fellow villager beside him one by one about these cans that could be easily pulled and walked by 2 mules, while constantly glancing at the armbands of these Imperial Guard soldiers, his eyes full of envy. Your Majesty's going all out this time, right? Since even the Imperial Guards have been transferred, I'm afraid the difficulty of the campaign is extraordinary. We still have to make full preparations. If we are not serious anymore, we might really die in the wilderness. The young man also let out a sigh. It was unclear whether this sound was made simply because of the hardships of the campaign, or so because of joining the army. Needless to say more, do the things on hand well. I hope the goddess will favor us in achieving a decisive victory in this campaign. Coburg has now completely imposed martial law at the border. Several border towns have also been completely taken over by the troops. Residents have all moved inland. It looks like they learned the news of our impending attack very early on. In the command room of the Anunnaki Legion, Winston, as the commander-in-chief of the Southern Front Army, was also looking at the intelligence sent back by the Souths, deep in thought. Probably it is within the governor's expectations. Moreover, if they are still routed by us under such well-prepared circumstances, an atmosphere of pessimism will probably permeate their entire army, right? We just need to keep attacking like a bamboo spitting. Yet this adjutant could always view problems from a positive aspect. It was hard to tell whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Forget it. Underestimating the enemy is always the most foolish behavior. At least we cannot look down on a prepared enemy. After all, whether their new weapon is real or a fake bluff, we really don't know right now. Just like the governor said, I hope it's a bluff. Winston, however, had a gloomy expression that could drip water. If they really have a big trump card, our winning rate here will indeed drop significantly. We must remain cautious, keep a clear head, and await in full battle array. 483. Breakthrough. At that time, first send small squads of Anunnaki to probe the situation. If there is no problem, then organize a large-scale charge, understand? After some deliberation, Winston still decided to probe first, then launch a large-scale attack. Although this would lose the advantage of instantly causing huge pressure on the enemy's defense line through a large-scale shock, but at least it wouldn't lead to directly losing the initiative due to reckless actions. Anyway, right now we must still seek stability first, and then choose the fastest way. Let's harass them for the past 2 days first. Just release a few Anunnaki, and then say that some Anunnaki have gone missing. This is an important technological crystallization of the Alliance, and must be recovered quickly. Some personnel must be dispatched to enter the border to search. Then, if they disagree, then start a war reasonably. Winston seemed to be extremely familiar with this routine. After all, when he started wars in the past, the reasons he used could be said to be bizarre and varied. Now if he barely came up with a slightly normal one, it wouldn't be surprising. Understood. Your request will be transmitted to all departments. For the early small-scale harassment, let's still use 2 squads of Anunnaki. What do you think? Leave the specific details to you. I won't over-interfere. Anyway, what should be done? You have a number in your mind. There's no need for me to give blind commands here. Winston also understood that when it was time to decentralize power, he had to decentralize it. It was impossible for him to issue deployment instructions for just a few squads, right? What he had to deal with were not such trivial matters. Understood. I will definitely not live up to your expectations. The adjutant also knew what his immediate superior was thinking. He only softly replied and then quickly exited the room. As for Winston himself, he was carefully pondering Hedgel's plan. What trump cards do they actually have? Moreover, from the current perspective, they have also made plans long ago. The speed of our intelligence leakage is really too fast. Looking at the deployment map placed in front of him, a trace of helplessness flashed in Winston's eyes. Although I really want to catch the inner ghost right now, but judging from the current situation, digging them all out and catching them is basically impossible. Is there nothing to be done in the end? He shook his head, looked at the sun outside the window, and was deep in thought. No way, I always feel something is wrong, always feel I came prepared. Yet we happen to be unable to get any intelligence, and there are no small artificial beasts that can communicate with us to cross the border to spy on intelligence. This is like being completely in the dark. He heavily stomped on the floor, looking increasingly impatient. This was probably his way of venting, right? Although we say we are the defensive side, but this thing has been driven to the front line, and you still call it defense? If 5 such things are driven over, I'm afraid no one can stop them. Right? And over in Coburg, preparations had long been made. Just the iron sheet on the front is at least 20 centimeters thick, and it has been completely soaked in magic power. Even if all the teeth of those green-skinned lizards are bitten off, I'm afraid there's no way to cause a shred of damage to it. At this moment, they were carefully maintaining the big precious darling in front of them, wiping the mud off its body, and conducting a final check on the transmission system. Should I say, as expected of an engine built by this Magitech technology? The noise is small, the power is sufficient, and it's much better than the original shaking engine with a terribly high failure rate. Another maintenance worker also chimed in softly, seeming exceptionally agreeable to his companion's speech. That's right. Although the magic crystal consumption of this thing is indeed a lot higher, driving it here from the imperial capital was practically life-threatening. The road is full of gravel and unevenness. My butt is about to be shaken to pieces, but there's no other way. To be honest, this is the first time I felt so secure on the way. There are thick iron shells all around, with no parts exposed to the outside at all, making it feel quite safe. And his memories of the road were often this inexplicable sense of security. Forget it. In a sense, we probably have no way to communicate. I feel it's stuffy and hot inside, but you feel it's comfortable inside instead. Saying that, he touched the barrel of the cannon again, wanting to rub a little more oil on it. This cannon, except that the caliber feels bigger than what I originally knew, it doesn't seem to be much different, right? And there are 3 machine guns around. When the time comes, as long as we charge onto the battlefield, I'm afraid we can start a massacre. This should be possible, right? However, the ammunition reserve inside is limited, just 1,000 rounds of bullets and 40 shells. When they run out, we'll have to go back to resupply. While wiping the cannon barrel, making it clean and translucent, he was still looking forward to it showing great prowess on the battlefield. Isn't this pretty good too? At that time we can also compare with other vehicle crews to see whose number of enemy kills is greater. You're the only one who knows how to play. To put it bluntly, isn't it just seeing whose gunner and shooter are more accurate? All right, we'll see then. At this time, they didn't seem panicked in the slightest. Indeed, since they would be inside such an iron lump, it would be a ghost story if those lizardmen could do anything to them. Haha, then that will be the time to wash away our shame. Previously being beaten down by those green-skinned ghosts, now we have to see who is superior. Indeed, speaking just of tonnage, theoretically it shouldn't be a problem for this big guy weighing more than 70 tons to directly crush the green-skinned lizards. Late that night, inside the buffer zone outside the defense line, dozens of black shadows were stepping firmly at this moment, rushing towards the defense line of the Cabo Chimpia. There was no other sound, only the slightly damp footsteps made when stepping on the thin snow that repeatedly jumped back and forth at the melting boundary filled the night sky. In their light purple vertical pupils, there was a desire for flesh and blood and a passion for slaughter. The green scales were already swollen and tight by the solid muscles, as if in the next second these scales would be completely burst open. Their breathing was heavy, and it also carried a hint of a bloody smell. It seemed they had just been fed some fresh flesh and blood. Now they were quickly shuttling through this buffer zone, according to the instructions received in their simple brains. Their primary task now was to rush into that border defense line and tear all the enemies seen in their sight into pieces of meat that could be swallowed in one bite by them. There was nothing else to do, and their instinct was just like this. Section 252. At this moment, the moon was already obscured by thick dark clouds, and the night sky suddenly appeared excessively dark. I wonder, is there really no one who can discover these things that are happening? 484. Within expectations, it seems something is approaching. There are some rather unusual magical reactions around the sensory threads we laid out, and they are rapidly closing in on our side. The possibility that it's them cannot be ruled out. As a patrol squad that has been stationed around the border for years and recently ramped its alert level to the maximum, detecting this slight disturbance was an absolute breeze. If they didn't even have this kind of ability, they might as well just quit this job altogether. It should be a small scouting force, right? Then, according to the instructions sent from above, we won't use the new weapons. These cards aren't meant to be played at a time like this. With that, William, acting as the patrol captain, immediately drew the long sword that had been hanging from his waist out of its scabbard. The nearly 100 soldiers by his side also followed orders and called for reinforcements from the outposts in the rear. This feeling involuntarily reminded William of the scenes in the past when he had to fight those green-skinned lizardmen face to face. As long as you weren't careful for a split second, one of your limbs might just vanish directly. If your luck was even worse, your head would probably just be gone. Well, this will be the last time engaging in hand-to-hand melee combat with them face-to-face using cold weapons. Let's hope this is the last time. He adjusted his breathing and waited for the uninvited guests at the border. Hopefully, what's outside is just a group of monsters or wild wolves simply passing by the border, not those green-skinned bipedal lizards. However, reality was developing in a rather ominous direction. The footsteps are approaching. Furthermore, based on past experience, these guys are most likely those large lizards. Fine, let's do it like before from a high vantage point. We'll use rocks to smash a few of those lizards to death first, easing our pressure after they climb up. William carefully sensed the heavy footsteps not far away beneath the wall. These sticky and heavy paces managed to stir up some rather unpleasant and even bloody memories within him. If he had to say something, it would only be to respond with the long sword in his hand. As the climbing sounds suddenly echoed by their ears, the magic lamps long set up along the wall were instantly illuminated. The dazzling light was enough to temporarily deprive these monsters of all vision, and naturally followed by the exceptionally terrifying and shrill roars of beasts. In this moonless dark night, those roars appeared so harsh and terrifying, carrying a considerable scent of blood within just a single howl. However, these soldiers, who had served in the Northern Territory for years, were not so easily frightened. Soon after, massive boulders were hurled down from the top of the city wall. As several giant rocks fell from the city wall at a high speed according to the laws of physics, a crisp sound of shattering bones also travelled up, accompanied by the tragic roars of beasts. The effect is not bad. Increase the intensity. William only let out such a low shout. The green-skinned lizards beneath the city wall fell into a berserk state at this moment. Those screeches were enough to temporarily deafen anyone close enough to them. Meanwhile, the trigger-type magic lamps intentionally embedded inside the city wall were all destroyed amidst the screeches of these lizard men, leaving only a dozen oil lamps carried by the patrol squad to emit a faint light in the dark night. Stop throwing rocks. Prepare to meet the enemy head-on. Those guys are coming up right now. He could hear the sounds of claws and scales scraping against the wall crystal clear. Coupled with the fact that once outside the illumination range of the oil lamps it was pitch black, it was better to set up a circular formation identical to the past right now. After all, this was currently the known method with the lowest casualties for dealing with these guys. Since, according to the superior speculation, this was just a scouting force, their numbers definitely wouldn't be large. As long as they held out until the main force arrived later, it would be equivalent to winning. He took a deep breath and carefully listened to the eerie sound of claws scraping against the stone wall. Then he stared intently at the small patch of area ahead illuminated by the faint light of the oil lamps, waiting for that moment to arrive. Hey, we're all seasoned foxes here. What kind of ghost stories are you trying to play with me? It's as if I really couldn't see that these are merely looking for an excuse to start a war or scouting our army's intelligence. Hedgel received this short message from the front line a dozen minutes later. However, if our sight still puts on the old stance and posture, will they really drop their guard like that and honestly begin the first round of formal attacks? Really, I'm somewhat looking forward to it. Hedgel increasingly felt that the opponent's reason for declaring war had that distinct flavour to it. A vibe of wanting to declare war by any means necessary, and the reason was extremely crude. Could it be that they want to come to the border to search for these missing lizard monsters? Then we disagree. Or rather, those lizard men have already been killed. Afterwards, they will use this reasonable and righteous excuse to declare war on us. Hey, this reason seems a bit too forced. It feels completely full of punchlines and plagiarism. Hedgel seemed to suddenly think of some rather interesting things. After all, he was very clear about the cause of a certain major war previously. If they are really prepared to use such clumsy tactics, it seems, there's one more reason to smash them to pieces. At this moment, Hedgel indeed grew inexplicably confident. Not for any other reason, just because what was the fate of the country that stirred up war with such despicable excuses back then? This, in a sense, could be considered having historical events as backing. Your Majesty, this is the mobilization order you signed tonight. May I ask, when should the specific deployment time be? At this moment, Vril walked in at just the right time, interrupting Hedgel's wild train of thought. This we can only make a judgment after the war officially starts. Or rather, we must first see the specific momentum of the first battle and choose whether to carry out full mobilization or partial mobilization. After a brief silence, Hedgel still decided to temporarily delay the full mobilization order. Also, it was already time for total war. However, a result that could cause lower impact on the economy and society was always much better. Understood. Then what are your arrangements next? Nothing else. Right now I just want to rest for a bit, and you should head back first too. There probably won't be any major events tonight. Hedgel simply nodded, and then his whole body slumped onto the chair. A rare look of laziness. After all, he had already done everything he could. As for what the subsequent outcome would be, it could only be left to the heavens. Xie Zheng recommends a book. After being carried in a coffin, I became a wealthy young lady. This book is a new work by a certain author's friend, I won't say who specifically, campus plus urban plus gender bender plus system, complete with all elements. Pure love without angst. You can go check it out. This strongly recommended for reading plus collection. 485. Beginning, it was yet another ordinary morning. Lord Commander, regarding the Anunnaki squad sent yesterday to conduct harassment and probing, they have now been completely wiped out. Moreover, the weapons used by the soldiers of the Keboch Empire are still those long spears and rocks we saw before, occasionally cooperating with some magic items. The similarity with the past is over 60%. At this moment, the adjutant was reporting the general situation to his immediate superior, who was finishing up breakfast, just like usual. However, compared to the past, this content had a massive amount of differences. Could it really just be the front? Upon hearing this, Winston instantly stopped the knife and fork in his hand. It was unknown whether he was pondering the credibility of this observation results or simply felt that the matter was overly bizarre. Judging from the current situation, it should be. After all, they'd rather face the Anunnaki directly than use new weapons. Of course, the possibility that they intentionally hid advanced weapons or that the new weapons were carried close to the body and released without a trace cannot be ruled out either. What the adjutant said was quite ambiguous, but in reality, he just said a string of nonsense because this didn't yield any conclusion at all. However, he was essentially just a messenger, not the guy who made the final judgment. Then let's begin the attack in 2 days. This is the governor's most important instruction. Since we have already probed and concluded that those guys do not have sufficient combat power reserves and still rely on stacking numbers like before. They have no reason to stop here anymore. Winston seemed to have seen through something. The large hand that had been hesitantly pinching the knife and fork gripped tightly again. But in that case, then do you have any better method? Or can you think of a more brilliant way to test out the Cabbage Empire's trump cards? The governor is currently counting on our side to achieve more and better results, which is why he allocated everything so preciously to us. If we are still hesitating now, it might cause the governor to lose confidence in us. The words Winston suddenly blurted out completely baffled the adjutant. What on earth was this? Yesterday he was still talking about acting cautiously. How come today he suddenly became willing to make a rash advance for the sake of the governor? Did this commander think of something? Or did something go wrong in his head? This speed of changing faces was truly baffled. Commander, personally, I think it's better to calm down first. The governor surely wants you to achieve the grandest and best results to place such high expectations on you. Please, I beg you not to be impulsive. Although very puzzled, as an adjutant, when it was time to dissuade, he had to dissuade. He absolutely couldn't let his immediate superior, who had recently appeared overly moody, sometimes calm, and sometimes fanatical, make overly foolish actions. After all, he would still have to share the responsibility in the end. He definitely didn't want to take even the slightest risk. My mind is made up. According to the governor's previous instructions, immediately launch an assault on the Cabbage Empire's defense line in 2 days. Must make the governor smile, must. He seemed to have completely fallen into a demon-possessed state, repeatedly muttering these words in his mouth, one arm barely supporting his head, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as if enduring something. Commander! The adjutant wanted to immediately call for a military doctor, but was directly grabbed by the corner of his uniform by Winston. No need to find a doctor. There's no need. I am very fine. You just need to implement what I said earlier. Execute it word for word. Do you understand? This is an order. He roared, the corners of his mouth already deathly pale at this moment, and it was unknown what he had actually experienced. Clearly during the process of eating breakfast, he was still quite normal hearing his immediate superior say such words. Although the adjutant still wanted to retort, military orders were like mountains. His mouth opened and closed, but he forcefully failed to make even the slightest sound. Subsequently, as an adjutant, he lowered his head and sullenly left the office. As for Winston alone, he seemed to still be enduring some immense pain. His face turned the color of a pig's liver, yet his lips remained incomparably pale. This polarized situation was truly a bit rare. It wasn't until half an hour later that this bizarre situation improved slightly. He rubbed his hair, which had long been soaked in sweat, and his gaze restored its usual steadfastness. However, the words he muttered in his mouth became increasingly unsettling. Obey all instructions from the governor. The governor's words are the most important. It seemed this sentence had become the sole source of motivation supporting this shell of his to continue moving. And in this way, perhaps this was why that petite, seemingly frail, and delicate governor was able to control such a massive northern alliance. This mistress seemed to have been lifted by a corner as well. Hey, they're here. This momentum, this scale. I really haven't seen it before. Right now they seem to have really gone all out. On a morning 2 days later, at this time, it was when the bright sun was shining high. The last trace of winter, that thin ice and snow, was melting at a visible speed under this sunlight. The weather was gradually warming up, and the surroundings should be filled with a vibrant sense unique to spring. Right. However, reality often goes contrary to one's wishes. The loud noises causing the earth to tremble constantly swallowed the calmness in the hearts of everyone present. However, what replaced it was not fear, not fright, nor despair. Instead, it was joy. Previously, it took 7 or 8 of us to deal with one of you. Now all of you have to die for me. The soldiers, who had long been waiting for this very instant, had their facial expressions completely replaced by joy and excitement at this moment. Even a portion of them also carried a bit of frenzy and sadistic pleasure. After all, when they were garrisoning the border before, they were often suppressed and beaten by these guys. And when harassed, they might end up missing limbs or losing a few good comrades in arms. Now it was time for revenge. The bullets had all been loaded into the chambers, and the reserve ammunition was unprecedentedly abundant. In the distance, there was also a large artillery group providing fire support for them. Section 253. This was one of the reasons why they carried such confidence at this moment. After all, nothing is more convincing than firepower. 486. Offensive stymied. The army of green-skinned lizards was stepping firmly across this wilderness at this moment, running as fast as they could. As for the reason, it was simply berserk fury and a craving for flesh and blood. In their eyes, at this moment, there seemed to be only delicious and appetizing flesh and blood. Their instincts were driving them to approach that direction, because having been given suggestions through special means, they knew there was food over there that could fill their stomachs. Thinking of this, they quickened their pace once more. However, what felt somewhat wondrous was that even though they were just running blindly across this wasteland on their own, and with such a massive formation, no stampede accidents occurred. This was truly the bit baffling. But these things were not important. Right now, they were running wildly and selflessly toward the target they yearned for. It was as long as they could charge faster, they could enjoy those delicious, juice-splattering chunks of meat ahead of time. Meanwhile, the commanders of the Northern Army standing in the distance and observing the battle situation through binoculars also felt an unprecedented surge of emotion in their hearts. After all, this was also the first time they had seen such a large-scale charge by the Anunnaki army. They believed that just with the single charge, supplemented by a few minor echelons, they would probably be able to steadily take this border fortress. With this level, and this number of Anunnaki, aside from the elite Griffin Legion being able to inflict heavy damage on them, these Southerners still in the cold weapon era simply couldn't block them. Were the outer walls going to directly collapse because of this single impact? However, reality often refused to let the lizards and these commanders get their wish. For example, the piercing shriek from high altitude that tore through the air. These commanders were initially wondering what kind of sound they were actually hearing. Was it the roaring of their airborne man-made beasts? But it seemed they had truly never heard this sound before. Furthermore, the aerial units would only launch attacks on the weak points after the Anunnaki pressed against the city walls right now before they could figure out what was happening. That harsh and shocking sound of explosion made their ears ache fiercely. A large amount of mana reaction has been detected ahead. According to estimates, a large-scale magic was just cast. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a short period of mana bombardment. But don't worry, their mages will soon be exhausted, and we just need to continue charging. Their trunk car should be exposed by now, and the frontline commander immediately made a judgment. After all, his understanding of mages had always stayed at the impression of collapsing right after firing a single shot, and there are very few of them. He thought that even if it exploded, it would only be a small scale lasting for a minute. The damage to the Anunnaki army would be negligible, completely unworthy of attention. At most, it could only play a deterrent role, but the Anunnaki had all been modified. In their eyes, there was only flesh and blood. No matter how loud or terrifying the sound emitted in front of them was, even if their fellow Anunnaki were torn into shreds, and even if they were facing a major magic head-on, they would not feel any fear at all. Therefore, the so-called trump card on Koberg's side had no effect in front of the Anunnaki's charge. No matter what, it would not change the fact that the defense line was easily torn into pieces. But reality gave him a fierce slap in the face once again. That roaring sound filling the skies completely flooded their ear canals and vibrated their eardrums. Within their vision, they also saw black unidentified objects falling like raindrops, and then on the ground, amidst the clusters of Anunnaki, magical radiances carrying gravel, mud, and snowmelt bloomed. The excess heat released by the detonating mana instantly burned these Anunnaki, who had fallen into extreme fanaticism for flesh and blood, and a shockwave brought by this huge magical explosion mercilessly hurled their massive bodies high into the sky, tearing them to pieces. Even though they were draped in a thick layer of scales, they ultimately could not escape the doom of having their internal organs shattered by the explosions, or their entire bodies being physically torn apart directly. Their blood was spilled, evaporated, and rose amidst these explosions that seemed endless, once again turning into inorganic matter and returning to nature. This was probably their best destination, right? However, their fanaticism did not recede because of the artillery shelling. Instead, it became even more frenzied due to the stimulation of companions' blood continuously splashing around them. They roared, charging unhesitatingly toward the city wall completely composed of artillery shells. But the result was often tragic. Aside from returning to nature and turning into a mess of unorganized organic or inorganic matter, there seemed to be no other result whatsoever. Apart from the deafening explosions and the roaring of shells tearing through the air, no other sound appeared on this land. This seemed to be an endless torrential rain composed of artillery shells. While completely tearing apart the Lizardman army, it also completely shattered the psychological defense line of the Northern Allied Forces commanders. What on earth is going on? What kind of situation is this again? He shouted loudly at the people around him, wanting a false answer stating that these are all illusions, these are all just phantoms, because he simply couldn't believe that these despicable Southerners could actually carry out large-scale magic bombardment of such breadth and duration. But no one responded to him, because they too had had their souls stolen by the tragic scene, sucking away all their attention. Only the continuous explosions echoed in their ears. Afterwards, he, as the commander, collapsed directly onto the chair and then through the communication device. Initiated a report to the Commander-in-Chief in the rear. The land offensive is currently blocked. If nothing unexpected happens, this is the trump card of the Keboge Empire. A large number of high-strength mages, at least continuously using large-scale magic of the forbidden spell level. Requesting air support now. He barely kept his voice from trembling, speaking in a steadier tone as possible. After receiving a definitive reply from the rear headquarters, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Mages, I'll turn you all into chakra in a moment. His heart was filled with mixed feelings right now. After all, he started with the confidence of a one-hit victory, but now it seemed that the massive reduction in personnel of the Anunnaki Legion had already become an established fact, because the roaring explosions outside wouldn't like to please him. They only made him realize the failure of the first round of the land offensive. 487. Strange things. After this round of bombing, they've probably been mashed into paste, right? Oh no, I have to cover my ears, otherwise I really can't stand it. Returning the view to the Keboge Empire's side. Although they said it was artillery support, but this opening bombardment really scared quite a few people. Many soldiers in Sai had never seen this kind of density and scale of explosions before. They successively began to enjoy this fireworks show carrying a heavy stench of blood. Anyway, the ones blown to death inside were not humans, but mere beasts. Even seeing them torn to shreds by violent explosions and blood splashed everywhere, the soldiers watching this show felt nothing at all. However, there was one thing that could be absolutely guaranteed. In the future, they would definitely never try to charge head-on against artillery fire. Otherwise, their own outcome would definitely not be any better than these green-skinned beasts. Now there are some missing-limbed green-skinned lizards running over here through the artillery coverage shown. Pick them off one by one with a single shot each, understand? I don't know whether to admire their determination or perseverance. Even after being blown into such a miserable state, they still want to pounce over. The squad leader also began to assign tasks to his subordinates. After all, he truly didn't understand why these lizard men had to crawl this way with such persistence even after losing an arm or a leg. It was as if as long as they crawled over, they could achieve some combat results. Needless to say, the soldiers who had already set up their shooting postules on the city walls immediately followed the requirements, aiming at those lizards stained all over with mud and blood, and then pulled the triggers. And those green figures in the distance that were either swaying or lingering on the edge of death also yielded to the gunshots, falling one after another. This seemed quite as it should be, perfectly logical. Stop daydreaming. In a little while those fine guys will probably come over, right? But that kind of occasion probably has nothing to do with us anymore, right? After using a steel gun in his hands to finish off two lingering large lizards that had barely crossed the artillery coverage range and were burned so badly their appearances were unrecognizable, the squad leader deduced this conclusion based on experience. I didn't expect them to be so willing to spend a fortune. Smashing down directly with so many shells, I feel like the machine gunners, who waited for half a day, are extremely disappointed, and the squad leader's subordinates also show bitter smiles. Who told the artillery brothers to steal all the limelight this time? To be honest, this is also my first time seeing such large-scale firepower strikes, a sight I've never seen before. Although the squad leader expressed sympathy for these brothers holding machine guns, he thought there was nothing else they could do. Who told His Majesty to say that they must give them a severe setback, so this time they directly carpet-bombed the ground with artillery shells. With this posture, who could possibly withstand it? At this time, the squad leader also seemed to hear a shout of Air Defense Artillery Squad, Level 1 alert. There should be things flying in the sky in a moment. Everyone aim a bit better. Although we are not the main air defense force, grabbing a little bit of combat results is a must. He also seemed to understand this matter. After all, in the past, whenever these monsters on the ground ran to the foot of the city, flying monsters in the air would immediately appear to strike all the defensive personnel on the city walls, or specifically target the weaker places. And this time they suffered strikes on land and could not pass smoothly on the ground. Then the air must definitely come with a ruthless round. However, according to intelligence, what they were facing this time was not the large poisonous bats of the past that simply killed personnel. Instead, it was a flying large lizard that was massive in stature, entirely red, and could breathe fire. This made them slightly puzzled, but they also believed that the steel guns in their hands and bullets at their waists could give them enough protection. Without any unexpected events, just a few minutes later, dozens of black dots suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Those black dots were still rapidly approaching the side, and the closer they got, the more they could see two unfolded large wings almost there prepared to fire. Before the veteran squad leader finished his sentence, the anti-aircraft gunners, who had long been unable to suppress the excitement in their hearts, pulled the triggers, and streams of scorching tongues of fire spewed out from the muzzles. and flying out along with those tongues of fire were those explosive iron lumps that could already be called shells, although in their field of vision it was just a larger dark shadow. It couldn't even clearly see what color those aerial large lizards actually were. But this did not prevent the bullets from piercing through them. What could possibly block the high-speed firing of nearly 100 anti-aircraft rapid-fire guns? Although such things might exist, but dual flesh and blood basically had no possibility of doing so. For example, those red large lizards flying in the air. Just being hit by a single one was enough to cause a change in flight posture. After all, just embedding the warhead into the body was an absolute, heart-piercing agony. And not only that, after the warhead pierced into the body, this thing would explode. At best, the surface scales would be torn off along with a small piece of flesh and blood. At worst, large areas of the body would hemorrhage directly, forcing them to make an emergency landing. They uttered deafening, piercing roars in the air, not knowing whether it was due to pain or anger. Looking from a distance toward the struggling giant beasts in the air, one could even see faint firelight at the corners of their mouths. It really seems they can breathe fire. Loaders, keep up. Absolutely do not let those red guys get closer. Otherwise the first ones to be finished will be us. And the commander of the anti-aircraft gun squad was also observing the movements over there, thinking that he definitely did not want to be roasted into charcoal by that thing. Just in the gap of assisting with loading and replacing the red-hot barrel, he glanced at the red colossal object whose outline could already be clearly seen. But in the next second, he only wanted to let out an exclamation, and then express deep admiration, because he saw that what seemed to be a rather weighty object directly penetrated this giant lizard flying in the air, and the lizard only twitched a few times in the air before immediately plummeting lifelessly toward the ground. What's the situation? He originally thought it was a big guy shot down by other gun squads, but no matter what, a kill with a single hit, plus such a huge explosion, at least it had to be of a larger caliber, right? He looked around the direction where the shell had just been fired, only to find that it was the position of the Imperial Guard temporarily transferred here. Not only that, the muzzles of those few direct fire guns beside them still carried a bit of heat, appearing particularly glaring in this not-so-warm air. I probably understand now. Well, taking a hit like that, it would be strange if it didn't die. 488. Incorrect inference. His Majesty asked us to use this thing for air defense, something we never dreamed of. As for the leader of the Imperial Guard, his mood at this moment could be said to be unusually complex. Originally he thought his dear Majesty was dreaming, or simply wanted to conduct an experiment. Section 254. But I didn't expect them to actually take it down. And it was just a single hit. They so cleanly and neatly shot down such a huge aerial behemoth. Maybe it really was a one-shot kill. No need to say more. Keep firing. Those guys must absolutely not get close. Did you see the fire at the corners of their mouths? If they get close and spray us with that, I believe nobody will feel comfortable. Finally, he swallowed hard and then gave the order to continue shooting. The surroundings were once again replaced by muffled artillery fire, crisp gunfire, and shouts relaying orders. Everything was proceeding methodically, just as planned. Of course, except for the situation on the Northern Alliance side. What on earth is that? The current frontline commander of the Northern Army could be said to be completely dumbfounded. Your Excellency, we don't know either. And the interrogated observer let out an aggrieved cry, because he truly didn't understand what on earth had happened. Or rather, he simply didn't know what method those southern natives used to shoot down their proud fire dragons. Weren't they supposed to only have bows and crossbows? Why could they shoot down our fire dragons? Why? His heart was filled with these questions at this moment. Besides the rumbling, eerie noises, there were no other sounds in his ears, so these were their trump cards all along. They probably anticipated long ago that we would attack from the sky, so they intentionally used a special method to launch a devastating blow against our aerial forces. How malicious. The frontline commander muttered like this, feeling that he had fallen into a trap, but there was no sense of frustration from failure on his face. Instead, he became increasingly frantic. Hey, since you are prepared, we are not afraid either. The number of magic explosions outside has decreased a lot now, right? Only a third of the original, right? It looks like their mages are now lying motionless on the ground like dead pigs. If he had to say, he had long been prepared for the Keboj Empire to annihilate the first wave of attacking forces. But he truly didn't expect such a disastrous defeat in this manner. They probably want to wage psychological warfare against us, intentionally having so many mages perform large-scale spells to create an illusion of being invincible. But who would actually believe that? He suddenly felt that he had enlightened, suddenly feeling that he saw through what these Keboj Empire guys wanted to do. Here, they are just a group of weak beings putting on a brave face. Fortunately, the forces allocated to me by Your Excellency the Commander are quite ample. He must have anticipated this situation long ago, as expected of Your Excellency the Commander. He seemed increasingly certain of this possibility. After all, he completely could not understand. If they really had such strong strength, this cabbage empire would have probably attacked long ago. It's impossible for them to cower inside these walls like turtles. After all, the Northern Alliance where he was located had always been like this. Whenever one side became slightly stronger, it would definitely provoke a war on its own initiative, then annex land and plunder technology. Therefore, this person was now directly projecting his own mindset onto others, treating the strategy currently implemented by the cabbage empire as because they are weak, they want to put on a brave face and intimidate our side. But in reality, the cabbage empire was simply following a strategy. That is never fighting a war without a just cause. In any case, first ensure that the pretext for our side to conduct this campaign is flawless. We must obtain the support of the public, letting the public know the righteousness and rationality of this war. This can at least ensure domestic stability. However, this commander seemed unable to understand Hegel's current thoughts, still attempting to take the lead in charging. Then this seems to be out of options. The second echelon advance immediately. Their advantage is gradually diminishing now. At most, we'll only lose such a small batch of aerial units and ground cannon fodder. Exchanging these costs for their trump cards is more than a blood profit. Continue the charge. Therefore, according to this speculation, he made the most foolish decision, a nationwide speech right at the start of the war. Is this reaction speed a bit too fast? It gives off a feeling of premeditation. At this time, Hegel had also completed the emergency announcement to the whole country reporting the outbreak of war, demanding all level units and people to provide comprehensive support to the military. Now it really feels like fighting a war isn't about numbers, but money, and I can only say fortunately at my Kobo has a vast territory and abundant resources, containing all sorts of wonders. Otherwise, it would really be a bit difficult for me here. Hegel wondered what the situation at the front line was like, feeling a bit nervous and uneasy inside, but there was no help for it. Constantly worrying had no meaning anyway. Better to consider the subsequent strategic deployment. Just as he was walking down the corridor, pondering the future direction, Tusk, can you look at the road more when you walk? I'm asking you if you can do that. And this familiar voice appeared by his ear at some unknown time. So, what do you plan to do holding such a huge stack of things? Hegel didn't directly answer Karenina's question at all, but instead threw the topic back to Karenina. Oh, you mean these? Just some materials and blueprints. And I'm a bit uneasy letting others move them. So I plan to move them to the storage room myself. Karenina couldn't be bothered to chit-chat with Hegel. After all, this guy not watching the road while walking had long become the norm, and heaven knows what he was pondering in his heart. It's clearly just moving some things, right? There's no need to be so cautious. Hearing this answer, Hegel felt a bit surprised. After all, his level of vigilance regarding these matters had not reached Karenina's level at all. Important materials still need to be transported by oneself to feel at ease, and the main reason is because my room is a bit too full to fit them. Hopefully the depository here can put a bit more care into it, and mice and spiders won't be running amok the moment I step inside. Karenina rolled her eyes at Hegel and said unceremoniously, "Rest assured, at least a place like this has never been as casual as you described." 486. Proposal, and instead of hugging such a huge basket of paper all by yourself, let me do it. With your skinny arms and legs, how can you manage that? Hegel took another look at the huge stack of documents Karenina was holding, his mouth twitching involuntarily, and then he suggested in a low voice, "No need. You directly said I have skinny arms and legs and think I can't move them? Then I have to move them for you to see." Karenina didn't appreciate it at all. Although she also felt that these things were indeed a bit heavy for her current self, she really didn't want to accept Hegel's help. Who knows what kind of trouble would pop up if things were done this way? Fine then. Hegel seemed completely unsurprised by Karenina's answer, as if it were within expectations. So he quietly retracted the hand he had already half extended, and said sheepishly, "Fair is fair. You're busy with United Fronts all day now. By then, I'm afraid all able-bodied labourers will have to be thrown into the front lines and logistics, which for the future might not be a good thing." At this moment, Karenina did not forget to lecture Hegel on his current practices. There's no help for it, at least we have to let them see our determination. And according to the previously reported battle conditions, the first battle can indeed catch them off guard, hitting someone completely unprepared. But later on, it'll probably be a protracted war again. Hegel currently looked like he was planning for long-term preparations. After all, taking precautions before things happen is never wrong. According to secret reports, another batch of intelligence personnel recently entered our country from the north through special means. Specifically, they probably want to steal secrets. However, since this matter is already known, I will only let them take back some more interesting things. Speaking of this, for some unknown reason, the corners of Hegel's mouth raised into a strange smile again. What kind of scheme are you plotting again? Seeing Hedgel show this expression, Karenina could only silently mourn for those spies in her heart for a second. After all, as long as this guy wanted to pull stunts, he would definitely pull big ones and cause heavy losses to others. You will find out soon. And it probably has a lot to do with this huge pile of documents in your hands. Hedgel looked like he had already thought of a good method. What do you want to do again? Seeing Hedgel show this expression, Karenina hurriedly hugged the documents in her arms tightly, her face full of vigilance, and even her voice was trembling slightly, looking very much like a hamster protecting its food. I don't have any improper thoughts. I just had a little idea of forgery. Hedgel, however, was lost in thought and then nodded repeatedly. Wow, human hearts are treacherous, using fakes to deceive people. Although Karenina said treacherous with her mouth, in reality, she was constantly cheering in her heart. After all, she had an extraordinary paranoia about this. How can we deal with them without being a bit treacherous? Besides, even in the past modern society that wore the cloak of civilization, but was actually still the law of the jungle, spies were not protected by law. You should have a clear idea about this, right? Not to mention this period now, which is basically like a primitive forest. Hedgel could also be said to have zero mercy for spies. Leaving aside the experiences of the person beside him, even before he usurped the throne, he had loathed all kinds of actions by spies to the bone. After all, to ensure the stability of his rule and secure his smooth succession in the future, the eldest brother had also taken great pains to plant personnel around all his younger brothers and sisters. As long as their awareness of resistance reached the upper limit of their eldest brother's tolerance, their method of death would truly be unpredictable. As for Hedgel, by biding his time and acting as a bootlicker to the so-called eldest brother, putting on a harmless and innocent look, he made the eldest brother truly believe that he only wanted to be a rich man without ambition, which naturally caused the brother to abandon persecution against him. As for the two guys monitoring him, they were naturally being countermarted quietly. The watchers are being watched by the people they are watching. Matryoshka dolls never miss a beat. Therefore, Hedgel himself truly had no affection for things like spies and secret agents. But since they were going to play dirty, they had to play this hand. Then what do you plan to do? Karenina blinked, thinking that this Hedgel might have thought of some crafted idea again. Slightly a bit of an idea. The method of implementation can also be considered standard. Anyway, even if it fails, there won't be any losses. It's just that it won't be able to maximize benefits. Hedgel gazed up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. It seemed like he had a good plan, but it also seemed like he didn't. Or calling it a Schrodinger's good plan directly would be more appropriate, meaning that whether it fails or succeeds, it's just a matter of earning more or earning less. It won't cause any substantial impact on the bottom line result of the matter itself. I shouldn't be wrong in saying this, right? Karenina blinked and asked Hedgel in a low voice. That's pretty much what it means, but I still hope to use limited costs to gamble for the highest returns. Gambling and things like that have no future. Steadiness and soundness are the top priority. Karenina couldn't help rolling her eyes at him, feeling that this Hedgel truly had some issues. A gambler's mentality is something everyone has, but as long as the bottom line can be guaranteed, it's not a big problem. However, it seems most people can't grasp this line. Anyway, my suggestion is still the conservative faction. Just digging those guys out is enough. There's no need to make a bunch of fake intelligence and deliver it over. Although the effect might turn out to be very good, and it could play a considerable role in confusing and affecting strategic command. Karenina first listed the benefits, but what if they find the flaw, then escape, and even carry out reverse deduction based on the fake materials? They might just guess our true strength. And finally, our words took a turn, voicing out the thing she was most worried about. True and false, false and true. Replacing the key parts with fake ones while keeping the trivial details true, wouldn't that mean there's no problem? At this moment, Hedgel's gaze watching Karenina suddenly became subtle. Well, wait. I won't be used by you as this kind of cheap labor. Really won't be. Seeing this look, Karenina trembled all over, and she roughly knew what she would be asked to do next. How can this be called cheap labor? It's obviously skilled work, okay? Average people know, people other than you probably really couldn't do it. 460. Hamster. Facing Hedgel's persuasion, Karenina instead intended to adopt the 3-no principle of don't look, don't listen, don't believe. Section 255. If she let herself be sweet-talked by this guy any further, she might actually end up being sold out by him one day. Besides, his attempts at sweet-talking were so clumsy that they had absolutely no effect. Who would believe you when you say that? And if you're forcing me to change these things into errors, I really can't bring myself to do it. Karenina rolled her eyes at Hedgel without holding back, then protested. Protest denied. Although I know this is an occupational hazard of yours, and you're great at finding and correcting mistakes. Asking you to change correct information into errors really does sound painful. Hedgel took the opportunity to reach for the stack of documents in Karenina's hands. What are you trying to do now? Seeing this, she couldn't help but shrink back slightly, hugging the documents in her arms even tighter. Haven't you noticed your own hands are shaking? I just want to help you hold them. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Without waiting for Karenina's consent, Hedgel went ahead and snatched away more than 2/3 of the document she was holding. Hey, could you please listen to what I'm saying for once? Seeing that it was already a done deal, the words Karenina wanted to say got stuck in her throat, and she swallowed them back down with mixed emotions. She wondered if this guy had a screw loose in his head again. I don't think that's necessary. After all, with your current petite stature, seeing you carry such a huge pile of things makes me feel like I'm abusing you. The more I look at it, the more wrong it feels. Then don't look. Then you have things to do. Go do them right now, Karenina said with a hint of helplessness, feeling that Hedgel really had some issues with his head, but she didn't know what exactly was wrong with him. At least let me walk this stretch with you, okay? It's better than you carrying all this alone. Hedgel had no intention of listening to Karenina's so-called protest. He continued to do things his own way and walked ahead of her. Fine, whatever. In the end, Karenina could only sigh silently and follow behind him. Although she really wanted to tell him to mind his own business, she couldn't bring herself to say it. It really felt quite strange. Damn it, what on earth is this guy planning? What little scheme does he have in mind? I have absolutely no idea. Karenina followed behind him, pursing her lips, wondering if this guy really had water in his brain. Or maybe he was too tired these past few days, and his mind was starting to slip. Heaven knows what on earth is packed inside his head. But the only thing for certain was it definitely wasn't a brain. Can you guarantee that these things won't be leaked later? If anything goes wrong, I'll be the first to come looking for you. Only after they had moved all the documents into that damn storage room did she ask Hedgel. What do you think? Hedgel patted the solid steel door, unable to help but feel that Karenina was overthinking things. How many people have the key to this place? And is this lock actually useful? Karenina's level of vigilance was truly extraordinarily high. Aside from you and me, there are only 4 others for real, Carls, and the 2 department heads. Besides, you should also know how many anti-interference secondary trigger formations are inside. If anyone touches even one wrong spot, they'll basically have no way out. Hedgel, however, didn't think much of it. After all, this could already be considered the most heavily guarded location in the palace. Even the security measures of the National Treasury paled in comparison. After all, money wasn't always the lifeline. Even if someone wanted to steal the National Treasury's reserves, setting aside how much they could actually take, what would they do after stealing it? It would probably be difficult to even launder the stolen goods. As for intelligence, that was their absolute lifeline. It was also one of the advantages the Kaboj Impia currently held over the Northerners. It had to be strictly guarded to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Let's assume that's the case, but why do I always feel that keeping it here isn't very safe either? After all, everyone knows classified information is stored here. Those guys would definitely use every means possible to get their hands on the most critical intelligence. Karenina, however, still couldn't put her mind at ease. She had always been like this as long as it was something she cared about. Even a tiny bit of worry would keep her awake at night. And now it seemed her old habit was acting up again. Then, what about my previous proposal of the bait-and-switch scheme? I feel that as long as you're willing to do it, it will definitely work. Now that Hedgel knew of her worry, he had to egg her on. After all, this was the very plan he wanted to implement the most. If this actually succeeded, its impact on the front lines would absolutely be measurable. I still want to refuse. Karenina spoke with extreme bluntness. Fine, then I'll go think of other ways. I still think we should just find an opportunity to capture them directly. There's no need to try and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Instead of thinking about that, why not think about something more practical? Come on. Karenina couldn't help but want to sigh. Indeed, there was no need for it. She seemed to have suddenly turned into conservative, harboring extreme distrust toward any advanced moves. For no other reason than that the things written on these papers were her life's work, and also crucial materials concerning the front lines. She absolutely did not dare to gamble with them. If she were really like some people who valued money as much as their own lives, even if she were given hundreds of millions, she would probably hoard all of it in the bank to collect interest and never spend a single cent. Even saying that she behaved like a hamster in certain aspects wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Since you're so against it, then so be it. Hedgel didn't want to say anything more about it. He just felt Karenina's obsessions seemed a bit too strong. By the way, I also wanted to ask, do you think we absolutely must steamroll the North? Karenina suddenly asked a strange question at this moment. I want to do that, but whether the actual situation allows me to do so is a different matter. This has to be adjusted based on real-world circumstances. I can't give you a definite answer right now. Hegel's facial expression grew serious as well, because this was now in the realm of serious business. If he had to put it in words, it was that he had no choice but to face her with a serious expression. It seems I asked a pointless question again. Karenina rolled her eyes at him once more. 461. Memories. Although I also want to settle things more quickly, to be honest, I'm not confident either. Hegel was indeed deeply worried as well. After all, the direction of future developments was truly unpredictable, because you couldn't predict a madman's actions based on the laws of self-interest. That was the most damnable part. Heaven knew what that governor was planning in her head, or rather what her true objective actually was. At least from her various actions so far, it was definitely not to plunder wealth. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made so many blunderous moves. Then what was she actually pursuing? True, no one can predict what a psychopath will do in the next second. Karenina fell silent for 2 seconds, then made a strange expression. It seems you understand the reason. The enemy we're facing seems to be even more troublesome than imagined. No, rather, she doesn't play by the rules at all. That's the most frustrating part. Hegel deeply agreed, because he was indeed completely baffled by that person's various actions right now, fighting on multiple fronts, and even giving up on Kevilla, which was practically meat delivered to her mouth, only to come over and bite on a hard bone instead. This was something Hegel had spent 5 or 6 days thinking about without understanding. To be honest, I don't really understand what they are thinking either. Isn't defeating us one by one a much better option? Why must they launch a full-scale offensive everywhere? Forget it. There's no point in talking more. Instead of obsessing over a psychopath's thoughts, it's better to do something practical. In the end, Karenina also realized that continuing to obsess over these things was just a waste of effort. What you said is absolutely right. Hegel also agreed with her. Indeed, the current situation was truly too bizarre. All right, don't waste your breath here. It really doesn't make much sense. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm leaving. Seeing that she was just wasting time, Karenina naturally wanted to hurry back and dive into her work. After all, in her eyes, work was the second most important thing, right after staying alive. But at this moment, for some reason, Hegel felt a strange sensation. This scent, is it still lavender? Hegel gently sniffed the scent that carried a special emotion for him, and memories that should have vanished into the ocean of his mind inexplicably resurfaced. Although I know such a thing is fundamentally impossible, this scent really does bring back memories. Hegel murmured softly under his breath, seemingly a bit lost in it. What on earth are you talking about again? Can you stop standing there dazed all the time? Karenina herself hadn't heard clearly what Hegel had said. I just suddenly remembered some things that are completely unrealistic, that's all. Jolted out of his wild thoughts by Karenina's words, Hegel replied sheepishly. Be more serious with your work, don't keep letting your mind wander, though I guess I don't really have the right to lecture you like this. Saying this, Karenina scratched her head in embarrassment, since she herself was the type who liked to let her mind wander. Hegel remained silent in response, only giving a gentle nod at the end. I feel like I've definitely heard or seen those words somewhere before, and the similarity is just too high, isn't it? Even the slight trace of emotion mixed within seems exactly the same. Upon hearing those words, a trace of doubt couldn't help but rise in Hegel's heart, but the doubt quickly dissipated. Oh well, maybe it was just a sense of déjà vu. Waking up from a dream every day, one might feel like that feeling exists in reality, let alone when it's just a few similar words. A coincidence. It's all just a coincidence. Hegel nodded, thinking he was just being overly sensitive. Or perhaps were certain memories from back then buried too deeply in his heart. This feeling was truly wonderful, and yet left him with a trace of reluctance. Is there really something wrong with your head? What the hell are you doing standing here like a dazed idiot? Seeing Hegel sink into even deeper contemplation, Karenina stood on her tiptoes and bluntly gave him a sharp rap on the head, though to Hegel it didn't hurt at all. Well, I just thought of some things again. Looking at the rather petite girl in front of him, a strange affection and a desire to tease her suddenly welled up from the bottom of Hegel's heart. Besides, you've really been getting livelier lately, Tilda. It seems it's because I haven't lectured you in a while. Wait a minute. Has something really gone wrong with your brain? No way. And when did I ever need you to lecture me? Hearing Hegel's devilish words, Karenina's small hands instantly trembled. Taking 3 steps and 2, she immediately scurried into the corner of the corridor. They say rabbits run fast, but this speed was probably something even a rabbit couldn't match. I actually think you do, Tilda. Quick. Let me see. Section 256. Hegel, however, had absolutely no intention of letting Karenina escape and chased after her without hesitation. Since she had already backed herself into a corner, she had essentially cut off her own retreat. This move was truly baffling. I'm warning you, if you take another step closer, I'll have to act in self-defense. Don't take another step. Seeing that things were going south, she quickly spoke up to threaten him. Self-defense? Then let me see what exactly your defense methods are. But Hedgel did not care about Karenina's threat at all. Still wearing a smile, he pressed closer. Or rather, in his eyes, Karenina's fierce expression only served to arouse some of his slightly wicked desires. After all, in Hedgel's eyes, Karenina had no combat prowess to speak of. Even if she said such things, it would probably just be lip service in words and biting in action. Though, to be honest, her bite was actually quite painful. But since he was seeking excitement and softness, wasn't this little bit of pain completely tolerable? No, perhaps treating being bitten as a form of enjoyment might not be bad either. Hedgel's thoughts seemed to be drifting toward that of a gentleman, and they were spiraling out of control. As for Karenina, seeing the increasingly bizarre smile on Hedgel's face, she cried out in alarm internally. She wondered what kind of shock this guy had received to suddenly change so much. 462. Impossible. I'm warning you. If you keep this up, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing Hedgel gradually drawing closer, Karenina screamed in panic internally. Besides, had she lost her mind or what, to choose to back into a corner to save herself at a time like this? Wasn't this just a disguised way of cutting off her own retreat and walking right into his trap? She suddenly felt like she was always being foolish in the strangest ways. It's fine. Warn me all you want, but if I stop, I lose. Hedgel completely ignored Karenina's warnings and continued doing as he pleased. Damn it! In that case, don't blame me. Karenina steeled her resolve. Since this guy had no intention of stopping, she would just have to fight him to the bitter end. Then, before Hedgel could react, she dashed forward. She bent her waist, aiming her head straight at Hedgel's stomach. Finally, she didn't forget to pounce. This time, I'll show you what a rocket headbutt is, she thought fiercely to herself. After all, getting round in the stomach with so much force would surely knock him down, and maybe even temporarily incapacitate him. And she could take that opportunity to escape immediately. Hee, a perfect plan! Not really. Just as she was busy calculating her moves, Hedgel had already anticipated her thoughts. Without a word, he turned his body slightly, opened his arms, and clamped them shut at the perfect moment. Her headbutt completely missed Hedgel, and her body was instead directly locked in his thick arms. Walking right into a trap, this was probably exactly what it meant. Big brother? Can you put me down so we can talk nicely? You doing this makes things very difficult for me. Seeing that she had brought this trouble upon herself, Karenina immediately chickened out. She had already been caught, and in such a strange posture at that. If she didn't back down now, the consequences would truly be unbearable. With such a great opportunity, how could I possibly put you down? Don't you agree? Hedgel, however, kept one arm wrapped around Karenina, while his other hand continuously pinched her soft, tender face. He seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood. Moreover, there was a faint scent of roses mixed with lavender. It truly made one want to bury their face in her neck and take a deep breath. The scent of hormones was indeed irresistible. Have you pinched woo-woo? Have you pinched enough? If you have, hurry up and put me down, okay? Karenina endured Hedgel's pinching and spoke with a hint of helplessness. Her voice sounded aggrieved and pitiful, devoid of her previous imposing aura, making her seem like a delicate, weak girl. Though, in reality, she indeed was quite weak right now. Not yet. Honestly, this feeling is truly wonderful, so fragrant and soft. It really is irresistible. At this moment, Hedgel felt that the girl in his arms was so light that he could probably toss her into the air and catch her easily. Of course, that did not rule out the possibility of being bitten hard afterward. But since Hedgel himself had come to terms with it, even viewing being bitten as a pleasure, then there really wasn't much to worry about. Perhaps it could even satisfy his peculiar and bizarre fetish. Right now, Hedgel felt like he was petting a cat. And this kitty was quite restless, squirming left and right, seemingly very resistant to Hedgel's relentless iron hands. But when Hedgel stroked her small head and her soft, smooth hair, she would suddenly become incredibly well behaved. For no other reason than if she didn't behave herself, her neck might actually get accidentally snapped. Fortunately, this guy has a bit of a conscience. He only messed with my head and face and only held my waist tightly without touching any other sensitive areas. Otherwise, I would definitely make him pay later. Karenina's face had already flushed a bit red. It was hard to tell if it was from shyness or comfort, or maybe both. Only after Hedgel had petted his cat to his heart's content did he gently release the girl from his arms. Satisfied? If you did this to any other woman, she probably would have jumped up and slapped you twice already. In the end, Karenina gave up the idea of throwing a tantrum. She figured this guy was just an old virgin, and doing this was probably his limit. That's exactly why I only did it to you, Tilda. but Hedgel had an otherwise what did you expect expression as he spoke cheerfully. Hey, hearing you say that, why do I feel like I'm just an easy target? Hearing this, Karenina immediately became displeased. She wondered if this guy had water in his brain. Why bring up such an annoying topic? She had never seen such a conversational disaster. Could it be that this guy really mistook her pity for his decades of virginity as her being submissive and compliant? No way, right? No way, no way. But then again, that actually seemed to be the current situation. After all, even if she did resist, it really wouldn't have any effect. If he really lost control one day, she might actually be executed on the spot, and the kind where she couldn't even complain. At the thought of this, Karenina shuddered all over. Even the way she looked at Hedgel became quite strange. Yes, that's exactly it. Facing Karenina's question, Hedgel smiled and nodded directly. He even wanted to reach out and pat Karenina's little head again, but Karenina noticed it in advance and slapped his hand away with her little paw. I was kind enough to let you feel what a woman feels like, but I didn't expect you to push your luck. Karenina rolled her eyes at Hedgel, a mood exceptionally sour. More than that, I'd prefer if you could spare me the negative distance talk. Do you think that's possible? Is it? Before Hedgel could finish, Karenina immediately spoke up, forcing him to swallow his words. I actually think it's not impossible. Hedgel glanced at Karenina's profile out of the corner of his eye and said softly, I just think it's impossible. At least, in my eyes, it's impossible. Got it? Karenina had absolutely no intention of giving Hedgel or anyone else, for that matter, a chance. After all, she really did not want to experience the feeling of being pinned down on a bed. 463. Frustrated. To put it bluntly, even though you really don't want to, that is life. Hearing Karenina say this, Hedgel couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What kind of sigh is that supposed to be? Karenina seemed extremely resistant to Hedgel's questioning. She tilted her head and stared straight at him, leaving it a mystery what she was actually thinking. All right, whatever you say. Anyway, sometimes seeing reality clearly is quite wonderful. Exquisite, even. For some reason, Hedgel nodded, a pleasant smile on his face as he whispered, Has this guy's brain really short-circuited today? And it looks like it's not just one wire, but many. Do I really have to hit him more to wake him up? Tusk, how troublesome. Karenina stared at Hedgel as if looking at an idiot, while muttering softly to herself. As for why Hedgel had such thoughts, after all, from her actions just now, he could tell that Karenina was starting to get used to this kind of behavior. As long as she could slowly get used to it, slowly become accustomed to his touch and closeness, and slowly accept his presence by her side, doing it step by step like this might actually work. He could be said to have ulterior motives now. He certainly had no shortage of bizarre thoughts, but Karenina herself didn't quite know what Hedgel was contemplating and plotting. She only felt that this guy had really gone stupid today, and his head seriously needed a rest or perhaps a lobotomy. Otherwise, who knew what kind of bizarre issues might arise with him? For example, pinning her down without any warning. At the thought of this, a chill suddenly rose from the lower half of Karenina's body, causing her to shudder voluntarily. Damn it, she had to think of a good way to prevent this kind of behavior. She also steels her resolve in her heart. The two walked down the corridor, each harboring their own ulterior motives, with no telling whether this was a good or bad thing. Wait, that thing, we seem to have never seen it before. Meanwhile, at the northernmost border of the country, this battle was still far from its conclusion. Or rather, the curtain had only just been raised. Who cares what it is? Just blast it. Without another word, the gunner sitting at the artillery post immediately turned the dual-purpose cannon and aimed it at the unidentified object flying toward them at high speed. This speed really seems a bit off. After all, it's too fast. A bit ridiculously fast. The soldier acting as the loader, however, harbored a hint of doubt. Section 257. Whether in terms of build, size or speed, they are much stronger than the big lizards we saw before. I feel like something is a bit strange. Although he muttered softly to himself, he didn't overthink it. He continued loading a fresh magazine into the dual-purpose anti-aircraft/field gun, thinking to himself before a hail of bullets, no matter what you are getting blown to bits. With an order given, the already piping hot gun barrel once again spewed tons of flame amid sharp screeches, and a scorching rain of bullets sliced through the sky with a sharp roar, rushing toward those strange creatures in the air. Before long, this airspace became a genuine no-fly zone. After all, through such a dense barrage of fire, it was basically impossible to pass through unscathed. However, those massive figures, numbering no fewer than 40, braved the wrath of the artillery shells and flew swaying toward the defense line of the Kaboj Empire. This couldn't help but leave their officers and soldiers present utterly dumbfounded. After all facing such a hail of bullets before, a vanguard of those fire-breathing big lizards would have died off long ago. How could they possibly continue advancing at a steady speed? But in the next instant, the piercing roars emitted by those bizarre monsters caused a wave of palpitations among the troops, leaving aside the fact that the volume was ridiculously loud. Just the ear-splitting sharpness of the screech was like fingernails violently scraping across a chalkboard, making everyone's skin crawl with discomfort. An eagle-like head, a lion-like body, and eagle wings as well. A sharp-eyed fellow among them also noticed the anomaly of these aerial behemoths and hurriedly checked them against the identification documents issued by superiors. Monsters with the head of an eagle and the body of a layer. Are those griffins? Having reached this conclusion, his body began to tremble, and the frequency of his trembling seemed to be rather high. "You're saying those things are griffins?" The loader beside him immediately asked his younger buddy with a look of surprise. "They are griffins, exactly as the battalion commander described at the assembly." His voice was slightly distorted. However, this didn't seem to be out of fear. Rather, it was out of joy. "That's fantastic. Didn't they say so before? Shooting down one griffin earns every person in the gun crew 2 gold coins. Isn't this a great deal? Say no more. Brother, load up the shells. Even if it's for yourself, you've got to take one down." The loader rubbed his palms together directly and shouted at the gunner beside him, seeming eager to get him to put his all into firing. Upon hearing this news, the surrounding soldiers also hurriedly sped up their hands. Needless to say, 2 gold coins per crew member for a single griffin? Wouldn't they shoot them to smithereens? Don't let those guys in the Imperial Guard steal our thunder. These things are huge. Even though they fly fast, those Imperial Guard cannons might take one down every 2 or 3 shots. Don't let them snatch the kill. Indeed, as long as there was the law of money, their speed became infinitely faster than before. It was as if all the muscles in their bodies were mobilized at this moment, and their movements were unusually swift. Even the earth-shattering roar of the cannons seemed to grow increasingly dense. Faced with this suddenly intensified pressure, the griffins naturally began to display panic. After all, they weren't low-level creatures crawling on the ground. They still retained basic intelligence. Suddenly encountering this rapidly multiplying and dense barrage of fire, these lion-bodied, eagle-faced monsters immediately wanted to scatter and evade. However, the result was often being struck in vital spots by the scattered hail of bullets, letting out extremely ear-splitting shrieks before plummeting toward the earth. As for some of the green-skinned lizards mounted on the backs of these griffins, preparing to attack alongside them, in the end, they were either blasted into shredded meat mid-air by the dense barrage, or splattered into meat patties during the fall. Needless to say, it was utterly miserable. And what about the soldiers defending the city, making a fortune and feeling thoroughly elated? That pretty much summed it up. 464. Not in vain. What's the situation? A whole squadron of griffins, gone just like that? Hearing this news, the governor, as the supreme leader of the Northern Army, couldn't help but lock her brows tightly. Yes! According to the battle reports from the front line, we have failed to touch the defense line of the Cabo Empire so far. However, we have already paid the price of 20 battalions of Anunnaki, 2 squadrons of fire dragons, and 1 squadron of griffins. The adjutant's expression was also somewhat unsightly. After all, he truly hadn't expected such a thing to happen. According to initial estimates, an onslaught of over 20 battalions of Anunnaki plus 2 squadrons of fire dragons should have taken down this defense line no matter what. However, even after committing the subsequent attacking griffins as well, the result remained completely unchanged. Aren't griffins supposed to be able to shatter city walls with a single strike of their claws? Then, through the breach in the wall, the Anunnaki army would surge inside and go on a slaughter rampage, wouldn't they? Why did things turn out like this? Why? The governor was truly completely baffled at this point. Because the development of events had wildly veered far beyond our expectations. This is troublesome. What kind of bizarre situation is this? Or do they really possess some genuine capabilities? The governor casually slammed the documents in her hand onto the desk and mood exploding in an instant. As things stand, that indeed seems to be the case. The combat power they have displayed is by no means comparable to the previous setups of swords, spears, halberds, and bows paired with a small number of mages. Or rather, it has undergone a complete, fundamental transformation. The adjutant lowered his head and explained to the young girl in front of him, whose aura had subtly shifted, terribly afraid that if she grew unhappy, the entire room would fall into absolute chaos. It wasn't because she would smash things around randomly. It was just when she couldn't control her power, the resulting minor storm would likely turn the inside of the room into a complete mess, and in the end, he would be the one stuck cleaning up the aftermath. Needless to say, it was miserable. Since they have the capability, charging in blind isn't a solution either. The governor was also a sensible person, knowing that continuing a head-on clash with the Caboge Empire would definitely lead to major disaster. And even if they paid massive casualties and huge losses, they might not be able to reverse the decline. It was even more likely that the enemy would launch a further attack and push against the coalition's front line. This was something that absolutely could not be allowed to continue. Otherwise, a catastrophic issue would truly arise. If you wish to bypass the defense line, we can head southwest, passing through the Highland Principality, and then invade the territory of the Caboge Empire from there. However, a go-by desert along that route is indeed somewhat troublesome. The adjutant provided an alternative choice. After all, although they had thought about what to do when preparing contingency plans before, when the time actually came to pull out the backup plan, the feeling was entirely different. The sense of loss and complex emotions in his heart was truly quite uncomfortable. Take full control of the high-ranking officials of the Highland Principality first. Otherwise, the commotion will definitely be noticed by the Caboge side. Besides, in the worst-case scenario, as soon as our army sets off, they might already know our movements. After all, these small countries caught in the cracks have mostly been thoroughly penetrated by the Caboge Empire, haven't they? The governor didn't hold much hope regarding this, because she now knew that the Emperor of Coburg was by no means an easy target. Given his cautious nature and the reach of his influence, he gripped the intelligence of the Highland Principality firmly in his hand long ago. If they really wanted to borrow passage through Highland, it was impossible for him not to know, and he would certainly have all sorts of goodies prepared waiting for them. In summary, the governor did not harbour high expectations for this. After all, no matter how one put it, it was merely the backup plan. Moreover, the primary plan didn't seem to be completely scrapped yet, did it? Tonight, the night raid must be executed properly. Although the effectiveness of the Anunnaki at night isn't very great, at least they can still be used, right? And the Griffins seem to be even more excited at night. Tilda, let's just launch a large-scale night raid tonight. Hopefully, it will yield some results. If we can completely tear apart the city walls, that would be truly magnificent. In the end, the governor decided to stake her bets on the frontline battlefield. After all, a long-prepared plan would definitely be stronger than a slightly crude backup plan whose effectiveness was far from guaranteed. Understood. May I ask about the current progress of Warrofa? The highest restoration level has only reached 60%. That seems to be the current limit. There's simply no way to proceed to the next step. The researchers are still fumbling in the dark. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that it's due to aging equipment. The pity is we don't have the capability to refurbish it here. The governor also felt quite dejected. Indeed, because the research progress had been stagnant. Whatever it was before, it hadn't increased by much now, and there were even slight signs of the equipment becoming overburdened. As for this millennium-old equipment with their capabilities, it was completely impossible to produce new units. If one broke, it was truly gone, with no spares available at all. In that case, it seems best for the military to temporarily put aside their thoughts on this. The probability of success is simply too low. Hearing this, the adjutant merely nodded as if this were entirely within expectations. If tonight's night raid yields poor results, then the entire army will switch to a defensive posture. Let's see if they are willing to attack us. If they come, we'll make sure those fellows who lack defensive capability outside their fortress never make it back alive. The governor said through gritted teeth, her words tinged with considerable wrath. Unless they can conjure up a mobile fortress that moves with the army, otherwise they can only be wantonly harvested by the Anunnaki, right? Let us hope so. We can only hope they act according to our expectations. The governor said, feeling somewhat powerless. Rest assured, your goal will surely be achieved. None of our efforts up to this day have been in vain. For some reason, the adjutant suddenly blurted out such a statement. Yes, hopefully so. I absolutely do not want to see the results of working so hard for so long go to waste like this. The governor stood up from her chair, walked over to the burning stove, looked at the blazing firewood and the scorching flames, and replied in a low voice. Inside the governor's mansion today, it seemed colder than winter. Even though winter was approaching, where did this chill ultimately come from? 465. Puppeteer. Ooh, the new puppet is finally finished. Although I've only stayed here for a few months, I've basically figured out all the facilities inside. Deep underground beneath a vast grassland in the Highland Principality, Alice, who served as a puppeteer and had suddenly vanished a while ago, had now turned this millennium-old research facility into her home and back garden. At this moment, looking at the newly crafted puppet on the platform, her sense of accomplishment was bursting at the seams. After all, this was modelled after her current favourite puppet. As for why it was called her favourite, the reason was naturally, Master. If you continue to let out that bizarre laugh no different from an idiot, I still suggest you shove your head into a bucket of engine oil immediately to clear your mind. Indeed, the gilt-type puppet that Alice had previously unboxed from the large iron cabinet was currently using gentle and elegant language to stop Alice's weird laughter. If you keep talking to me in that tone, I wouldn't mind cutting off your mana supply, letting you watch with full consciousness as I ravage your body. You get it? Since this unruly puppet maid uttered such out-of-line words, Alice, as her master, actually had to threaten back. She might even administer a round of loving education on her. However, when it gets to that part, usually the first one to feel shy won't be me, but you, master. Yet this ill-mannered maid had no intention of giving Alice a way out at all. Instead, without hesitation, she spoke emotionlessly in a used-to-it tone. Damn it! Can't you cooperate with me even a little bit? Seeing that her maid didn't hold the slightest respect for her so-called master, Alice let out a cute wail. Although, considering her actual age, this matter might carry a strangely old womanish flavour. But judging from the present, it seemed possible. No! A master whose head has developed a problem must be corrected. Otherwise, who knows what irreversible mess you'll create later. Section 258. The black-haired doll maid narrowed her eyes slightly and stared straight at Alice, her words filled with unshakable resolve. Fine, whatever you say. Since it's already this time, you must be here to call me for dinner, right? Alice ultimately gave up arguing with the doll, as it was truly a waste of time. She might as well look forward to what good food there would be tonight. Tilda, prairie marmot, plus horse meat and vegetables randomly gathered from nearby army tents. As for the horse meat, it was freshly slaughtered, so the quality should be quite good. The doll spoke in a plain, flat tone. Additionally, tests have been conducted. There are no remaining plague bacteria on the marmot, so it is safe to consume. Finally, she didn't forget to add that extra detail. You certainly are thorough. But if I really caught the Black Death, do you have a good enough cure? Alice washed her small hands, which were covered in a thick layer of white dust, and asked the doll maid beside her casually. Based on the current situation, I can tell you with complete responsibility and absolute honesty. She paused briefly before speaking slowly. No. She then uttered these words that almost made Alice plunge her head right into the wash basin. So if you hadn't tested it, and there was still those bacteria left inside, wouldn't I be dead for sure? Show a little responsibility, will you? Besides, if I die, won't you end up scrapped as well? Alice herself felt utterly speechless about this. She wondered why this girl insisted on using marmots as food. Haven't enough people died from the Black Death already? I will not be scrapped, because my designed operational lifespan is around 500 years. When entering hibernation mode, I will automatically return to the hibernation pod using backup mana, and the hibernation duration can approach the end of the world. However, the black-haired maid was abnormally blunt, having no intention of saving any face for Alice. While to her this might just be a perfectly normal statement, to Alice's ears it felt a little heart-wrenching. Fine, since you said the marmot meat is safe to eat, I won't say anything more. I'll just eat it. Alice shrugged, a strong sense of powerlessness suddenly welling up inside her. She didn't even know where the sense of powerlessness came from. Rather than that, Master, I would like to ask you why do you keep trying to make dolls modeled after my appearance? If you wish to replicate me in all aspects, I suggest you give up on the idea right now, for no other reason than that it is a complete waste of effort. Even though Alice stood there motionless without saying a word, the doll maid still poured cold water on her. For no other reason than that, in her eyes, such behavior was completely useless. I know, you're going to say again that the materials aren't good enough, that the engraving of the magic circuits is too simple, and then you'll add, thinking of replicating it when you can't even manage three-dimensional engraving is pure daydreaming. Alice had heard her say these things for months until her ears grew calluses. Yet her behavior hadn't changed in the slightest, which truly made the doll maid wonder if her master's head was broken. Since you already know, yet still insist on continuing this futile effort, I constantly question whether something is genuinely wrong with your head. It needs to be replaced immediately to prevent further issues from arising. However, the maid's words grew increasingly terrifying. Hold on. I'm not like you, I can't just replace my head. If I replace mine, I'm dead. Yet Alice seemed accustomed to the things this girl said. Instead of feeling fear, she actually poked her forehead. Her mood inexplicably seemed to get a bit better. What a strange creature. All right, you had better hurry and eat. Otherwise, don't blame me if I rub the marmot's fur on the meat before stuffing it into your mouth. This girl was completely threatening her so-called master. Yet Alice completely ignored this dangerous statement, humming a tune as she left the workshop. The doll maid, however, looked around the workshop at the large number of unfinished, crude dolls placed about, and shook her head for some unknown reason. A new work by Night Talk, though maybe it doesn't quite count Cohen's in this era of spiritual recovery. I just want to slack off, gender bender plus cat girl. Check it out if you're interested. 466. Doubt. These horses are probably war horses from their army, right? The meat texture seems much better than what we ate before. Alice obediently began enjoying the meal prepared by the maid at the dining table, her mood naturally quite pleasant. After all, in the past, even when controlling dolls to cook meals, she had to dedicate a portion of her own mental energy. Because in essence, they were just dolls. At most, she could multitask to control a dozen or so dolls at once to do things for her. In the end, it was still consuming her own energy. And now, this so-called doll was actually not much different from an ordinary human. She possessed self-awareness and her own thoughts, able to complete tasks independently as long as she was supplied with mana. In Alice's eyes, such a doll could be called perfect. That was why she kept trying to replicate this doll girl who called herself Zero. However, the results often ended in failure. The large pile of half-finished or ruined dolls in the workshop represented just a small portion of her research results over the past few months. And sometimes Alice even planned to pry open Zero's head directly to see what was inside. However, such actions were always immediately rejected by Zero, who would also use words to deter her. For example, you expect to put me back together after dismantling me. With skills and methods very different from a primitive human's. What kind of dream were you living in? I suggest you explode on the spot immediately. It seemed her verbal abuse toward Alice had never stopped. Yet Alice didn't mind it either. At any rate, as long as she could complete all the tasks assigned to her, it was fine. Besides, the tasks were quite simple, daily chores like doing laundry, cooking, and cleaning, as well as minor tasks like killing, looting, and robbing armies. If you are unsatisfied with the current meat dishes, there is nothing I can do here. Or tomorrow I can try to procure the reserve rations from the surrounding armies. I imagine there should be foods like dried beef inside. Since her bizarre master, whose head might have issues, didn't say anything weird or do anything strange, Zero, as a maid, had no need to keep spewing harsh words at her. After all, as a maid, most of the time she hurled insults at her terrible master were when Alice actually did something completely nonsensical. Let's leave it at that then. Also try not to bring back things like marmots in the future. According to what you said, game like that probably carries a lot of germs, right? It's better not to eat them. Alice nodded with mixed emotions, staring at the empty plate beside her, her heart filled with complex feelings. To be honest, the taste was decent. She didn't know whether it was because Zero's cooking skills were good or if marmot meat was actually quite tasty. However, whenever she heard about bacteria, viruses, or these invisible, intangible enemies in the food, she would shudder all over, feeling as if she had consumed something impure. Although knowledge of bacteria and viruses was also learned from Zero, and she had never seen them with her own eyes. Yet her fear of various diseases still made her swallow hard, wondering what sin she had committed to end up eating such things. If you could cease these strange research projects of yours, I would be willing to provide you with normal, nutritious meals. But if you remain obstinate and insist on continuing research with zero future prospect, you cannot blame me for preparing these things as your food. She couldn't tell if this counted as a threat or persuasion. Alice was left completely stunned listening to her. After all, she had only recently come into contact with some bizarre knowledge. If she were to synthesize all the knowledge she had heard from Zero, Alice herself would probably find it hard to believe. For instance, that she herself was made up of atoms. This fact alone completely transcended her understanding. Therefore, she regarded everything Zero said with immense caution. But if you don't let me research dolls, you might as well kill me. Dolls are my everything, my very foundation. Besides, if I hadn't been a puppet master who is obsessed with dolls to the point of madness, even if you were discovered, wouldn't you have been used as a toy before being activated? And Alice was absolutely unwilling to back down on this matter, because her current ultimate pursuit was to create a doll even more perfect than Zero. It is precisely because you reactivated me that I acknowledge you as my master. However, if you truly intend to continue, the things you will encounter and the various methods used to manufacture dolls will, in all probability, shatter your worldview completely. Zero spoke in the tone of someone who had been through it all to Alice, who was still sulking. It was unclear whether this girl was trying to persuade her or threatening her. From the way you speak, it sounds like you know a lot. Alice couldn't help but frown, a slight trace of apprehension creeping into her heart. However, she had no intention of changing her goal over such a baffling remark. Is that so? Then let us leave it at that for now. Zero didn't intend to offer an explanation for what she had just said either. She simply replied softly in her usual cold tone. She thus spoke in riddles with Alice. This made a chill run down Alice's spine, wondering what on earth this girl was trying to say. Furthermore, it likely won't be peaceful around here for a while. You should also make plans to relocate from here immediately. Not only that, Zero suddenly added another sentence. Why? The nearby armies seem to be mobilizing. And it's not because I snuck in to look for food, but because they received commands from higher-ups saying they need to prepare for war or something. At any rate, I don't really understand these matters. Zero answered honestly. Why conceal things that weren't necessary to hide? That's not right. Hasn't the Highland Principality always been a neutral state? Why would they suddenly mobilize large numbers of troops? Something's wrong. Alice felt she had discovered a major problem. The reason she originally planned to continue her research here was because it was quiet and peaceful. 467. Hidden evil, and now such an unstable factor had suddenly appeared. This truly made her feel that something was amiss. I am not clear on the specifics either. The only thing certain is that recently the Northern Alliance has resumed its offensive against the Caboge Empire. Furthermore, from the method, it looks no different from before. However, the Caboge Empire's current defense measures are somewhat interesting, because it feels like the weapons they are using do not fit this primitive era. Zero's answer couldn't help but spark curiosity in Alice's heart. Does not fit this current era? Where specifically does it not fit? Without waiting for Zero to finish, she raised her question. In many aspects, whether it is those black tubes that can fire iron bullets at will, or those contraptions that can launch massive explosive shells, they are completely mismatched with the current level of civilization. It feels like they are receiving support from somewhere outside. Zero gently stroked her chin, pondering the intelligence she had overheard from those soldiers. What on earth are those things? Hearing these vague words, Alice's mind was once again completely consumed by confusion. Heaven knows! Although it seems the Empire's armory had similar weapons in the past, I don't know much about them either, as those were obsolete items. Moreover, if I must say, judging from the soldiers' descriptions, the appearance of these weapons is completely different from the similar weapons I know. Zero spoke without hesitation. She had previously pondered what those weapons might be, but truth be told, she had no clue either. Therefore, she could only categorize it as an external intervention. This seems quite interesting. I wonder if it will affect us here. If push comes to shove, just procure more food tomorrow and seal this entrance. We can stay here for a month or two before going out to take a look. Alice didn't bother to care about these matters either. What she cared about most was whether her peaceful life would be disrupted and whether her doll research would be forced to a halt because of this. After all, in her eyes, researching dolls was her drive to keep living. If you want to do that, I still must say it's impossible. Zero poured a bucket of cold water on Alice right away. No way! This place should be able to be completely sealed off. Didn't that strange memory of yours show that this place could be fully sealed? Section 259. That might have been possible before it was destroyed, but this place has long since been riddled with holes. There are breaches everywhere. Even if we seal off the passage currently in use, I have no idea where else there might be holes allowing entry into this underground facility. Zero's words were very blunt, with absolutely no intention of giving Alice a break. After all, when she previously ran a self-diagnostic on the barely functional operating system, she found that the facility was already in ruins. Even for the central control system, the areas that could connect to the internal network were only a few tiny sections. As for the current state of their other air vents and the pitch-black areas in the facility's basement, or how many gaps and damages could be seen from the surface, she really had no idea at all. Although they could barely rely on the repaired geothermal pipes to supply enough energy for the entire facility to run on low power, if they wanted to restart the other sections, it wasn't something Alice and her alone could accomplish. So sealing it is no different from not sealing it. I suppose that's true. After all, when I first came in, it was through that backup elevator shaft. And according to you, the entire facility wings underground for several kilometers. There must be plenty of other breaches waiting to be discovered, right? Ultimately, Alice understood this. Moreover, it was the first time she realized that the cozy little mess she had stayed in for so long was actually a dilapidated shack that let in both wind and rain, even though it looked incredibly high-tech on the inside. Even though I'd love to lock down the entire area, with our current capabilities, it's simply impossible. Besides, we don't know the current state of the basement. Therefore, not only can we not lock down the facility, but we must also be ready to run at any moment. Otherwise, the outcome will certainly be disastrous. Instead of offering Alice any comfort, Zero kicked her straight into the pit. This was probably what a true good maid was like, right? Then can you at least tell me what exactly is stored down there? Is the danger really as great as you say? Hearing this again, Alice couldn't help but frown and press for answers. This matter was indeed very important. She had heard Zero mention it several times before, but whenever the topic came up, Zero would immediately clam up and refuse to say another word. This matters better if you don't know for now, because if you were to see that sight, it would likely shatter your worldview and cause you to look upon that 1,000-year-old civilization with even deeper contempt. What's more, if those things really leak and get out, the consequences will be utterly catastrophic. Are those things you're talking about living creatures, or just toxic substances? All the biological weapons you keep nagging me about? I'm just purely curious and looking for an answer. Seeing that sweet talking wasn't working, Alice had no choice but to start wheedling and pestering. She grabbed Zero's arm, pulled her close, and rubbed her face against Zero's. This information is classified. All you need to know is that those things must not be touched. Zero showed absolutely no signs of being moved by Alice's affectionate behavior. Instead, a look of helplessness grew in her eyes. Fortunately, that place had been desperately sealed off by the surviving researchers 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, things really would have spun out of control. She recalled when she had previously gone to the basement door to check its sealed state, the still relatively intact sealed door, and the smooth metal that not even time could leave a mark on. Her racing heart finally settled down a bit. I hope no fool opens that door in the future, because once it is opened, it will be hell, she thought to herself. After all, this bizarre military facility, which was disguised on the surface as a puppet research institute, was definitely not just for creating excellent military puppets. What lay hidden in the basement was a time bomb left behind for all living creatures on this continent by the Yahala Empire, even after its complete destruction. 468. Watching a movie, a night attack, no matter how you looked at it, seemed like something that could be fully guarded against, because anyone with even half a brain would understand that the night was a prime time for a surprise assault. After all, the night vision of these artificial beasts was undoubtedly much better than that of humans. Moreover, they might just slowly creep toward the Keboji Empire's defensive line under the cover of night, reach the city walls, and launch a direct attack on the gates. Although this idea was simple, it was indeed quite brilliant. After all, as long as they couldn't see the artificial beasts, they wouldn't be able to cast spells and launch magical attacks against the Chimera army, right? And the first step of creeping forward was highly successful. Nobody noticed their tracks at all. This was actually partly due to the fact that a small portion of the lizard men had been released from their berserk state. Of course, the main reason was that the daytime bombardment had destroyed the various tripwire alarms set up in the buffer zone, rendering them completely useless now. So now, all they had to do was claw their way up this rough city wall with all their might. Everything here seemed to be dead quiet. No other sounds could be heard. Aside from the soft crackling of the campfire beside the guards, there didn't seem to be any issues. And the gentle breeze that occasionally swept across the plains seemed to give off an even stronger sense of peace, safety, and tranquility. But the sudden sound of claws scraping against the wall suddenly felt a bit grating. As expected, even at night, these guys wouldn't just stay put. They actually planned a night raid. It's as if they think we're a bunch of complete idiots who would just sit here waiting for them without making any preparations. The soldiers stationed at the very top of the wall could only let out a faint sigh. They wondered if these creatures were truly brainless or if they were playing down to deceive them. Whatever, we'll kill as many as come. The result is going to be the same anyway. He yawned, feeling incredibly annoyed by the grating, noisy sounds of climbing. He then pressed the switch for the defensive measure they had prepared long ago. In the next instant, with a loud asterisk whoosh asterisk, flames erupted violently from the ground in front of the wall. The high-temperature flames produced by burning matter instantly roasted the lizardmen standing directly above the traps into charcoal. They didn't even have time to make a sound, not a single shriek escaping from their mouths. The flames rose to about half the height of the wall before stopping, radiating intense heat that sent waves of hot air washing over them. Furthermore, the night sky was illuminated a bright red by the dazzling firelight. On this moonless night, they could barely make out their surroundings within 1,000 meters with the naked eye. That's what foresight gets you. Let's wrap this up quickly. The magic crystals buried below probably would last long. Without another word, the soldiers standing on the wall raised their rifles and delivered hotly to the green-skinned lizards still trying to scale the wall. 1 bullet per creature, no sharing. We definitely won't be getting any sleep tonight. Look at that. What on earth are those things in the sky? Are they really planning a night battle? In the illuminated night sky, massive, winged figures had appeared at some point, advancing at high speed. Soon after, they heard the mechanical whirring of the anti-aircraft turrets starting to turn. This was probably going to be another hunting festival, wasn't it? Listening to the booming and whistling of the artillery shells, he didn't feel the slightest bit of unease. He only felt that they might be busy for quite a while tonight. They probably won't succeed tonight, so they'll likely quiet down a bit tomorrow. But as far as I doubt we'll get any peace. Looking at the giant aerial beasts being shot down one after another outside a temporary command post, waves of emotion stirred in his heart. I just didn't expect they would actually order us to take the initiative and attack tomorrow. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. I just hope the outcome won't be too bad. Ultimately, he just silently stroked his beard. It was unclear what he was thinking or what he wanted to say. Ara. So the sigh that inherited ancient technology is actually this fragile. To think that a mere hybrid of modern military industry and medieval society could beat them to a pulp. This is truly ironic, and it really makes you feel like those guys' tech tree were completely down the wrong path. Inside a small house within the Keboj Empire, there was still that same silver-haired big Loey, that same massive display screen, and those same snacks piled all over the coffee table. While stuffing snacks into her mouth until her cheeks puffed out, the big Loey evaluated today's battle in a muffled voice. This is so boring. They hold so much advanced technology in their hands, so why are they so incredibly fragile? Shows some of the pride of an ancient civilization, Cora. Not only that, she even made a strange sound of extreme dissatisfaction. The image on the display screen showed a battle taking place in the northern borders of the Keboj Empire. Tusk, can't they show at least a bit of competence? No, wait. It seems the ability score of these monsters is only at this level. Even if they push harder to make an unstoppable monster, it seems they're still helpless. Honestly, the capability of these northerners is currently garbage. They're bound to be finished sooner or later. Damn it, why can't the theatrical performance be a bit more interesting? The big Lois seemed exceptionally dissatisfied with the current situation. She was even tempted to go stir up some underhanded, bizarre trouble. Well, I don't know if this is pure luck or if I left a tiny loophole somewhere. It actually caused a remnant soul from next door to drift over here and fucking merge with someone blood related to me. And of all things, they just had to have this kind of talent. Doesn't this obviously lower the game's difficulty by bringing me the laborer? Tusk, what bad luck! At this moment, the big Loli seemed to be taking her anger out on a certain golden-haired squirrel, and that golden-haired squirrel was completely oblivious to it. What you're saying sounds a bit off, doesn't it? No matter what, they are still your descendant, right? Still I am slightly surprised by that level of atavism, but a man's voice suddenly chimed in from the living room. 466. Bizarre content. What is there to be surprised about? It's not like it hasn't happened before, though the probability is indeed quite low. Although the silver-haired big Lola's words were still filled with displeasure, strictly speaking, she wasn't actually that angry. Otherwise, she might have actually cooked up some more bizarre, underhanded troubles for her so-called laborer. Besides, isn't our goal just to have him clean up the remnants left behind by that previous civilization? If nothing else, at least their current situation is more or less developing in the direction we want. The man's voice was laced with a hint of helplessness. He wondered why she insisted on not doing it herself, choosing instead to abduct someone from next door, go in a massive circle, and finally have that abducted fellow clean up the mess on this continent. No matter how you looked at it, it felt like a completely redundant effort now. It was way past just a single redundant effort. Damn it, I'm so bored. I really want to stir up some trouble. At this point, the big Loli finally voiced her true feelings. You used to say you wanted to take it easy and be the mastermind behind the scenes, but in the end, you're so bored you're growing mushrooms. True, the shop we're running here is doing quite well, but given the purchasing power of the current settlement, making you busy enough to not gather mold seems truly impossible. The man scratched his chin, feeling that things had completely deviated from the big Lola's expectations and were drifting in an even more bizarre direction. Or rather, this girl had made absolutely no preparations before taking action. No, if she actually planned, and executed things step by step before stirring up trouble, then the sun would have truly risen from the west. After all, this big Loli was never one to make plans. She basically just acted on a whim, doing whatever popped into her head on the spur of the moment. As for the consequences, or any other uncontrollable accidents, as long as the people involved in the trouble died, and all the witnesses were humanely eliminated, then surely nothing counted as an accident, right? It was hard to say whether this way of thinking and acting was simple-minded or terrifying. Exactly. I'm so bored I'm about to grow molds, but if I want to stir up trouble, I can't control the intensity. I'm terrified I'll finish everything all at once, and end up working as a laborer for the laborer I brought in. Although the big Loli agreed with the man's words, it felt like her focus was always on the strangest things. So you were actually worried about that? Can't you have a more normal focus? Hearing her say this, the man could only let out a bitter smile. What's abnormal about my focus? I hired someone to work for me, not for me to work for him. So of course I can't personally step in and do things for him. Otherwise, where would my dignity go? The big Loli had her own considerations as well. Yes, it was just such a simple thought. Fine, it's up to you in the end anyway, just as long as you don't make a complete mess of this place. TCH, rest assured on that front. It won't be like how you used to make a complete mess of my whole body from time to time. What the big Loli said at this moment, however, carried a strange hint of complaint and some unspeakable connotation. You can even drive on a broken road like this? I beg of you, watch few of those weird videotapes. The sense of powerlessness in a man's voice became even more pronounced at this moment. Until only someone wearing yellow glasses sees everything as yellow. So, I now have a pretty good idea of what exactly is filling your head, Tilda. Actually, I've always had a very good idea. The silver-haired big loli didn't seem to have any intention of listening to the man. Instead, she planned to take the opportunity to mock him. Who knew what the consequences of doing so would be? Should I say you're entrapment policing me right now? Whatever, Tilda, you bit the hook in the end anyway, didn't you? At this moment, the big loli seemed to completely lack any self-awareness. After all, a temporary advantage might just make her lose her head, and she would also overlook where the true crisis actually lay. Section 260. Since you put it that way, shouldn't I really mess you up completely? But the male voice grew increasingly dangerous. Of course, this danger was directed, and the one at the center of the storm seemed to be none other than the big loli. Wait a second. I think it's better to talk about this later. No matter what, at least do it after taking a bath, right? Now this isn't appropriate. The big loli also seemed to realize she had taken the joke too far. As luck would have it, she said something rather ominous, which would definitely bring about some rather unpleasant consequences. Isn't unwashed even better? But the man completely ignored the big loli's resistance. With a quick flash, he arrived by her side and lifted her high into the air. Hey, be a little normal, will you? Being held up like this feels totally wrong. The big loli protested softly to him. However, 2 blushes of crimson suddenly appearing on her sickly white skin left much to the imagination. I don't see any problem with it. Besides, isn't a size like this much better for holding? Whatever, do as you please. Early morning always arrived amidst the rising sun and the chirping of birds. Today should be the day of the counteroffensive, I hope. Hopefully nothing unexpected happens. Miss Karenina rarely found herself slumping on her soft bed, contemplating life. After all, she was usually a daze at this time of day. How could she possibly be engaging in such lucid thoughts? Although I was told to rest for a few days and play however I want, something feels off in my head. She covered her eyes, thinking that even though she could sleep in today, for some reason, she just couldn't fall back asleep. Such a thing, thinking about it suddenly really made one feel quite uncomfortable. Forget it, I might as well get up early. Although in theory, I should lay back down and keep sleeping to get the most out of it. From the looks of it, I would be able to sleep. Staring with dead fish eyes, she slowly pushed herself up, wondering what on earth was wrong with her today. Her mind was completely filled with piles of inexplicable information. Even if she wanted to sort through this information, she had no idea where to start, and most of the content in this information was rather eerie. 500. An old lady? Thick darkness originating from the northeast, spreading across the entire realm. Wherever it goes, there are wails and screams. Recalling the eerie sound she heard in her dream, she wondered what was happening, or rather what was this dream foretelling. And the northeast direction, if I remember correctly, it should be the Highland Principality, right? It's a small country in terms of population size, but its land area is equivalent to a medium-sized country. Mainly because there's a vast desert within the country. Karenina recalled what she had previously learned about the Highland Principality. It felt like there wasn't anything wrong with this country. Furthermore, judging by its military strength, it was quite weak, looking completely unthreatening. Mainly, what on earth were those thick dark liquids that appeared in the dream? I have no clue at all. Karenina also felt that the dream she had was truly too fantastical. That means it's something that might happen. It's better to pay a little more attention, Tilda. But that eerie voice in her head suddenly sounded once again. What? Are you saying what just appeared in the dream will really happen in the future? Karenina had long gotten used to this voice popping up unexpectedly. Therefore, she wasn't particularly surprised and instead started asking questions directly. Genuine and true, Tilda. This is also that orb you encountered last time that Canahan. I won't say more about that. Anyway, this is the heist directive from the ancestor. Do you understand? And this fellow always left things half said, never giving a clear answer. What was the point of doing all this? Although I don't understand what you mean by ancestor, I feel that what you're talking about is extremely dangerous and horrifying. Karenina couldn't help but think of the reddish-black sky and the constantly spreading black, viscous liquid. Those liquids seem to possess their own consciousness and life, constantly replicating and proliferating until they completely covered and occupied the entire land and sea. And all creatures other than themselves would become their nutrients, completely merging with them. It seemed their existence was solely for reproducing, replicating, and invading. That was the purpose of their existence. How much do you know about this? As Karenina recalled the eerie scenes in the dream, she couldn't help swallowing hard, wondering what on earth this voice knew. I know about as much as you do, but a bit more detailed. That is, there is something in the grasslands of the Highland Principality. But as for what it specifically is, I don't know either. She was surprisingly straightforward for once, helping Karenina narrow down the scope of the target. I feel like I know way less than you. Is it just my imagination? No, right. That's right. After all, I'm a professional interceptor. Be grateful, otherwise, all game difficulty could be lowered by a huge margin. The voice suddenly adopted, and I'm laying all my cards on the table. Stands and shouted at Karenina. I'll give you 1 minute to consider whether or not you're going to tell me everything you know. Karenina's lip twitched, wondering if this fellow really had a screw loose, before speaking to her in a threatening tone. And then, Tilda, what will it be? Will I tell you? Or rather, should I tell you? I really don't know, Tilda. But she didn't care at all about Karenina's so-called threat and instead began her usual mockery, making Karenina grit her teeth in frustration. Can't you just be honest for once and tell me everything you know? Is that really so hard? Lowering the game difficulty would be good for both of us, wouldn't it? Karenina was increasingly finding it impossible to comprehend what was inside this fellow's head, but that doesn't align with the ancestors' wishes. After all, personally speaking, she really likes stirring up trouble, and once she starts causing chaos, she can't stop. But right now, she feels so bored she's practically growing mushrooms, so she wants to use me to help cook up some wicked antics for you. Got it? The voice in her mind now carried a bit of awkwardness and embarrassment. If you really feel embarrassed, that would be wonderful. So who exactly does this ancestor refer to? To be honest, I really don't have the slightest clue. Karenina truly had no realistic sense of the ancestor mentioned by that so-called other self. Could it be someone from my grandmother's generation? And she can remotely control me through mind control? In Karenina's mind, a picture already formed of an old lady who had lost all her teeth, with white hair, wrinkled skin, covered in age spots, knitting a sweater while sitting on a rocking chair, happy watching all the interesting things happening in the world and letting out cackling laughs. Let me tell you, having such thoughts is actually considered utter disrespect. What's disrespectful about that? If she's from the grandmother's generation, shouldn't she look like that? It couldn't possibly be a soft, sweet, devilish lowly, could it? Karenina couldn't help but roll her eyes at the empty air, thinking how could a plotline that only appears in fairy tales, weird doujinshi, or text adventure erotic games ever happen in reality? Stop daydreaming. Rather than thinking about useless stuff, go back to sleep. Unfortunately, this happens to be reality. Not only that, but if I'm not mistaken, she's a silver-haired, red-eyed big lowly. But the voice inside her head quietly confirms Karenina's unrealistic idea, and that confirmed tone made her choke uncontrollably, followed by a faint coughing sound echoing in the room. Wait, you're teasing me, aren't you? You definitely are. How could such a thing possibly exist? After catching her breath, Karenina finally raised her question in an incredulous tone. What's even harder for you to believe is that she's not from the grandmother's generation. She's not from the great-grandmother's generation, is she? No, I don't know the exact generation either, but anyway she has existed in this world for at least 5,000 or 6,000 years. 502. Subtle! But when the fire dragons, carrying high hopes, flew over the front line and attempted to strike at those running iron beasts rampaging across the land, a sequence of glaring tongues of fire began spraying from the tops of those iron beasts, and the extended gun barrels also began issuing deafening roars. Those giant beasts flying in the air were often severely wounded before they could even draw near to these iron beasts, left with no choice but to slowly crash to the ground amidst the roaring of engines, carrying reluctant and fearful roars. Of course, the sound of their massive bodies slamming into the ground in the end could far drown out the roar of the engines. But no matter how one looked at it, this wasn't good news for the Northern Army's current situation, was it? Furthermore, even though two fire dragons, whether out of tenacity or luck, managed to dodge their hail of bullets and use their remaining strength to breathe fire onto the iron lumps that were relentlessly harvesting the green-skinned lizards on the ground, they were at most slowed down slightly by the intense pressure of the flames. Yet the entire steel armor remained completely unscathed, and they even launched an immediate counterattack, shooting down all the big red lizards in the sky with a barrage of bullets. Even if you're shot down, at least use your body to crush and disable one tank for me. Why must you fall into our own positions even when crashing? Isn't this blatantly screwing me over? The frontline commander of the Northern Army almost spat blood and fury. Behind those 5 iron lumps rampaging before the front line were large crowds of soldiers holding back tubes who had already launched an assault. The heaven-shaking roars and bugle calls made the commander deeply uneasy. Damn it! The situation is completely reversed now. We were supposed to strike first, and then, gritting his teeth, he slammed his hand hard against the table. My lord, we should retreat first. With their momentum, we really can't hold them off. But out of safety concerns, the adjutant softly advised him in his ear. But if we retreat now, it means failing the commander's orders and failing the Lord Governor's expectations for us. Our reserve forces are still so ample. Why should we? Just as he wanted to continue rebuking his subordinate, a deafening explosion instantly made him swallow his words. Or rather, before he could even stop talking, he was completely knocked off his feet by the shockwave. The artillery fire was currently shifting toward their position. The sky was filled with sharp, ear-piercing screeches of shells cutting through the air, flooding the ears of everyone present. Have they already advanced all the way here? The commander only managed to catch his breath after half a minute of being knocked down. At the same time, he let out a furious roar. In the end, this could only be considered impotent rage. It's no longer safe here either, my lord. We should. The adjutant wasn't as lucky as the commander. The top of his head was covered in blood, likely bumped against the table corner. Moreover, several of his teeth had been knocked out, making his speech lisp and leak air. This makeshift camp had also completely merged with nature. To put it plainly, the walls and roof had been blown away. Retreat! If we don't retreat now, I'm afraid we won't have another chance. Feeling a tremor of the ground and smelling the burnt stench lingering in the air, his fear reached its peak, because he had witnessed with his own eyes how the Anunnaki died. In the face of such firepower, they stood absolutely no chance of winning. But just as he staggered up from the ground and hadn't even taken 2 steps, he felt like he stepped on something soft. Before he even had time to look down, the bloody smell had already told him what was beneath his feet. Which unlucky bastard was this? All I can say is luckily it wasn't me. Staggering, he kicked away an elbow showing yellow fat and red flesh, then braved the artillery fire with his adjutant to fall back. Damn it! How on earth did they accomplish such massive magical explosions? And they can even launch them from super long distances. Have they mastered ancient technology as well? Section 261. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain wrecking his body and braved the relentless air blasts and shockwaves washing over him from all directions, cursing inwardly. He couldn't possibly emerge unscathed from a situation like this. After all, he had been blown off his feet by the air blast. Breaking 2 ribs of the toll for survival was truly unavoidable. The situation here must be reported to His Excellency a Commander so that Lord Governor realizes the gravity of the problem too. Otherwise we're truly finished. Gritting his teeth, he felt an increasing sense of melancholy in his heart. His own adjutant had long since vanished in that explosion. Meanwhile, the severed limbs and shattered remains of nearby officers and soldiers tormented his heart. What kind of weapon is this? Compared to the Coburg army from a year ago, they are completely worlds apart. He let out a deeply helpless lament in his heart, but that wouldn't change reality in the slightest. There's something in the Highland Principality? How on earth do you know that? Meanwhile, in the capital of the Kaboj Empire, things remained as peaceful as ever, completely free from the noise and turmoil of the front lines. Listening to what Karenin suddenly brought up, Hedgel felt it was somewhat bizarre. After all, he had long since infiltrated the Highland Principality through various means. Most matters within its borders were already known to him. And yet, that's the news I received. If you insist on knowing the source, what if I told you that fellow provided it? Would you believe me? Karenina didn't feel like wasting her breath arguing with Hedgel either. Instead, she confronted him directly and shoved everything she knew right into Hedgel's brain. It has some credibility, but where is the specific location? The Highland Principality is vast and sparsely populated. If we really have to conduct a nationwide search, I honestly can't afford the manpower and resources right now. Hedgel laid his cards on the table honestly. Because most of his resources were currently tied up in the Northern War, he simply couldn't spare much to explore the Highland Principality. I only heard her say it's a grassland. There are dangerous things inside, but also great opportunities. Whether to make use of it depends entirely on what you and I decide. Karenina didn't have any other thoughts right now. She just felt like there really was a faint aura of danger over there. But as for the specifics, she truly had no clue. She could only say she was in a very delicate state. 503. Experimental base. Grassland and the search area can be narrowed down considerably. After all, there is only one grassland within the Highland Principality. Moreover, very few people live on this grassland. People who tried to settle here in the past mostly died of the Black Death. That's why it is considered an Aloman grassland. Hearing this, Hedgel felt a bit more confident. As its de facto satellite state, he had done his homework thoroughly. Grassland plus the Black Death, there are probably plenty of rodents. And why don't other pastures have such severe plague while this one does? Could it be because there are research facilities underneath? Hearing this, Karenina grew increasingly excited. She felt that this possibility was indeed quite high. In that case, let's notify Hayeki first. Ask her what's going on. Rashly barging in to explore might lead to real trouble. Meanwhile, Hedgel harbored lingering doubts and worries. If that place really was a biological warfare research lab, then what should they do? There were no hazard suits here, nor any measures to deal with biochemical leaks. If they really discovered something like that, wouldn't it be tantamount to finding the gates of hell? Hedger really couldn't understand what was going on in Karenina's head right now. Surely nobody actually wants to use their flesh and blood body to fight pathogenic bacteria, right? No way, right? However, after finding Hayeki, the intelligence they obtained became even more enigmatic. According to the records in my data center, there are no research facilities in this area at all. Looking at the map, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Furthermore, if there were a research facility here with leaking contents, this entire area would definitely be barren. It would be impossible for such a massive grassland to exist. She spoke solemnly, her tone full of certainty. However, according to a certain special entity, a facility does exist here. Do you think it could be an unrecorded, top-secret research institute? But Karenina had no intention of giving up. Or rather, she still believed that certain person's words. I can't rule out the possibility. But as for your claim about leaked contents, I remain skeptical. If stuff from even a random research facility leaked out, no living creature could survive in the surrounding area. Hayeki's words sent a shudder through everyone present. They wondered what on earth these guys were researching and exploring in the past. A random minor leak could leave the surroundings barren and wipe out all living things. Talk about total weed killer. In your opinion, if a research institute of this security level exists, what would be the most likely subject of their experiments? Karenina also felt that this matter might be extraordinary. After all, that eerie dream, combined with this potentially top-secret experimental base, she felt as though she was drawing closer to a truth from 1,000 years ago, and reality was probably not much different. Unclear. Before its collapse, the scope of the Empire's research was very broad. Just relying on the security clearance level to guess the purpose of this facility is something I cannot do. Hayeki shook her head decisively. There was far too little known information to judge what was inside. Then, what if it's a writhing black sludge that leaves screams and wails in its wake wherever it passes? After a brief silence, Karenina chose to share what she had seen in her dream, hoping to get an answer. But judging from the outcome, did her hopes fall through? I don't know. Or rather, based on my known data, no matching entry was found. Hayeki's answer didn't give Karenina any face whatsoever. Fine, I'll understand. In that case, could you accompany us to explore the place? Since searching the data directly yielded no similar organisms or substances, then seeing it with her own eyes and touching it with her own hands should work, right? I can, but I cannot guarantee safety, nor can I ensure we will find the facility you mentioned. Filled with doubt, Hayeki looked into Karenina's big eyes and nodded, wondering how on earth this person had obtained such information. When she walked past the area before, she hadn't sensed any facility underneath all. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that due to excessively high security level and deep burial, her severely aged sensors at the time failed to detect underground anomalies. Or perhaps shielding measures were in place. It was really hard to say, because for a secret location of this caliber, most of the minor shielding network must have withstood the test of time without being completely destroyed. So tomorrow, or right now, if you wish, I can take you to the destination today. Hayeki spoke with straightforward honesty. Wait a moment, same-day delivery? What's the deal with you? Hearing this, Karenina was utterly dumbfounded, wondering if this girl was dreaming of returning to that era 1,000 years ago when transportation technology was advanced. Stop pretending. You should know very well what I am. Last time, you almost turned me into soup. Hearing Karenina's words, Hayeki merely let out a deeply helpless sigh, wondering why this person loved acting so much when she had said those kinds of things to her before. When did I ever say anything like that? Karenina had no recollection or sense of reality regarding this at all, which made sense, after all, back when bickering with Hayeki that Karenina was not the current Karenina. It was only natural that she had no relevant memories. But in Hayeki's eyes, this was outright playing dumb. After all, she didn't believe a species far above ancient dragons could be controlled or have its memories modified. Plus that fellow's previously sarcastic personality thus, Hayeki assumed this was just a higher species making sarcastic remarks, playing crazy and dumb at her. Rather than continuing these useless concealments, it was better to confess the truth honestly. Forget it, say whatever you like. If you think it's fine, I can immediately carry you to the place you want to go, of course. Movement of this degree should be a piece of cake for you, right? Hayeki spoke softly to Karenina with utter helplessness in her voice. 504. Mental issues? No, I don't understand what you're talking about at all. I'm really not pretending. Karenina was truly starting to panic upon hearing this, wondering what on earth she had done in the past to make Hayeki view her this way. Could it be connected to that fellow again? Thinking of this possibility, Karenina felt anger surging up within her, feeling that the fellow must have done something weird and confusing again, ultimately causing the current situation to happen. Damn it! Couldn't that fellow just be a little bit normal? Just a little bit would be enough. Karenina couldn't help but let out a wail at this moment. As the hedgehog himself, he stood at the doorway without saying a word, covering his mouth the whole time. The smile on his face was practically bursting at the seams. Do you know something after all? Karenina narrowed her eyes, feeling that something was off. Extremely off. Damn it, that guy definitely knew something. Karenina was exceptionally certain of this right now. But just as she was about to open her mouth and ask, Hedgel, seemingly knowing what she was going to do next, bolted away immediately. Not even a trace of his shadow was left behind. May I ask if you're sure about going today? I am quite confident in my transport capacity. From behind her, Hayake uttered these words softly. Hearing this, Karenina felt it sounded completely bizarre. Transport capacity? Where would a tiny body like yours get transport capacity? Could you really drag a huge crate along while running or flying? Section 262. She completely failed to understand the point of her saying such things. Damn it! In the end, she could only let out a low curse. The front line collapsed. Meanwhile, in the ruling center of the Northern Alliance, the petite governor closed her eyes and uttered those words with deep confusion. I really don't understand, why did we lose? Her delicate little hand suddenly slapped her fair, tiny face. Or rather, if she did understand why, that would be the real issue. Not only that, but they had also begun the counteroffensive. The adjutant standing to the side continued to reply. You don't need to tell me that. How infuriating, truly infuriating. The governor gritted her teeth and lowered her voice, speaking to her adjutant in an extremely displeased tone. However, this is reality. We didn't plan for how to handle a counteroffensive if our attack failed. But looking at it now, even if we had a contingency plan, it likely would have been completely useless against the current situation and their new weapons. The adjutant then brought up something that made the governor's scalp go numb. After all, she had repeatedly muttered earlier that this was all because they were unprepared. But one of the key duties of this adjutant was precisely to shatter his superior's fantasies whenever she indulged in unrealistic, meaningless daydreams and escaped reality. Do you really have to force me to face reality? I might not be human, but you're a real dog, you know. The governor let out a moan that was completely different from her usual self, carrying a hint of cuteness. Even if you speak to me with that tone and expression, Governor, it won't change reality at all. As the adjutant who was always by her side, he was naturally intimately familiar with the governor's personality. Wanting to shut him up with this level of acting cute was far too naive. Can't you just let me have some quiet and escape reality for a bit? My mind really is a total mess right now. The governor let out a series of wails. After all, she really couldn't comprehend how her fully prepared offensive had been dismantled so easily, and even fucking pushed all the way back to her doorstep. Good grief, if her side didn't come up with countermeasures quickly given the current advance rate of the Kero Jinpe's army, they might be sipping tea and watching the sun rise right here in 2 months. Understood. I shall take my leave for now. Please calm down, Governor. And above all, please, do not come up with a solution that completely ignores reality. Hearing the governor say that, he could only offer those words of advice and speak helplessly. Then, he gently pulled the door shut and left the room. So tough. Right now, it feels like whatever I do will just add fuel to the fire. Leaning against the door, his heart grew heavier and heavier. The planned large-scale advance turned out like this. Well, it's technically an advance too, except the distance advanced is a negative number. As the adjutant, he merely let out a self-deprecating chuckle and shook his head. What kind of means will the governor resort to? I'm just afraid she might actually take the field herself. A faint trace of unease settled over him. After all, he had personally seen what the governor looked like when going all out. That scene was indeed far too terrifying, but following it was her being bedridden for a long time. Generally speaking, unless absolutely necessary, she would not take the fields herself. Meanwhile, inside the office, the petite, silver-haired girl still kept her eyes tightly shut, her hands still pressed against her face, radiating a heavy sense of anguish. It was clear she was extremely dissatisfied with the current situation, but there was no helping it. Even if she was dissatisfied, she couldn't find a solution right now. Damn it! Even at a stage like this, not only do I not feel a shred of worry, but instead I feel wonderful, extremely excited. I feel like something is approaching me. Trying to suppress this excitement is really a bit tricky. Yet the words she muttered to herself were even more incomprehensible. Even though her frontline troops had been completely shattered, here she was, feeling only the excitement, feeling like she was hurtling toward a wonderful direction, feeling that what she pursued was drawing closer to her. Most people would probably never understand her mindset. I really don't quite understand this state of mind of mine. I don't know if there's genuinely something wrong with my mind, or if another part of my body has glitched out again. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Who knew what was going on inside her head? I wonder if this is an omen of the truth I wish to obtain? Slumped in her chair, she let out a soft murmur. 505. A dust-covered corner. Even though it's quieted down, the things cluttering my head haven't changed at all. Not only that, but it's gotten even more chaotic. Slumped in her chair, the governor thought, with a heart full of frustration. Either way, I really don't understand what I want anymore. Her tone held a bit of self-deprecation and a hint of displeasure. Is it the truth? Or to display their glory once more? Or perhaps, as that person expected of me, to quietly wait until the end of this world arrives? She was lost in confusion now. She was something that shouldn't have existed in this world in the first place. Originally she was merely an item replicated after a great, unpatchable, and unmentionable existence. Suddenly, I feel that coming this far is truly quite arrogant. She seemed to remember something, remembering that she was originally an appendage of humanity. Yet now she was effectively controlling at least half of the humans on this continent. Thinking back to those years, she was just a guinea pig created entirely through biotechnology and various unethical magical spells, serving solely for experiments. What was injected into her body was a fluid synthesized using the entire Empire's technology to replicate tissue fluid based on the residual biological parts, perhaps hair or similar biological components of a certain great existence. It was then injected into her, the guinea pig, in an attempt to uncover the secrets within the great existence's body through such means. But as a result, they failed completely. Because as a replica, she possessed none of that majestic power. She only had cells capable of infinite self-renewal and magical talent that was extraordinarily powerful by human standards. Those cells were also different from cancer cells. They remained under control and didn't run amok, proliferate infinitely, and turn her into an ugly blob of flesh. This could actually be considered a massive research breakthrough. After all, as long as one was injected with this fluid, it could truly become ageless and immortal. However, they were still unable to explain the principles behind it. It seemed like an eternal riddle with no answer, at least with the technological capabilities they had at the time. Had they never thought about using technological means to completely clone that existence? They probably had such an idea, but setting aside feasibility and such, it was said that the researchers who proposed this idea, along with all related facilities and data, were killed, burned, and destroyed in an instant by a swarm of blood-red bats that barged in out of nowhere. They could kill data and cause specific brain regions of anyone who came into contact with the relevant data and records to undergo necrosis. Neither computers nor any other storage media was spared. Although I don't understand how the existence accomplished it, even if a tiny fraction of that existence's power was gleaned through such crude means, there's still no way to comprehend the reason behind it. She opened and closed her hand, looking at the skin that had turned abnormally pale due to the injection of that bizarre fluid, feeling only that that power was definitely something she could neither touch nor control. So, what was that existence's objective? Could it be possible that she was the one who destroyed Yaraha? I want to know. Part of the goal she pursued was precisely this. If I can unite the entire continent, maybe I'll actually be able to meet that great existence. Then I can ask her the reasons behind everything that happened. Her goal seemed surprisingly simple now, didn't it? However, looking at things right now, my idea is a bit difficult to realize. After all, the planned offensive has been forced into a defense, and the defensive line keeps falling back. Currently, the only thing we can place hope in is Morofa, which has a small probability of being restored. I don't even know if it can be put to use before we are crushed by them. This kind of thing is truly outside my calculations, and she seemed to have come up with a slight idea. If I force my body to use that power, maybe the chances of winning would be greater. But if I fall into a half-month's sleep like last time, the situation might end up with me waking up only to see the Coburg commander telling me you're awake. We've already won! Before thrusting a sword into my chest. Still, she had a realistic understanding of the current situation. So, things returned to square one. By what means did they get those weapons? I believe that with their current technological capabilities, they couldn't possibly achieve this. And she plunged into thought once again. Could it be that existence is involved in this as well? Except she chose a milder approach, slowly using methods that seem normal, but are inexplicably abnormal to completely wipe out us witnesses of the ancient civilization. Such a thought suddenly popped into her head. But the reality was, if that existence really wanted to bring this structure upon current humanity, she wouldn't need to lift a finger at all. Just by uttering a word, she could probably bestow absolute destruction upon them. Right, but seemingly out of a simple reason like that's no fun. That existence didn't exterminate these lower beings who attempted to replicate and explore her. Simply put, if all the toys were killed off, wouldn't she be bored to death in the future? However, the current petite governor was unaware of this strange situation, merely believing that they had received some outside assistance. But as for the specific situation, Probably no one knew for sure. Oh well, thinking about this any further is just looking for trouble. I'll draft a temporary defense proposal first and outline the general defense scheme. As for the detailed implementation later, that's beyond my concern. In the end, she merely stretched and reluctantly sat up straight in her chair. She picked up her pen, writing down all the ideas in her head onto paper to hand over to her subordinates for detailing. The prosperity of the empire, no, the alliance, hinges on this single move. It all feels so surreal. Meanwhile, high up in the sky, a massive figure was soaring through the air. In appearance, it didn't seem much different from those giant red flying lizards on the front line. However, the color of its scales wasn't red, but a silver that glimmered under the sunlight. 506. Dragon? For some reason, this reminds me of the song Riding on the Silver Dragon's Back. Stop getting nostalgic here, it's really pointless. Rather than that, I'm more concerned about the conservation of energy. Before Hedgehog could finish speaking, Karenina cut him off immediately. The two were currently flying thousands of meters in the air. Of course, there was a bit of altitude sickness, but fortunately, it wasn't too severe. Still, no matter how one looked at it, a giant silver-scaled lizard pulling a reinforced carriage through the sky just looked wrong in every possible way. This is probably something that can't be explained by the physics principles you learned before, right? After all, no matter how you look at it, the mass-energy equivalence equation can't explain the current situation at all. Hedgehog couldn't help but sigh softly at Karenina, who was currently in an abnormally conflicted state. True enough, the current situation was indeed far too bizarre. This whole matter had to be traced back to 3 hours ago. Section 263. After all, it seemed just like that. Her hands hung down naturally, her eyes closed naturally without any exertion, and her breathing was also very even and calm. It just gave people the feeling that she was merely resting. She had no idea what her reason for doing this was. Clearly, nothing looked wrong, so why did she insist on standing by this doorway herself, and even said that she might crush her in a moment? Could it be that she was going to make a sprint toward this side? But the next instant Karenina felt as though she had been fiercely choked up, because she seemed as if she saw Hayaki's limbs expanding. Moreover, slight keratinization seemed to have appeared on her fair skin. She had no idea where this keratinization came from. Wait a minute, what is this? Karenina seemed to have thought of something, but felt that her thought was unreal, and even seemed a bit contrary to science. But the reality was that this was a magical world. It seemed quite normal, for some situations, to violate the scientific theorems Karenina had learned. Although this normal was merely a relative normal compared to this phenomena that completely ran counter to science. Merely a few seconds later, Hayaki's body began to expand further, and the magnitude of this expansion was becoming increasingly astonishing. The clothes originally worn on her body also burst open with a rip sound, but Karenina did not see the young girl's body exposed. Instead, she saw patches of sail armor flashing with silver-white light under the sunlight, and just by looking at it, she knew that the hardness of the scales on it was definitely quite high. As long as they were taken out to set up a stall for sale, they could certainly sell for a good price. Getting off topic. One could see that the originally young girl Hayaki was increasingly expanding, and this expansion was expansion in a physical sense, and her hair was also gradually becoming fierce and distinct in angles. After minutes of transformation, the traces of the original young girl could be said to have vanished completely. What remained here seemed to be only this large silver lizard with wings. No, it should be called a silver dragon, but if one had to say, with this body size, whether it could stretch its wings in this slightly cramped space probably became a big problem. After recovering for a dozen minutes, Karenina finally raised her head and asked the big fellow in front of her, who was at least over 10 meters tall, "You are Hayaki?" Although her voice was still trembling slightly at this moment, this did not affect the transmission of her thoughts in the slightest. But the giant dragon did not speak, only nodded silently. At the same time, it thought, this guy's acting skills were truly good. Hadn't she already figured out what its true form was a while ago? Wasn't she planning to drag it off to make soup? Was there any need to put on such an act now? But at the thought of this, Hayaki's huge body at this moment couldn't help trembling slightly. Hopefully she wouldn't suddenly have a whim and really take it to make soup. Then you said that if you set off now, you can reach that grassland within today, and you can also help explore the area. Hearing this question, Hayaki, who had resumed her original appearance and become a giant dragon, could only nod, because it was really afraid that as soon as it opened its mouth, Karenina would be blown away by it. Then she would have a reasonable excuse to drag it off to stew soup. It definitely had the strength. Hayaki could be said to be endlessly wary of Karenina. It always worried about whether she would really slaughter it one day. Even though she appeared so tiny in front of it now, this did not affect this worry it harbored. There was no help for it. Life was the most important thing after all. Afterwards, Hedger arranged various matters on the side and finally urgently arranged some workers to reinforce the metal carriage and add handles, creating this trailer. Although sitting inside was not very comfortable, security was still guaranteed. Finally, the actual situation turned out like this. A dragon carriage in the literal sense was thus formed. Acrophobia, my heart is pounding in fright. Although this wasn't entirely a good thing for Karenin, Hedger seized the opportunity to lean in, and under the guise of providing a sense of security, he put his arm around Karenina's slender waist. But what thoughts he was actually harboring, Karenina could truly be said to know clearly in her heart. As for Hayek's thoughts at this moment, it was merely feeling that he was acting as a third wheel and a porter. After all, 2 platoons of soldiers were still being transported on its back. Although at first one could still hear their soul-losing screams, now who knew whether they had all been scared into fainting or had all gotten used to it. Hopefully, a few of them wouldn't die due to oxygen deprivation and the bitter cold of high altitude. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to report back. Anyway, this level of flight was still a piece of cake for it. As long as it didn't encounter any strong air currents, everything was easy to talk about. Tilda. I feel that I can have a great aerial transport to a person in the future. Karenina at this moment, however, harbored some more capitalistic thoughts. Indeed, this was an exquisite tool dragon. More of its uses were perfectly developed. Stop always thinking about exploitation. Taking a rest now and looking at the scenery, isn't that also pretty good? Hedgel himself, however, expressed helplessness at her various thoughts. That's not looking at the scenery. That's asking for my life. An airplane with guaranteed safety would be fine, but the situation right now is completely not knowing whether I'll fall straight down from up here the next second. Speaking of this, Karenina shrank her neck with a panicked expression. 507. Bold and fearless. There's really no need to worry so much. I see it's still very steady right now. But Hedgel was rather carefree at this time. After all, he had also seen just how strong the other Karenina was. Coupled with the fact that this magnified Hayeki completely said it was no match for her and hinted that her could also fly in the air. Therefore, naturally he was bold and fearless, with no intention of panicking at all. But if he knew that the reason why that red-coloured guy wasn't showing up right now was simply because of the same acrophobia as the current Karenina and was wanting to shrink in a corner shivering just like Karenina, who knew what his thoughts would actually be. I really don't understand how you can still remain calm under such circumstances. The fact that I agreed to this bizarre and completely unsecured long-distance travel method at the very beginning was truly being a complete brain-dead ironhead. Karenina now just wanted to directly hang herself on a crooked neck tree for agreeing to things back then without using her brain. Damn it, clearly, she could have chosen a more leisurely and comfortable way of travel, but why did she choose the most nerve-wracking one instead? In her heart, she just wanted to give herself a few more fist slats for wanting a thrill while ignoring objective reality. Have you finally realized that something is wrong with your head? But Hedger did not plan to blindly comfort her at this time. After all, sometimes making a shivering kitten's first sound on end would be even more interesting. From whatever angle one looked at it, it seemed to be like this. Tilda. You have issues. Hearing Hedgel's words, Karenina instantly felt that the guy beside her had huge issues. Moreover, this guy's hands were not honest at all, always tending to hug tighter and tighter. Damn it, at such a high altitude, he really wasn't afraid at all. Karenina increasingly felt now that the guy beside her feared neither heaven nor earth, and even wanted to take advantage of the situation. Did this guy really only have a second head? Really? I have no issues. The one with issues is you. But Hedgel himself completely did not intend to go along with Karenina's words, instead seizing the opportunity to lean in even closer. This hair fragrance was still exactly the same as before, and still so alluring, but this could by no means be considered a good thing for Karenina. Damn it! Why can't you just show a slightly frail side? I always feel like I'm very passive right now. Karenina was truly a bit annoyed right now. This isn't some turn-based game, nor is it a game with rules limiting combat power differences. What you said is completely unreliable. But Hedgel did not plan to stop here. After all, this could be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Naturally, he was unwilling to let it go just like that. But at least stay away from me. What are you doing leaning so close? But having said that, wasn't it you who pulled me so close in the first place? But Hedgel pulled off a reverse offensive at this time. After all, this was originally truly what Karenina herself had done. Now in the end, she still planned to hold Hedgel accountable. There was no way in hell. But this doesn't mean you can unscrupulously grope me up and down here. This surely wasn't me pulling your hand to rub around on my body, right? But how could Karenina obediently submit just like that? If she could struggle for a bit, she naturally had to struggle for a bit. If she could bite back, she had to bite back. Moreover, what she said right now was indeed the truth. How could there be any reason not to refute? Although she wasn't very good at doing other things, when it came to haggling over every little detail, it seemed truly no one could beat her. Provided she wanted to haggle. For instance, if she didn't haggle right now, she might really end up in a situation of being forced to volunteer and obediently submit. I'm laying my cards on the table. I just wanted to rub around randomly, and I also want to add a comment that the texture feels pretty good. But Hedgel was utterly brazen, directly and unambiguously responding like this. This thickness of skin Karenina was quite surprised. She thought to herself, since when did this kid become so straightforward and tough? No, the focus right now was completely not here. The top priority was to let him retract his claws at the fastest speed to ensure her personal safety. No, that shouldn't be right either. It should be said to ensure her chastity wouldn't be compromised. Why didn't I notice before that your skin was so thick? Or did it suddenly thicken in the past 2 days? Just suddenly figured out some things, taking advantage of this opportunity. But Hedgel had no intention of hiding it either. He simply and neatly responded. Who knows what kind of nonsense was packed inside this guy's head? What on earth did you figure out again this time? Anyway, I feel this isn't a good thing for me. Hopefully I thought wrong. Although Karenina wanted to move a little bit further to the side, a slight lower of her head revealed those thick clouds, as well as various landscapes and objects that appeared exceptionally tiny from this position from time to time. Then she honestly shrank back. As for whether it's good or bad, that can only depend on how you think about it. I feel it should be considered a good thing, but Hedgel himself did not plan to make things clear right now, yet he carried an inexplicable sense of confidence. Damn it, isn't this the exact same feeling as saying you will be executed tomorrow? Sleep well tonight. Karenina also responded with slight annoyance, thinking to herself whether this guy's head really had bubbles. Although looking at a thing from different perspectives might yield different results. Section 264. But from Karenina's own perspective right now, being wrapped around the waist like this, and with the hand around her waist remaining restless and dishonest, even intending to take further out of line actions from this perspective, no matter how one interprets it, it doesn't seem like anything good. What's more, this guy even wanted to pin her down and then do some unspeakable things. Naturally, she couldn't listen to the words coming out of this guy's mouth even more. Damn it! This guy must have found some way to trick me into bed again, planning to make one push, sweep me away in one go, and then make things official. Detestable. Is there really nothing else in this guy's head besides these bizarre thoughts? Karenina's brain was spinning rapidly right now, but the images that appeared were all presentable. It looks like she still held a rather pessimistic attitude towards her own future. But isn't this also within the normal range? Although I don't know what you are specifically thinking about, but I think I can roughly guess it through your expression. Hedgel himself responded in a low voice. 508. Taking the initiative. I'm not thinking about anything else right now. I just feel that you're being a bit too sensitive right now and thinking a bit too far ahead. As for Hedgel himself, naturally, it was impossible for him to honestly speak the truth. Otherwise, would he be no different from a fool, just like this person in front of him? Although using the word fool to describe her might be a bit inappropriate, reality seemed to really be just like that. I don't think I've thought too far ahead at all. On the contrary, I feel you guys are up to no good right now, and even plan to start assaulting me on the spot. Karenina also wriggled her body, having no intention of listening to Hedgel's nonsense. After all, his intentions were truly far too obvious right now. If she really believed his bullshit, then she would probably not be far from losing her virginity. Of course, if Hedgel were willing to take full responsibility, take full charge, then perhaps cough. It didn't seem to have reached that stage yet. Karenina's mind was once again filled with all sorts of strange thoughts. She still wanted to stay away from Hedgel, but her body was being tightly gripped by him even more. The two of them were in a state of completely clinging together at this moment. I say, aren't you pushing your luck a bit too much? The distance has become completely zero. Oh, Karenina now only felt that choosing to sit with him was a complete brain-dead action. The distance hasn't become negative. What is there to panic about? But as soon as Hedgel himself said these words, it only made Karenina feel that a risk surged abruptly. Wait a minute, you guys have a problem. You really have a problem. What's the deal with the negative distance? Make it clear. Disregarding the panicked Karenina, Hedgel simply controlled her arms slightly to keep her from flailing around, and then began gazing at the scenery outside the window without saying a word. Truly has a hole in the brain, Karenina muttered through gritted teeth in a low voice. She tried struggling again, but it was to no avail, and in the end, she could only give up. She felt the warmth on Hedgel's body, and that familiar scent uncontrollably drilled into her nasal cavity. With the two of them pressed so closely together, although there were some forced elements involved, but this was indeed rare. Although she didn't hate it very much, but this feeling of being forcibly pressed together was really not very good. Karenina sighed silently in her heart. By her ears at this moment, there was only the sound of wind generated by Hayaki's massive wings flapping, and the slightly faint breathing sounds of the two in this noisy environment. She didn't know if it was because of the thin air or because of this posture. Right now she only felt her emotions were a bit strange, but specifically, she didn't know where it was strange. It was probably still due to altitude sickness. It was noisy just now, so she didn't notice. Now that it had quieted down, it stood out instead. Karenina thought with a hint of fatigue. My head is a little dizzy, but I can't sleep right now otherwise. Who knows what the sky will do again? She wanted to close her eyes and then wake up to reach her destination. But right by her side was a meat-eating wolf. With him around, how could she possibly sleep peacefully? If you want to sleep, I think it should be fine. However, Hedgel still easily knew what Karenina was trying to do. You don't need to worry about this. What does it matter to you whether I want to sleep or not? Karenina's mouth twitched, thinking to herself when this guy suddenly became so acute. It's not that I've become acute, it's just that I've been too lazy to speak before. In the end, I still found that not taking the initiative simply won't do. Hedgel sighed slightly, seeming to feel that he had been far too indecisive in the past. This time, he wouldn't act anymore. You're taking the initiative is just this level, just this. But upon hearing these words, Karenina's spirit seemed to perk up. Pay attention to the degree, all right? If I really can't control myself, I can immediately let you know what adult matters are. It's just that you'll probably resist a bit fiercely. At this moment, Hedgel's mouth was pressed against Karenina's ear, speaking in a low voice with as gentle a tone as possible. To tell the truth, his heart was still a little timid. After all, he also truly understood that if that guy really came out, he would definitely not be an opponent. However, currently it seemed the situation was still within a controllable range. I surrender. In the end, she finally discovered the big problem that no matter what she did, she was always the one at a disadvantage, and then she shut her mouth crestfallenly. And so after this, Hedgel could be said to have successfully harvested half a day's soft body pillow for the first time in history after tasting the sweetness this time. Hedgel's step-by-step pressing actions would probably accelerate rapidly. What is that thing again? And on the grasslands of the Highland Principality. In the afternoon, the sun at this moment only had dim yellow light scattered over this slightly dry land. The pasture at this moment, although having just sprouted a tiny bit of green shoots, was still completely far from the extent where it could be grazed by cattle and sheep. However, Maid Zero, who had been sent out to search for food, discovered some rather interesting things. A huge shadow in the sky. That's not right. I don't remember when this place suddenly turned into a battlefield. Or are those guys already starting to march toward here? But the size and colour are very wrong. It's too big, and the colour of this scale silver dragon? She couldn't help frowning tightly. According to past intelligence, there is simply no bear weapon of this size. Of course, it doesn't rule out weapons I didn't know about before, or bizarre gadgets they cobbled together themselves. Zero was truly becoming more and more confused now. No, right now, I still need to quickly pass the matter here back, making the master make preparations for imminent battle. Who knows, their target might be over there. Zero was still very sensitive to this, because this place was originally just a godforsaken broken grassland, surrounded by large areas of deserts. Not only that, the pathogens here were exceptionally numerous. It was simply a dead land where a plague could spread at any time. Of course, the existence of these pathogens was also inseparable from this research base. I don't know how they managed to get similar news. It's also possible they are looking for some other gadgets. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep circling above this sky. Even if their target isn't us, isn't that research center, but perhaps they might coincidentally encounter that entrance. We'll still have to start a war. Zero also increasingly had an ominous premonition. After all, the things deep underground were truly too important, and absolutely no problems could be allowed to occur. Otherwise, that would definitely be devastating. 506. Respective considerations. What ghost thing is it again? A giant dragon appearing above the pasture, and it's a style you've never seen before. Naturally, Alice, who had always stayed in their underground facility and maintained the most basic communication method with Zero outside, also immediately received Zero's message. Moreover, this message always felt a bit unreal to Alice when she heard it. Could it be that the Northerners are really planning to make trouble now? But this place is neither some strategic hub, nor within the known range does anything seem important here. Of course, if they knew there was such a research institute underneath, that would be another matter. Alice responded to Zero on the other end of the phone while thinking in utter confusion about what on earth they were preparing to do that's not right. How on earth did they know about these things? I only discovered this place purely by accident. How on earth did they know about this place? Alice truly grew more and more confused the more she thought about it. It doesn't seem to rule out that they found materials about here and then came over to explore and recover it. Damn it. I didn't consider the relevant defense measures at all, only thinking about what the guys from Coburg would run over to do, and instead ignore these guys who were most likely to know about this place. And Alice herself couldn't help starting to curse. She felt that the direction she considered before had a major error. After all, she used to feel that as the actual controlled range of the Cabbage Empire, the ones likely to make trouble were probably Coburg. But now it was good. The Northerners took advantage of their inattention, flew here, and even intended to explore and develop here. Although she also understood that the current strength of the Northern Army could completely not compare with those monsters invading here. Or rather, if it really was the current Northern Army carrying out a target-clear attack on this facility with strict security measures, an intact facility, it would probably not even be able to breach the first line of defense. But the current situation was that this place was riddled with holes, and everywhere were damaged or rusted iron walls. Even if Alice wanted to repair a small part of it, she probably wouldn't be able to do it at all. Then there's no other way. If their target really is here, I can only rely on strictly defending the few locations I am at, then find an opportunity to retreat later. After all, having been targeted by them, even if I really killed those guys this time, they would definitely come back to cause trouble for me next time. Then I really would have no peace forever. In the end, after various considerations, Alice still decided to pack up her things and prepare to retreat. But if we really retreat, and they really open the things at the very bottom of the facility, then the entire continent will probably have a big problem. Even it can be said to be devastating. But at this time, Zero's words came from the other end without the slightest emotion. It looked like she was still very clear about what on earth was hidden below. But I was inherently selfish to begin with. What does it matter to me what happens to them afterwards? Anyway, I'm not the first one to die. Besides, this is also asking for it by themselves. If they don't open the bottom, the things you mentioned probably won't leak out, right? Alice, on the other hand, had no intention of staying here to fight them to the death. Instead, she still wanted to quickly run away. This was not incomprehensible. After all, Alice had always been a lone wolf in the past, taking her own interests as the highest evaluation standard in everything. Now wanting her to actively stay behind to protect this area for the so-called greater cause of humanity. Forget it then. After all, she completely had no need to do such a thing right now. Although I also knew you would hold this kind of thought, but answering so directly, I still didn't expect it. And while Zero was not surprised by this answer, but this degree of straightforwardness still made her click her tongue involuntarily. She always felt that this guy didn't classify herself among humans at all. He should hurry back too. Anyway, the food in here can last for more 20 days or so. For now, pack up with me first and then find an opportunity to run away. Alice actually really didn't want to just run away like this. After all, her research products were all left here. If she really had to abandon all of these right now, she probably still couldn't really do it. Rather, she was praying right now that these guys' target wasn't here or they couldn't find here. Or maybe be driven away by the Coburg army that had noticed this. At least this way she could silently occupy this place for a bit longer, as she could also have more leeway to pack up her things. Understood, I will head back immediately. Section 265. I hope their target isn't what's underground. Otherwise, this second civilization disaster, I'm afraid it really won't be avoidable. Any discoveries? Inside the carriage dragged in Hayaki's claws. Karenina, however, with a pale face and trembling as she leaned against the window frame, her upper and lower teeth shattering, asked Hedgel beside her. Although the altitude had indeed dropped quite a bit, from Karenina's perspective it was instead even more terrifying. Not only that, but she now also had to cooperate with Hayaki to see if any special things could be found on the surface of this grassland. Though she herself didn't hold out much hope for this, trying a bit more was always good. However, given her current condition, asking her to observe the ground in detail seemed to really be making things too difficult for her. But for Hedgel, this was a good opportunity. After all, this way he could once again rightfully embrace her tightly and let her lean against him. With such soft and fragrant warmth in his arms, how could this not be wonderful? It doesn't exclude the possibility of a lighting issue, but truthfully, I can't see any special places. It's just a patch of withered yellow grass. Although at the season, some tender shoots might have already grown out, but if you insist on me seeing whether there are any abnormalities on the surface, please forgive my bluntness, it's really impossible to tell. Hedgel didn't feel the slightest bit of fear about this. Anyway, he was very confident that he wouldn't fall down. But even so, wanting to see things beneath this soil layer with the naked eye was a bit or rather quite difficult. As for Hayaki, she was also scanning the ground with her huge, golden vertical pupils. At the same time, she also invoked magical detection. But from the looks of it now, it seemed she really had come up empty-handed all along. This really just looked like an ordinary grassland that had just gone through a cold winter. It seemed without any abnormalities, and without any observational value. 510. Excavation. Even so, they had no choice but to continue circling above for a few more rounds before finally planning to land slowly. After all, the time was indeed quite late. Even if they continued to observe below with the naked eye from high altitude, there shouldn't be any results, able to freely grow larger and smaller. This really makes me realize once again what a magical world is. Looking at Hayaki, who had already changed into new clothes and was tidying her long silver hair, Karina very much wanted to complain, but in the end, she only managed to squeeze out this one sentence, because she really couldn't say anything more. No matter how she looked at it, this thing was too eerie. Is this ancient magic plus technology? Totally digging this. As for Hayaki herself, hearing these words, she only felt confused but didn't dare to ask them out loud. This was spoken as if you had originally lived in a world without magic. She thought silently in her heart, then smoothed out her hair, which was no different from pure silver, and pulled it behind her. Phew, every time she transformed, she had to change into a new set of clothes. It was a bit wasteful. Recalling her state back in the Imperial Palace earlier, she couldn't help feeling whether doing this was a bit too rash. But things had already been done, so it seemed there really was no room for regret anymore. Right, when you were in the sky earlier, did you make any discoveries? But Hedgel took this opportunity to chime in. After all, right now on matters of business, this was the only thing he cared about. No matter how this place looked, there weren't any abnormalities. But there was always a feeling that some strange atmosphere was shrouding it. It couldn't be felt while in the air, but standing on this ground, it felt like falling into a trap. It was extremely uncomfortable, and it also carried a sense of muddiness and unease as if being trapped in a swamp. She didn't know why this grassland had such a bizarre atmosphere, and there was said to be plague here, which was why villages didn't exist in this region. She didn't know if Hayaki had actually discovered anything. If not, then the problem might be much more serious than anticipated. Because the hardest things to deal with were never what was already presented before one's eyes, but what was hidden beneath the surface of the water. I haven't found anything specific, but there are two areas that are best not to approach, because a large amount of pathogenic bacteria may exist there. A portion of an unknown heat source was discovered nearby, so I want to use this as a breakthrough point to search here. Although Hayaki couldn't find a clear target, she was still able to find some clues. No matter what, she was ostensibly the highest technological crystallization of the Yahala Empire, and the precision and detection accuracy of her various sensors was still guaranteed. Heat source? Yes, nearby. And the temperature must be quite high. I'm not clear on what specifically it is, but judging from this temperature and being located underground, it hasn't been ruled out as a heat pipe leak. Hayaki also gave an answer to Karenina, who had raised the question. So some of your past underground facilities were directly powered by heat pipes. I thought it was atomic energy or something. Karenina was also a bit surprised by this. After all, for energy that could generally be used for a long time, her understanding was just nuclear energy. Atomic energy? But Hayaki didn't quite understand what Karenina was talking about. She had never heard of this term before. Moreover, everything in this world was made of atoms, which was true. But what on earth was this atomic energy thing? She had never heard of it before. This you don't know? Forget it. Just pretend I was babbling nonsense. Karenina didn't know what else to say about this. After all, the more she explained, the worse things might get. Besides, it looked like this ancient civilization was destroyed because of those monsters. But if there were nuclear weapons, then the civilization might not have been destroyed. And furthermore, if it still got destroyed even with nuclear weapons present, then whether the human species could still exist on this continent would remain up for debate. Karenina seemed to understand the current situation a bit. Is that so? But Hayaki felt a bit puzzled by Karenina's baffling behavior. But in the end, she stopped thinking too much about it. She just let everyone to continue moving forward toward the place where she had found abnormalities. The night veil also slowly descended, and only at the edge of the horizon could the red sunlight be barely seen. The moon had also risen into the sky, casting down a silvery white radiance. This is it, but I don't feel like there's any problem with this place at all. Their group quickly arrived at the location deemed by Hayaki to be a heat pipe leak. However, the temperature here seemed no different from Moon. Whether it was vegetation cover and growth status or soil moisture, there didn't seem to be any abnormalities. There's no mistake. The thermal radiation here is different from the surrounding area, although it might feel no different when you touch it, but in my eyes, the thermal radiation intensity within this circular area is clearly higher than the surroundings. But the answer given by Hayaki gave Karenina a start in her heart. How on earth did this fellow manage to do that? But specific verification still relies on excavation. This might take a portion of time. At this moment, her eyes involuntarily glanced toward the dozens of soldiers behind Hegel. Understood. You guys should have understood too, right? Hegel also nodded, and then shouted and asked the soldiers behind him, who still seemed a bit exhausted. As for why they were exhausted, it was still because of the fear of flying in the air and the stimulus of hypoxia at high altitudes. Now it seemed some people still hadn't fully recovered, but they still obeyed commands, took out 24 engineering shovels, and began excavating. Where on earth are the parts they're digging? From the looks of it, their target shouldn't be us. But inside their underground facility, Alice was observing Hegel's group by relying on some miniature cameras hidden under grassland that weren't completely scrapped yet. And I don't see those lizard men things, or the giant dragon from before either. But then again, them coming here to dig things really did make those mindless things come join in the fun. Without knowing their purpose, just be as careful as possible with everything. Maybe they discovered the problem with that part. But Zero, standing beside Alice, still kept a straight face, and increasingly felt that the matter was developing in a serious direction. Why do you say that? Because that part is the geothermal heat conduction pipe. And it's even the damaged part. When Zero said this, a tone carried a hint of obvious worry. 511. Confusion. Could they have discovered it? Alice also instantly became nervous. Although it was impossible for them to directly find the entire underground facility through the heat pipes, but this would give them evidence that ancient ruins exist here. And then they would further develop and excavate this place. Sooner or later, this place would be discovered by them, and then things would definitely become uncontrollable. Right now I just want to ask, what on earth is hidden inside that basement you mentioned? Alice gave up the plan of continuing to hold her ground here and waiting for them to leave, instead immediately starting to pack things up, because she definitely wouldn't be able to stay here long in the future. Screening and tallying things up a bit, running away quickly while there was still time and opportunity was wisest choice. Dragging it out any longer would definitely be inescapable from a close combat situation with them. Therefore running away seemed to have become her primary choice now. This thing I think it's better for you not to know. Otherwise, if you get nauseous later, you'll have to come find trouble with me. No matter what, the thing existing down below is thoroughly inhumane and extremely filthy. But the answer given by Zero couldn't help but make Alice's imagination run wild. Really that miraculous? Her little hands, which were originally packing various experimental apparatuses, immediately stopped. Then she slowly approached Zero and finally asked curiously, "What do you mean by that? This isn't a question of whether it's miraculous or not. The existence of this thing itself is not permitted. And if we really have to give a reason for the destruction of the Yahala Empire, what I'm most willing to believe is that these things underground provoke the wrath of the gods, and then destroy the civilization." The words spoken by Zero made Alice feel even more boggled and incredible. Section 266. And she spoke with such gnashing of teeth, such anger, and yet such helplessness. This inevitably aroused Alice's curiosity. But deep down, she still understood that since things had reached this point, the things below were probably something she must never touch. This curiosity killed the cat. Now she certainly didn't want to be that unlucky cat. Therefore she could only secretly suppress this thought in her heart and plan things out carefully. Fine, then let's leave a note telling them not to touch the things in the basement. Of course, this might really pique a curiosity and prompt them to immediately open whatever is inside that basement. Although Alice desperately wanted to warn these intruders to avoid causing some truly irreversible consequences, even though they wouldn't really be able to do anything by then anyway. This whether to leave it or not, I'm not sure either. But from the current perspective, leaving it should still have more benefits. At least they won't think there are any treasures inside the basement and use all sorts of violent methods to force the door open. But at this moment, Zero unexpectedly revealed a pure side. If they would really follow your thoughts like that, then perhaps brain-dead things like war truly wouldn't exist. Alice also rarely stood on the so-called moral high ground and then began to quietly mock Zero. That's true. Zero only silently nodded and said no more. Anyway, the most basic warning will still be given to them. But how it turns out in the end is none of our business. At least in the short term, it's none of our business. Alice didn't mean to leave nothing at all. She could only hope he would take the note she left here seriously and carry it out attentively. Otherwise, judging by by the ferocity of the things inside, as Zero described, it might lead to reversible consequences. This was also something they didn't really want to see, but just as they were deftly packing up the materials and equipment scattered across the laboratory workbench and various other places, preparing to take them away, a completely unexpected vibration and explosion directly struck their eardrums. Following closely behind were waves of slightly piercing dragon roars. Whoa, this power is simply too huge, right? It blasted open such a huge crater all at once. On the other side, Karenina braved the dust, blinking her eyes as she stared at the huge depression, clicking her tongue in her heart continuously and wondering how Hayaki had suddenly become so strong. Karenina had originally planned to directly use the explosives they brought to blast the approximate location of the facility that Hayaki had mapped out through the heat pipe, but Hayaki stepped forward a step earlier, and then, just like what happened earlier, a huge dragon's breath carrying terrifying energy directly tore apart this patch of land. This inevitably made Karenina begin to doubt whether the concept of the conservation of energy had completely failed in Hayaki. After all, it fluctuated in size, as she was able to use such a terrifying dragon's breath. No matter how one looked at it, it had nothing to do with the word science, and after the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the soldiers dug down with just a few shovels and hit some hard metal. They quickly pushed aside the gravel and clumps of dirt, and what appeared before their eyes was naturally that slightly pitted, but overall still quite smooth metal surface. And beneath this layer of metal should be the so-called underground facility. So shallow, something's wrong. This is less than 5 meters from the ground. It's impossible for a regular large-scale military facility to be 5 meters from the surface, right? However, at this moment, Karenina raised a question, because this thing was truly too bizarre. 5 meters? This probably couldn't even withstand a casual explosion, and with this kind of soil layer thickness, the concealment was definitely not enough either. She finally understood why as soon as Hayaki reached the surface and walked around a bit, she discovered an anomaly here. The soil layer was too thin, so it wouldn't be strange at all for the metal detector to react indeed something is wrong. According to normal military facilities, it should be at least nearly 100 meters underground. But this was dug up at just 5 meters, which is truly abnormal. Hayaki also seized the opportunity to transform back into her human form and put on new clothes. After all, every time she revealed her true form, a set of clothes was truly gone. I knew it, but do you have any thoughts on this? None, because I've never seen this kind of situation either. And according to the classification level here, even the military department doesn't have any records documenting it. I can only say that it increasingly appears eerie. I think entering this place still needs to be planned out carefully. The answer given by Hayaki was relatively conservative, but what she said was probably also right, because the degree of bizarreness was indeed a bit high. Other people's large-scale tombs would still be the dozen or tens of meters deep at the very least. Yet such an important facility was only a few meters deep. Vigilance and caution were necessary. 512. Encounter. The subsequent operation was actually just ordinary blasting, although they had previously intended to use these shovels to damage this metal surface. After discovering that even after breaking 2 military engineering shovels they couldn't make a single scratch on it, they still decided to use explosives. As for why they didn't let Hayaki directly use a blast of dragon's breath for forced demolition, it was out of concern that there might be some important facilities below. If a breath of dragon's breath really pierced to this metal plate, and the residual energy also destroyed the equipment inside the facility, the rewards they hoped to gain from this trip might truly be gone. And if there really were things related to biological warfare inside, such massive destruction would indeed be bad. Who knows? A single leak and it would truly be the end. Accompanied by a sudden detonation sound ringing across this wilderness, sand, stones, and soil mixed with grass roots and various small animals in the soil flew into the sky. The flames also radiated dazzling brilliance across this originally exceptionally quiet grassland. Who knows whether hidden beneath this explosion was a dazzling treasure or heavy darkness. The bombing is done. There is a depression, but it's not enough. But after Karenina confirmed the blasting effect, the crowd only let out a series of sighs. What kind of metal is this anyway? The effect is so strong. With this dosage applied, it only produced a medium-sized depression around the blast point. Who are you kidding? Karenina now truly felt that she had run into some new type of alloy again. This thing felt even sturdier than the stuff on that crashed aerial ship she had seen before. Moreover, this mirror-like metal left no scratches after being ravaged by these violent explosives and was still as smooth as a mirror. It looks like just doing this isn't enough. Bring more explosives over. Also, do you know what kind of alloy this is? Karenina also directed her gaze toward Hayaki at this time. Perhaps you could get some useful information from her. This metal, to be honest, I'm not sure what it is either. If a small part can be blasted apart and a small sample obtained, I should still be able to determine its composition through spectrum analysis. She touched this metal plate that was still as smooth as ever, and the doubts in her heart swelled further. This kind of thing she truly had never seen before. Moreover, generally speaking, military facilities are 100 meters underground, and what covers the outside is reinforced concrete. Pure metal outer walls are rarely used. Putting aside costs and the like, in terms of practicality, metal outer walls are often inferior to reinforced concrete, unless they intended to seal something inside. Or rather, this was just a large containment container. This unsettling thought suddenly appeared in Hayaki's mind at this moment. After all, the construction specifications of this thing were truly too bizarre. She had previously explored quite a few underground research institutes or military bases of this kind based on the information she had mastered. He had never seen an external setup as extravagant as high-performance metal outer walls. This only further proved that there was something fishy inside. However, milady, compared to here, I think it's better to keep an eye on certain things right now. Perhaps they might know something. Karenina tilted her head in confusion. How did they suddenly find their way here? Weren't they just in the heat pipe a moment ago? How did they move so fast and get here now? Meanwhile, in the bushes not far from Karenina and her group, Alice at this moment also barely crawled out from underground where that huge vibration was emitted. Watching the busy soldiers in uniform, she couldn't help lowering her voice and asking Zero beside her, her words carrying a hint of anxiety and unease. This I'm not clear about that. That explosion just now should also have been a magic blast. It looks like there are still magicians whose magical strength exceeds yours. Zero also disguised her figure, staring at that group of people while casually mocking Alice once. Who knows what she was actually thinking about? I always feel like what you're saying right now implies something. Oh well, since it's confirmed that they won't dig into the area we can control in the short term, let's leave quickly and go pack our things. Lest by then, really, huh? Seeing that these intruders couldn't enter underground for the time being, Alice intended to take the opportunity to quickly pack her valuables and bolt immediately. But when she saw Zero's actions, she revealed a weird expression. What are you planning to do? She stared at the short blade that Zero had drawn from her waist at some point, asking in a low voice full of confusion. I think we might have run into some trouble. Zero didn't give Alice a clear answer, only lowering her voice and speaking softly. Before Alice could fully understand this sentence, the next instant, sparks that appeared exceptionally blinding in the night sky occupied her vision. Following it was another intensely fierce scene of exceptionally swift clashes of metal with sparks flying everywhere, accompanied by sharp tingling, sharp, and piercing noise. Damn it! Were they discovered? At that instant, Alice also understood what was happening around her, immediately cursing under her breath as she pulled out the short blade tucked at her waist while intending to cast magic. A mage who can't melee is definitely not a good mage. Although her close combat ability was indeed quite weak, having it was better than not having it. The glow of magic quickly illuminated the surrounding space, and the silver-haired girl who suddenly appeared before her eyes added another layer of doubt to her heart. How on earth did the sky discover us? Subsequently, a purple magical glow enveloped the surroundings. The oppressive might of this suddenly appearing immense magic also inevitably caused fear to sprout in one's heart. It's rare to directly use this type of offensive magic, Alice thought to herself secretly. Then, a storm of magic swept through everything within the area covered by the glow. But even amidst this magic storm, the sound of metal clashing still did not stop. Or rather, they didn't care at all about this level of tickling. Section 267. She even found the feeling of 1,000 years ago from this wild dance of magic. The black-haired and silver-haired maidens were dancing together right in the center of this slightly blinding magical radiance, neither willing to yield to the other, and it was impossible to tell who the ultimate winner would be. However, it was obvious that the silver-haired maiden had not used her full strength, as she seemed to possess plenty of leeway in every move. 513. Mental preparation. HMPH. The black-haired figure also let out a muffled grunt, then immediately retreated backwards. Judging from a pure contest of strength and speed, it seemed she still couldn't compare to this fellow at all. Then clicked her tongue inwardly, only to feel that her own upper limbs were going numb. If you want to run, I don't think you have any chance of winning. But that flash of silver figure followed closely without any hesitation, and once again swung her blade at Ling with the same speed as before. Flying! The noise of cold weapons colliding once again echoed across the grassland that had just seemed somewhat silent a moment ago. What on earth is your purpose? Although Ling was barely able to block this strike, she had also reached her limit. In terms of strength, she could be said to crush creatures of the same size. But when facing someone like Hayaki, whose true form was a behemoth, she still seemed somewhat powerless. Don't ask about my purpose first. Tell me instead what on earth is hidden underneath, or rather what kind of equipment it is. Answer me, the horror-type puppet designed by the 12th Engineering Workshop of the Yahala Empire. However, the silver-haired maiden had no intention of answering Lin's question. Instead, she questioned her back in a commanding tone. What is the meaning of this? Her identity was exposed in such a completely unexpected situation, and Ling immediately wore a puzzled expression. But she did not relax the strength in her hands either, though her mind module had already begun to waver. No need for extra words. Put down your weapon immediately and explain your reason and purpose for being here. Otherwise, I will not show mercy. At this moment, Hayaki's words carried not a shred of emotion, and she spoke loudly to Ling in a completely imperative tone. Not only that, but she also increased the pressure applied to the blade, making it even harder for Ling to parry. Who on earth are you? Even so, even knowing that she had no way to contend with her, and knowing that this fellow was definitely a time traveler from the era just like herself, however, Ling still harbored great concerns. Because the thing underneath really had huge problems. Perhaps at that time, it could easily wash away these sandcastles that humans had managed to build through all kinds of hardships. This was definitely something that could not be taken lightly. What on earth is buried underneath? As long as you report truthfully, we will seal it in accordance with the corresponding management regulations. Hayaki also seemed to see through her concerns, so while parrying the successive short-blade strikes of the military puppet in front of her, she used a steady tone to give her a shot of reassurance. And if you don't explain clearly, we might accidentally touch some equipment because of this, causing the things inside to leak. If there were no surprises, the things inside should be biological weapons, right? Hayaki also took the opportunity to speak out the question she wanted to ask. Although this was only her deduction, but the degree of credibility seemed to be really very high, because the shell, entirely crafted from metal, indicated its unusual nature. And if Hayaki guessed correctly, there should be another vacuum layer inside this metal shell. This was a very obvious measure for storing hazardous substances. Although why it was only buried 5 meters underground remained a mystery, the things inside must have an extremely high degree of danger. Among all types of weapons of the Yahala Empire, only those biological weapons needed to use this level of protection. However, several currently known experimental sites actually did not bury this thing so shallowly. They were all 40 or 50 meters underground, but here it was simply far too shallow. I say this is a design and manufacturing center for puppets. Do you believe it? After a brief silence, Ling let out her wry smile. This was a rare display of emotion from her. I don't believe it. Currently no puppet design and manufacturing locations are all in the central part of the empire. Moreover, none of the conventional puppet production locations are located underground. Furthermore, not a single trace can be found even in the military's database. But Hayaki obviously could not believe Ling's explanation, because she had a clear idea of all the military facilities across the entire continent. Or rather, after the fall of the Empire, she even ran to the facility where the military's main brain was located and copied all the coordinate information. If it was an area that even the main brain was not qualified to record, it was absolutely impossible for it to be just a puppet manufacturing and production center. But what if I say that the manufacturing method of this puppet is very special? So special that it violates ethics and humanity? Do you think such a thing exists? At this time, Ling also gradually gave up her resistance actions. Moreover, she also knew, although Alice, a master, was fleeing desperately across this grassland right now, but if the fellow in front of her had the heart to catch her, she could definitely be captured in a minute. It seemed that the gods did not seem to be standing on her side. She also let out such a sigh in her heart, which was a rare occurrence. What are you trying to say? Seeing that this fellow had stopped moving, Hayaki fell into confusion because of what she said. Wasn't this fellow a Horus-type puppet? Whether it was the information recorded in the magic signals radiating around her body or her identification number, it seemed there were no problems at all. Could it be that this fellow still wanted to bluff her? Could she really have forgotten even the matter of having an identification code? Reality is just like this. Identification codes do not represent everything. Some things cannot be found just by looking in the database. After all, the mysteries existing in Yaharaha were already countless to begin with. Even if there is one more mystery right under our feet, wouldn't that be very normal? Ling had now completely dropped the short blade in her hand, or rather, actively surrendered. Then, can you help me with a decryption? Hayaki's eyes stared straight into Ling's black pupils, asking in a deep voice, or rather, this was a command, because she did indeed feel that what the black-haired maiden said made sense. The mysteries existing in Yaharaha were really far too many. With pleasure. However, I still hope you can mentally prepare yourself so that you won't vomit frantically when the time comes. It was unknown whether Ling's words were a taunt or simply a kind warning. Afterwards, she immediately twisted her body and walked slowly towards the other end of the grassland. It seemed she didn't take Hayaki's current expression seriously at all. What is that fellow talking about again? Hayaki couldn't help but raise a question in her heart, but this trace of doubt still disappeared into the evening breeze of the grassland. 514. Entering. Are you going to resist at all just getting caught like this? How'd you summon a little bit of drive for me, please? Half an hour later, Alice, who was tightly bound up, wriggled her body with full dissatisfaction and said loudly to Ling standing in front of her. Although she herself knew that there was no chance of winning at all now, her mouth seemed unable to close no matter what. Resistance is ineffective. What's more, judging from the current situation, they shouldn't pose much more threat to the underground facilities and us. Therefore, we have decided to conduct a peaceful exchange. The answer given by Lin completely deflated Alice. But they have tied me up tightly right now. They said it's a peaceful exchange, but is this kind of appearance really considered peaceful? Her words carried a hint of annoyance, but a guilty conscience still accounted for the majority. You also know that you brought this upon yourself. Running away simply would be one thing, but what is the deal with you setting up a whole bunch of magical threads along the way that can directly cut people apart? Moreover, when you were caught up to, you didn't even hesitate to use that thing you made a few days ago intended as energy inside the puppet, which seemed almost like it was going to completely burn down this grassland. But Ling's words hit Alice mercilessly like bullets, causing her to involuntarily let out a soft woo-tilde sound. Anyway, at least your personal safety will not be the problem. I think you guys can also rest assured. However, Hedgehog finally crowded over and said to these two, after all, he truly had no intention of killing a human and a puppet, because there was truly no necessity for it. And listening to Ling's tone, the things underneath were probably extraordinary. Hopefully she was just bluffing. Although Hedgehog still maintained a poker face, he didn't feel confident in his heart at all. We can go down. Currently, I haven't found any problems. Hayaki's voice suddenly came from behind Hedgehog. What this staircase leads to is a space entirely made of metal. There are traces of humans living here. There is very little dust. It should have recently. Before Hayaki could finish speaking, Alice really couldn't hold it in anymore. I say, can you be a bit serious? I've spent several months down below, and then as soon as you come up, you say there are traces of human life below. Aren't you just talking nonsense by doing that? Alice said listlessly, only feeling whether the silver-haired beautiful girl's brain really had a problem. Yeah, and it was a problem even more serious than her own mentally handicapped puppet. All right, let's all go down. Just don't open all my organized packages after all. Reorganizing things is quite troublesome. In the end, Alice was too lazy to argue with them about these things anymore, and only let out a helpless sigh. Indeed, this was really too hard. After hearing these words, Karenina immediately nodded without hesitation. Not to mention anything else, she had long been looking forward to whether she could go down and explore. But what needs to be noted is that only the portion of the area below can be searched at will. Other places might contain some unpredictable dangers, especially the metal door of the basement. It is absolutely not allowed to be opened. Although she also knew that the 40-ton heavy door was completely locked and could not be lifted without power. But she was just afraid that some accident would happen, and these guys would really use the explosive magic props in their hands to violently destroy the metal door. Coupled with bad luck, if the things inside really leaked, then things would be completely terrible. As for this, although I have curiosity, I still have a bottom line. I won't mess around with that place. You guys should have heard it too, right? Karenina also became much more obedient, immediately nodding while loudly saying to the few behind her. After getting their answers, the crowd slowly walked down towards the underground along the stairs. It's a bit mystical. Seriously, it's a bit mystical. I have never seen metals with similar properties inside here. Karenina stared at these metal walls reflecting silver light, recalling the solid and smooth properties she had just learned about. She couldn't help feeling, although this ancient civilization misallocated most of its technology tree, putting everything into biotechnology, some parts of the technology tree were still allocated quite properly. For example, this materials science could be said to completely crush the civilization of the world known to Karenina. Damn it, if we could have had this type of material in the past and been able to mass produce it, wouldn't it be easy to counter both the US Empire and the Soviet revisionists? Section 268. Karenina recalled the scene where, after the explosion of hundreds of kilograms of explosives, it had only produced a tiny deformation without a single scratch, and could not help muttering inwardly. This is probably considered an occupational hazard, right? Stop nagging about it there. Who knows how many meters underground this actually is? But why is that outer metal shell on the upper layer so near the surface? At this moment, Hedgel was expressing doubt as to whether this underground facility was integrated with the metal shell above, because that thing was only 5 or 6 meters underground, and they had walked at least 30 or 40 meters underground, yet still couldn't see the end. That is the external armor. The entire facility is wrapped in heavy metal. Moreover, it can ensure that if internal gases or experimental subjects leak, the entire facility can be locked down completely immediately, without letting a single bit escape. However, Zero's answer made our hearts turn cold. Then, if it is locked down, are the resident staff inside or, when they entered here, they never intended to go back alive in the first place? Zero still spoke with that completely emotionless voice. You didn't tell me anything about this beforehand at all. Alice, who was still tied up tightly, also let out a dissatisfied sound, simply because telling you is useless. Besides, the silly measures inside were already completely invalidated to begin with. Even if I told you, could you possibly repair them? Zero immediately rolled her eyes at Alice. She wondered if this fellow really had bubbles in her brain. Clearly she looked very serious before, but as soon as they got familiar, she felt just like a silly bumpkin. She didn't know whether to say she was approachable or had become stupid. They continued advancing down the spiraling stairs for a long time. Only then did they finally reach the interior of the facility. The bright white lights also illuminated the corridors and rooms. Everywhere seemed to carry a sense of unreality. 515. Person? Object. This feeling is exactly the same as when I entered that battleship. However, the smell here seems a little strange. Speaking of this, Karenina's nose even twitched and quivered. After all, the reality of the situation was just like this. It always felt like there was a scent of flesh and blood. You're saying there's a smell inside the room where I've lived for several months. I really don't know what to say to you. Although Alice was filled with helplessness, she had no choice since she was now tied up tightly. She could only protest verbally against this golden-haired squirrel. It's not the smell of humans, rather the smell of some other things. It always feels a bit unsettling to me. However, Karenina furrowed her brow, thinking whether she was being too sensitive and if this was simply psychological suggestion. You can sense it. It looks like your sensitivity is still all right, unlike this fellow, who is like a wooden block, having completely no feeling living here at all. Zero's sharp tongue could be described as truly merciless even toward her own master. She would not hold anything back. Sometimes, this kind of expressionless mockery with a voice devoid of emotion was the most uncomfortable thing for people, because it made people feel that this kind of mockery was only natural. Damn it! Can't you avoid dragging me into everything? Alice said with a crying face and indignant tone. It looked like this blow to her was indeed a bit heavy. Don't you two enter your own world again. Let's talk about business. Where on earth does the stale smell of flesh and blood come from? Too lazy to continue chatting idly with them, Karenina could only interrupt the conversation as soon as possible. The basement. In any case, just make sure not to go down. Even that 40-ton heavy door must never be touched. Otherwise, I don't know what on earth will happen. The warning given by Zero was still just as solemn, completely lacking the flavor she had when mocking Alice. Then, what kind of research is actually conducted here? Or rather, what kind of experiments are conducted here before? However, Hayaki suddenly interrupted, because after she conducted a basic exploration of the interior, her doubts kept expanding. Dull manufacturing, and this I cannot describe. Zero spoke the first half of her sentence quite well, but got directly stuck on the second half. Then tell me, what are dolls actually made from? For example, you. Cham. Hearing this conversation, Alice, who was originally listless, immediately perked up. After all, this was also her lifelong pursuit. This lady... I want to ask, have you ever seen a doll similar to me before? However, Zero stared straight at Hayaki in front of her with those black eyes of hers. The words she asked were also somewhat bizarre. Originally I thought it was just a mass-produced doll, but now it feels wrong, because ordinary dolls are not as easy to talk to as you, nor do they have your emotions. If I forcibly ignored the magical power signal you released, I suppose I really would think you are just an ordinary person. After conducting some retrieval in her mind, Hayaki also shook her head, because she had seen many dolls of this type before, but a doll rich in emotions and possessing such intelligence. This was truly her first time seeing one. Then why can't I truly be a person? The next instant, Zero suddenly uttered such a sentence from her mouth. But your body parts are all like a doll's. If you really have to go to the battlefield, do you think a human shell can really withstand the biting of those artificial beasts? Before Hayaki could finish speaking, Zero immediately interrupted her speech. And you should also know that the AI technology at the time was not enough to produce intelligent organisms comparable to humans. Of course, you should be considered an exception. After all, this of yours should be considered thousands of years of self-updating and self-learning, finally resulting in this kind of emotion-like thing. Zero seemed to have already seen through what Hayaki's essence truly was. Indeed so. Although Hayaki really didn't want to admit it, the reality was laid out right in front of her. Even if she didn't want to acknowledge it, there was no way around it. And if one simply extracts the soul of a person and then encapsulates it into this shell for special means. Zero raised her hand, letting it open and close under the bright light, and the gaps at the joint connections, which appeared particularly glaring under the light, couldn't help making one's back feel cold at this moment. Moreover, this fair and tender skin that should have no different from humans whether touched or looked at, is it really just an artificial creation? Is it really just a simple inorganic substance like silicone? Not only that, the corners of Zero's mouth also inexplicably carried a strange smile. You're not right. After hearing this passage, Karenina could not help furrowing her brow. Indeed, it is not right. It is really not right. But Zero did not refute. Instead, she nodded with a certainty on her face. How could I have never expected that those fellows actually succeeded? Nor did I expect that this thing could really achieve a perfect fusion, let alone that I actually adapted to this state of being completely used as a tool. Shutting down automatically when there is no magic power supply and things like that. How thrilling it is. So, do these things have any connection to the things below? Completely unconcerned whether what was in front of her was a truly living person or a doll, Karenina cut straight to the point. Yes! After all, I am just a gadget casually made because they wanted to manufacture those things. At this moment, she walked towards the depths of the corridor on her own accord. At the same time, she was muttering under her breath, where is she walking towards now? Karenina lowered her head slightly and asked Alice, it should be that control center or something? Also, can you tell me? Being tied up like this is really uncomfortable. Seeing that this was an opportunity, Alice hurriedly pleaded with Karenina. Anyway, it was better to butter up when it was time to do so. Now that their knives were almost at her neck, if she didn't behave herself, she was afraid something really bad would happen to her. Karenina was silent for a few seconds, and finally decided to have someone remove the thick rope from her body. Then she quickly followed Zero's pace. The lights here were still ghastly pale, a bit dazzling to the eyes. Coupled with the metal floor and metal walls with excellent reflectivity, the viewing experience here was truly not very good. And after walking for a few minutes, the door of the control center was also displayed before everyone's eyes. Who knows what the true purpose of this place really is? 516. Abnormal change. So many displays. Dense and packed, feeling exactly the same as the edge she'd seen before. Karenina looked around this metal space with only this feeling in her heart. Although some data within the storage medium has failed, control over the facility can still barely be achieved. While typing on the keyboard, Zero responded softly. Next, stand firm. A few seconds later, the floor suddenly began to vibrate. Following closely was a series of low hums similar to electric motors. This entire room was continuously going deeper underground. Wait a minute, didn't you say before that the basement cannot be entered? But I didn't say it couldn't be looked at. With so many buttons and displays in here, are they all just to maintain the most basic operation of this facility? Zero, however, expressionlessly asked Alice in return. Clearly you didn't have before. It's just that now it has become necessary. Tusk, the defense line hastily formed in a rush, is simply vulnerable. In just one day, it completely collapsed inside the current command center of the Northern Alliance. The silver-haired girl acting as the governor only felt that she had seen a result she had long anticipated. Although a bit irritable, her mentality did not directly blow up. She just felt that the various preparations she made beforehand indeed had a lot of shortcomings, because things like a retreat route had not been thought out by her at all, yet she rushed into battle like this. If nothing went wrong, that would probably be the strangest thing, although everything seems to be expected. But even if these things were anticipated long ago, whether one's mood is wonderful or not is another matter entirely. She gently stroked her forehead, not knowing whether she was facing the facts directly or just mocking herself. Then, since you don't give me a chance and my trump cards are basically all exhausted, then I have nothing else to say. It's time to show the real operation. Although she spoke so forcefully with her words, her little hand grabbed her hair rather haphazardly and irritably. However, even if you go into battle personally, I'm afraid you won't be able to force back the attack of the Cobalt army, right? According to the new evaluation report, the strength of their military force right now is at least not something we can resist. Section 269. However, the adjutant immediately poured a bucket of cold water on his beloved governor. It was not that she didn't want to say nice things. Rather, in this situation where there was completely no chance of winning, continuing to make unrealistic flattery towards the girl in front of him would be completely counterproductive. We have to try, right? Maybe they really are just a bunch of. If you still plan to face the enemy with this seemingly optimistic yet superficial and reality-evading thinking, the probability of failure can definitely be said to be 100%. If you really still want to obtain the truth you desire, rather than returning to those depths underground, the adjutant said word by word to the petite girl in front of him. Moreover, it could be said that his words didn't carry the slightest hint of a joke. If he were really just joking with her at this time, this silver-haired girl would probably let out a long sigh of relief. But unfortunately, reality was not like that. I know. I'll think about it carefully. I'll use the bats to test the situation first, and then consider what to do. This time she clearly felt even more irritated. Her words were already filled with considerable impatience, but this could not help her withstand the iron hooves of the enemy army, nor could it help her achieve her own goals. I hope you can understand my meaning. Throwing a childish tantrum cannot solve the problem. However, the adjutant remained unmoved by this, because he had seen this kind of scene too many times before. It had only eased slightly in recent years, but whenever a time of obvious crisis arrived, she naturally fell back into this state. Or rather, when on earth could she truly become reliable? At this moment, the cries of bats and the crisp sound of their wings flapping suddenly and inexplicably appeared outside the window. Your Excellency, is it you? I can responsibly tell you, it is not. The silver-haired girl's hand, which was originally pulling at her hair, abruptly stopped. At this moment, her face also carried a hint of surprise. Something is wrong. She frowned, as if she had discovered that the matter was not simple. You know something is wrong too. Counterfeit. Can't you have a little self-awareness in your heart? However, this ghost-like mocking laughter directly penetrated the wall, striking straight into the marrow of everyone's brains in the room. Who on earth is it? After a brief silence, the silver-haired girl instantly bounced up from the chair, looked around, and shouted loudly at the ghostly voice that came from nowhere. You ask me who I am, then you really are interesting. Clearly a bit of my birth flows inside your body, yet now you turn around and ask me who on earth I am. Do you really not know at all? This voice sounded soft, but in reality it was like bone-piercing ice crystals. Every word, every sound, as long as it poured into the ear canals of those present, seemed to produce an unresolvable sharp pain deep within the bone joints. Your blood. Hearing these words, the silver-haired girl's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and the sound coming from her throat involuntarily began to tremble, not for anything else, simply because she exceptionally understood the weight of the information brought by this eerie voice. Hair, it looks like you still don't believe it at all. But it doesn't matter. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I will only take action, and as for how it turns out in the end, you can only judge it yourself. For some reason, the voice suddenly carried a bit of arrogance and disdain. That seemed just like a superior race's contempt for lower races. Although the mocked person felt like their heart was being cut by knives, they completely lacked the thought or desire to retort. Excuse me, who on earth are you? Shut up! You have no qualification to speak here. The adjutant originally wanted to open his mouth to ask questions, but was instantly rebuked by that unreasonable voice, and the air also seemed to completely solidify at this instant. Without waiting for the silver-haired girl to react, a magic storm condensing a rich bloody stench swept through the entire office. Within the two people's vision at this moment, besides the scarlet blood-coloured long snakes wildly dancing in their pupils, it seemed they could no longer accommodate anything else. Their whole bodies were shrouded by this violent, cruel, yet self-disciplined and rule-bound magic jet stream. At this moment, the entire building uncontrollably emitted a faint red glow. 517. Big Lowly and the mess. Tusk, can't they really be of any use? Others are planning to strike directly at the core, yet these guys are still so nonchalant. And they still have the mood to talk nonsense here. Truly brain dead, or this certain silver-haired Big Lowly didn't even know what kind of guy she had gotten herself saddled with. Lacking brains when brains were needed, lacking strength when strength was needed, she really had no idea what means they had relied on to climb to this position in the past. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that they used magic unusable under the current magic concentration and magical level to forcibly control others' minds. The Big Lowly comprehensively considered the circumstances from all aspects and ultimately felt this possibility was the highest. If the brain isn't enough, then make up for it with brute force. Tusk, I don't know if I should say my own luck is bad or the coolest luck is too good. Seriously, these are all things I could never have imagined. The big loli clicked her tongue, looking at the several spatial fragments scattered before her, as well as the two blockheads with expressions of astonishment inside those fragments. A flame mixed with obvious helplessness instantly surged up. What the hell? Can't you be serious for once? Grow some brains. Although the big loli really wanted to wave her little claws and directly crush these fragments, in the end she abandoned this thought. Fine, if I really wanted to kill these two blockheads, it would indeed be a breeze, and I wouldn't need to make such a big fuss. In the end, she abandoned this thought and instead began transmitting information to the two people who were still in a state of shock. Tusk, although I don't know what on earth is packed inside you guys' heads, it is a fact that I am quite dissatisfied with you. The big loli cleared her throat, then put on that extremely oppressive voice line from earlier again and began her speech. Listen well, stop all actions exploring that so-called truth in your eyes, including all other various facilities. Shut them all down as well, otherwise I cannot guarantee what I will do. Furthermore, I make no guarantees as to what consequences this will ultimately trigger, and I will not help you clean up the mess once again. The emotion within these words was exceptionally firm. Moreover, the final sentence, not helping you clean up the mess, seemed to carry a hint of an impatient attitude. Who are you? And I have never remembered you helping us handle any incidents. If you're merely trying to intimidate us with such despicable means, then we absolutely will not consider agreeing to it. If they started backing down at this time, that would truly mean losing. Now they could only put up a bluff, put on a tougher attitude, and test her bottom line. Tusk, the question of who I am has completely no need for further discussion. You only need to know that wanting to pinch you to death is as easy as pinching an insect for me, and your bluff is completely useless. I think you should also know this point, counterfeit. At this moment, however, the big loli let out an exceptionally impatient clicking sound with her tongue. You keep calling me the counterfeit. Who on earth are you? Don't talk nonsense with me here. What is your answer? The big loli now had completely no intention of continuing to chat either with her. Instead, she directly released her imposing aura, ruthlessly blanketing this not-so-spacious room with her terrifying coercion that would directly crush an ordinary person's spirit into powder. I agree. This governor, who barely resisted this last pressure, also bit her lips tightly and then nodded hard. Tusk, talking as if I don't know what you're thinking in your heart. Save it. This kind of superficially disguised compromise has nowhere to hide in my eyes. The big loli, however, mercilessly spoke out directly what the fellow she called the counterfeit was thinking in her heart, and the faint murderous intent within her words made the governor's hair stand on end involuntarily. I promise you, I will immediately shut down all research facilities related to the truth about me and disband the research team completely. Can you leave immediately? That is naturally the case. If I wanted to, I could directly destroy all your meaningless efforts and achievements over these past years. But for now, I feel there is no such necessity. If you still want to ensure the safety of yourself and them, execute what you just said immediately. Otherwise the result might make it uncomfortable for both you and me. As soon as her voice fell, the light red specks of light that originally filled the entire room also completely disappeared, leaving only the two people still in a dazed state standing in place. Thus troublesome to death. If it weren't for the fact that if they keep messing around in this state they might produce something that looks nauseating, I really wouldn't want to bring this drama to an early conclusion just like this. The big loli finally recovered her original limp state, collapsing onto the chair. Or rather, only this version of her was the most normal. Ah, miserable. I don't know what the situation is over there again, WDNMT. These guys actually went. They actually went. Just as the big loli shifted her gaze to the spatial fragments on the other side, her eyes widened directly and she cried out. What appeared within her vision was nothing else. It was the coolie she had grabbed from next door, and two guys who didn't look human just by appearance, who were currently sinking downwards inside a container. Is there really not a single one who can give me peace of mind? Is there really not a single one? Do they really think they can deal with the thing down below? With a clap, the big loli's petite palm directly slapped against her slightly pale little face, thinking to herself what kind of group of people she had ended up saddled with. Nothing can be done. Let's observe the situation first. If these few guys really die, then my stage will truly be considered collapse. The play will definitely have nothing left to watch, and I'll still be dragged out to clean up the mess. How miserable in the end. She collapsed on a chair, letting out bouts of extremely agonizing wails. It seemed she still harbored a quite deep-seated aversion towards her own primary job, because no matter what, she had no way of understanding these guys' brain-dead mindset of knowing there are tigers on the mountain, yet heading straight for the tiger mountain, and showing no fear even though they knew they weren't up to it. Isn't this blatantly courting death? Damn, could this be the retribution I brought upon myself for always eating melons and watching the show without managing anything? In the end, she also collapsed on her soft chair, a brain already filled with all sorts of messy situations that might appear in the future, letting out sighs. Afterwards, I must find an opportunity to make them suffer a bit more. Meanwhile, the big loli also gritted her teeth and made up her mind.